3 years ago, I was caught juggling 5 relationships, and my ex-girlfriends chased me with knives all night. To escape, I ran to a temple and stayed there for 3 years. After 3 years, I gained enlightenment and decided not to be tempted by women anymore. So I returned to Jiangchang, planning to work hard and make money. After getting off the train, I took a taxi to my rental apartment, which I had already found online. I also scheduled a job interview for tomorrow on a recruitment app. Just as I got out of the car, a middle-aged man with a middle-part hairstyle ran over. Mr. Yan Chi, right? We contacted each other online before. I'm Li Weiqiang from Hongfa Real Estate. I shook his hand and asked, Brother Li, this is the place I rented, right? Yes, it's on the 5th floor. Come with me, I'll show you around. Soon the elevator reached the 5th floor, and the apartment was quite nicely decorated, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and all the appliances were complete. More than enough for one person. I nodded and said, alright, let's sign the contract. The 2 of us then signed the contract. You can take a look around the apartment first. Li Weiqiang pointed outside. I'll go down to meet the landlord, and you can pay your rent to her in the future. I walked to the window, feeling very relaxed, thinking how lucky I was to find such a nice place right away. If only the job application could go as smoothly. After a while, I heard Li Weiqiang's voice outside. The tenant is already waiting inside. Following that was a somewhat laid-back girl who said, well done. You've rented out 7 apartments so quickly. Upon hearing her voice, I suddenly shivered and thought, no way. I quickly turned my head to look at the entrance, and a pair of feet in slippers appeared first at the door. I cursed softly and hurriedly hid in the bathroom. Su Xiaoshuan looked at the empty room and asked in confusion, where is everyone? Mr. Yan, Li Weiqiang shouted loudly. At that moment, my voice came from the bathroom. My stomach hurts. I might be a while, I said in a high-pitched voice. Why don't we ask the landlord to leave a WeChat contact, and I can add her later? Li Weiqiang scratched his head. After hearing my voice, Su Xiaoshuan's expression suddenly changed. You just called him Mr. Yan. What's his name? Yan Qi, Li Weiqiang replied with a smile. Su Xiaoshuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. She then walked to the bathroom door and knocked. Yan Qi, stop pretending and come out quickly. There was only dead silence in the bathroom. Not coming out? Ha? Then you can stay in the bathroom overnight. This time, a sigh came from the bathroom, and I awkwardly walked out. When Su Xiaoshuan saw me, her eyes first flashed with excitement, but then were consumed by anger. She gritted her teeth and said, it really is you, Yan Qi. What a coincidence. I cleared my throat and smiled. Xiaoshuan. At that moment, the rental room fell into a dead silence. Su Xiaoshuan stared at me intently, her expression quite complex, while I awkwardly looked away. Li Weiqiang also sensed that something was off and quietly took 2 steps back. In the end, I broke the silence, glancing evasively at Li Weiqiang. Brotherly, I just thought about it again. This place is cheap, but it's still a bit unsuitable for me. Why don't you rent it to someone else? Li Weiqiang was stunned. Mr. Yan, but we've already signed the contract. Hearing this, I felt a wave of regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have signed it. At this moment, Su Xiaoshuan spoke up. Are you trying to escape again? I twitched my lips. Xiaoshuan, I have urgent matters today. Can we talk another day? But Su Xiaoshuan pressed against the doorframe. Mr. Yan, you have already signed the contract. Do you think you can just leave? Seeing that Su Xiaoshuan didn't want to let me go, I smiled and said, Miss Su, at most I will forfeit my deposit. Wait a minute, I seem to have not paid yet, right? How about this? I will give you a 1,000 yuan deposit, and I won't rent this house anymore. Is that okay? Su Xiaoshuan silently clenched her fist, thinking, the damn Yan Qi is still as eloquent as before. I used to be completely fooled by him, but not anymore. So Su Xiaoshuan looked at Li Weiqiang. Brotherly, if someone intends to violate the rental contract, can we take them to court? I was a bit surprised, thinking this girl is too ruthless. It's just renting a house. Is it necessary to go to court? Sure enough, she still hates me. Li Weiqiang replied, it is indeed possible, but usually the court will only rule to deduct the deposit, and there generally won't be any follow-up. Su Xiaoshuan nodded in satisfaction. That's enough. She looked at me with some pride. Did you hear that? If you don't rent, then I will go to court tomorrow. Looking at you, you must have just returned to Jiangchang. Although it's just a small lawsuit, it will still be quite troublesome. Then, she released her hand from the doorframe and walked towards the living room. I won't stop you anymore. If you want to leave, then go. I was caught off guard. Now I don't even have a job, and getting into a lawsuit is really unwise. Thinking of this, I instantly changed my expression. With such a nice house, how could I not rent it? I was just joking earlier. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you, Xiaoshuan? Su Xiaoshuan sat on the sofa, legs crossed, looking at me with a teasing expression. Xiaoshuan? I remember someone just called me Miss Su, right? Who called Miss Sue? I indignantly replied. Calling me that is too distant. What kind of relationship do we have? How can you call me Miss Sue? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuan laughed. Alright, then tell me what our relationship is. This time, I was at a loss for words again. Seeing my awkward expression, Su Xiaoshuan couldn't help but laugh. When we were in college, how did you used to call me? Baby, I tentatively called out. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Xiaoshuan felt a sharp tug in her heart, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She hurriedly looked out the window and stammered. What baby? Are we that familiar? Just call me Xiaoshuan. I scratched my head. Not far away, Li Weiqian was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen Su Xiaoshuan show such an expression, and he couldn't help but exclaim, these two have an unusual relationship. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuan suddenly looked at him. Why are you still here? My intermediary fee, Li Weiqian tentatively asked. Su Xiaoshuan waved her hand. I'll transfer it to you later. Alright, then I'll leave first. Li Weiqian hurriedly left the room and kindly closed the door, plunging the room back into a dead silence. I tentatively broke the silence. Xiaoshuan, how about I transfer the rent and deposit to you? Su Xiaoshuan took out her phone. Add me on Green Bubble. I've changed my contact information for years because I was afraid of being found. After the money was transferred, Su Xiaoshuan put her phone away without even looking at it and then stood up, saying, Alright, Mr. Yen, remember to transfer the rent to me every 3 months from now on. Seeing this, I hurriedly said, Okay, then I won't see you off. Who said I was leaving? Su Xiaoshuan leaned closer to me. Do you want me to leave that badly? The enchanting fragrance invaded my nose, constantly assaulting my nerves. After staying in the temple for 3 years, I hadn't been in contact with women for a long time, and such a beautiful woman was right in front of me, stirring up my thoughts again. No, calm down, I shouted in my heart, taking a deep breath and stepping back. Little dear, let me tell you the truth. Actually, after I left Jiangcheng, I stayed in the temple for 3 years. Su Xiaoshuan blinked. Is it a temple? I nodded. Yes, I have already attained enlightenment. I know I have let you down, but I swear, I have really turned over a new leaf. Su Xiaoshuan looked at me in disbelief. What I meant by that was to make Su Xiaoshuan stop bothering me. But this message took on a different meaning in her ears. When an ex-boyfriend suddenly says he has turned over a new leaf and won't mess around anymore, isn't that just a sign that he wants to get back together? Su Xiaoshuang's heart suddenly raced. Clearly, she wanted to kill me, but upon seeing me, she still softened. No, if I casually agree, wouldn't that make me seem very casual? She was engaged in a fierce internal struggle, and then turned her head with a slight blush. I'm not so easy to forgive you, but if you behave well, I can still consider it. What Su Xiaoshuang said was naturally about getting back together, but it sounded like something else in my ears. I thought to myself that being honest was indeed useful. She was already considering not to trouble me anymore. So I hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely perform well and let you see my changes. Although the two were chatting across servers, they both got the results they wanted. After that, they chatted casually, and soon it was dark. Alright, it's getting late. Su Xiaoshuang scratched her cheek. Then I'll head back first. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xiaoshuan looked at me with some complaints. Aren't you supposed to perform well? Aren't you going to see me off? Of course I will see you off. Then I pretended to be a gentleman and opened the door for Su Xiaoshuang, saying, Please, Lady Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang was a bit surprised. After all, the old me would never do such things. It seems I really have been reflecting. Su Xiaoshuang bit her lip and shyly walked out of the room. Yanqi thought as he followed her. He took it all the way to the underground parking lot. Sudsy Frost walked up to a pink McLaren 720S. This car is over $3 million, right? This little ninny is still so rich. Yanqi thought in his heart. At this time, Su Xiao Frost turned to look at Yanqi. In a small voice, he asked, Can I come to you next time? Yanqi froze at first. He was tempted to refuse, but he understood it was best not to offend Su Xiaoshuang. Of course, any time. Yanqi smiled and nodded. Su Xiaoshuang hummed softly in satisfaction. Humph, that's more like it. She then opened the car door and got in. I'm off then. Oh. Su Xiaoshuang waved her hand somewhat fondly, and then she started the car. Watching the car walk away, Yanqi was completely relieved. Phew, little life is finally saved. The reason he was so nervous, it was because with Su Xiaoshuang's family history, a random strike could take his little life. But this girl, she's still as beautiful as before. Yanqi lamented, but he immediately put away that thought. Amit ba, can't think anymore. Yanqi had made up his mind that he would never be tempted by a woman again. On the other hand, Su Xiao Frost was humming a strange little tune in the car. Suddenly something occurred to her, so he took out his cell phone and dialed. Hey, Li Weiqian, is there any room available on the 5th floor of my building? Preferably closer to 505. My friend? It's not my friend who wants to stay, it's me, 507, right across from 505? Okay, that's it. When she hung up the phone, her face was one of unconcealed elation. The next day, Yan-Chi got up early. He has several interview appointments today. It has to be taken seriously in order to survive. But while the ideal is beautiful, the reality is cruel. Yan-Chi's college major was marketing. It's not supposed to be easy to get a job with this kind of specialty. Plus Yan-Chi went to the temple for 3 years after graduating from college. His resume can only be described as pretty ugly. Although he had prepared for it, it turned out to be worse than he had expected. Mr. Yen, you didn't join the workforce for 3 years after you graduated from college. Why is that? The HR of the first house inquired in disbelief. This is quite a fatal problem. Yankee didn't put going to the temple on his resume. After all, this stuff doesn't half help in getting a job. Yankee couldn't tell the truth. Of course. So out came the speech that had already been prepared. I've been studying for my exams for the past 3 years. So you just failed graduate school and that's why you're out looking for a job? HR hit the nail on the head. You're not too young to have almost zero work experience. Unfortunately, Yan-Chi was speechless. People are also right. His resume is just awful. There was one thing that puzzled Yan-Chi, though. You can see the resume on the recruiting software. If his resume is so crap, why did the other guy say yes to his interview? He later realized that it was just HR punching results. HR also has metrics every month. Oftentimes in order to meet targets, HR will just make random appointments on recruiting software to come in for interviews. Candidates come in and then casually dismiss them. This way HR's monthly targets are fulfilled. He traveled to a second company immediately after being rejected by the first. But the results are similar. HR just brushed off Yanch with a couple of random perfunctory comments. And then the third and the fourth were all like that. Soon the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yanchi was down to the last company he hadn't interviewed with. He walked down the street very wearily. The day's encounters today had left him a little exhausted. Yanchi didn't even want to interview this last one. After all, if you're going to get scrubbed anyway, is there any point in going? No, it still has to go. Yanch shook his head. The last one is a media company called Inkart Media. Yanchi very skillfully came to the front desk. Hello, I'm here for an interview. The receptionist's eyes lit up when she saw Yan-Chi. So handsome. The first few employees who saw Yan-Chi had the same first reaction, but when they finished reading Yan-Chi's resume, they would all instantly lose interest in Yan-Chi. Okay, I'll contact HR for you now, said the receptionist girl enthusiastically. Meanwhile, inside a studio within the company, a beautiful woman in a tight lady's suit with high heels is lashing out at her subordinate. What are you guys saying? Zhou Wenyao broke his appointment? The woman roared with an angry face. The subordinates hurriedly explained. Mr. Zhang, Zhou Wenyao said that his finger scraped a bit of skin and he needs to make a trip to the hospital, so he requested to reschedule the shooting to tomorrow. The woman was shaking with anger at the words. I knew it. None of these traffic stars are reliable. Today is the day that Inkart Media shoots the cover of its Ace magazine, HQ, for the magazine. For this they also had a date with the latest hot traffic star, Zhou Wenyao. As a result, the personnel were ready, and Zhou Wenyao directly said he would not come. Now they have two choices. One is to hold their breath and wait until tomorrow to shoot. But the question is, what if the other party breaks another appointment? The girls are on a tight schedule, and if the magazine cover doesn't turn out well, it will definitely affect the whole company. The second is to kick Chow Man-Yu's ass and keep filming with a new one. At this time, the subordinate cautiously proposed, Mr. Zhang, why don't we temporarily appoint a model to come over? Where to go for an appointment? The high-quality slots are all full. Should we go and find some crooked dates to model? Mr. Zhang sighed. It's their Ace magazine. It's something that can never go wrong. The subordinates bowed their heads. If there's a problem with the cover, then they might not be able to keep their jobs. Mr. Zhang helplessly covered his forehead. You guys think about it first. I'll go out to get some air. After she walked out of the studio, her subordinates hastened to discuss it. Mr. Zhang, on the other hand, leaned against the wall of the corridor and searched his mind for any models that could be used. That's when she heard voices coming from deeper down the hallway. Mr. Zhang turned his head to look and realized that it was the voice from the other side of the conference room. By the way, I think I have an interview today. She shook her head. Doesn't matter. It's nothing to do with me anyway. The door to the conference room in the distance opened, and a well-built man stepped out of it. He was holding his crumpled resume in his hands and looked rather dejected. Mr. Zhang's gaze fell on the man. She froze, then jerked upright. Mr. Zhang looked closer with some disbelief. After confirming that there was no mistake, she murmured in a small voice, Yan-Chi, Chapter 4, Modeling, MS. Zhang froze in place, and by the time she reacted, Yan-Chi had already left. She rushed over toward the conference room. Just as I got to the door, a couple H'ers came out of the house. Ha ha ha, that kid looks human, but his resume turned out to be as good as. HR laughed as they discussed the interview they just had. That's right, young people nowadays dare to have an empty window for 3 years. I'm afraid they will never find a job again. At that moment, they saw Mr. Zhang walking over, so he hurriedly shut up and greeted Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, what was the name of the person you just interviewed? Mr. Zhang inquired with some anxiety. The HRs froze for a moment, then looked at each other. I think the name is Yen Qi. Are you sure it's Yen Qi? A light erupted in Mr. Zhang's eyes. The HR guys nodded. Yeah, it's called Yanch. Mr. Zhang took a deep breath and said to himself, phew, it's really you. She was deep in thought and the HRs across the table were completely afraid to disturb her. A silence fell over the scene. After a while, Mr. Zhang slowly spoke. Go call him back and ask him if he is willing to work in our company. Ha! The HRs were shocked. Mr. Zhang, but that person's resume is so bad that he can't be qualified for our company's marketing. Who said to let him do marketing? Mr. Zhang shook his head. Ask him if he wants to do modeling. Meanwhile, Yen Qi walked out of the company with his head hanging down. As it turned out, this company didn't look at him either. Although I was prepared for this, I couldn't help but feel a little down. Still no? He sighed helplessly. Or maybe it's better to get a delivery. With his current savings, he wouldn't last 3 months. Gotta get money somehow to do that. Thinking of this, Yen Qi was ready to go home first. But just then, a voice called out to him. Mr. Yen, wait. Yen Qi turned his head to look. Found out it was one of the HR that just interviewed him. What's the matter? He asked, somewhat listlessly. HR had a formulaic smile on his face. Mr. Yen, we just had another discussion. We think you have a very good offer. Are you interested in coming to work for our company? Yen Qi froze for a moment. He didn't hear right. The other guy is actually offering a job? Really? Yen Qi's eyes lit up. HR nodded and turned towards the company. Yes, come in with me and let's talk about the specifics of the job. Good. Yen Qi hurriedly followed. Don't worry, I'm a strong learner. I'll be able to do this marketing job soon. At these words, HR stopped somewhat awkwardly. Mr. Yen, I forgot to tell you. Actually, it's not the marketing side of the job we're offering you. Ha? Yen Qi was a bit confused. What kind of job is that? We can't make him a janitor, can we? Then he might as well be delivering. Modeling. Are you interested? HR asked tentatively. Yanch blinked. Modeling? Me? I haven't done this before. In fact, when he was in college before, he was scouted for modeling and such. But at that time, Yen Qi, who was having fun with his feet in 5 boats, directly refused. It's okay, modeling is easy. HR hurriedly said. There will be professional teachers to guide you on poses and stuff. You just need to relax. Yen Qi sniffed and fell into thought. Modeling? It's not impossible. After all, with his current financial situation, it was good enough to have a decent job. HR across the street was a little nervous, too. She was afraid that Yen Qi wouldn't be interested. After all, she had heard about the plight of today's cover shoot. At this time Yen Qi suddenly asked, so how much money can you get in a month as a model? HR's heart was glad. Asking about treatment indicates interest. We can talk in detail about the treatment. HR made a gesture of invitation. Anyway, let's go in first and talk. Yes, for models in our company, the base salary is 8,000. And there will also be a commission based on the workload. HR explained the treatment to Yen Qi. If the magazine sells well, there will also be bonus dividends. Yen Qi heart is very pleasantly surprised. The base salary is 8,000. And there are commission and dividends. This month at least also have more than 10,000 bar. You know, the marketing he interviewed for only had a base salary of 6,000. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. HR handed Yen Qi the labor contract. Yen Qi took it and looked at it carefully. It was found that there were no pithy clauses, so he signed the contract without the slightest hesitation. HR got up with satisfaction. Mr. Yen, there just happens to be a shooting project today. Would you like to try it first? A newbie tutorial? Yen Qi thought in his mind, though he was already tired from the day. But after all, you've just joined the workforce, so it's better to be positive. Good. Yen Qi agreed. HR was instantly relieved to finally have a replacement model. Yen Qi followed HR out of the conference room. Little did he know that he was about to shoot the company's Ace magazine. After all, he just joined and it would be nice to have a third-rate magazine to slap around. Yen Qi followed HR all the way to the studio of. HR pushed open the door. I brought the guys. What do you think? As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a group of people in the room gathered around him. They surrounded Yen Qi in the center and watched carefully. About 185 or so. Height fits. Nice. Great looks too. very much in line with this one. Simply perfect. People cheered. Excellent. Worthy of being the person chosen by Mr. Zhang. Their jobs are finally saved. Yanqi was shocked by them. What are you guys? Don't be afraid. The middle-aged photographer in the lead smiled and extended his hand. My name is Zhang Yuwei. We'll definitely be working together a lot more in the future. Yanqi shook his hand. My name is Yanqi. Mr. Yan, right? The photographer nodded. Have you ever modeled before? Yanqi shook his head. It's okay if you've never been one. We'll teach you how to pose. Yanqi was then pulled by a group of people into the light. HR sees this and quietly exits the studio. As a result, I ran into Mr. Zhang as soon as I left the house. She hurriedly greeted. Mr. Zhang, the person has already signed the contract and is filming. Aha. Mr. Zhang nodded. Then there's nothing else to do, so I'll be on my way. HR prepared to leave. But then Mr. Zhang called out to her. By the way, did you guys laugh at the applicants behind their backs before? Calling someone's resume. I think I remember telling your HR department that whoever applies for a job has to remain respectful. HR's mind was blown. She didn't expect Mr. Zhang to listen. She really wanted to slap herself twice, and her mouth was so indebted. HR hurriedly apologized. Right. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. We were just joking. Then I hope you won't make such jokes. Mr. Zhang looked at HR. Can you do that? Yes. We'll be sure to warn them when we get back. Well, go ahead. Mr. Zhang waved his hand. HR grayed out. Mr. Zhang then quietly opened the door to the studio room. Inside the room, Yanqi is posing somewhat clumsily. General Manager Zhang gently bit her lip at the sight, revealing a touch of a little womanly gesture. Stinking Yanqi, returning to Cloud City and not coming to find me. Chapter 5. Female boss is also an ex-girlfriend? Since Yanqi was a first-time shooter, he was severely inexperienced, so it took a whole 5 hours of filming to finish. By the time it was over, it was 11 p.m. Yanqi sat down in his chair wearily. This job was so much more tiring than he thought it would be. Good work, Mr. Yan. The cameraman and assistants nodded their heads at Yanqi. It wasn't a smooth process, but it turned out to be quite good. They made a very successful set of photos. During this period of time, their address to Yanqi also changed from Mr. Yan to Mr. Yan. At this time, an employee walked over to Yanqi. Mr. Yan, Mr. Zhang asked you to come to our office. Mr. Zhang? Yanqi was a bit puzzled. The clerk nodded. Yes, it's the president of our company. She wants to meet you. Good. Yanqi stifled his fatigue and got up, as much as he wanted to hurry home and go to bed. But since the leader is calling, it's still a good idea to make a trip over there. The piece of the human condition must be taken. Yanqi followed the clerk to an office door. Just knock on the door and go in. The clerk pointed to the door and then left. Yanqi walked up to the door and knocked. Come in. A female voice came from the house. Yanqi scratched his head at the words. What a familiar voice. No. It's supposed to be an illusion. How could it be her? With that in mind, he opened the door directly and walked in. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Yanqi shouted with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang sat in the boss chair with his back to Yanqi. Is the work still comfortable? Adapt to adapt. Thanks to the appreciation of the leadership. So when did you return to Cloud City? I came back yesterday. Yanqi stopped in mid-sentence. He sensed something was wrong. How did Mr. Zhang know he was back in Cloud City? At this time, Mr. Zhang turned around. I only came back yesterday. In that case then I don't blame you, right? Yanqi's entire body froze when he saw Mr. Zhang's appearance. Zhang Yuwei, he shrieked out in disbelief. Seeing this face, Yanqi recalled many things that had happened. Zhang Yuwei, one of his former ex-girlfriends. It was also the person Yanqi felt most guilty about in his heart. Yanqi remembers the first time they met on a rainy night during the first semester of his sophomore year. He had a movie he really wanted to see that day, and it turned out that his girlfriends had pressing matters, so Yanqi had to run off to the movies alone. Since it was a night show, there were only 2 people in the movie theater. Aside from Yanqi, there was only one girl left next to her. That girl is Zhang Yuwei. She was fairly plainly dressed at the time. White t-shirt, jeans, canvas shoes, a short black hair as well as a black framed glasses. Even though she was dressed in simple clothes, she couldn't hide her good-looking features. Yanqi was a proper scummy sea king at the time. The first reaction to seeing a beautiful woman is to go up and ask for a contact. Zhang Yuwei was very wary at first, but under Yanqi's deft tongue, she eventually unloaded her defenses. The two talked for a long time in the movie theater. Unlike Su Xiaoshang's illustrious family history, Zhang Yuwei's family is quite difficult. Although she did well in the college entrance exams, her family could not afford the tuition fees, so Zhang Yuwei had no choice but to go out to work. During her part-time job, She fell in love with photography. The book says watching movies is helpful in learning photography. That's why Zhang Yuwei comes to the movies often. She looks at the night shows, though, because they're the cheapest. In casual conversation, the two gradually familiarized themselves, but also exchanged contact information with each other. Although Yanqi is a scumbag, he's also a serious scumbag. He is willing to go to great lengths to pursue a woman he likes. Zhang Yuwei loves photography. Then Yanqi has supplemented a lot of knowledge about photography. The two often met up for nighttime movies together after that. After the show broke up, it was time to get together and discuss things about photography. One thing led to another and the two got together. They were quite attached at the time. Yanqi also gave Zhang Yuwei a DSLR. Although it was only a starter model, Zhang Yuwei was still moved to cry for a long time at that time. Unlike Yanqi, Zhang Yuwei's love is quite specialized. For her, since she fell in love with Yanqi, it was for life. At that time, Zhang Yuwei thought about her future with Yanqi every day, wallow in a vision of bliss, but the illusion eventually broke down. The year he graduated from his senior year, Yanqi's foot in 5 boats came to light. Yanqi remembers very clearly that Zhang Yuwei was the first ex-girlfriend to find him at that time, but Zhang Yuwei neither cried nor made a scene. She just transferred some money to Yanqi and told him to hurry up and leave Cloud City. Just get out of here. They really want to kill you, especially that woman. We don't understand why you're doing this, but let's just break up. These were the last 2 words Zhang Yuwei said to Yanqi. That day Yanqi was the first time he knew what kind of look a heart like death was. Obviously, her heart has been broken by Yanqi, but Zhang Yuwei still assists Yanqi in escaping. It's been 3 years since then. At this moment, Yanqi was staring at Zhang Yuwei with a deadly stare. The change in the Zhang Yuwei in front of her was too great. Not a bit of the youthfulness that was there before. At the moment, she is a proper image of a strong woman. Yanqi was a bit speechless for a moment. Sister Wei, what kind of luck is he having? Rent a room. Landlord is an ex-girlfriend. Get a job where the head of the company is still an ex-girlfriend. This is not going to let anyone live. Still recognizes me. Zhang Yuwei laughed. I thought that you, a big slag, had already forgotten about me. Yanqi lowered his head. How could I forget? Then why didn't you come to me when you returned to Cloud City? Zhang Yuwei got up and walked over to Yanqi. I've never changed my cell phone number, and it's not like I'm one of your ex-girlfriends thinking about killing you. Yanqi sighed, and then he told Zhang Yuwei all about the 3 years he had spent at the temple. Sister Wei, I know I used to be a scum, but I really want to change my ways now, Yanqi said very seriously. Zhang Yuwei was a bit surprised to hear this, and then she laughed softly. Ha ha ha, no wonder they couldn't find you. So you went to become a monk. Yanqi shook his head helplessly. Laugh if you want. If it's you, do whatever I can accept. He felt really guilty about Zhang Yuwei. A trace of intolerance flashed in Zhang Yuwei's eyes. I'm not laughing at you, La. Zhang Yuwei patted Yanqi's head. Seeing that you're safe and sound, I'm sort of relieved. Zhang Yuwei is 2 years older than Yanqi. That's why she enjoyed patting Yanqi on the head when the two of them got along in the first place. It's not early yet. Zhang Yuwei looked out the window. Yanqi also reacted at this time. Oh no. What time did the subway stop running in Yuncheng? It seems like it's 11:30 at night. Zhang Yuwei looked at her cell phone. It's already 11:40 now. Yanqi sniffed and covered his forehead. Forget it, I'd better take a taxi back. Zhang Yuwei looked at Yanqi and said with a little thought. I'll send you home. Chapter 6, The Terrible Shura. Yanqi hurriedly shook his head. No, I'll just take a cab. What's the point of being polite to me? Still afraid that I'll eat you. Zhang Yuwei grabbed Yanqi's arm. Let's go. Yanqi also had no choice but to follow Zhang Yuwei out of the office. The two of them were the only ones left in the company at this point. Zhang Yuwei looked at the empty company and turned her head to Yanqi. How is it? This company of mine is not bad, right? Aha. Yanqi nodded with some emotion. It must have been hard to make it like this in just 3 years. Zhang Yuwei bit her lip. She had heard countless compliments over the years. Some have praised her as a business genius, while others have praised her for doing things in a thunderous manner. But no one ever cared if she worked hard. This reminded Zhang Yuwei of many past events with Yanqi. At that time, she had to work during the day in order to learn photography, and only had time to study at night. Yanqi was always by her side, and the most Yanqi said at the time was, Are you tired? Why don't you take a break? Don't burn your body out. Sure enough, you're still you. Zhang Yuwei murmured in a small voice. Yanqi didn't hear clearly. What? It's nothing. Let's go. Zhang Yuwei laughed. I'll send you home. The two made their way to the underground garage. Zhang Yuwei's car was a black BMW X5. Yanqi was a bit surprised. This car's gotta be $500,000 or $600,000. It's only been 3 years, and Zhang Yuwei drives such a nice car? Get in the car. Zhang Yuwei helped Yanqi open the car door. After Yanqi got into the car, Zhang Yuwei asked, Where do you live now? Nanyang District. Mirror Lake Home. Yanqi said and fastened his seatbelt. Buckle up and get going. Mirror Lake Homes is not far from the company. It took less than half an hour to get to the entrance of the neighborhood. Just send it here. I'll just walk in. Yanqi unbuckled his seatbelt intending to get out of the car. At this time, Zhang Yuwei suddenly said, Can I go up and have a seat? Ha! Yanqi jerked his head around. But then Zhang Yuwei reacted that there seemed to be an ambiguity in the words. Don't get me wrong. I just want to talk to you. She hurriedly explained. Yanqi looked out the window. But it's already 12 o'clock. So I have to work tomorrow, right? Don't worry about that. Zhang Yuwei laughed. The company has a rule that if you work overtime at night, you are allowed to take a transfer the next morning. And of course the overtime pay will not be less for you. Yanqi was a little surprised. So good. This boss is too conscientious to be a boss. Since the leader had given the word, it was not good for him as a subordinate to refuse. Okay, but I haven't cleaned up much at home. It's okay, just so I can help. So Zhang Yuwei drove the car directly to the underground garage. The two then went upstairs. But what Yanqi didn't realize was that there was a pink McLaren 720S parked in the corner of the garage. And on the other side, the door to room 505. Su Xiaoshan was holding a lunchbox in her hand, crouching against the wall. Why isn't this asshole back yet? She stomped her foot in some exasperation. This afternoon she moved her luggage across the street to room 507. Su Xiaoshan planned to live across the street from Yanqi from now on. In order to surprise Yanqi, she even made some meals with her own hands. It turned out to be 12 o'clock and Yanqi hadn't come back yet. This dog man isn't going to run off and fool around again, is he? Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshan only felt a burst of fire. Ugh, what am I mad about? It's obviously broken up. She sighed and shook her head. Never mind, let's go back. Su Xiaoshan was a bit lost and intended to return to room 507. But then, not far away, the elevator doors opened. Two people, a man and a woman, were talking and laughing as they walked down the elevator. Su Xiaoshan keenly noticed that one of them was Yanqi. Then she rushed to look at the woman next to Yanqi. So familiar. She's seen this woman before. For a while, Su Xiaoshan's mind spun rapidly. Soon she remembered the man. Zhang Yuwei. Su Xiaoshan shouted out the woman's name. When Yanqi's scummy behavior first came to light, his 5 ex-girlfriends had briefly met a few times. For the purpose of jointly pursuing Yanqi, Su Xiaoshan had a deep impression of Zhang Yuwei. Back then, when the girls discussed how they should get back at Yanqi, only Zhang Yuwei acted absent-minded. Su Xiaoshan could see that although Zhang Yuwei was disappointed in Yanqi, she did not want to take revenge on him. Then Yanqi escaped and they haven't seen each other since. Yanqi and the two of them were startled when they heard Su Xiaoshuang's voice. Especially Yanqi. He hastened to look at the 505 doorway. Upon seeing Su Xiaoshuang, Yanqi only felt cold sweat break out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this little ancestor here? Yanqi sucked in a breath of cool air. This is awkward. It's also his ex-girlfriend across the street and next to him. Jesus Christ, are you trying to mess with me? Yanqi sighed in his heart. Next to her, Zhang Yuwei also recognized Su Xiaoshan. She looked at Yanqi with some dissatisfaction. Oops, didn't someone say that they only returned to Cloud City yesterday? How is it that little girlfriends are already coming to the door? Yanqi hurriedly waved his hand. You've misunderstood. Let me explain. Before he could finish, Su Xiaoshan had already angrily walked over. Good you Yanqi you swore yesterday that you wouldn't mess around anymore. She grabbed Yanqi's neck collar. It's only been a day and you've brought a woman home, haven't you? Yanqi shook his head. No, that's not it. How was that? Su Xiaoshan and Zhang Yuwei asked in unison. Yanqi only felt the pressure on his face. One ex-girlfriend is scary enough. Two together is even more suffocating. Yanqi took a deep breath and then pointed to Su Xiaoshan. This is my current landlord. I just happened to run into him yesterday when I rented the room. He then pointed to Zhang Yuwei. This is my boss at work. I just happened to run into her today while looking for a job. As outrageous as it sounds, it really is all coincidence. I really didn't around. Really? Su Xiaoshan asked with some misgivings. Zhang Yuwei was also caught up in thought. It was indeed a coincidence that Yanqi was looking for a job today. Really? I swear to God. Okay. Yanqi raised 3 fingers. If I lie, go out and get hit by a car. Alright. Zhang Yuwei loudly interrupted Yanqi. There's no need to take this kind of poisonous oath over such a trivial matter. Then she looked at Su Xiaoshan. What Yanqi said is true. He did happen to be recruited by me into the company today. I gave him a ride back, and only because I was working late and the subway was out of service. Is that so? Su Xiaoshan asked aggressively. Then is it necessary to deliver it to your doorstep? Zhang Yuwei smiled at his words. Even putting aside the relationship Yanqi and I once had, we are still considered old acquaintances. It's only natural to want to talk after not seeing you for so long, isn't it? Then she turned the tables. It's you. Why are you still here at night as his landlord? It can't be to collect rent, can it? Zhang Yuwei looked at the lunchbox in Su Xiaoshan's hands. Su Xiaoshan was dumbfounded by the dislike. She could only mouth off. None of your business. This is my house. I can come when I want. Seeing that the situation was a bit off, Yan Shi saw this and hurriedly said, alright, just make it clear that it's a misunderstanding. Aha. Zhang Yuwei nodded. Let's also stop disturbing the people in the corridor. It's better to go inside to talk about what we have to say. She looked at Xu Xiaoshuan with a slightly provocative look. I'm going to have a chat with Yan Shi tonight. Is the landlord coming? Just come. I have something to talk about too. Su Xiaoshan looked back without showing any weakness. Yanch thought somewhat breathlessly. Didn't anyone ask my opinion? Chapter 7, Drinking. Yanchi when he came out of the temple 3 days ago, the abbot of the temple said to him in a serious tone, Master Yan, you are destined to commit a peach blossom offense, so please don't make the same mistake in the future. Don't worry, abbot, I will definitely stay away from women in the future. Yan Qi repeatedly assured, but it's only been 3 days and things are already off track. At this moment, Yan Qi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with his ex-girlfriend Xu Xiaoshan sitting on his left, and his ex-girlfriend Zhang Yuwei also on his right. This is such an awkward situation. Yan Qi was the first to break the silence. We don't have to be crammed on a couch. I don't mind the squeeze. This is fine. Zhang Yuwei shook her head. Su Xiaoshan hummed lightly. Then I don't mind the squeeze. With that the room fell silent again. Oh my god. Someone save me. Yan Qi helplessly covered his forehead. 3 years have passed. He doesn't even know what to say to them so he could only find a hard topic. By the way, are you guys hungry? Why don't I order some late night snacks? Hearing this, Su Xiaoshan remembered the meal she had cooked. She handed Yanqi her lunchbox. Here you go. What's this? Yanqi was a bit confused. Su Xiaoshan looked to the side somewhat sheepishly. I cooked too much today, so I'll send you a little bit. Ha? Yanqi took the lunchbox. You didn't wait from afternoon until now, did you? How could that be? Su Xiaoshan loudly defended. I just happened to be passing by. Don't think too much. Okay. Yanqi smiled somewhat helplessly. This girl was still the same as before. At this time, Zhang Yuwei, who was on the side, suddenly asked, Want a beer? Beer? Yanqi looked at Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yuwei pointed at her cell phone. Didn't you say you wanted to have a snack? How about a kebab and a beer? Yanqi hurriedly shook his head. Beer is fine. To drink. Su Xiaoshan shouted with some excitement. Zhang Yuwei also disregarded Yanqi's opinion. Okay, let's have some beer then. Soon she was on the takeout app, ordering takeout. I remember you have a poor drinking capacity, right? Zhang Yuwei patted Yanqi, the kind that gets drunk after drinking 1 bottle. Mentioning this matter, Su Xiaoshang also chimed in. Yes. I remember he got drunk once and wailed. There's still this? Zhang Yuwei also came to be interested. Su Xiaoshan pulled out her cell phone. Hey, I still have pictures here. Don't. Yanqi tried to grab the phone. Why do you still have it? Su Xiaoshan let out a bad smile and threw the cell phone to Zhang Yuwei with a high toss. Zhang Yuwei caught the cell phone with one hand. On the cell phone was a picture of Yanqi and Su Xiaofrost. Yanqi on the photo was red in the face. Holding Su Xiaoshan's waist was crying bitterly. The crying was quite ugly. Zhang Yuwei burst out laughing. Ha. Yanqi got shy in a rare way. There's such a thing as black history, and it's so shameful. Zhang Yuwei handed the cell phone back to Su Xiaoshan. Then she picked up her own cell phone. I've got a few treasures here too. Want to see them? To see. Su Xiaoshan hurriedly came over. The two then pointed to their cell phones and laughed while chatting about all sorts of gossip. Women are creatures who can forget everything when they talk about gossip. But Yanqi recoiled in relief. It's better to talk gossip than saber rattling. After a while there was a knock at the door. Takeout is here. Zhang Yuwei raised her head. Yanqi got up. I'll go get it. He walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door stood a panting delivery boy. It's room 505, right? At his feet lay 3 cases of beer and a large bag of kebabs. So many. Yanqi was a bit surprised. At this time, the two of them, Su Xiaoshan, also walked out. If you can't finish it, just save it for next time. 1 box for each person and move it in. Zhang Yuwei laughed. The delivery man looked at the duo of Su Xiaoshan and then at Yanqi, eyes full of envy. 2 great beauties sharing a room with a man, and 3 more cases of beer. What happens after this is just too much to think about. Sudsy Frost and the two of them each carried a case of beer into the house. Yanqi lifted a box as well, and he nodded to the delivery man. Please. And the delivery man just said meaningfully, Dude, take care of yourself. He then turned away in style. This. Yanqi was a bit confused. Did he misunderstand something? At the dinner table, Sudsy Frost took a sip of his cold beer. Ah, it's been a long time since I've had a painful beer. She leaned back in her chair contentedly. Zhang Yuwei also poured herself a cup and drank it down freely. Then let's drink more tonight. There's nothing to do tomorrow anyway. This person, is actually quite good. Su Xiaoshan laughed. She raised her glass. I'll give you a toast. You're welcome. Zhang Yuwei raised her cup and clinked it with Su Xiaoshan. Just as the two of them were drinking freely, Yanqi silently opened the lunchbox given by Su Xiaoshan. Inside the lunchbox was Beijing sauce and shredded pork over rice. Yanqi's favorite food when he was in college. It's a bit cold, isn't it? I'll go heat it up for you. Su Xiaoshan wanted to get up, but Yanqi stopped him directly. No need, cool is fine. He picked up his chopsticks and took a taste. Familiar flavors filled the mouth. For a while, Yanqi was in a bit of a trance. It made him feel like he was back in college. At that time, Xu Xiaoshang always made food for Yanqi. Is it good? Su Xiaoshan tasted tentatively. I haven't made it in a long time. I don't know if it still tastes right. Yanqi smiled and nodded. Well, it's just as delicious as before. Humph, that's for sure. Su Xiaoshang hummed softly in triumph. Yanqi looked at Su Xiaofrost with some guilt in his heart. At first, Su Xiaoshan was so good to him, but he didn't cherish it at all and only cared about his own pleasure. He grabbed a can of beer from the table, opened it and slammed it down. Yanqi, don't! Zhang Yuwei tried to stop it, but Yanqi had already finished his drink in one go. As the bottle of wine went down, Yanqi's face instantly turned red. If you can't drink it, don't drink it. Zhang Yuwei hurriedly took the bottle to the side. Yanqi only felt dizzy. He's been like this since he was a kid and can't drink at all. His friends always teased him, and the kids' table all thought he was a poor drinker. Yanqi looked at the two of them. Little Frost, Sister Wei, it's me who has apologized to you. I'm not a thing. He slapped himself in a daze, and the snap was loud. This scared the Zhang Yuwei duo. Su Xiaoshan pulled Yanqi's arm as he did so. You're crazy. Don't stop me. Yanqi shook off Su Xiaoshan. I must apologize to you all today. I don't expect you to forgive me, but if you run into trouble in the future, come to me. Yanqi, will definitely go through fire and water. Su Xiaoshan sighed. Alright, don't go to the fire. You can't even speak well. Zhang Yuwei, on the other hand, smiled and drank another cup. Looking at Yanqi in this state reminded her of many past events. After Yanqi spouted another load of nonsense, he suddenly fell asleep with his head tilted. Hoo. Zhang Yuwei shook her head helplessly. She then got up and helped Yanqi up. So heavy. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang also came over to help. It took the combined efforts of the two to move Yanqi to the bed. Zhang Yuwei tenderly covered Yanqi with the quilt and patted his head. Really, I had wanted to have a chat with you. On the side, Su Xiaoshan watched Zhang Yuwei's actions. Out of nowhere, do you still like him? Chapter 8, Showdown. Zhang Yuwei looked at Su Xiaoshan in astonishment. She was a bit lost for words for a moment, so she could only say, "That's straightforward?" Su Xiaoshan nodded very seriously. Well, I like to be straightforward. Zhang Yuwei fell into deep thought. She shook her head, then nodded, finally sighing. I don't know, but, at least I don't hate him. Zhang Yuwei turned her head to look at the sleeping Yanqi. Her eyes were full of tenderness. I used to dream of being a photographer, but I was too poor to afford a camera back then. It was Yanqi who bought me my first DSLR, and it was also him who kept encouraging me to stick to my dream. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I would have only dared to dream in secret while working part-time. Zhang Yuwei touched Yanqi's hair. So whatever bad thing he did, I don't blame him. Zhang Yuwei looked at Su Xiaoshan. As for the love between a man and a woman, I'm not too sure. After all, it's been 3 years since I've seen you, so maybe it'll take a while to confirm. A hint of downturn flashed in Su Xiaoshan's eyes. Sure enough, he's good to you too. Then I'll be straight with you too. She looked at Zhang Yuwei with firm eyes. And I like Yanqi. Ugh. Zhang Yuwei's eyes widened in some surprise. Didn't you want to kill him? She remembered that the one who hated Yanqi the most at that time was Su Xiaoshan. At that time, she offered $500,000 to go after Yanqi. Su Xiaoshan bit her lip. That's right, I can't wait to kill him now too. But that doesn't conflict, she said with a firm shake of her head. Anyway, I won't let him get away this time. Zhang Yuwei grabbed Yanqi's ear as soon as she heard this and gently twisted it. You're quite the ravishing brat. She then looked at Su Xiaoshan and smiled. But it's not me you have to be wary of. What does that mean? Su Xiaoshan didn't understand. Zhang Yuwei looked out the window. This little scumbag had his foot in 5 boats in the first place. I remember none of them left Cloud City either. She stood up and returned to the table, picking up her beer and taking a drink. Those guys aren't as nice as I am. Su Xiaoshang also picked up a glass of wine. Anyway, no matter who it is, I won't lose. Zhang Yuwei smiled and pulled out her cell phone. Add a contact. I'm not going to compete with you for a while. Of course I'll let you know if Yanch dares to mess around with the company. Yes. Su Xiaoshang also pulled out her cell phone. The two have reached an alliance for the time being. The next day, it was 12 noon when Yanchi woke up. All he could feel was a foggy brain and something weighing him down. Yanchi slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he smelled was a smell of alcohol, and the sound of clattering showers came from his ears. He looked down and was taken aback, only to see that Su Xiaoshan was sleeping on top of him. Holy, what's going on here? Yanchi was a bit flustered. All he remembers is a bottle of wine last night and then nothing. It's over. It's over. I'm not going to get drunk. Yanchi sucked in a breath of cool air. He hurriedly moved Su Xiaoshan to the side first. Meanwhile, the sound of the shower disappeared from Yanch to the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel. Zhang Yuwei walked out of the bathroom. She took long, slender legs and walked over to the bed. Wake up. Yanchi hurriedly looked aside. What are you shy about? Zhang Yuwei teased. Make it seem like you've never seen it before. Yanchi then reacted. Yeah, not to mention Zhang Yuwei wrapped in a bath towel. Even the naked Zhang Yuwei, he had seen it countless times. It's just that he's a little out of practice after 3 years in the temple. So Yanchi looked at Zhang Yuwei and asked tentatively. I didn't do anything last night. Didn't do anything, did I? Goo. But what a little scum. Zhang Yuwei laughed. Can't you remember after doing something so excessive last night? Yanchi was shocked. Really? I won't treat you too. Zhang Yuwei finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, look at how scared you are. You couldn't do anything even if you wanted to if you slept so much. She pinched Yanchi's face. Don't worry about it, little scumbag. You didn't do anything. That's good. That's good. Yanchi was instantly relieved. It's so hard to stabilize life now. He didn't want to be chased by a woman again. So, Zhang Yuwei skimmed her lips. Sounds like you dislike me. Yanchi playfully scratched his head. No way. Sister Wei. I'm just glad I didn't mess around. That's more like it, if you dare to dislike me. Zhang Yuwei bent over to Yanchi. I won't be able to spare you. The aroma of her body wash drilled into Yanchi's nostrils, plus Zhang Yuwei's stunningly beautiful face. It made Yanchi's heart go a little haywire. He kept taking deep breaths and pushed the evil thoughts down. Alright, not messing with you. Zhang Yuwei laughed. There's something going on over at the company and I have to go over and fix it. Yanchi hurriedly got up at his words. Then I'll go with you. Forget it, I'll give you a day off and report to the company tomorrow. Zhang Yuwei waved her hand. With that she turned and went into the bathroom. After a while, Zhang Yuwei changed her clothes and walked out. She was just about to go out the door when she suddenly remembered something and turned her head to shout. Yanchi, don't mess around while I'm gone. I won't. Ha ha, let's go. Zhang Yuwei then left. Yanchi looked around the room. The house, which had been somewhat cluttered, had been tidied up and organized. This look is made by Zhang Yuwei. Since she was 2 years older than Yanchi, she always took great care of him. Sister Wei is still the same as before too. Yanchi sighed. He got up and out of bed and went to the bathroom to clean the smell of alcohol off his body. By the time he came out of the bathroom, Su Xiaoshan was also awake. Well, she rubbed her eyes in some confusion. Where am I? That's when she saw Yanchi. Yanchi, looks like I'm dreaming again. Su Xiaoshan laid down again. Yanchi laughed at the situation. Still laughing at me for not being able to hold my liquor. It seems that you don't have a good capacity for this kind of alcohol either. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshan instantly sobered up. She sat up violently. Yanch. Yeah, you're already back in Cloud City. Actually, she's not much of a drinker. 4 beers last night and I was drunk as hell. At this time, Su Xiaoshang suddenly remembered the conversation with Zhang Yuwei. Aha! She screamed out covering her face. What the hell am I talking about? People will always be ashamed of their former behavior, even if it's only been 10 hours. Su Xiaoshang only wanted to find a crack in the ground now. He himself went so far as to tell Zhang Yuwei, I still like Yanchi, and so on. This is so embarrassing. How could Yanchi know what Su Xiaoshuang was thinking? He covered his ears and waved his hands. Stop screaming. I didn't do anything. Where's Zhang Yuwei? Su Xiaoshuang looked around. Already back at the office. What do you want with her? Sudsy Frost continued to ask. She didn't say anything to you, did she? It doesn't say anything special, does it? Yanchi thought about it. Just molest him a little. Su Xiaoshuang was instantly relieved. It's okay. It's okay. What did you guys talk about after I fell asleep yesterday? Yanchi asked curiously. Su Xiaoshang smiled badly and said, chatting a lot such as whether to take advantage of your sleep. A knife stabbed you this scum and so on. Yanchi felt a coldness in his back. Although it sounded like a joke, he always felt that Su Xiaoshan could do this. For the sake of my life, it's better not to drink in the future. Chapter 9, The Ionosphere of Fans. The sunlight poured through the window and splashed on Su Xiaoshan's good-looking face. Yanchi stood behind her, running a comb through her hair. That's about right, isn't it? Yanchi tilted his head to look at Su Xiao Frost. Su Xiaoshan looked in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. It's quite good. The technique hasn't deteriorated. You've combed a lot of women's hair in the last 3 years. Stop it. I've spent the last 3 years with monks. Where are the women? Yan Qi snorted. He had often combed Su Xiaoshan's hair before, and his technique was already very skillful. Su Xiaoshan got up. She pinched the corner of her coat. By the way, do you have something to do this afternoon? She felt herself tense up again. Obviously, when we were together before, we did everything, but even now, when you ask such a common question, you still feel nervous. Yes, I have to go to the office this afternoon, Yan Qi said truthfully. Su Xiaoshan frowned. TSK, didn't that woman Zhang Yuwei say she'd give you a day off? Then I have to go too. After all, I just joined the workforce. I have to give my colleagues a good impression. Yan Qi patted his chest. Su Xiaoshan skimmed her lips. She had originally wanted to ask Yan Qi to go to the movies. Phew, next time then. Su Xiaoshan prepared to leave. Yan Qi followed behind. Do you need a ride? Forget it. Su Xiaoshan opened the door to the room, walked straight across the street to the door of room 507. No need for a ride if it's so close. She pulled out her access card and swiped it. The door to the room opened with a ding. This set of movements was so smooth and flowing that Yan Qi was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoshan looked at Yan Qi with some complacency. Is it strange? This entire building is mine. I can live wherever I want. Yan Qi was speechless for a moment. Is this the rich guy? It's still got a lot of swagger. Yan Qi followed suit and walked out of the room. Okay, then if you run into any trouble, just come over and knock on the door. Su Xiaoshan froze. She originally thought Yan Qi would be repulsed. She nodded a little sheepishly. Then you can knock on my door if you need to. Oh. But then she realized it was ambiguous and hastened to add, I'm talking about serious needs. It's good that this isn't explained, but it's even more skewed when it is. There can still be an immodest need. Ha! Yan Qi laughed and teased. Su Xiaoshan's face miso reddened as she pinched Yan Qi's waist flesh. You're the most immodest one. Ouch! 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 Yan Qi hurriedly begged for mercy. Su Xiaoshan let go of her hand and hummed lightly. Humph. It's good to know how powerful it is. Then she walked into 507 and turned her head threateningly. Don't forget what you said before. No screwing around in the company. With that, she simply closed the door to her room. Yan Qi touched the place where he was screwed. This little ninny screwing people still hurts so much. After packing up, Yan Qi directly moved to the company. He wasn't purposely trying to perfume Su Xiaoshan. Rather, they really intend to work seriously. Especially someone like him, who hasn't had a job in 3 years after graduation, would have to work harder to get by. The company isn't too far from Yan Qi's house. Half an hour by subway. Walk out of the subway station and walk another 3 minutes to the front door of the company. Ahem. Hello everyone. My name is Yan Qi, and my interests are. Yan Qi walked while thinking about what to do to introduce himself. Do you want to invite your coworkers to dinner tonight? With no work experience, he didn't know exactly what to do. Yan Qi walked near the company. The noise caught his attention. He looked up and saw a large group of women gathered around the company floor. They rushed the building and cursed. Give us an explanation as to what makes you dare to do this. Get thee out of here. How dare you do this to our brother? Come see. Everyone, Inkart Media is bullying honest artists and letting backdoor goods take over the shoot. They were also holding various signs, basically cursing the company. Yan Qi was shocked by the scene in front of him. What the hell? He scratched his head. After observing the group for a while, he got a general idea of what the group was for. These people are fans of a star named Zhou Wenyao, but Yan Qi had been in the temple for 3 years and had never heard of this man at all. I think that's what Visan was referring to when she said she had to take care of things. He looked at the group of rabid fans and his heart beat a little. It's not because he's a wimp. Rather, the basic tonnage on the opposite side is a bit too much. For some reason, fat people make up the majority of this group of rice circle women. There were 2 or 3 more in there that had to weigh 200 pounds upwards of megatons. Just looking at it is intimidating. I'm afraid that if they were to have a meatball impact, their bones would be shattered all over the place. Hiss, it's a bit scary. Yan Qi sucked in a breath of cool air, but after a moment's thought, he ventured toward the company. Zhang Yuwei is quite nice to him. How can he run away from the battle? So Yan Qi gathered his courage and walked behind the group. He spoke cautiously. Hello guys, I'd like to ask, what are you doing here? A woman turned around impatiently. None of your business. But the words stopped in mid-sentence. Yan Qi could do nothing else, but his appearance was still quite good. And the most important thing that the women in the rice circle value is their face value. So handsome, the woman whispered. The corner of Yan Qi's mouth twitched. This attitude change was too big. What are you guys doing here? He continued to ask. The rice circle woman spoke softly, and she pointed to the sign in her hand. This Inkart Media is so hateful. It was supposed to be our brother's cover shot. Turns out this company kicked our brother out and found a backdoor guy to get the cover. We are looking for that backdoor person today to see what kind of stinking dares to take the place of our family brother. The other rice circle women turned their heads when they heard the sound. After seeing Yen Shi, they all lit up. A handsome little man. It feels just a little bit worse than Wen Yao's brother. What's a little bit worse? A lot worse. Brother Wen Yao is the most handsome. This person is just a little bit handsome. It's not really that much of a difference. He's still a little taller than his brother. Yen Shi has been complimented by many people since he was a child. But it's the first time I've been complimented all over the place. This group of people is so scary. Yen Shi gulped. Still, he took a deep breath and continued. And do you know the man's name? I know. The women of the rice circle were in an uproar. That backdoor called Yen Shi. We absolutely cannot spare him. Chapter 10, Fury. Yen Shi Run was dumbfounded. After asking, it's him that the group is looking for. Yen Shi was in a cold sweat. Hiss, it can't be last night's shooting. That's if this group of rabid fans knew that he was Yen Shi. I'm afraid he'll be eaten alive then. Gosh, God, don't punish me like this. Yen Shi cried out in his heart in despair. It's so hard to stabilize your life, and you end up getting into trouble with a bunch of rice women. He'd heard about the horrible tactics of the rice circle. They will do anything to defend their brother. Stalking, surreptitious photographing, mansplaining, cyber violence. Just thinking about it made Yen Shi sweat. No, I can't let them find out I'm Yen Shi. So Yen Shi could only force a smile and said, So that's how it is. Then you guys go for it, huh? With that he turned and intended to leave. But the rice circle woman clearly didn't want to leave him alone. Little brother, what's your name? Are you an employee of this company? No, I'm just a passerby. Yen Shi hurriedly waved his hand. He just wanted to leave quickly now. But then someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Ugh, look guys, someone is posting pictures of Yen Shi in the group. At these words, everyone took out their cell phones in unison. A lot of intel is shared, such as a celebrity's schedule or dark information about the opposite family or something like that. Yen Shi was shocked when he heard this. No way. How did these guys get a picture of him? He was just about to run away when the female fans were already looking up at him. You're Yen Shi. You're the one who took over your brother's job. Asterisk. I'm so blind. I thought you were a good guy. You look like a ING person, but you're actually bad. Tell me, why did you take your brother's job? They surged towards Yen Shi in anger. Their heavy steps seemed to make the ground shake. Wait, you guys listen to my explanation? I don't even know who Zhou Wenyao is. Yen Shi hurriedly explained. But that comment added fuel to the fire instead. You don't even know your brother. Who are you fooling? The rice circle women became even more enraged. Are you jealous of our brother and deliberately smearing him? Right? They even took out their cell phones and took a bunch of random shots at Yen Shi. Look everyone. It's the individual who stole his brother's job. He's the backdoor guy. I'm afraid he's not a concubine with the owner of this company. At a glance, the owner of this company is no good either. The two of them are working together. Hearing this, Yen Shi's face clouded over. It was fine to scold him, but scolding Zhang Yuwei was really unbearable. Shut the up you guys. Yen Shi pushed away the rice circle women in front of him and cursed through gritted teeth. Any more ING nonsense and I'll tear your mouths apart. The rice circle women were stunned at first. They obviously didn't expect anyone to dare defy them, but it was followed by even more vicious yelling and cursing. Anxious, getting poked and prodded. Are we? Ha ha ha. I heard that the owner of this company is only 27 years old, so young to engage in making the company so big. Must have accompanied a lot of men. That with the man. You with her, a couple of adulterers. Before the man could finish, Yen Shi had already punched him. Bang! The man was knocked down with a punch. 180 pounds slammed right into the rice circle of women behind them. One down. One big one. Your mouths are ING cheap. Yen Shi had been completely pissed off. He couldn't care less about the group taking pictures with his cell phone. He just wanted to beat the crap out of them now. The group of women were clearly confused. You dare to hit a woman. A large group of women gathered around, but Yen Shi was not afraid in the least. At this moment, Yen Shi was as if he was possessed by a wrist hoe, and he was punching and kicking at this group of rice circle women. He was a big man of 5'1", plus he had practiced hard in the temple for the past 3 years. He's no match for these fat ass in combat. With every punch Yen Shi threw, a female fell to the ground, but at the same time, this group of women also attacked Yen Shi as if they were crazy. A messy battle was fought. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuwei was sitting leisurely in her office. To her this group of fans making trouble is a common occurrence. Nothing to be concerned about. She smiled and looked through her cell phone album. Last night when Yen Shi was asleep, she secretly took a lot of pictures. It's kinda cute, she whispered and laughed. Just then, a sharp knock came from the door. Mr. Zhang, it's no good. There's a fight down there. Just fight. Haven't we already called the police? Zhang Yuwei said unconcernedly. Just let the police handle it when they come later. No, it's Yanqi they're hitting, shouted the door. Zhang Yuwei froze. Yanqi? Didn't she give Yanqi a vacation? Zhang Yuwei stood up with a miso, and she ran towards the door like a madwoman, slamming the door open. You just said they were beating up Yanqi. Did you get a good look? Look closely. The group of fans are mobbing him, the employee outside the door hurriedly said. Zhang Yuwei instantly panicked. Quickly, hurry up and call someone to save Yanqi. Get everyone down there. Employees are intimidated. It was the first time she had ever seen her boss show such an expression. The usual subdued feeling was completely gone. Okay, I'll go get someone. The employee nodded and turned to run away. Zhang Yuwei was really scared. She was well aware of how difficult that group of rice women could be, in case Yanqi is broken by them. Zhang Yuwei trembled and hurriedly ran towards the stairs. Don't let anything happen, please. If anything happens to you, she prayed in her heart. As she rushed to the door of the office, sirens duly sounded in her ears. The police finally arrived, but Zhang Yuwei didn't have the heart to care about that anymore. The only thing in her eyes was Yanqi, who was not far away. At this point Yanqi wasn't in great shape. His nose was bleeding, his forehead was bruised, and he had scratches all over his body. But the group of rice women got beat up even worse. A dozen big fat men fell to the ground and kept wailing. The rest of the group saw the police coming and scattered. Yanqi also saw Zhang Yuwei. He was just about to say something when he was escorted into a police car by the police. When Zhang Yuwei saw this scene, she only felt her heart like a knife. Yanqi. Chapter 11. It's on the hot spot. Yanqi sat in a chair in the waiting room, covering his head. Two police officers stood next to them. To prevent conflict, the police department separates Yanqi and the rice circle women for questioning. Yanqi was just regretting it now. Very much so. It wasn't that he regretted hitting the group of diner girls. If he'd been given another chance, he'd have done it again. Yanqi regretted that he had caused trouble for Zhang Yuwei. Originally this matter was relatively simple. It's nothing more than a fan coming in and making a scene and calming it down. But after Yanqi hit the man, things could get messy. This matter involves traffic stars after all. It's definitely going to be on the hot seat. Soon the whole town will know about it. It would be fine if it was just Yanqi himself who was affected. Nothing more than being scolded. But if this spreads to Inkart media, then I'm afraid he'll die of guilt. This is Zhang Yuwei's 3 years of hard work. As a result, it could be ruined because he's on top of this. Got her in trouble again. Yanqi sighed. He had originally thought of working well to repay Zhang Yuwei. Now it's a good thing we're already in so much trouble before we even start working. Just as he was berating himself, the door to the waiting room opened. A policeman walked in with Zhang Yuwei. When Zhang Yuwei saw Yanqi, she hurriedly walked over. Yanqi, are you alright? She cupped Yanqi's face as she nervously looked left and right. I'm fine. It's just a small wound. Yanqi touched the wound on his forehead. Zhang Yuwei let out a soft sigh of relief. Then she grabbed Yanqi's shoulder and yelled. Yanqi, are you crazy? Why are you fighting with them? Didn't I give you a vacation? What are you doing at the office? Yanqi froze. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Yuwei get so angry. Even 3 years ago, when he had his foot in 5 boats exposed, Zhang Yuwei only complained about him a few times. It was evident how angry Zhang Yuwei was now. Sure enough, this company is too important to Sister Wei. Yanqi sighed in his heart. He understood Zhang Yuwei very well. He would have been so angry if his heart and soul had been casually destroyed. So he hurriedly said, Sister Wei, don't be angry. I've got it figured out. You go back to the other media and tell them that I'm a temp for our company. The whole thing was my doing alone. It has nothing to do with the company. Just fire me when you get there. Zhang Yuwei was a bit confused after hearing this. What the hell is Yanqi talking about? Is that what one is angry about? She's only angry because Yanqi got beat up. Zhang Yuwei was just about to explain when another policeman came in at the door. Yanqi, it's your turn. This is going to take him into the interrogation room. Yanqi immediately got up and followed the police out. Before he left, he said to Zhang Yuwei, Sister Wei, don't worry, the company will definitely be fine. The police were on official duty and Zhang Yuwei couldn't stop them. One could only watch as Yanqi was taken away, and that's 7 days away from seeing each other. In the end, Yanqi was administratively detained for 7 days for fighting and assault, and the same 7 days for the women who were caught in the dining room. Cell phones need to be surrendered when entering the detention center. Yanqi watched the news one last time. He's been on the hot seat for his beating. The hot headline reads, Male employee of media company assaults innocent female fan in the street. This title can only be described as taking journalism to the extreme. Yanqi has become a complete villain for the wrongdoers. The women who are in the rice circle, on the other hand, have become innocent victims. Not only that, but a sneaky handful of men and women against each other. The word male for male employees and female for female fans have been enlarged. For the sake of a quick glance, The man hit the woman. As for the content of the news, it is even more exaggerated. After carefully editing the videos of those rice women, they posted them online. The video was cut out of all the over-the-top behavior of the rice circle women, leaving only the footage of Yanqi hitting the man. In short, Yanqi has become a complete and utter villain. In this regard, Yanqi was not the least bit surprised. He hoped that the netizens would just scold him, preferably without spreading to the company. Yanqi then turned in his cell phone and other things and was put in a detention center. Meanwhile, the Cloud City Center, the Yunguang building. There's a charity gala at the mansion tonight. A large number of celebrities and rich people gathered here. Reporters were blocking the entrance to the building and were snapping away at the stars. At that moment, a black nanny car slowly pulled up in front of the building. The reporters who had been taking pictures of other celebrities turned their cameras in their hands on the nanny car. It's Peleus, isn't it? That's right. I didn't realize she was here too. Looks like a big row tonight, the reporters whispered. An assistant came down from the nanny van first and helped open the back door. With that, a slender, beautiful leg stepped out of the carriage. Immediately after that, a stunningly beautiful-looking woman walked out of the carriage. The woman was dressed in a couture gown, the tight cut emphasizing her proud curves. Photographers were frantically pressing the shutter and flashing lights. The other celebrities seemed to have become companions at the moment. Bei Liu's, one of the hottest actresses in the last 2 years. Whether it's looks, body or acting skills, it's crushing compared to others. Her every move easily makes the headlines. Bei Liu's waved at the cameraman, and then walked into the middle of the building, carrying her skirt. TSK, 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 it's beautiful, even more so up close than on the internet. It's been worth coming tonight. Another new headline, the photographers exclaimed. On the other side, Bei Liu stepped into the building's elevator. Her female assistant followed her in. Are you ready for today's hot search? Bei Liu asked, opening her mouth. The female assistant quickly said, don't worry, Sister Liu, I've already taken care of it. The #1 hit tonight is ours. The fact that Bei Liu has been able to stay so hot is partly due to her own strength. The other side of the coin is that she has a lot of media resources at her disposal. She could be on the hot seat every day if she wanted to. At this time, the assistant handed Bei Liu her cell phone. By the way, Sister Liu, take a look at this. Bei Liu swept a glance without a care in the world. What? It seems like someone beat up Zhou Wenyao's fans on the street, the assistant said with some gloating. Bei Liu was instantly interested. Interesting, there's really someone who dares to mess with those crazy dog fans? She took her cell phone and read it. Male employee of media company, assaulted innocent female fan in the street. Innocent? Still really dare to say ah. It seems that it was the people on Zhou Wenyao's side who did it. Bei Liu laughed lightly, but soon she couldn't stop laughing. She saw the video of the beating in the street. Bei Liu's deadpanned as she stared at the video, murmuring in a small voice, no way. Sister Willow, what's wrong with you? The assistant inquired in disbelief. Bei Liu hurriedly zoomed in on the video and scrutinized the batterer. Shaoli, do you know the name of this man who hit people? Bei Liu looked at her assistant. The assistant didn't understand why Bei Liu asked that though. Still, she said immediately, I'll ask and find out right away. With that, the assistant took out another cell phone and dialed. Hey, it's me, ask for me. Peleus watched the video again carefully. Too much like it, but isn't he gone? Her hands trembled involuntarily. Soon the assistant asked, Sister Liu, this person is called Yanqi, a male model under MOXIN Media. It seems like he just joined last night. The assistant reported truthfully. He has now been detained by the police for fighting and assault. Peleus only felt her legs go weak and almost fell to the ground. The assistant panicked and assisted Bei Liu's. Sister Liu, are you okay? Do you want to take a rest? Bei Liu breathed heavily, fervor flashing in her eyes. Rest? I'm fine. After contemplating for a moment, she immediately said to her assistant, inform down, all the hot searches about me should not be on tonight. Ha? The assistant was a little confused. Bei Liu continued, let all the media under our command go dig up Zhou Wenyao's black materials, and I want the original video of the beating video I just did. The assistant was completely confused. Sister Willow, what the hell are you doing? In Bei Liu's eyes was monstrous anger as she growled lowly, I want Zhou Wenyao to die. Right now. Chapter 12 Offended. Meanwhile, Mirror Lake Home, Building 3, 507. Su Xiaoshan was cooking in the kitchen at the moment. She was humming a strange little tune and seemed to be in a rather good mood. Today's dinner is beef stew with potatoes, Yankee's second favorite dish. Su Xiaoshan tasted the flavor and nodded with satisfaction. It's delicious. Yanqi will surely enjoy it. Thinking of Yanqi's surprised expression when he ate her cooking, Su Xiaoshan then involuntarily laughed out loud. Let's ask him if he wants to go to a movie at dinner tonight. She weighed the words in her head. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Su Xiaoshang took out his cell phone with some impatience. She hated being disturbed when she was cooking. The cell phone showed that it was Zhang Yuwei who had sent her a WeChat. TSK, this woman isn't going to make Yan Qi work overtime again. Su Xiaoshang smacked his lips in displeasure. She then tapped on Twitter. Yan Qi was detained by the police for 7 days for fighting. With a clang, the spoon in Su Xiaoshang's hand fell to the ground. Fighting? Detention. She read the tweet in disbelief. That's not possible. Yan Qi is usually always smiling. She has not seen Yan Qi fight. Su Xiaoshang hurriedly made a WeChat call to Zhang Yuwei. Soon the call was answered. Zhang Yuwei, is Yan Qi, is he alright? Su Xiaoshang couldn't wait to ask. The voice of Zhang Yuwei on the other end of the phone was a bit hoarse. A small injury. Nothing serious. Pseudo-Frost relaxed a little. It's good that people are okay. What the hell is going on? Didn't he go to work? Sudsy Frost questioned. Didn't you watch the news? Zhang Yuwei sighed. Then she told the cause and effect. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoshang opened her mouth and asked, who is Zhou Wenyao? She had always paid no attention to these trashy celebrities. A traffic star. Quite hot recently. Zhang Yuwei replied casually. Su Xiaoshang didn't say anything else and simply hung up the phone. Zhou Wenyao. Right. Her eyes were indifferent as she looked at the cell phone. With that, Su Xiaoshang dialed the phone again. Dad, I want you to do me a favor. This night is not destined to be peaceful. At this moment, Zhou Wenyao was lying on the sofa of the mansion. The quality icon, who outwardly claims to be single, has an older woman sprawled in his arms. The woman looked nearly 50 years old. However, Zhou Wenyao did not mind in the slightest, but instead his eyes were full of favor. That's his weird XP. Liking older women. Chow Manyu thinks women are like wine. The older they get, the more flavorful they are. Satisfied, he looked at his cell phone and laughed loudly at the ignorant netizens. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of people. They believe whatever lousy says. Zhou Wenyao got the news this afternoon. The moment he learned that someone had assaulted one of his fans, he knew it was a good time for hype. Just play it right, then he'd make a perfect victim. Let his popularity soar a few more notches. To put it bluntly, traffic stars play on personas. As long as the persona is solid enough, there's no worry about gaining fans. In just one afternoon, his Weibo followers had risen by more than 1 million. But behind all successes there are victims. And this time the poor victim is the unlucky one who hit the man. Wenyao Zhou received the original video shot by a fan. Although it's true that the unlucky one made the first move, but his fans swear really dirty too. If this thing gets blown up, then I'm afraid the situation is reversed. But Zhou Wenyao has already had the original video disposed of. Next, just dump all the pots on the unlucky ones. He's lying down for fame and fortune. Cool. Thinking of this, Zhou Wenyao kissed the old woman in his arms. Come on, keep me company tonight. Yes, brother, cried the old woman pretentiously. The next day, Zhou Wenyao was woken up by his cell phone ringing. He picked up the phone in a daze and shouted impatiently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't I say not to call me in the morning? You've got ing Alzheimer's. The assistant on the other end of the phone panicked and shouted. Brother Yao is in trouble. We're going to be finished. Put your mother's fart. I'm fine. How come I'm finished? Can you talk? Zhou Wenyao cursed. The assistant hurriedly explained. No, it's really going to be over. Your black information is already flying all over the place, and the endorsement we received is going to terminate the contract with us. Hearing this, Zhou Wenyao only felt an atomic bomb explode in his brain. You're ing kidding me, right? He asked, his mouth twitching. No, just take a quick look at the hot search. Zhou Wenyao hurriedly hung up the phone and opened Weibo. In an instant, countless pop-ups poured out. His fingers trembled as he clicked on the hot list. The hot search in the first place is called Chow Manyu and the Old Woman. Usually a hot search will just have the word hot after it. And this time, the hot search is followed by the word explosion. You can see how many people are following this. Zhou Wenyao clicked on the hot search like crazy. Pictures of him and the old woman appeared. There are photos of them sneaking off to hotels together, sneaking off shopping together, and even some very large-scale coded photos. Ah! Zhou Wenyao shouted out as his cell phone fell onto the bed. It's over. He's completely done for with this one piece of blackmail alone. He's not a power star. Instead, they are traffic stars who feed off their fans. It's already a crime to have a girlfriend, let alone one this old. Zhou Wenyao picked up his cell phone in despair, but what was ushered in was greater despair. There are 50 hot searches in the hot list, and he alone accounted for 32 of them. This could be the pinnacle moment of his life, but it's the reverse pinnacle. Zhou Wenyao looked at those hot searches with dull eyes. Chow Manyu smoking indoors, Chow Manyu's tax evasion, Chow Manyu nightclub. Of course the most striking item is still, Zhou Wenyao fan beating incident reversed. Zhou Wenyao was already numb as he clicked on this hot search. Reversed. Zhou Wenyao plays a big game and misses the shoot. Fans abuse the vegetarian model. and the vegetarian model is forced to fight back. This news item recounts the whole story, in its entirety. At first it was Zhou Wenyao who was absent from the shoot, and Inkart Media had to find someone to temporarily fill in for the shoot. Instead, the fans ended up backtracking and running to the downstairs of Inkart Media to protest. Then these crazy fans stumbled upon the vegetarian model. In the end they went so far as to hurl vicious insults at the model and her company's leadership, as well. And the vegetarian model was so overwhelmed by the humiliation that she was forced to fight back. The full video broke at the time as well. The vicious words of Zhou Wenyao's fans had spread throughout the internet. Overnight, Yan Qi changed from a hateful victimizer to a pathetic victim. This is a fascinating moment in journalism. Messages were still popping up on Zhou Wenyao's cell phone. It was the assistant who sent it to him. All of his endorsements. All of them sent him a lawyer's letter overnight. He was asked to compensate for the brand's reputation, especially the richest man in Cloud City, the Obsidian Group. It even claimed that Zhou Wenyao should be completely banned. Zhou Wenyao was spread out on the bed with a face like ashes. He knew that he was completely finished. So much blackmail has come out that he can't flip it. But what he couldn't figure out was this. How did so much blackmail suddenly come out all at once? It's as if someone is screwing him on purpose. Especially that Obsidian Group. Is it necessary to hate him so much? Zhou Wenyao had once even met the chairman of the Obsidian Group. I think it's called Sudoku. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the did I offend? He shouted, covering his forehead in despair. What Zhou Wenyao does not know is that the person he offended is squatting in a detention center at this time. Chapter 13, A Sea Change. The days in the detention center were much better than Yan Qi had imagined. 3 meals a day are not luxurious, but at least they are filling. And it didn't appear like the bridge of the bullies in the TV show. 7 days passed quickly and peacefully. On the last day, Yan Qi packed up early, until the police informed him he could get out. The police returned the detained items to Yan Qi. Don't fight again in the future. Okay, comrade policeman. Yan Qi hurriedly nodded. He always felt that the police looked at him a little strangely, as if they were looking at some kind of endangered animal. Yan Qi didn't care too much though, as he had more important things to do right now. In those 7 days, he'd thought it through. 2. One should definitely not involve Zhang Yuwei. Yan Qi intends to post a video online and confess all the crimes. He was ready to be abused by the entire internet. The thought of it not only didn't scare him. Instead, there was a feeling of the wind and the water being cold, and a strong man going away and not returning. Come on, all curse me. Yan Qi strides out of the police station. No sooner had he stepped out of the door of the police station than a whole bunch of reporters surrounded him from all sides. The reporters looked at Yan Qi like hungry wolves. Good to come. Yan Qi shouted in his heart. Save me the trouble of going online and posting a video, and let you all expose my ugly face. The reporters gathered around Yan Qi, and one of them asked a loud question. Mr. Yan Qi, about that incident 7 days ago. Before the reporter could finish, Yan Qi shouted with a forked tongue. That's right, I did it all. This voice confused the reporters. You did everything? Whether it was topping that traffic star or beating up someone, it was all my idea alone. Yan Qi said bluntly. As for why I did it, it's mainly because I don't see that traffic star in a good light, and I'm just purposely trying to mess with him. The reporters' faces changed at this statement, but it wasn't the change Yan Qi had expected. Yan Qi thought he was sure to get contemptuous or angry looks from the reporters after he said that, but the reporters showed admiration. It was as if they were looking at a hero. Yan Qi blinked, thinking he hadn't made himself clear. He emphasized, I'm talking about the one called Zhou Wenyao. As a result, the smiles on the reporters' faces grew even wider. Mr. Yan Qi, then why do you look at him in a bad light? The reporters asked curiously. Yan Qi was momentarily speechless. He hadn't even seen Zhou Wenyao, so he could only harden his head and awkwardly hack. Intuition. I don't see him as a good thing. That's why I purposely messed with him. Yan Qi felt that he had been so awkwardly hacked. The reporters had to despise him, right? As it turned out, not only did the journalists not, but they admired him even more. Someone even gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. How prescient. What the? I'm not traveling, am I? Yan Qi looked around in confusion. You can be praised for your own nonsense? Just as he was puzzled, a black BMW X5 sped up from the distance, parked in front of the police station. Zhang Yuwei opened the car door and shouted, Yan Qi, come quickly. Yan Qi's heart rejoiced at the sight, and he hurriedly peeled away the reporter in front of him. I'm sorry I have to go. Wait, Mr. Yan Qi, we have questions. But Yan Qi didn't give them a chance at all and directly jumped into the BMW. Zhang Yuwei immediately stepped on the gas and left the police station. Phew. Yan Qi leaned back in his chair and sighed in relief. He turned his head and laughed. Sister Wei. That group of reporters just now looked like they had gone crazy. Zhang Yuwei glanced at Yan Qi, her eyes full of tenderness. They didn't go crazy. You're a big celebrity on the internet now. Black and red is also red, right? Yanqi laughed to himself. Zhang Yuwei found a place to stop the car. Then he laughed. Just turn on your cell phone and look at it. It's not the same as it was a week ago. Yanqi bristled. What could be different? He pulled out his cell phone and turned it on. As he opened the social media program, his brow gradually furrowed. What the hell? Yanqi was completely confused. What are the hot phrases at this point? Chow Man Yu is disgusting. Chow Man Yu refused to be interviewed by the media. Chow Man Yu broke up with an old woman. Something like that. On top of that, there's a hot take on Yanqi. Yanqi is quite handsome. Yankee cracks down on rice circle culture. Yanqi's height. Yanqi looked at Zhang Yuwei in disbelief. I'm not dreaming, am I? Before he went into detention, he was still a street rat that everyone was shouting at. How is it that it's only been a week and he's getting better reviews? That's when he remembered the strange behavior of the reporters. If that's the case, then it's not surprising that journalists are acting out. Instead, it just seemed odd that he had just acted the way he did. Zhang Yuwei told Yanqi about these days. It's like this. From the time you were detained. The more Yanqi listened, the more his eyes widened. When he heard the end, he exclaimed with a look of astonishment. Is that so amazing? Yeah, these 2 days the internet is fighting against the rice circle culture. You've become a hero of progress instead. Zhang Yuwei smiled. Yanqi scratched his head. That's too much of a coincidence. He had just been put in detention himself, and the other side's blackmail had been blown out of proportion. It's as if someone is manipulating this. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Yuwei suddenly spoke. Shao-Chi, I have something to say to you. Hearing the word Shao-Chi, Yanqi trembled. When they were first together, Zhang Yuwei liked to call him that. Yanqi turned his head to look and found Zhang Yuwei looking at him with moist eyes. Sister Wei, what's wrong with you? Yanqi was a bit flustered. Didn't everything work out perfectly? Why are you still crying? Zhang Yuwei bit her lip and whispered. I saw the full video of that time. Did you fight them because they called me names? She looked at Yanqi with tears in her eyes filled with heartache. Zhang Yuwei never thought that Yanqi's beating in detention was because of herself. Yanqi scratched his face. They were talking too hard at the time. Why you work so hard and you get talked to like that by them? So I just... Zhang Yuwei sniffed and tears flowed out of her eyes. She grabbed Yanqi's hand. Ooh, why didn't you tell me then? It's not much to go on, is it? After all, I've caused you so much trouble. Yanqi shook his head. Zhang Yuwei looked at Yanqi and her eyes were almost dilated. She could feel her heart racing, as if she were back 3 years ago. Yanqi whispered consolingly. It's actually nothing, La. Now that things are resolved, isn't it good? Before he could finish, Zhang Yuwei had already wrapped her arms around his head. Then Yanqi only felt his lips being surrounded by softness. Yanqi froze, though his first kiss was long gone, but it was also the first time in 3 years that he had been kissed. After a while, Zhang Yuwei slowly released Yanqi. She looked aside a little sheepishly. Come on, I'll take you back to the office. Yanqi was confused by the kiss. Zhang Yuwei then started again. She stole a glance at Yanqi and thought in her mind. I'm sorry, Frost. Sure enough, I still can't let go of Yanqi either. Chapter 14, The Madman. Yanqi had forgotten how he got back to the office? All he could think about was Zhang Yuwei's kiss. In fact, when he went to college, he and Zhang Yuwei did everything they needed to do. Kissing and all that is just a family affair. But maybe it was because of the 3 years of abstinence life. A light kiss made Yanqi a bit distracted. I'm sorry, Abbott. I broke my fast again. Yanqi confessed in his heart. It was clear that he had promised never to approach women again. But he broke his fast in less than 10 days. Yanqi was still like this. And Zhang Yuwei next to her was even more confused. I can't believe I kissed up. Yanqi didn't dodge either. So does that mean? No. He was probably just startled. That's right. Suddenly being forcibly kissed by an ex-girlfriend would be a shock to whoever it was. Right? What to do? He won't be angry. What if he runs away again? Should I apologize? No. This is too embarrassing. Zhang Yuwei stole a glance at Yanqi and found him expressionless as he looked ahead. What kind of expression is this? Happy? Angry? I don't get it. Zhang Yuwei was a bit frantic. Just as the two were rambling, the car had arrived near the office. Yanqi took a deep breath and still decided to ask. Sister Wei, just now. Shoo. Zhang Yuwei silenced him with sudden seriousness. She was at the moment looking very nervously at the door of the company. Yanqi followed her line of sight. Spotted a white Porsche Panamera parked in front of the company. Well, whose car is this? Yanqi was a bit puzzled. Where in their company do they have employees who can afford to drive a car like this? Zhang Yuwei squeezed the steering wheel hard. She then turned her head to Yanqi. Shao-Chi, you go to the conference room for a while. Sister Wei, whose car is this anyway? Yanqi asked again. Zhang Yuwei touched Yanqi's head. Listen to your sister first. I will tell you afterward. Okay. Yanqi nodded. Zhang Yuwei then brought Yanqi into the company. She locked Yanqi into the conference room on the first floor, then went up to the second floor alone. Just as he reached the second floor, an employee greeted him. Mr. Zhang, that man is here, the employee whispered. Zhang Yuwei just nodded. I know. He walked to his office. Only the office door was crowded with employees, who anxiously looked inside. Don't crowd it. Let me see it first. Wow. It's really pretty. Even better than the pictures. Why is she coming to our company? At this time, Zhang Yuwei's voice rang out. What are you guys doing huddled here? The employees froze. They all turned their heads and saw Zhang Yuwei, who was not looking well. Mr. Zhang. The employees bowed their heads in greeting. Zhang Yuwei waved her hand. Hurry back to work. Yes. The employees quickly dispersed. Zhang Yuwei walked to the door and took a deep breath to open it. She walked into the house only to see a woman sitting in her boss chair. The woman was dressed plainly. White t-shirt, black jacket, jeans, board shorts and baseball cap, but her near-perfect features and figure were so dazzling. It's really you, Pei Liu's. Zhang Yuwei looked at the woman, her eyes filled with caution. The visitor was none other than the popular star, Pei Liu's. Pei Lucier smiled. Long time no see, Zhang Yuwei, and without further ado, you should know what I'm here for. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Where's Yanqi? A deathly silence fell over the room. The two women looked at each other as if sparks were about to rub off in the air. After a while, Zhang Yuwei spoke. I won't let you see him. You won't let me? Peleus rose with a pout on her face. She walked up to Zhang Yuwei, her eyes filled with killing intent. What qualifications do you have to stop me? You're also just Yanqi's ex-girlfriend. No, I'm not like you, Zhang Yuwei said without showing any weakness. Even if Yanqi and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, I'm still his sister. As a sister, I can't let a psycho near him, especially you psycho. It wasn't because of jealousy that Zhang Yuwei was so repulsed by Pei Lucier. Rather, it really felt like Piraeus was in danger. She was able to accept Su Xiaoshang because she thought that Su Xiaoshan was just a silly and foolish young lady. Although Su Xiaoshan yelled that she wanted to kill Yanqi, she simply couldn't spare the time to do it. But unlike Peleus, her mental state was extremely unstable. It's not even surprising that he really stabbed Yanqi to death. Zhang Yuwei could accept that Yanqi didn't choose her, but she couldn't accept that Yanqi was killed. When Pei Luosi heard this, not only did she not get angry, she instead smiled contemptuously. Zhang Yuwei, do you think you can stop me? With your little Thai company, I can put it out of business anytime I want. Zhang Yuwei was not the least bit afraid as she choked back. Whatever, I have quite a lot of information about you in my hand anyway. Big deal. I'll explode with you. Pei Luosi stared at Zhang Yuwei dead in the face. She didn't expect her opponent to be so tough. Even if the company goes out of business, I'll stop her. So Pei Lucier could only show weakness. I won't hurt Yanqi. Humph. I don't believe it. Zhang Yuwei snorted coldly. Just let me see him. I really miss him. Teardrops fell to the floor in big drops. Tears streaked across her stunning face, adding another point of poignant beauty to her. Not to mention men. Even women will be charmed by it when they see it. But Zhang Yuwei still looked at Pei Lucier coldly. Don't pretend. This trick doesn't work on me either. She knew well the nature of the woman in front of her. Everything is her show. As expected, Pei Lucier's crying stopped instantly. She looked up with an indifferent face and wiped the tear tracks from her face. TCH, you're a real pain in the ass. Pei Liu smacked her lips. She sighed helplessly and turned to the window. Originally I didn't want to use this move. It's all because you forced me to. Oh. With that she took out her cell phone and dialed. Tell them all to come over. Are you going to break in hard? Zhang Yuwei was wary. Peleus shook her head. I wouldn't do anything that rude. Come and see. Zhang Yuwei immediately went to the window and looked out. Then her eyes widened. Just a dozen news vans, coming from all directions. Inside were news vans from the mainstream media, as well as some from the online media. Yanqi is now an internet celebrity. There must be many people who want to interview him. Pei Lucier laughed. What do you think will happen if the reporters accidentally find out that Yanqi is my ex-boyfriend or something? Zhang Yuwei froze. If that's true, it's bound to cause an even bigger stir. You have to know that Pei Lucier's fanbase is not something that Zhou Wenyao can compare to. Some crazy fans will definitely still retaliate against Yanqi offline. The consequences will be unimaginable when the time comes. She looked at Pei Liu's in disbelief. You're crazy. If you do that, you'll get yourself revolted. Piraeus gave a somewhat maniacal smile. Ha ha ha, I don't care. Yanqi will be spurned by 10,000 people, and so will I. He'll be stuck with me then, and the two of us will be together forever. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuwei was shocked. She realized then that sane people were no match for crazy people. Zhang Yuwei and Pei Lucier are two extremes. Zhang Yuwei was as long as Yanqi was safe and happy. As for who Yanqi chose to be with, Zhang Yuwei didn't care. On the other hand, Pei Liu's is the complete opposite. She doesn't care if Yanqi is happy or not. She just wants to be with Yan-Chi forever, even by some extreme means. Zhang Yuwei was pressed for her life. She couldn't watch Yan-Chi's life be ruined. Eventually she sighed helplessly. Phew, I'll let you see him. Chapter 15, Pei Liu's. Zhang Yuwei led Pei Lushi to the door of the conference room on the first floor. It's just inside. Zhang Yuwei pointed at the door. Pelia's eyes lit up as she grabbed the doorknob. But Zhang Yuwei suddenly held her wrist. Before I go in, I need to do a security check first. What? Pelias frowned. Zhang Yuwei walked to a cabinet on the side and took out a security wand from it. This thing is a metal detector that checks to see if a person has any metal objects on them. Pei Lushi blushed a little. You're going to check me with this? Ha, that's right. Zhang Yuwei did not budge. She turned on the power to the security wand and swept it over Pelias twice. Tick-tock. The security wand sounded an alarm as it swept across Pei Liu's thin waist. Zhang Yuwei shook her head helplessly. Bring out the stuff. Pelias smacked his lips in displeasure, then pulled out a slender dagger from behind his waist. The corner of Zhang Yuwei's mouth twitched. Fortunately she had checked in advance. Don't get me wrong. It's for going out for self-defense. Pei Liu's casually threw the dagger on the ground. Zhang Yuwei swept around 2 more times, and the security baton wasn't ringing. Get in. She took the security wand back. Pelias gave a somewhat downcast look at the dagger before entering the conference room. Meanwhile, Yan-Chi in the house saw the door open. He thought it was Zhang Yuwei who had come to find him, so he rushed to get up. Whoever came in as a result surprised him. Willow? Yan-Chi shouted in some disbelief. Pelias closed the door. Then like a hungry wolf, he rushed towards Yan-Chi. She violently pounced Yan-Chi to the ground and forcefully buried her head into Yan-Chi's arms. Brother Yan-Chi. Yan-Chi's back hit the ground directly, hurting him as he bared his teeth. Hiss. I miss you so much. Do you wanna miss me? Pelias lifted her head and blinked her eyes. At the moment she was like a different person, as if she were a kitten. If the reporters see her like this, I'm afraid the hot search will explode again tonight. Yan-Chi nodded. Think, missed you. Miss me? The expression on Pelias' face changed again. She stared at Yan-Chi dead in the face. Then why did you leave me 3 years ago? Pelias clutched Yan-Chi's shoulders with both hands. Are you sick of me already? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or is it because of those 4 smelly women? Go ahead. The bottom of her eyes were filled with madness, as if she would kill Yan-Chi at any time. But Yan-Chi wasn't scared in the least. Instead, he was a little nostalgic. Ugh, sure enough you haven't changed much either. Yan-Chi patted Pei Liu's head. Pei Liu's, who had originally fallen into a frenzy, instantly changed back to her kitten form after being patted on the head. Pei Liu's cried in aggravation. Yan-Chi wiped her tears. That's his 3rd ex-girlfriend? Pelias, a woman with a bit of a brain. Yan-Chi remembers their first encounter was during the 2nd semester of freshman year. A few buddies from the same dormitory at the time were planning to go to the Cloud City Film Academy for a stroll. Yan-Chi followed suit, but after taking a turn, he was greatly disappointed. These female students from the movie academy aren't as pretty as Su Xiaoshan. It's really no fun to wander around. So Yan-Chi bought a drink in the cafeteria and found a seat. I ended up sitting down not 10 minutes before a girl came up to me. Can I have your contact information? She said timidly to Yan-Chi. The girl is Pei Liu's. Only at that time, Pei Liu's was far from being the popular star that she is now. At that time, although she was beautiful, her eyes were full of inferiority and cowardice. At that time Yan-Chi felt strange. Although he was often asked for contact information by women because of his good looks, but it's usually some outgoing girls who do it. An introverted girl like this one would not take the initiative to ask a strange man for contact information. So Yan-Chi asked curiously, is it you who wants it? Pelias glanced back instinctively. Yan-Chi followed and found 4 or 5 fashionably dressed students looking this way. They laughed while pointing at Pei Liu's. Yan-Chi instantly understood. This girl is being bullied, isn't she? So he asked bluntly, did that group bully you? No. Pei Liu's hurriedly lowered her head. I just want contact information. Yan-Chi bristled. I think so. You should beat them up. People like them will be honest after a beating. Hitting? Pelias was a little confused. Yan-Chi nodded. Right. If you don't want to be bullied again in the future, it's best to toughen up a bit. He wasn't too keen on getting into trouble at the film school either. So Yan-Chi gave Pei Liu's the contact information. That's just my suggestion. If you're afraid to, then give them your contact information. Yan-Chi got up and prepared to leave, but suddenly Pelias asked, can I hit them? At that time Yan-Chi didn't understand what Pei Lushi meant. He replied directly, of course, if someone dares to bully you, then you have to fight back. That's the right thing to do, right? He then left, and just 3 minutes after he left, a fight broke out in the cafeteria. As if she was crazy, Pei Liu's injured 5 female classmates. According to eyewitnesses, Pelias was laughing maniacally while beating the man. That night Pei Liusi added Yan-Chi's WeChat. The first message she sent was, "I hit them. Good job." Yanqi complimented her. Later, he learned something about Peleusher's past. Peleus grew up in a single-parent home. As a result of growing up in an unloving environment, her personality gradually became twisted and violent. As a result, she often clashed with her classmates. It wasn't until her freshman year of middle school that Peleus stabbed a classmate in the eye with a pencil, because that classmate called her fatherless and her mother a whore. Peleus was expelled from school. Her mom sent Peleus to a local juvenile correctional school in order to correct her. No one knows what Peleus went through in there, and Peleus doesn't want to talk about it. But when she got out of school, she never hit anyone again. Not only that, but even when others bullied her, she just suffered in silence. Whenever she was bullied, she kept saying things like, "I can't hit people. It's wrong to hit people." This continued until it was time to go to college. Peleus meets Yanqi. "I think so. You should beat them up." Yanqi said so. The words exploded in her head. Over the years, Peleus has been brainwashed by no hitting. She instinctively thought that no matter what happened, she could never do anything about it. That's when she asked, "Can I hit them?" Of course, if someone dares to bully you, then you have to fight back. That's the right thing to do. Yanqi's words were like a switch, re-released the monster in Peleus's mind. So that day, Peleus injured 5 of her roommates, and out of concern for the school's reputation, the film school hushed things up. That night Peleus added Yanqi's WeChat. As if taking credit, she tweeted, "I beat them. Well done." Yanqi replied thus. These 4 short words made Peleus as if she was a newborn. Since then, she's had 2 people in her head. One was herself, and the other was Yanqi. Chapter 16, Heavy Love. Later Yanqi and Peleusher logically got together, but soon Yanqi realized something was wrong. Peleus is just too possessive. She couldn't wait to be with Yanqi 24 hours a day. It is important to realize that Yanqi, who was still a freshman at the time, already had his feet in 2 boats. There would have been a bit of a shortage of time to allocate, so after much deliberation, Yanqi mentioned the breakup, and that day Yanqi saw the berserked Peleus. Peleus took a dagger and forced Yanqi into a hotel room, forced a coughing match with Yanqi. It wasn't a good experience that night though. Peleus was a little too crazy. Yanqi hasn't dared to mention breaking up since here, but he was also gradually grasping what to do with Peleus. Though Peleus was in a terrible state of mind, but at the end of the day, it's still a soft touch. Compliment her twice and rub her head, then everything is negotiable. Later, under Yanqi's persuasion, Peleus divided some of her energy into her studies. Yanqi then relaxed a little. Peleus was studying acting at the time. It also gave her a deep foundation in acting. That's how it stayed until his senior year, when it came to light that Yanqi had his foot in 5 boats. The reason why Yanqi chose to escape at that time, 50% of it was because of Peleus. He was really afraid that Peleusher would stab him to death. 3 years have passed since then. "Oh, you dead scum." Peleus kept pounding Yanqi's chest. This is not a little girl pout. Instead, it's a full-on whack from Peleus. "Cough cough cough, calm down, I'm going to get whacked." Yanqi touched her head. Only then did Peleus stop. She huffed and asked accusingly, "So why did you run in the first place?" Yanqi scratched his face a bit sheepishly. "Wasn't I afraid you'd get angry? Then you ran away." "I'm not more angry," Peleus shouted. Yanqi sighed. Okay, don't be angry. I won't run away from now on, okay?" "Really?" A bright light shone in Peleus' eyes. Yanqi knew Peleus too well. She's the scariest of the 5 ex-girlfriends, but at the same time the best to handle. With a few soft words, she can be coaxed instantly. "Of course it's true. I'll stay in Cloud City from now on." Yanqi nodded. Peleus closed her eyes. "Then give me a kiss and I'll believe you." Yanqi looked at Peleusher's stunningly beautiful features, and his mind swirled a little. I have to say, though, that Peleus is a bit of a crazy critic, but it's also true that he's the prettiest of his 5 ex-girlfriends. Silka. In fact, I have been. These 3 years. Yanqi told the time when he went to the temple. Peleusher was a bit confused. "You went to become a monk?" "It's not a monk, right? It's just that I let the master enlighten me." Yanqi honestly said. "The master said that I am destined to be a peach blossom. If I continue like this, I will have big problems." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Peleus's eyes. "Where is this temple? And what is the name of this so-called master? I'm going to go talk to him and find out if he's actually that good." Yanqi gulped. This was the rhythm of getting the abbot killed. So he hurriedly said, "That's not the point. The point is that I just want to work hard right now." "That's not good. Are you going to leave me again?" Peleus' eyes darkened. Instinctively, she felt behind her back for the dagger she carried with her, but suddenly she remembered that her dagger seemed to have been taken away by Zhang Yuwei. TCH, what a nosy woman. Peleus smacked his lips. Yanqi instantly understood what Peleus wanted. He pinched Paleosher's face. It's been 3 years, how come you're still this way? Whenever you get upset, you pull out a knife. So why don't you just kill me with one? Can't you talk things over when you have something to say? 3 years ago Yan Shi would have been afraid of Paleosher, but he wasn't afraid anymore. Yan Shi dared to return to Cloud City, so he was already prepared to be stabbed to death. Paleo's little face was pinched red. She bit her lip in some aggravation. Bad guy, you keep bullying me just because people like you. So, what do you want to talk about? Let's get up from the ground first? Yan Shi touched Paleosher's face. Peleus nodded and got up from the ground. Yanch also covered his back and got up, and found a chair to sit in. That's when Piraeus pulled his wallet out of his pocket. Then he took out a few bank cards from his wallet and handed them to Yan Shi. This is all the money I've earned in these 3 years. It's all yours. You don't have to work anymore, okay? As a popular star, her earnings in the past 3 years are quite impressive. Not working and staying with you all day long, huh? Yan Shi sighed. Paleosi nodded expectantly. Aha, from now on, you just have to stay home with me. You don't have to go anywhere. No way. Yan Shi decisively refused. He knew very well that once he agreed, then Peleus would have had him in captivity immediately. This captivity is not an exaggerated technique. Instead, it's really captive. I'm afraid Yan Shi won't be able to get out in his lifetime. This love is just too heavy. Paleosi was a little disappointed. Then what do you want? It's simple. You'll just continue to be your star and I'll continue to work here. Yan Shi voiced his thoughts. You can come to me when you have time, or I can come over to you. Peleus didn't say anything, and after a while, she slowly opened her mouth. Yan Shi, am I particularly annoying? Always forcing myself on you. Don't be angry, okay? I'm afraid you'll suddenly disappear again. Yan Shi stood up and walked over to Peleus. I'm not angry. It's just that I can't stay with you 24/7, but I can promise you that in the future, if you come to me, then I will always be there. Peleus stirred her hands together as she gently lifted her head. Can I trust you? Well, trust me one more time, okay? Yan Shi stroked her hair. Paleosi jumped into Yan Shi's arms. Good, and she figured it out. Even if he forced Yan Shi now, it would only backfire. Just in case it scares Yan Shi away again, might as well take it a little bit at a time. One day, she would hold Yan Shi in her hands completely. Hey, you can't get away. Just then, there was a knock on the front door. Hey, almost got it. The reporters outside are breaking in. What reporter? Yan Shi was a bit confused. It was only then that Peleus remembered that there was such a thing as a reporter. That's what she called over to force Zhang Yuwei. You're an internet sensation now. There must be a lot of reporters who want to interview you. Paleosi pinched the corner of her coat in some embarrassment. Yan Shi looked at her like this and understood everything. He pinched Paleosher's small face. Did you bring the reporter here? I just wanted to see you. It's all because that woman Zhang Yuwei stopped me. Paleosher weakly lowered her head. She would only show this little womanly look in front of Yan Shi. Yan Shi sighed. Apologize to Sister Wei later. I apologize to her? Peleus showed a disdainful look. Seeing Yan Shi frown slightly, she hurriedly said, Alright, I'll apologize. Don't frown all the time. It's easy to get old. Paleosi touched Yan Shi's brow. In the future, I'll do whatever you tell me to do, okay? Yan Shi pinched her face. Just stay here. I'll go and get rid of all the reporters first. Chapter 17, Breaking the Fast Again. Zhang Yuwei was fidgeting outside the door as she kept taking out her cell phone to check the time. Why isn't it out yet? She paced back and forth nervously. Even when she usually talked to people about cooperation and signed contracts, she had never been so nervous as today, fearing that something might happen to Yan Shi. At that moment the door opened and Yan Shi walked out from inside. Zhang Yuwei immediately greeted her. Shao Qi, that crazy woman didn't do anything to you, did she? She looked up and down for fear of something going wrong. Sister Wei, I'm fine. Yan Shi shook his head. Actually, Peleus isn't that scary. Zhang Yuwei grabbed the dagger on the table next to her. This isn't scary? She's carrying a dagger with her. No wonder I didn't pull it out after half a day of digging. So it was taken away by Sister Wei. Yan Shi laughed in his heart. He took Zhang Yuwei's hand in his. Sister Wei, I've caused you trouble again. Zhang Yuwei's cheeks slightly reddened. Cough. What's troublesome or not? You're still so polite with your sister. As long as you're okay, I'm relieved. She then pointed to the main entrance. A whole bunch of reporters are blocking outside. I'm afraid you can't solve it if you don't step in. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yan Shi nodded and turned towards the gate. Meanwhile, in the conference room Peleus was on the phone. Without Yan Shi, she was back to that high-flying actress. Instruct those reporters not to ask too sensitive questions. Peleosi instructed into the phone. Then by a few hot searches. Yes, don't need to be too front row. Just focus on praising Yan Shi a bit. Okay, that's all for now. Peleus hung up the phone and leaned back in her chair. In fact, she could have told those reporters to go back and not let them interview Yanqi. And the reason she didn't is because she wanted to promote Yanqi. The redder Yankee gets, the closer it gets to her, the more chances she had to take control of Yanqi as well. A demented smile appeared on Pelia's face. Ah, Yanch, one day you'll beg to be with me forever. Let's just come together and have 10 kids then. Ha ha ha. Just as she was fantasizing, the door opened. Zhang Yuwei walked in with a dagger. She stared at Pei Liu's with a bad expression and casually threw the dagger back at her. In the future, when you meet Yanqi, don't bring something so dangerous. Pei Liu's caught the dagger and laughed softly. Ha, this is a little love affair between us. Surely a curmudgeon like you can't understand that? Zhang Yuwei skimmed her lips. What kind of love interest? You're just being self-satisfied. And I'm not old-fashioned. I play with Yanch. Oh, it's a lot more open than you'd think. A blush colored her cheeks as if she remembered something. It's the kind of fling that we both enjoy. Oh. The corners of Pei Liu's mouth twitched in anger and she slammed the table. Stinking woman. But then she took a deep breath and returned to her bashful demeanor. Although Pei Liu hated to kill Zhang Yuwei right now, as well as those other 3 foxy girls, but she knew she couldn't rush, or Yanqi would surely be scared off. What she wanted to do now was to make Yanqi completely inseparable from her. By then Yanch will have voluntarily kicked the annoying bastards' asses. So Pei Liu stood up and bowed slightly. I was too impulsive before. I apologize. Zhang Yuwei was a bit surprised that this woman would apologize. Pei Liu sat back in her chair, her elegant legs folded. Don't think too much. It was Yanqi who asked me to apologize to you. The corners of Zhang Yuwei's mouth rose as she sniffed, and she thought in her heart, brat, count on you having a conscience. At this time, Pei Liu spoke up and inquired, where does Yanqi live now? With your intelligence network, it's easy to find out about this, right? Zhang Yuwei replied with slight mockery. Is it necessary to ask me? Pei Liu pinched the corner of her coat. I don't want to investigate Yanqi that way. That's for treating my enemies. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuwei opened her mouth and asked, you're the one who broke Zhou Wenyao's black information, right? Pei Liu sneered. That's right. I can't control those fans, but it's still possible to stink up their masters. I'm afraid those fans are ghosting. Ha, deserved. This is what happens when you bully Yanqi. The anger in her eyes seemed to burn everything. Zhang Yuwei looked at Pei Liu. She just felt that the person in front of her was a bit strange. The Pelias she knew was an absolute egoist. It doesn't matter at all what happens to other people or how they feel as long as they get their way. This was also the reason why Zhang Yuwei didn't want Yanqi to touch Pei Liu. But now it seems that this woman seems to have real feelings for Yanqi. So Zhang Yuwei sighed. Mirror Lake Home, Building 3, 505. With that, she turned around and walked out the door. Still, if you dare to harm Yanqi, I definitely won't be able to spare you. Thanks, Pelias whispered. The interview lasted a full 2 hours and by the time it was over it was almost dark. Yanqi walked back to the company exhausted. These reporters are too good at asking questions. Yanqi squeezed his shoulder. Zhang Yuwei handed him a bottle of water and teased with a smile. Tough job, big netizen. In the future the company will have to rely on you to make money. Yes, promise to fulfill the leader's mission. Yanqi gave a fake salute. Then they both laughed at the same time. At that moment, the door to the conference room not far away opened. Pei Liu rushed out of the conference room at a fast pace. Yanqi laughed. Liu, you haven't. But before he could finish, Pei Liu had already rushed in front of him. Then she cupped Yanqi's face as she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. On the side, Zhang Yuwei's eyes widened. But instead of being jealous, her first reaction was to look around. It was a relief to realize that no one was there. Then Pei Liu gently pushed Yanqi away. You won't kiss me, so I'll always kiss you, she whispered. Then she hurriedly said, then I'll leave first. I'll come back to you next time. Oh. Without waiting for Yanqi to speak, Pei Liu left the company with a red face and a quick step. It was only after she drove off that Yanqi came back to his senses. He touched his lips and confessed in his mind. Oh no, Abbott, I've broken my fast again. Well, it looks like it's still coming back. A vinegary voice came from the side. Yanqi scratched his head in some embarrassment. Sister Wei, just now that was. Alright, little scum, it's not like sister blames you. Zhang Yuwei pinched Yanqi's face. Then she came to Yanqi's ear and asked softly, so do you think it's sister's lips that are sweet, or the big star's lips? Yanqi was speechless for a moment. Honestly, it's all pretty sweet, but it's not right to say anything at a time like this, is it? Zhang Yuwei puffed and laughed. Ha ha ha, just kidding. She then straightened Yanqi's collar. It's about time to go home from work today. If you don't go back, that one is afraid to kill the company. Yanqi instantly remembered that there was still a little ancestor at home. Okay, then I'll go first, Sister Vi. Watching Yanqi walk away, Zhang Yuwei gently covered her chest. Sure enough, the heart still hurts. Alas, One day I'll be killed by this little scum of yours. Yanqi took the subway directly back to the neighborhood. He took the elevator to the 5th floor, then carefully walked to room 507. Since he's back, it's definitely time to notify Xu Xiaoshang. I don't know if Su Xiaofeng will be angry. Yanqi took a deep breath, then intended to knock on the door. But then the door to the room opened from the inside. Pseudo Frost poked his head out. At the moment she looked in pretty bad shape. Her hair was a mess, and her eyes were already red from crying, and she didn't look the least bit energized. Yanqi was like a heavy blow, as he pushed the door open. Xiao, little Frost, are you alright? Do you want to go to the hospital? Su Xiaoshang also reacted. Seeing Yanqi, tears instantly welled up from her eyes. She aggravatedly jumped into Yanqi's arms. Oh, Yanqi. Chapter 18, Breaking the Fast Again. These days Xu Xiaoshang was not able to eat or sleep well, because she heard that the detention center would be full of criminals. These guys will bully the new ones hard. As soon as Su Xiaoshang fell asleep, she would dream that Yanqi was blocked in the corner and surrounded and beaten by a few brawny men. Yanqi covered his head while shouting, "Frost, save me." Then Pseudo Frost would wake up from his dream and cry. It was the first time Yanqi had seen Su Xiaoshang in this state, and he felt very guilty. He stroked Su Xiaoshang's hair. "I'm sorry for making you worry again." Su Xiaoshang shook her head and whispered, "It's not your fault, but don't you ever fight with anyone again, okay? Okay, I promise." Yanqi nodded. Su Xiaoshang raised her head and sniffled. "Then next time someone bullies you, you tell me and I'll let Dad beat them to death." "Well, don't cry." At that moment, Yanqi's stomach suddenly grumbled. "He hasn't eaten anything all day today." Su Xiaoshang broke into a smile. Hey, I knew you must be hungry." She took Yanqi's arm in one hand. "Come on, I've got the meal ready." Yanqi didn't resist and directly followed her into the house. The house smelled of rice, and Yanqi smelled even hungrier. But just as she walked past the mirror next to her, Su Xiaoshang stopped in her tracks. She tilted her head to the mirror, then screamed out, why am I so ugly?" With her mind full of Yanqi, she didn't even care about her condition these days. After seeing that Yanqi was fine, only then did Su Xiaoshang have the presence of mind to pay attention to her appearance. Su Xiaoshang covered her face with one hand and waved one hand at Yanqi. "Don't look at me! Don't look at me!" Yanqi saw this and grabbed Su Xiaoshang's hand. "Don't say that! Even like this you're beautiful." Su Xiaoshang loosened the hand covering her face and asked in a small voice, "Really? Of course it's true. Little Frost is the prettiest." Yanqi stroked her head. Su Xiaoshang instantly revealed a smile as she happily hummed lightly. "Humph, count on it. Count that you still have some taste. Of course this young lady is the prettiest." She then took Yanqi's hand and walked over to the dining table. "Sit down first. I'll go bring you food. I'll serve it with you." "Well, why don't you go ahead and sit down?" Yanqi had no choice but to take his seat first. Su Xiaoshang, on the other hand, ran into the kitchen and brought over 7 or 8 dishes back and forth. "It's all Yanqi's favorite food." "That much?" Yanqi was a bit surprised. Su Xiaoshang hemmed and hawed. "Eat more. Look at you starving yourself thin in the detention center." "Yes?" Yanqi touched his face. Su Xiaoshang said with some impatience, "Let's not talk about this first. Quickly taste how it tastes." So Yanqi first tasted the beef curry. He bobbed his head in a very exaggerated manner. "It's so delicious, so worthy of Chef Suda. Ha ha ha, you're too pompous." Su Xiaoshang was amused. She then patted Yanqi's hand. "You eat first, I'll go wash my face." Even though Yanqi complimented her, she still couldn't accept that she was so emaciated. Sudsy Frost turned and ran into the bathroom again. Yanqi looked at the table inside. Ugh, the nicer his ex-girlfriends were to him, the heavier his heart became. Yanqi had absolutely no idea how to repay them. "I'm such a ing scumbag," he cursed under his breath. Sudsy Frost was in the bathroom for half an hour. Yanqi was almost full before she came out of it. She washed her hair, her face, and she wore makeup, masked the haggardness of his face. Dang. How was it?" Su Xiaoshang inquired with some anticipation. Yanqi gave a thumbs up. Even more beautiful. This is going to go out shopping. Shall not fascinate other people to death. Su Xiaoshang happily ran to Yanqi's side and poked him. Hey, you're the one who can talk." Then she suddenly remembered something and bent down to ask, "By the way, did that woman Peleus go to you?" Yanqi froze. "Yeah, how did you know?" Su Xiaoshang clenched her small fists, a small flame emerging in her eyes. "I guessed, after all, she was the one who broke Zhou Wenyao's black information, so I think she should go to you." "It's her." Yanqi then reacted. "That makes sense. After all, this was so sudden that it looked like someone was behind it. Given Piraeus' character, it was indeed possible that she had done it." Su Xiaoshang smacked her lips in displeasure. "Tsk, meddling, even without her, I can still screw Zhou Wenyao to death." Zhou Wenyao can cool off so thoroughly. The Obsidian group behind Su Xiaoshan had put in a considerable amount of effort. There wouldn't have been so many endorsements withdrawn at the same time if their family hadn't taken the lead. Su Xiaoshang pinched the corner of her coat somewhat sheepishly. Then what did you tell her? You guys wouldn't have already. Nothing. Yanch laughed, but suddenly he remembered Peleus' kiss. I suppose. No, right? He scratched his head. Su Xiaoshan could know Yin Qi too well. This expression meant something was wrong. She grabbed Yin Qi's neck collar and shouted through clenched teeth. Aha! You guys aren't going to a hotel, are you? No. Yin Qi hurriedly waved his hand. He then told the story of what happened. After hearing this, the fire in Su Xiaoshan's eyes burned. This damned fishy cat. I won't be able to spare her. Can't say it's cheating. Yin Qi laughed a little awkwardly. Talking to an ex-girlfriend about another ex-girlfriend's kiss. That's too weird. At this time, Su Xiaoshan came over violently. I wanted to. To what? Yanch blinked. Su Xiaoshan's cheeks turned red. Whatever Pei Lu sure has. I want it. Seeing Yin Qi in some difficulty, Su Xiaoshan didn't bother to wait. She hugged Yin Qi's head and kissed him. But the moment her lips touched, she jumped like a rabbit. I. Su Xiaoshan panicked and waved her hand. She had just been blinded by jealousy, kissed up there before realizing something was wrong. Yin Qi touched his lips as he once again confessed in his heart. Abbot, I've broken my fast again and again. He was just about to say something when Su Xiaoshan suddenly fell straight down. Yin Qi was shocked in his heart and rushed to catch Su Xiaoshan. Su Xiaoshan was in a daze and was already falling asleep. Since she hadn't had a good night's sleep in the last few days, she'd been quite tired. The reason she hasn't collapsed is that she has the breath of wanting to cook for Yin Qi to hold her back. And just now that breath dissipated, so the fatigue returned instantly. Su Xiaoshan buried her head in Yin Qi's arms and whispered, Yin Qi, I'm so tired. Yin Qi stroked her head, then picked her up in a princess hug. Go to bed first then. He carried Su Xiaoshan into the bedroom, placed her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Su Xiaoshan weakly raised his hand. Shake. Yin Qi sat on the edge of the bed and held Su Xiaoshan's hand. Sleep. Aha. Su Xiaoshan obediently closed her eyes and, within 10 seconds, she fell into a deep sleep. Good night. Yin Qi smiled and stroked her head. Chapter 19, Buying a Life. There are unseemly businesses in every city. Cloud City naturally has it. Yunqing Yulong District Tianhong Microfinance Company. This company is ostensibly in the legitimate business of lending money. But in fact, it is the skin company of the underground gang Yulin Society. They do business in the flesh business, gambling, loan sharking and the like. In short, the Yulin Society will do anything as long as you can afford to pay for it. At that moment a man with a hooded head walked into the company. I'm sorry, sir, we're off duty. A clerk stepped forward and said, if you need to borrow money, please also tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Without waiting for the clerk to finish, the man threw the clerk a crescent-shaped keychain. I'm here on business. The clerk took the keychain and the expression on his face changed instantly. So you're a regular customer. Then upstairs please. The clerk then took the man up to the 3rd floor. The clerk knocked on one of the doors. Master San, someone is here to talk business. Come in. A gruff voice came from inside. The clerk nodded to the man and said, come on in. The man pushed right through the door. A burly man sat in the middle of the couch, and behind him stood 7 or 8 vicious henchmen. The burly man laughed. Sit down. The man sat down on the couch across from him. Introduce myself. My name is Lu Chang. I'm the 3rd oldest in the Yulin Society. The strong man introduced himself. Feel free to mention anything, as long as you can afford it. The man on the other side didn't say anything, and directly pulled out a picture and handed it to Lu Chang. Help me kill him. Ruqiang and the others were so shocked that they came up and demanded to be killed. Sorry, we don't take on killing jobs right now, Lu Chang said seriously. The man pulled out another bank card. There's $1.5 million in here, and I'll give you another $1.5 million after it's done. Lu Chang gulped. $3 million right out of the gate. That's generous. He took the photo and the bank card. Then we will consider. Lu Chang was in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly saw the person in the picture. Wait a minute, isn't that the guy who's been so hot lately? Lu Chang handed the photo to his men. What's the name? Ah, Yanch. The henchman recognized the man in the photo. Recently Yin Qi has been on the hot search a lot. Still quite famous. This is not a good idea. Lu Chang shook his head. It's too risky to kill a celebrity. The man on the other side pulled out another bank card. Another 2 million. For a total of 5 million. Lu Chang sucked in a breath of cold air. After a moment's thought he said, take off your hat first, or I can't believe you. Without hesitation, the man removed his hat, revealing a handsome face. Zhou Wenyao. Someone recognized the person in front of him at a glance. It's none other than the star who was recently blown out of the water, Chao Manu. At this time, Zhou Wenyao's state was quite bad. and his entire body looked like it had aged 10 years. He's been tormented by reporters and public opinion this week. Almost the entire community condemned him. Not only that, but there are tons of endorsing parties asking for money. Man Yu wants revenge, but he didn't know who to get back at. The brand side led by Obsidian Group? It's the same guy who broke his blackmail, but he doesn't even know who did it. Thinking about it, the only thing he could think of was Yanqi. The old man's reputation stinks. This kid is on fire. The more Zhou Wenyao thought about it, the more angry he became. So he planned to find someone to slaughter Yanqi. Even if the money isn't spent, you'll end up paying out to the brand anyway. Might as well pay a murderer then. $5 million to kill him, Zhou Wenyao said as he stared at Lu Chang. Lu Chang nodded. Yes, but you have to add another $2 million. Why? Zhou Wenyao frowned. Lu Chang revealed a bad smile. Confidentiality fee. No matter what happens in the end, you won't be able to find your head. Alright, I need to see his corpse with my own eyes. Zhou Wenyao gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal. On the other hand, Yanqi didn't know that someone was planning to take his life. He fell asleep on the side of Su Xiaoshang's bed. The next morning, he was woken up by Su Xiaoshang. Yanqi, it's time to get up. Oh. Yanqi got up violently. He rubbed his eyes and saw Su Xiaoshang standing next to him. Su Xiaoshang poked Yanqi's face. Breakfast is already ready. Go wash your face first. Yanqi nodded in a daze. Then it went into the bathroom. It was only when he shuffled around that he reacted to the atmosphere, which felt a little strange. It was like going back 3 years to when they were still together. Yanqi shook his head violently. It's over. It's over. It's going to fall again. He remembered that yesterday, in just one day, he had been kissed by 3 ex-girlfriends at the same time. Oh Abbott, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out much longer. Yanqi sighed. His resistance to beautiful women was already weak. Otherwise you couldn't have had your foot in 5 boats in the first place. The rotating bombardment of ex-girlfriends these days had blown his mind a bit. At this rate, it may cross that line again someday. When the time comes to put your foot in a few more boats, I'm afraid you'll be assassinated and die a violent death in the streets. No, I have to hold it in. I can do it. Yanqi slapped his face. He took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. Su Xiaoshang stood in her apron at the dining table, which was set with donuts and tofu brains. She looked, at the moment, like a freshly married wife. Come and try some. I made it myself. Su Xiaoshang beckoned. Yanqi was just about to sit down when there was a knock at the door. Someone's coming? I'll get it. He went straight to the front door. Yanqi first looked through the cat's eye. He realized that the other man was knocking on the door of a room other than 507. Instead, it was the door to the room across the street at 505, his rental house. Taking a closer look, Yanqi froze. That back is all too familiar. Hiss, Pei Liu's. Yanqi sucked in a breath of cool air. What's with this woman coming to the door? Yanqi instinctively looked behind him. Su Xiaoshang, Pei Liusi, 2 of the toughest women among his ex-girlfriends. If the 2 of them were to run into each other, I'm afraid something would happen. Yanqi, who is it? Su Xiaoshang curiously walked towards the door. Yanqi gulped a little nervously. No one. Knocking on the door of a house other than this one. But Su Xiaofrost saw the difference at a glance. Really? She casually took off her apron and strutted toward the door. The aura on Su Xiaoshang's body instantly changed. From a young stepford wife, she has changed again into that rich young man who holds power and influence. Yanqi was just about to block the door when a knock sounded behind him once again, as well as Pei Liu's deliberately lowered voice calling out, Yanqi, are you there? Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang's face clouded over. The voice didn't sound like Zhang Yuwei, which meant it was another woman who had come to see Yanqi. Get out of the way. Yanqi. Su Xiaoshang walked to the door. I'd like to see who it is. She grabbed the doorknob and jerked the door open. At the same time, Pei Liu's, who was still knocking on the door, turned around when she heard the sound. The 2 women's eyes met. Then they recognized each other at the same time. Su Xiaoshang, Peleus, Chapter 20, a head-scratching Shura, a popular star and the daughter of the richest man in the world. They have naturally crossed paths in the past 3 years, but it was nothing more than a nodding acquaintance. After all, neither of them wanted to talk too much to their love rivals. So it's you. No wonder Yanqi is so nervous. Su Xiaoshang turned her head towards Yanqi in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Yanqi looked aside somewhat sheepishly. Ahem, the worst happened. In that case, he could only play dumb. Pei Liu, on the other hand, directly crossed over Su Xiaoshang and looked at Yanqi behind her. Yanqi, she waved happily. But soon she realized something was wrong. How come Yanqi is in the same room with this woman? Last night they wouldn't. Thinking of this, a hint of ferocity flashed in Pei Liu's eyes. She stared at Su Xiaoshang dead in the face. Why are you here? This is our family's property. I can live wherever I want. Su Xiaoshang disliked back nonchalantly. Pei Liu sneered. Ha, Yeah, I forgot. You're a rich second generation coming up. You didn't get Yanqi to stay with you by throwing money at him, did you? Su Xiaoshang clenched his fist silently at his words. Pelias poked at her sore spot. Although Su Xiaoshang is a rich second generation, but she deliberately downplays this identity when she's with Yanqi, because she wants Yanqi to be with her out of love, and not because of money. Yanqi saw this and rushed up to change the topic. Liusi, what are you looking for me for? Pei Lucia immediately changed her expression as she smiled and asked, do you have time today? Let's go out and play. There's no time. Yanqi has to go to work. Su Xiaoshang directly blocked Yanqi. Pei Luosi smiled disdainfully. I didn't ask you what is your relationship with Yanqi and you make decisions for him? Su Xiaoshang was speechless for a moment, but she quickly reacted and disliked back. I'd like to ask what your relationship with him is, and what gives him the right to go out with you. Piraeus was similarly unable to speak. Yanqi, who was on the side, only felt his head explode. The war between women is just horrible. In fact, there have been instances before where two ex-girlfriends have met, but every time, Zhang Yuwei was present. It was hard to argue with Zhang Yuwei around. After all, she usually took the initiative to take a step back, but Pei Luosi and Su Xiaoshang, they are not masters who will voluntarily admit defeat. Just as the two were at sword point, the door to the next room opened and a young man carrying a briefcase stepped out. Apparently it's time to leave for work. The man looked at the three Pei Lius in confusion. Pei Lius instinctively lowered the brim of her hat for fear of being recognized. It wasn't until the man stepped into the elevator that Pei Lius breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, the big star is afraid of being found out to look for a man. Su Xiaoshang mocked. Since you're so afraid of being found out, why don't you just stop coming to Yanqi? Don't ruin your path to stardom at that time. Pelias bit her lip gently. This time it was her turn to be poked and prodded. She's the same as Sudsy Frost. I don't want to be alienated from Yanqi because of his status as a star. Seeing this, Yanqi immediately rounded up the situation. Alright, let's not disturb the people outside. Do you want to come in and talk about something? He looked over to Su Xiaoshang. It was her house after all. Yeah. Su Xiaoshang nodded unconcernedly. It would look petty if she refused. Letting this woman in was just the thing to crush her face to face. Pei Lucia also raised her head without showing any weakness. Then I'll be polite. With that she walked straight into 507. Su Xiaoshang looked her up and down at the same time. Even she had to admit it. Pelias's appearance could almost be described as perfect. You should know that Su Xiaoshang is already considered a great beauty, but compared to Pei Liu's, it was still a level apart. No wonder Yanqi would be attracted to this fox charming girl. She does look okay, right? Su Xiaoshang thought with some indignation, but I'm not going to lose. With that she closed the door to her room. Yanqi looked at these two and only felt a wave of headache. He had almost fallen into tenderness originally, but the fixation in front of him sobered him up instantly again. Sure enough, it's just too dangerous to have your feet in several boats. He hasn't even gotten back together with his ex-girlfriend and he's already saber-rattling like this. If this gets back together, I'm afraid we're going to see blood when the time comes. Yanqi forced a smile. Let's eat first. Little Frost's cooking is excellent. I also don't know if Ms. Pei is used to eating it or not. After all, it's just some very usual breakfast. Su Xiaoshang said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Pei Luosi, on the other hand, went back with the same yin and yang. If a big tycoon like Miss Su is accustomed to eating it, a small star like me naturally has no problem with it. Yanqi hurriedly pulled out chairs for the two. Sit down first. Su Xiaoshang and Pei Luosi sat down on the chairs respectively. Yanqi, in order to prevent the two from fighting, sat between them. He attentively served the two men a bowl of tofu brain and poured the marinade over it, and one of them brought them a donut. Come and taste it. Pei Liu's looked at Tofu Shizuku with some suspicion. Does a rich kid like Su Xiao Frost really know how to cook? Pei Lucia picked up a spoon and experimentally scooped up a spoonful of tofu brain. The moment she put it in her mouth, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yummy! She was prepared for the fact that it would taste strange, but I didn't expect Su Xiaoshan to make it so delicious. Even better than the breakfast stands outside. By quite a bit. No wonder Yanqi is so enamored with her. It's true that to tie up a man's heart, you have to tie up his stomach first. Pei Lucia thought unconvincingly, but I'm not going to lose. Su Xiaoshan looked at Pei Luosi with some complacency. How is it, Miss Pei? It tastes pretty good, doesn't it? It barely fits, Piraeus said with a very stiff upper lip. Su Xiaoshan was not angry, but continued. Miss Pei's taste is really tricky. So do you usually cook for yourself? Pei Lucia could hear that Su Xiaoshan was shading her, so she said with a smile on her face. I'm usually very busy. I don't have as much free time as Ms. Su to study cooking every day. Su Xiaoshan clenched her teeth at that. This woman is implying that she's not doing her job. There's no free time to learn. Right, Some people just don't like to eat out. Su Xiaoshan looked at Yan Qi with her chin in her hand. Yan Qi, for example, he doesn't like it. Right, Yanch. Pei Lucier also looked at Yan Qi. Really? I thought Yan Qi enjoyed eating out. Yan Qi, where do you like to eat? Sweat broke out on Yan Qi's forehead as he was sandwiched between the two. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. The caller was Zhang Yuwei. Chapter 21, Temporary Truce. Yan Qi was like seeing a savior. Long live I, he chanted in his mind. So he hurriedly said, the leader is on the phone. I'll take the call first, ha. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang and Paleosi could only withdraw their eyes first. Yan Qi picked up the phone. Sister Wei, what's wrong? Nothing, just asking how you're doing. Zhang Yuwei laughed on the other end of the phone. But listening to your tone is a bit not so good. Yan Qi stole a glance at the duo of Su Xiaoshang and said with some embarrassment, ahem, it's true that it's a bit. Let me guess. Zhang Yuwei teased. It couldn't be that Paleosi went to your house and happened to run into Su Xiaoshang, and then you little scumbag got caught in the middle of them, right? How did you know? Yan Qi froze at the remark. That's way too accurate. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuwei laughed, letting you dabble around. Now you're in trouble. Yan Qi was speechless for a moment. That's really his problem. Ugh, really can't do anything about you. Zhang Yuwei sighed. Forget it, just say that there's an emergency at the company and come to the office quickly. Yan Qi showed joy after hearing this, so he hurriedly said in a fake manner, Sister Wei, there's an emergency at the company, isn't there? Gee, but I'm having dinner with someone, so I might be a little past it. What? It's such a rush. Well then, I'll be there now. He then hung up with a regretful look on his face. Liusi, Frost, there's a sudden emergency at the company. Yan Qi turned his head to Pei Liusi and the two of them and said, I have to hurry and make a trip before I can do so. Pei Liusi and Su Xiaoshang looked at Yan Qi with a speechless expression. Both had spent a lot of time with Yanch. They could tell at a glance whether Yan Qi had lied or not. Yan Qi also realized this, and he sighed inwardly. Surely nothing can be hidden from them. That's when Su Xiaoshang grabbed his wrist. Let's eat something before we go. I won't talk, she said weakly. She could also see that Yan Qi didn't like this kind of saber-rattling atmosphere. Pei Lucier also lowered her head. I won't say any more either. So eat quickly. Yan Qi looked at the two of them and just picked up the donut and started eating it. All three ate in silence and no one said another word. It wasn't until Yan Qi was full. I'm full, so I'll leave first. I'll give you a ride, Pei Liu said hurriedly. Su Xiaoshang also immediately spoke up. Forget it, in case a reporter catches the big star with you in a piece. It's not clear. It's better for me to give you a ride. Ha! I sent Yan Qi because I happen to have something to do at their company. Pei Lucier looked at Su Xiaoshang. Su Xiaoshang also looked back unwillingly. I have something to go to, can't I? Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Yan Qi hurriedly clapped his hands. Alright, I'd better go take the subway. With that he picked up his cell phone and walked quickly to the front door. With a thud, Yanch left. Ugh, the duo of Su Xiaoshang and Pei Liusi sighed at the same time. Failure, just too much failure. Originally they were thinking of crushing each other head-on. As a result, I didn't expect Yan Qi to be crushed by them first. Neither of them spoke again, and it was only after a while that Su Xiaoshang slowly opened her mouth. Let's call a truce for now. If this continues, I'm afraid Zhang Yuwei is going to get carried away. Zhang Yuwei was the most Buddhist of them all, which in turn gave Yan Qi a sense of refuge. In the long run, Yan Qi would only become more and more distant from them. Peleus was silent. With her character, let alone a truce, she hated to kill all those in her way. Su Xiaoshang continued, let me remind you, Juaning, that woman can come back. Do you think Yan Qi could manage to get under himself if he ran into her? Pei Lucier looked up in disbelief. Juaning? Isn't she out of the country? This is also thanks to you, sending Yan Qi to the hot search every day. Su Xiaoshang said conspiratorially. When this woman saw the news, she flew straight back. Pei Liusi stirred her hands together after hearing this. She was only thinking about promoting Yan Qi. She had forgotten that there was also this matter. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang struck while the iron was hot. In addition to Juaning, there is also the woman surnamed Bai. If Yan Qi meets her again, I'm afraid his soul will be hooked. Hearing this, Pei Liu's face changed drastically. Juaning, that woman is not easy to deal with. That surnamed Bai is really difficult to deal with. So she made an immediate decision. Okay, truce. Then Piraeus got up and headed out. What are you going to do? Su Xiaoshang turned her head to look. Go to Yanchi's company. I'm going too. On the other hand, Yan Qi sat on the subway with dull eyes. All he could think about was the image of the two of them arguing and Su Xiaoshang. No, it can't go on like this. Yan Qi shook his head. The abbot is right. He is indeed destined to be a peach blossom. Without realizing it, he was surrounded by women again. In the long run, it will surely repeat itself again. Yanch decided. Devote all your time to work in the future. Spend less time tangling with women. Well, yes, that's it. Just as he was thinking about it, a little girl in a school uniform came up to him. She timidly asked, "Hi, can I get a picture with you please?" Yanchi looked up, a little confused. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, you are Yanchi, correct?" The little girl nodded. Yanchi then reacted to the fact that he seemed to be very popular on the internet. He was thinking about the fight between Xu Xiaoshang and the girls, and had forgotten about it. "Yes." Yanchi nodded. The little girl took out her cell phone in a hurry. "Thank you." She turned on the camera and took a picture with Yanchi. Meanwhile, the rest of the carriage gathered around. "It's still really Yankee. I just felt like it. It's so handsome. It feels even more handsome than the picture. Can I take a picture with you too? It's okay to give an autograph." Facing the incoming crowd, Yanchi only had to fulfill their wishes one by one. Group photos were taken and autographs were signed. Until the subway prompts. "The train is arriving at Chunyun station ahead, and the train will open the right side. I'm at the station. Let's sign up next time." Yanchi hurriedly got up and walked out of the car door. The people behind us still shout, "Wait, I haven't gotten my picture taken yet." But Yanchi was already running away in a puff of smoke. Yanchi quickly left the high-speed train station with some heart palpitations. No wonder Peleus went out and wore a hat and a mask. He's just getting a little bit of fame and he's already like this. Then if it was a big star like Peleosi, I'm afraid the whole street would be blocked. Yanch shook his head. In the morning, he had just been noisy by the duo of Su Xiaoshang, and when he went out, he was surrounded by a group of people who wanted to take a picture together. It messed with his head a bit. Go to the company and squint for a while first. Yanchi turned around and walked towards Inkart Media. At that moment a man with a hooded head came up to him. "Yanchi, right?" Yanchi waved his hand. "I have something urgent to go to the company. Come back another time." He thought he was here for another group photo, but the next second, the hooded man pulled a sharp dagger out of his pocket. A violent swing towards Yanchi's neck. Yanchi's eyes widened. He instinctively ducked back. The blade cut across Yanchi's neck, causing only a shallow wound. The hooded man on the opposite side didn't expect Yanchi to react so quickly, so he grabbed Yanchi's shoulders hard so that Yanchi could no longer dodge. Then a knife was plunged into Yanchi's stomach. Chapter 22, Assassination. Yanchi first felt a coolness, followed by intense pain sweeping through his body. The hooded man had a death grip on the dagger, and he was ready to turn it around hard enough to completely churn Yanchi's insides. But that's when Yanchi grabbed his wrist. At the moment of life and death, Yanchi erupted with great power. With his full grip, the hooded man couldn't even turn the knife at all. At the same time, the people around them noticed the difference. When someone saw the blood, they instantly screamed out in horror. All eyes looked over. The hooded man clearly panicked. He wanted to pull his hand out and make a quick exit, but Yanchi clutched his arm in a death grip and yelled, "Don't you try to run." The hooded man was shaken. How come this guy wasn't scared at all when he got stabbed? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get thee off me. The hooded man made a full effort to pull out. Although Yanchi tried desperately to block it, he eventually pulled his hand out. The hooded man turned and fell away. A black motorcycle was parked on the side of the road. The hooded man jumped up with agility. The motorcycle started immediately and fled the area at speed. Yanchi breathed heavily and calmly said to the people around him, "Please call an ambulance." Then he went limp and fell to the ground. "Quick, call an ambulance." The crowd of onlookers shouted. 5 minutes later, Inkart Media. Zhang Yuwei stood in front of the company and looked left and right. Why isn't it here yet? It should only take half an hour to get from the neighborhood to the office. As a result, Yanchi didn't wait, but waited for 2 luxury cars. 2 cars came from a distance and stopped in front of the office. A pink McLaren, a white Porsche. Zhang Yuwei sighed softly. Ugh, why are the 2 of them here as well? I had wanted to be alone with Xiao Qi. This little scumbag. Isn't he a little too popular? Paleosi and Su Xiaoshan got out of the car at the same time, striding towards the company. Where's Yanch? The 2 asked in unison. Zhang Yuwei shook her head very calmly. It hasn't come yet. It shouldn't be. Su Xiaoshan frowned. He left the house before us. Pei Liu's, on the other hand, went straight into the company. Then I'll go in and wait. You're not polite. Zhang Yuwei skimmed her lips. As the 3 chatted, an ambulance passed in front of the office, followed by several siren-sounding police cars. What's the situation? Zhang Yuwei looked over curiously. Su Xiaoshan shook her head. They didn't pass the subway station on their way here. Neither of them cared too much. After all, this kind of thing happened every day in Cloud City. Mr. Zhang, something big has happened. A company employee ran from the direction of the subway station. As he ran, he shouted, Yanchi has been stabbed with a knife. He came out of the subway station just in time to see Yanchi, who had fallen to the ground. When these words came out, both Zhang Yuwei froze. Su Xiaoshang stopped the employee as she asked in disbelief. What did you just say about Yen Qi? Someone stabbed him in the stomach with a knife. There's a lot of blood just over the subway station. The employee stammered out a reply, clearly stunned as well. Su Xiaoshang only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and then she stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuwei was slightly better, but she also felt a wave of vertigo. Yanqi was stabbed? A great sense of fear gripped it. She panicked and ran toward the subway station. Pei Liu's had already gone into the company and sat down, and when she heard the commotion she came out as well. As soon as he went out the door, he saw the collapsed Su Xiaoshang. What are you doing lying on the ground? Pei Liu's inquired in disbelief. Su Xiaoshang climbed up from the ground. She trembled and whispered, something happened to Yen Qi. When Zhang Yuwei arrived at the subway station, she happened to run into Yen Qi being carried to the ambulance by the doctor. In the cracks of the crowd of onlookers, she saw Yen Qi's somewhat pale face. Yen Qi, Zhang Yuwei shouted in a hoarse voice, tears gushing out involuntarily. She desperately pushed her way through the crowd. Get out of the way. Zhang Yuwei squeezed her way to the ambulance and grabbed the accompanying doctor. Doctor, is he alright? The doctor turned his head to look at her. What are you to him? I'm his boss. Zhang Yuwei replied with a slight hesitation. The doctor sniffed. It's a deep cut, but the specifics will have to be looked at more closely. Since you know him, follow in the car. Yes. Zhang Yuwei hurriedly nodded and followed along to the ambulance. By the time the duo of Su Xiaoshang arrived, the ambulance had already driven away from the subway station. Yanqi, Yanqi, Yanqi. Pei Liu's mouth kept chanting. Her eyes were nearly crazy. The original slightly better mental state because of Yen Qi was once again shattered by the harsh reality. Go to hell, all of you. Go to hell. Her eyes stared dead ahead, filled with resentment and hatred. With that, she turned toward the door toward the company. Are you going to the hospital? Let's go together. Su Xiaoshang also followed. She was also slightly calmer now. A knife in the stomach shouldn't be life-threatening as long as it doesn't damage critical organs. Pei Liu shook her head expressionlessly. No, I'm going to find Zhuaning. There was only one thought in her head. That would be to break the person who hurt Yen Qi into pieces. Hearing the name Zhuaning, Su Xiaoshang stopped in her tracks. She knew very well that once Zhuaning knew about this, then I'm afraid the entire Cloud City will be in chaos. Logically, Su Xiaoshang should have stopped Pei Liu, but she didn't, because she also wanted to see the prisoner punished. So Su Xiaoshang pulled out her cell phone as well. In that case, let's get messy. Meanwhile, in the ambulance, doctors and nurses are stopping Yen Qi's bleeding. Zhang Yuwei looked at the unconscious Yen Qi, her heart filled with guilt. If he hadn't had to come to work himself, maybe Yankee wouldn't be like that. Don't anything happen to you. She prayed silently. If you die, then I won't live. Perhaps the prayers had manifested. Yen Qi actually slowly opened his eyes. Ouch. He sucked in a cool breath. Zhang Yuwei shouted excitedly. Yen Qi, are you alright, Sister Wei? Yen Qi looked to the side at Zhang Yuwei. He grinned a grin. It's fine. Shouldn't die. Don't worry about it. Well, it's good to be fine. Zhang Yuwei bit her lip and touched Yen Qi's forehead. As long as the person is alive, then everything else is fine. At this time the doctor also came over and said, I just took a look at the wound. It shouldn't have stabbed a critical organ. I'll double check you later at the hospital. Yen Qi nodded. Suddenly he remembered something and raised his arm. Don't move. You can't move yet. The doctor rushed to say. Yen Qi said weakly. No, I should have the culprit's DNA under my fingernails. It should help solve the case. He scratched the prisoner hard on the arm as he pulled him at the end. At this point Yen Qi had nothing but his own blood under his fingernails, and the flesh and blood of the prisoners. Chapter 23, Zhuaning. Underground gangs in Cloud City tend to have only two endings. One is to be caught in a police net, and the other is to find a way to clear his name. Among the underground gangs in Cloud City, the most successful in whitewashing is the former leader of the Red Safety Society. 6 years ago, the Red Security Society was still the largest underground gang in Cloud City. Today, 6 years later, the Red On Society has transformed into the Hangan Group. One of the most important reasons is because the boss of the Red Security Society has changed. At the moment, the chairman of Hangan Group is named Zhuaning. At only 31 years old, he had already become one of the top 20 richest men in Cloud City. But even though the Redan Society has been cleansed, however, there were still rumors that the Red Security Society still held the underground power of Cloud City. It's just that no one can come up with proof. At this time, the top floor of Hangan Mansion. Inside the luxurious office, Zhuaning stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, sizing herself up. The woman in the mirror had a head of burgundy curly hair, a pair of peach blossom eyes capable of seducing people's hearts, and a tear mole dotted below her left eye, giving her a sense of flavor. And what really made people's blood run cold was Zhuaning's hot body, the fullness of her breasts almost bursting through her shirt, the surplus of her wasp waist, and the firm buttocks under the tight wraparound skirt created a set of its exaggerated curves. It's hard to imagine that this body isn't plastic, but rather natural. Zhuaning was dressed in a one-piece wraparound dress, with a pair of open-toed high heels, and her nails were smeared with colorful red high heels, showing her temptation. It's been a while since I've worn this dress and it feels a little tight. Have I gained weight? She muttered to herself as she spun around. She's been so busy working over the years that she usually only wears ladies' suits. It was after 3 years. Zhuaning once again began to dress herself, and there was only one person who could make her take it so seriously. Yanch, a man she loved and hated. At this time there was a knock at the door. Mr. Shua, someone wants to see you. No see, Zhuaning shouted impatiently. Didn't I say so? I'm not seeing anyone today. The female assistant outside the door continued. Mr. Shua, the person who came said he wants to talk to you about Yanqi. At these words, Zhuaning turned around violently. Let her in. Yes. Zhuaning sat back behind her desk, her elegant legs folded together. Who is it? Could it be Yanqi looking over? With his character it shouldn't be. Zhuaning shook her head. Soon there was another knock at the door. Before Zhuaning could say anything, the door was pushed open. Zhuaning's face suddenly clouded over. Dare to just break into our office. This is not wanting to die. But when she saw the visitor clearly, her anger instantly subsided. This young lady, wait a moment. The female assistant shouted. Zhuaning saw this and waved her hand. Forget it, you go down. I want to talk to her alone. Okay, Mr. Shua. The female assistant hurriedly exited the office and closed the door. Zhuaning looked at the woman across from him and smiled. It's been a long time, Pei Liu's. The visitor was none other than Pei Liu's. She sat nonchalantly on the couch. Pei Lucier looked at Zhuaning and smiled disdainfully. Dressed so burnt. You want to go seduce Yanqi, right? Zhuaning wasn't the least bit angry when he heard it. Instead, he graciously admitted, that's right, you're not here for that, are you? I know you're crazy, but I've seen so many crazy people. You're not even close to being the craziest, so I urge you to hurry. Yanqi is in the hospital. Pei Liu's interrupted her directly. I'm afraid you won't be able to seduce him. Zhuaning froze. What did you say? Yanqi was stabbed and is currently lying in the hospital. Pei Lucier calmly elaborated. Although she acted calm, the anger and resentment in her eyes could not be concealed. She's just holding on for dear life. Zhuaning gripped the handrail with a death grip. Is he dead? No. Pei Liu shook her head. I've heard that it's out of life-threatening condition, but I still need to be hospitalized for a while. Zhuaning was slightly relieved. She leaned back in her chair and murmured, it's good that it's not dead. Just that moment, her back was already drenched in sweat. What followed was Zhuaning's anger. She slammed the table and roared, who did this? I'll kill him myself. I don't know. Pei Liu sighed. Although the intelligence network under my command is spread all over Cloud City, there are some places that I can't get my foot in the door. Zhuaning narrowed her eyes. You mean, this matter is the work of those underground gangsters? Quite possibly. Pelias nodded. Zhuaning laughed and shook her head. Ha, so that's how it is. I said why you took the initiative to come to me. She knew Pelias well as a person. Very possessive of Yanqi. She wouldn't have come to the aid of her love interest if she didn't have to, but Pelias came anyway. It could be seen how much weight Yanqi had in her heart. I understand. Leave the underground side to me. Zhuaning sneered. Within a day. No, within 12 hours. I'll ask for a result. She stood up and looked out the window. Looks like some people have already forgotten about the Redan Society. So let them reminisce. 8 hours later. The first hospital of Cloud City. Yanqi was lying weakly on the hospital bed and was being questioned by the police. He's done with the surgery. The surgery went very well as the knife did not hit the vitals. It's just going to leave a scar on my stomach now. That man was wearing a black hood, and then he had an accomplice. Yanqi said everything he saw. They rode a motorcycle over to Guiyun Street. The police recorded it through and through. Comrade policeman, can you catch that man? Yanqi asked curiously. The police nodded. Don't worry. Based on the DNA under your fingernails and the surveillance along the road, we've already locked in the suspect. He should be apprehended soon. Yanqi was relieved to hear that. That's good. It's really hard for you guys, but you were calm enough. The policeman smiled. We watched the video of the crime, and you were able to grab the man's wrist despite being stabbed. The average person would have freaked out a long time ago if this had happened to them. That's an unusual performance for you. It doesn't look like it's the first time you've encountered something like this. Yanqi was first stunned, then laughed a little awkwardly. Ha ha ha, I just usually like to watch some horror movies, police movies and the like, so it's not that scary. They chatted some more and then the police left. Yanqi looked at the back of the police officer as he left, his heart beating a little. Oops, I should have acted a little more scared, but it should be fine. After all, it's been 6 years since that incident. Surely no one remembers it. The reason Yanqi could act so calmly was naturally not because he had watched a lot of movies. Rather, it was because he had been through something similar. To be precise, he had killed a man. No, to be precise, they partnered up to kill a man. His accomplice's name, Zhuaning, and one of his former ex-girlfriends. Chapter 24 Cloud City is in chaos. Those were memories Yanqi would never forget. When he thought of that, he remembered Zhuaning. Thinking of Zhuaning, Yanqi only felt his blood rushing down his throat. No, I can't see Zhuaning even if I die. Yanqi shook his head violently. He would have been on the verge of falling in tenderness lately. If there was another Zhuaning here, then he was afraid that he would really be unable to hold back. It would be a complete mess in case of a little Teddy in disguise then. At this time, Zhang Yuwei walked in with her lunchbox. Feeling better? She sat down on the edge of the bed and smiled. Yanqi nodded. Much better. Thanks to Sister Wei taking care of me. Count on you having a conscience. Zhang Yuwei patted Yanqi's head. Since Yanqi entered the hospital, Zhang Yuwei hadn't rested for a moment. At this time, Zhang Yuwei noticed that Yanqi revealed a tangled expression. Sister Vi, that, never mind. I'd better not ask. Zhang Yuwei could know Yanqi too well. A glimpse of what he was thinking. It was nothing more than to ask Paleosi and Su Xiaoshang why they didn't come to the hospital, but he felt that if he asked, his earlier bravado about the women he planned to stay away from would become bragging again. That's why he's so torn. Zhang Yuwei shook her head helplessly. You little scum. You obviously still want them to come and see you, right? Yanqi scratched his head. He felt like his scummy nature was being exposed again. Obviously. In the morning, he was annoyed by the fights and thought about staying away from women in the future, but now he wished they would come over. All this talk about being reformed has turned out to be just as greedy as before. Yanqi covered his forehead. What can be done about it? You're getting in deeper and deeper. Zhang Yuwei pampered and pinched Yanqi's face. Well, they all have important things to do, so they'll definitely be here tomorrow. Yanqi frowned. What's so important? For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Ahem. Anyway, it's just something very important. You'd better drink some kanji first, Zhang Yuwei said somewhat perfunctorily. She knew the movements of Su Xiaoshang and the others. It's just that Pei Liu's and the girls instructed that they mustn't tell Yanqi. After all, if Yanqi knew that Zhuaning was involved, he would definitely be anxious. Yanqi sensed something unusual, but he didn't ask hard questions either. After all, once Zhang Yuwei intended to keep it a secret, no one would be able to ask anything out of her. I hope nothing goes wrong. Yanqi looked out the window. Let's just say Yanqi's hunch was pretty accurate. At this time, Cloud City was indeed out of order. The brunt of this is on the news front. Yanqi was supposed to be a big hit these days. This sudden assassination has turned the heat up on him several times over again. If you open a social media program at this moment, we'll find the hot list full of Yanqi's name. The top entry is, Yanqi stabbed at subway entrance, explosion. And later, video of Yanqi's assassination scene. Yanqi has lost a lot of blood. Who assassinated Yanqi? A certain blog's hot search list totaled 50 hot searches, and Yanqi himself accounted for more than 30. It could be seen how much this matter had impacted Cloud City. In addition to the news aspect, there was a heavy hitter that got the whole city moving. That's when the richest company in Cloud City, the Obsidian Group, issued a bounty. If you can provide the location of the prisoner, you can take $10 million. The news blew everyone's mind straight away. $10 million. That's a whole $10 million. An average family doesn't make $10 million in a lifetime of work. And now, just provide the location of the prisoner. That's just deadly attractive to the average person. So a large number of people spontaneously took to the streets in search of clues, all wanting to be the first to find the culprit. But there were others who noticed something was wrong. Obsidian Group has nothing to do with Yanqi, and has nothing to do with releasing any bounty. So there was speculation on the internet that Yanqi could be the illegitimate son of the chairman of the Black Yao Group, Su Daiguo. But that discussion didn't turn up much water. After all, people want that $10 million more than they want who's illegitimate. The entire Cloud City was in chaos as a result. Not only was Cloud City in chaos on the bright side, its dark side was also in chaos at the moment. Over these 6 years, the underground forces in Cloud City had stabilized. Each of the 5 gangs has a territory and belongs to the well. And today the bosses of this gang are gathered in a rare gathering. The only one who could have such a big face was the once leading boss, the Redden Society. At this moment 5 bosses gathered in front of an underground casino. 4 of them all looked a little nervous, and only one of them, a dangling young man, wasn't afraid in the slightest. Asterisk. It's been over an hour of waiting. The young man cursed at the gate. Damn, how much longer do we have to wait? He was the current boss of the Ghostfly gang, Kai Shui. When the other few bosses heard Shui Kai say this, their faces changed in fear. Shui Kai, don't talk nonsense, a gang leader reprimanded. Shui Kai gave him a disdainful look. You guys too. Our old man too. All scared silly. The Red Security Society was great 6 years ago, but that was 6 years ago, so what's so scary about it? Old me came over today just to tell them that from now on, we in the Ghost Glow gang won't listen to them. The corners of the other bosses' mouths twitched, and they no longer discourage it. Since someone wants to die, there's no point in stopping them. That's when the doors to the underground casino opened. A strong man, nearly 2 meters tall, walked out from inside. It's been a long time. Sister Joy is waiting for you inside. The burly man bowed politely. A few of the other bosses nodded their heads in unison. Good. Only Shuekai looked at the strong man with a curious face. You kid is tall enough. Follow me in the future. You're a joker. Please follow me in. The burly man turned and walked deeper into the casino. Shuekai smacked his lips in displeasure. TSK, something that doesn't know what it's doing. A few of the bosses then came to a small door. The burly man knocked on the door. Sister Joie, I've brought someone over. Come in. Zhuaning's voice came from the house. The burly man then opened the door and let a few of the bosses inside. The house was sparsely furnished, with only a table and a few chairs. Next to the table, there were several black plastic bags a man high. Zhuaning sat down at the table. At the moment she had changed out of her wraparound skirt and back into a valiant lady's suit. Everyone, long time no see. Zhuaning lightly laughed. It looks like you're all doing pretty well. The several bosses hurriedly bent over. Thanks to Sister Zhua's care, they were all older than Zhuaning, but they still had to be called Sister Zhua. That's the rule. Only Shuekai sized up Zhuaning with interest. He gulped softly at the thought. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This pussy is way too charged. Zhuaning also noticed Shuekai's line of sight. Somewhat unpleasantly, he asked, and you are? Ghost Glow Gang's current boss, Shuekai. Shuekai patted his chest. Then he strides over to the table and sits down, laughing very lewdly. I didn't realize that the boss of the Redden Society is actually a big beautiful girl. A few other bosses saw this scene and their legs began to tremble in fear. Is this kid crazy? How dare you molest Zhuaning? Shuekai? Zhuaning raised an eyebrow. Oh, Shue's son, right? Exactly. Shuekai raised his head proudly. On the road, anyone who hears that he's the son of Shue's bachelor will bow down to him. The women will even jump on him. And it gave him an illusion. That means our Ghostfly gang is invincible. But obviously not everyone would be scornful of his status. Zhuaning sighed helplessly. I didn't expect Shue's bachelor to give birth to such a waste like you. Shikai froze. He asked back in disbelief. What the did you say? Bitch, you dare to curse me. He said. He stood up violently, intending to give Zhuaning a slap. Just then a sharp, pointed knife ran straight through his body from behind. Ugh. Shikai looked down. Chapter 25, Gang Leader. As the sharp knife was drawn, Shuekai fell to the ground covering his stomach. He hadn't even reacted to what was happening. Shuekai looked up, only to see that the one who stabbed him with the knife was the same polite, strong man who had brought them in. But by now the politeness on the burly man's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling killing intent. You, Shuekai stared at the burly man in horror. He didn't understand why he was suddenly given a knife. According to his gang experience over the years, even if there was a conflict between the two gangs, it would be a fight at most. It's the first time I've seen one like this one come up. The burly man kicked Shuekai, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters. Aha! Shuekai rolled on the ground in pain. A few gang leaders not far away lowered their heads for fear of implicating themselves. The burly man's face remained bland. He respectfully bent towards Zhuaning. Sister Joie, what to do with this brat? Zhuaning casually waved her hand. Kill it. When these words came out, not only Shuekai, but several other bosses also froze. That's a kill? Shuekai couldn't care less about shouting out in pain. He hissed in fear. You can't kill me. My father is Shueqi. I'm Shuekai, the boss of the Ghost Glow Gang. If you try to kill me, my father will bring someone to get back at you. Zhuaning nodded after hearing this. That's true. It's indeed a bit troublesome to engage in this way. Shuekai was slightly relieved at his words. Sure enough, the Ghostfly Gang still had some say. But Zhuaning's next words completely knocked Shuekai into the abyss. Zhuaning softly yawned. Ha! Then let's exterminate Shue's bachelor along with the Ghost Glow Gang. Yes, Sister Joie. The strong man bowed his head to take the order. With that, he walked towards Shuekai with a sharp knife. The Shikai were dumbfounded. This isn't right, right? Why is the Ghostfly Gang suddenly going to be wiped out? And it doesn't look like the woman is joking, is really trying to exterminate the Ghostfly Gang. He hurriedly looked at the other few bosses and shouted, Uncle Wang, Uncle Wu, save me. But how dare these bosses mind their own business? They don't even dare to raise their heads. Shuekai was completely desperate as he kept moving backward. Wait, I know I'm wrong. Don't kill me. I'll pay you guys. Okay, whatever you want. But the burly man didn't even bother to listen to him, and raised his knife to slash down. With a few miserable screams, Shui Kai was completely unable to make a sound. The burly man was very skillful and put it into a black bag next to him. Obviously these bags were prepared for this moment. The few remaining bosses were trembling with fear. Zhuaning the ancestor is still so ruthless. I originally wanted to catch up with you guys. Zhuaning gently sighed. Being stirred up by this kid, she looked to the remaining four. In that case, I'll cut the crap. I've called you here to ask you to do me a small favor. The four bosses hurriedly raised their heads. You name it, we're willing to do anything. Seeing Shui Kai hacked to death, they no longer had the guts to resist. Don't be nervous, it's just a small favor. Zhuaning laughed lightly. You all watched the news, right? Did you know someone got stabbed at Spring Cloud Station today? I know. They nodded. It's such a big deal. Of course they know. Just what does that have to do with them? Zhuaning knocked on the table. Very well. All you have to do is go back and ask if this incident was done by your people. If it's one of yours, give him to me and I promise you'll be fine. The four bosses looked at each other. No wonder they were approached. So Zhuaning was suspecting them. So one of them hurriedly said, Sister Zhua, you may not know, but we have stopped taking on killing jobs in the past few years. The person who spoke was the boss of the Yulin Society, Wang Chang. He's telling the truth. Killing is quick money, but it's really a bit dangerous. So a couple of gangs put their heads together and didn't take it. I know, Zhuaning nodded. But do you control yourselves and the people below you? She stared at Wang Chang and the others. I repeat, go back and ask your people. Of course I won't let you guys suffer. After that the Ghost Glow Gang's territory will be split between the four of you. Hearing this, the four bosses immediately came into the spirit. The Ghostfly Gang's territory isn't small. Even if the four of them share it equally, it's still enough to make a profit. Alright, Sister Zhua, then you can wait for our news. Wang Chang and a few others hurriedly agreed. Zhuaning was very satisfied. Very well, I'll give you 4 hours. No problem. Wang Chang's several people left the underground casino. Phew, scared me to death. Wang Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead. It feels like Sister Zhua is even more terrifying than before. Others were a bit worried. You said the one who stabbed someone. It can't really be one of ours. Don't talk nonsense. It can't be my people anyway. Wang Chang said with a confident chest. He waved his hand and walked towards his car. You guys go back and ask nicely. Don't piss off Sister Zhua by then. And so a storm of searches raged in the underground of Cloud City as well. By now, almost the entire city was looking for the culprit who stabbed Yan Qi. Just as Cloud City was in a state of chaos, Yan Qi was in the hospital for the rest of his years. He lay leisurely on his bed looking at his cell phone. Zhang Yuwei, on the other hand, stood by his bedside, peeling apples for him. Sister Wei, Black Obsidian Group is Su Xiaoshang and her family, right? Yan Qi looked at the hot search and asked. It says here that there is a reward of $10 million. It can't be her, right? Zhang Yuwei nodded. What else? She was quite angry when she saw you get stabbed. The reason she didn't come was that she also went to help find the prisoner. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yan Qi's mouth. So, happy. Zhang Yuwei pinched Yan Qi's face. You little scum. Let me say what's good about you. Because of you the whole of Cloud City is in chaos. Whether it's the media, the people, or the gangs, it's all in disarray. Yan Qi smiled awkwardly. These ex-girlfriends of his are truly divine. Su Xiaoshang is the daughter of the richest man and can mobilize the people with money. Peleus is a popular actress and can use the media for publicity. Zhuaning is a gang leader who can be reached through the underground. Wait a minute. Ma? Yan Qi suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked at Zhang Yuwei. Sister Wei, did you just say that the gangs are in a mess as well? Zhang Yuwei blinked. Did I say that? Yes, I heard everything. Zhang Yuwei gulped and sweat broke out on her forehead. Crap, accidentally blurted it out in passing. She handed Yan Qi the apple and casually said perfunctorily, ha ha ha, you should have misheard me. You eat the apple first. I'm going to the restroom ha. With that, Zhang Yuwei slipped away. Something's not right. Zhuaning wouldn't have gotten involved. Yan Qi looked out the window. He tightened his grip on the railing beside the bed. A rare panic rose in his eyes. Oh no, if that's the case, then things will be in trouble. Yan Qi knew Zhuaning too well. This woman can really kill. Chapter 26, Trying to Escape? Meanwhile, inside the Tianhong Microfinance Company, Lu Chang, the third oldest member of the Yulin Society, was lashing out at his little brother. Wastes? You guys are a bunch of ing wastes. Lu Chang gritted his teeth and cursed. The two minions knelt in front of him with their noses bruised and swollen, their heads bowed and trembling. They are the two prisoners who stabbed Yan Qi at the subway entrance today. One to stab people, one to drive away. Third brother, that kid reacted too quickly. One of the junior brothers lowered his head. I stabbed him and he clutched my arm. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Chang kicked over after hearing this. Asterisk 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 you. It's none of my business if he's an ordinary person or not. I'm trying to make him die. You guys didn't get your ING man killed and you're making a big deal out of the whole city. Little brother gets a leg kick. Although he was aggrieved, he didn't dare say anything more. Liu Chang was silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. Phew, but it's good that the police can't find this side for now. As for the citizens who want to put a bounty on them, there's no threat. Speaking of the bounty, Liu Chang looked at his little brother somewhat greedily. He'd love to hand over his little brother and get his hands on $10 million, but that's a little too dangerous. If something goes wrong, he'll have to take himself in. Just as Liu Chang was thinking about what to do, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and realized it was from his oldest, Wang Chang. Liu Chang hurriedly picked up the phone. He, who was arrogant and incomparable just now, instantly became extremely fawning. Big brother, what are your orders? Lao San, someone stabbed someone with a knife at the subway entrance of Chunyun Station today. Do you know about this? Wang Chang on the other end of the phone asked. Liu Chang's heart skipped half a beat. Instinctively he wanted to say no, but he reacted immediately. It's so big that it's strange not to know instead, isn't it? So Liu Chang laughed. I know. The whole city knows about this. Right, isn't there a bounty? You ask if it was done by someone under your hand. Wang Chang instructed. Did they all give me a call to report it? When these words came out, Liu Chang's entire body was struck by lightning. Got the right guy. He's the one who had it done. But he still braced himself and asked, Big brother, is something wrong? Why are you still personally asking about this matter? Oops, you don't know. Wang Chang sighed. Right now Zhuaning from the Redden Society is looking for this person. You'll have to ask me nicely. Don't let the Red Security Council catch us in the act. Liu Chang's legs trembled at his words. He wasn't a rash like Shui Kai. He knew exactly how scary Akane would be. That Redden Society's boss, Zhuaning, was even more terrifying. Liu Chang wasn't afraid of the police, the reward, or the Obsidian Group, but the only one who was afraid of the Red Security Council. Hey, how are you? Wang Chang on the other end of the phone asked. Liu Chang hurriedly said, No, I'm just a bit surprised. Didn't the Red Safety Society retire years ago? Don't worry about the specifics, just remember to ask. Wang Chang hung up the phone with some impatience. Liu Chang only felt his legs and feet soften and sat down on the ground with a thud. It's over. It's over. We've messed with a tough opponent now. He covered his head with a face of fear. A junior brother rushed over to inquire. Third brother, is the police coming? Liu Chang slapped his little brother's face. If only it was the police. The Red Security Association can be 10,000 times more terrifying than the police. If you get caught by the police, at best you'll go to jail. But if they were caught by the Qian Society, they wouldn't even be able to leave their bodies intact. What to do? Liu Chang was truly panicked. If only he had known it would be like this. He wouldn't take the job if it killed him. At this time, one of the younger brothers suddenly said, Third brother, why don't we run away and go to the field to avoid the wind first? There were a total of 2 people responsible for assassinating Yanqi at that time. He was the one in charge of stabbing people, and once he was caught by the Akasaka Association, it would be a total disaster. Liu Chang nodded his head after hearing this. That's the only way. Go get ready. Yes. The stabbing junior nodded and hurriedly ran out. There was one junior left in the house who was in charge of the escape in a motorcycle. Doggy, go get ready too. We'll run in a while. Liu Chang waved his hand at the dog. The dog nodded and walked out without a word. But instead of preparing to run away, he made his way to the company rooftop. He took a deep breath and dialed the number. Hello, is this the Obsidian Group? I'd like to report a lead on the culprit. At the end of the day he only drives the motorcycle and is an accessory at best. Why should I run away with Liu Chang and the others? This clue quickly reached Xu Xiaoshan's ears. At the moment she was sitting in her office, listening to the reports from her men. Sure enough, it was that group of scum underground that did this, Xu Xiaoshang said with a look of disgust. The henchman saw this and asked respectfully, Missy, should we tell the police about the clue? Xu Xiaoshang shook her head. No, tell Zhuaning and the others the location and let them take care of it. Yes. With that she got up and went out the door. Where are you going, Missy? The henchman hurriedly asked. Hospital. Xu Xiaoshang couldn't wait to run out of the office. An hour later, Wang Chang, the oldest member of the Yulin Society, did not yet know that a great disaster was coming. He's in a KTV at the moment, indulging in a song with a KTV lady, shouting at me, I'll go wherever I please. Wang Chang sings his favorite song, Gone with the Wind Superstar. He had always felt that the song was simply written for him. Handsome enough, slick enough. Wang Chang was in a good mood now. His minions have all reported to him that they didn't do that thing at the subway entrance. Then this is nothing to be afraid of. Next, just wait to receive the Ghostfly Gang's territory. After finishing the song, Wang Chang contentedly leaned back in his chair and lamented, Lousy's luck is really ing good. I've earned it. Brother Wang is really great. You must enjoy yourself tonight, the lady next to him said daintily. Wang Chang laughed out loud as he wrapped his arms around the young lady. Just when you wanted to make out with her, the door of the compartment was suddenly kicked open. Wang Chang turned around and cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't I say so? Not allowed to come in. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. But when he got a good look at the visitor, it went out in an instant. The lady next to him didn't put out her fire though. She pointed to the door and shouted, "Are you guys deaf? Didn't you hear Wang tell you to get lost?" When Wang Chang heard this, he immediately felt a chill rise up. He slapped the lady viciously in the face. "Bitch, shut the up." The lady was slapped dumbfounded, knowing that usually Wang Chang favored her. Then Wang Chang stood up in miso and bent over like a student who had made a mistake. "Zhua, Sister Zhua, what brings you here?" The one who kicked in the door was from the Red Security Society. The lady was also trembling with fear. She originally wanted to rely on Wang Chang as a big mountain to show off, but looking at Wang Chang, "I'm afraid this group of people are not to be messed with." Zhuaning reviewed the week and laughed. "You can, old Wang, quite good at playing." The corner of Wang Chang's mouth twitched, then he hurriedly drove the lady away. "You're blind. Hurry up and get the hell out of here." The lady, as if pardoned, quickly got up and tried to leave the booth, but the strong man under Zhuaning stopped her with a hand. "You just called us deaf, didn't you?" Zhuaning laughed. The lady was terrified. She hurriedly admitted her mistake. "I was wrong." Before she could finish her sentence, the burly man had already slapped her in the face twice. The force was so great that it directly swelled her face. "You can get lost," Zhuaning said faintly. The lady hurriedly rolled and crawled away from the private room. That's the way the Red Security Society does things. If you mess with the Qian Society, even a passing dog will get 2 slaps on the wrist. Chapter 27. The box fell into dead silence. The people of the Redden Society are all staring at Wang Chang. Wang Chang hurriedly broke the silence. "Sister Zhua, why did you come in person? Just have someone tell me directly if you have any orders." Zhuaning smiled. "It's not a big deal. It's just that how about asking about that thing at the Spring Cloud Station?" Wang Chang was instantly relieved. "So that's what this is about." So he hurriedly said, "I've asked them all. I can assure you that it was definitely not my handlers." A flash of anger flashed in Zhuaning's eyes. "Do you indeed?" Wang Chang patted his chest. 10,000% sure. There's no way a brother under my hand would lie to me. He believes in the formula from the movie Goonies. Brothers must trust each other. Ha ha ha, very good. Zhuaning was exasperated and laughed. Then she pulled a tape recorder out of her pocket. "In that case, let's hear something interesting for you." After saying that, Zhuaning tapped the play button. "Hello, is this the Obsidian Group? I'd like to report a lead on the culprit." What came through the recorder was a recording of a tip-off call from Lu Chang's henchman, Doggy. Yes, it was all instructed by Lu Chang, the oldest of the Yulin Society, who is now going to run. The more Wang Chang heard, the colder his heart became. At the end of the day, his legs went straight to the couch. "It can't be. There's no way that Lu Chang kid would lie to me." Wang Chang muttered to himself with a panicked face. "This recording if true, well, he's screwed then. I had just sworn to brag about it, and then I was slapped hard in the face. Sister Zhua, listen to my explanation." Wang Chang flung himself to the ground. "It was that Lu Chang kid who lied to me. I really didn't know that he did it." Zhuaning smiled disdainfully. "Too late." She waved her hand. "Take the man away and let him meet a good brother." With that, he ignored Wang Chang's pleas for mercy. Zhuaning's men forcibly kidnapped him. Meanwhile, Ruqiang has loaded the car. They were going to leave town overnight and stay out of town for 2 or 3 years before returning. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I can't help it," Lu Chang said to himself as he sat in the passenger side. He then looked to the main driver. "Drive, Erpy. Erpy is the punk who gave Yan Qi a knife. The dogs aren't here yet." Erpy looked out the window. Lu Chang waved his hand in annoyance. "Forget about him, hurry up." Well, just as Erpy was about to start the car, a black van turned out of the intersection ahead of them, blocking their path. Immediately afterward, 7 or 8 men armed with machetes came down from the van. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Back up," Lu Chang yelled. Erpy rushed into reverse, but then another van killed them from behind, blocking their retreat. The 2 vans, one in front of the other, completely blocked the escape route. When the van behind them stopped, 7 or 8 more burly men got out of it. Both sets of people walked up to Lu Chang and their car at the same time. The man in the lead knocked on the car window. "Lu Chang, right? We're from the Red Security Society. If you don't want to die, get out of the car." Lu Chang was tempted to order Erpy to run them over with his car, but eventually he gave up. This is the Red Security Society. There's still a chance of survival if you don't crash. If he hits it, it's a total loss, and his family will have to suffer with him. "Get off," Lu Chang said in despair. At this time inside the hospital, Yan-Chi was nervously swiping his cell phone. He was afraid of strange hot takes popping up out of nowhere. For example, a can will make a comeback, or something like that. If that's the case, things are going to get messy. Just then, the door to the hospital room slowly opened. Su Xiaoshang cautiously poked his head in through the door. Yan-Chi, are you alright, little Frost? Yan-Chi instantly lit up. He hurriedly waved. Come on, come on, come on. Su Xiaoshang saw that Yan-Chi was in a good mood, so she also walked in with a sense of relief. She behaved herself and sat down in the chair next to her. Su Xiaoshang tentatively inquired. Yan-Chi, are you still angry? Angry? Yan-Chi was a bit confused. Angry about what? Su Xiaoshang grabbed the corner of her coat somewhat nervously. It's just that I shouldn't have been so noisy during the morning meal. Ah, you mean this. Yan-Chi suddenly realized. He gently patted Su Xiaoshang's head. I'm not angry, and that's not your fault. It was me who was a bit impulsive at the time. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Su Xiaoshang squeezed her fingers a little happily. Hey, there's no need to apologize. It's good that you're not angry. Normally, she was more or less arrogant when she got along with Yan-Chi, but since Yan-Chi was now injured, her pride collected and now it was just petulance. At this time Yan-Chi took the cell phone and came to the eye of Su Xiaoshang. Is this something you did? A reward of $10 million. You really did it. Letting the whole city go crazy with you. Su Xiaoshang huffed and snorted lightly. Humph. I couldn't care less. If someone dares to bully you, of course I can't spare them. I was so scared to death when I heard you were stabbed. With that, she was about to burst into tears again. Yan-Chi hurriedly touched her head. Alright, I didn't blame you. Actually, I'm kinda happy, he said, scratching his cheek. Su Xiaoshang looked at Yan-Chi with some disbelief. It's important to realize that Yan-Chi rarely says things like that. Yan-Chi, you're so cute. Su Xiaoshang wrapped her arms around Yan-Chi's neck. Yan-Chi hurriedly shouted. Don't. Wound, ah. Su Xiaoshang immediately flinched backwards as she cried out in panic. I forgot. Are you alright? It's fine. Yan-Chi covered his stomach and shook his head. But let's take it easy next time, or we'll have to go into the operating room again. Aha. Su Xiaoshang nodded somewhat guiltily. At that moment, a somewhat vinegary voice came from the doorway. Gee whiz, that's pretty sweet. Su Xiaoshang's face sank and she turned her head to look. Seeing Zhang Yuwei carrying a pot of hot water, she was leaning against the door. Miss Zhang, you've worked hard all day taking care of Yan-Chi. Su Xiaoshang revealed a fake smile. It's so late. You'd better go back to rest quickly. Just leave this place to me. It's not hard work. Miss Su helping to find the prisoner is the hardest part. Zhang Yuwei walked over to the hospital bed and put the warm water bottle down. Su Xiaoshang and Zhang Yuwei's eyes met. Although both of them were smiling, Yan-Chi always felt that killing intent filled the room. But speaking of finding the prisoner, Yan-Chi suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. He turned his head to look at Su Xiaofrost. Xiaofrost, tell me honestly, is Zhuaning also involved? Su Xiaoshang was first stunned, and then looked at Zhang Yuwei with some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yuwei, on the other hand, turned her head a bit awkwardly. Ahem. Well, Su Xiaoshang scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Seeing this performance, Yan-Chi instantly understood. He grabbed Su Xiaofrost's hand. Xiaofrost, don't lie to me, okay? Su Xiaoshang's cheeks blushed slightly. How could she resist that kind of offense? So he gently nodded. Pei Liu's did go to look for Zhuaning. Pei Lushir went to Zhuaning? Yan-Chi exclaimed in shock. Zhuaning is a murderous master. Peleus was so mentally unstable again. In case if you let Piraeus kill someone. Yan-Chi panicked. He was really panicked. Chapter 28, No Killing. Lu Chang was put into a sack by the men of the Red Security Society. When he was released from the sack, he found himself in an incinerator room. The modest incinerator room was filled with people, most of them from the Red Security Society. At the head of the group were two beautiful women. Both of them he knew. One of them is the boss of the Red Security Society, Zhuaning. The other woman was a surprise to Lu Chang. Surprisingly, it's the popular actress Pei Liu's. Why is this woman here? Lu Chang felt a little confused, and the woman was looking at him with a fierce face. It's like a jungle beast seeing its prey. Just when he didn't know what to do, an angry roar sounded from behind him. Lu Chang, your mom. Lu Chang shuddered and turned his head to look. He only saw Wang Chang, the oldest member of the Yulin Society, lying behind him tied up. Next to Wang Chang, there was the stabber who was already trembling with fear. Erpai, boss, Lu Chang looked at Wang Chang and lowered his head guiltily. Wang Chang's lips trembled with anger. It's really you. You son of a, I'm going to be killed by you. He was so trusting of his own brother. But I didn't expect to end up folding on my brother. Alright, I don't want to see your brotherly love. Zhuaning clapped his hands hard. She walked up to Lu Chang and looked at him condescendingly. I have a small question right now. Just who asked you to assassinate Yan Qi? The reason Zhuaning hadn't killed him yet was to know the answer to that. After all, Yulin would have nothing better to do than kill someone. There must be someone behind it. Lu Chang frowned in a tangled frown. After all, he received $2 million in hush money. Speak the up. Wang Chang yelled at him. After a moment of silence, Lu Chang sighed in despair. It's Zhou Wenyao. When these words came out, the one who reacted the most was Pei Liu's. She walked quickly to Lu Chang and asked in a trembling tone, Are you sure it's him? Yeah, I saw his face. Lu Chang nodded. Pei Lushur closed her eyes in remorse and murmured in a small voice, It's all my fault. If only I had been a little more ruthless in the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much going on. Zhuaning clapped her hands. Alright, next it's time to talk about what to do with you three. Three? Lu Chang suddenly reacted. That's not right. Where's Air Dog? He was also involved in this matter. Zhuaning laughed. He, how about you guess how we know where you are? Lu Chang instantly reacted. It's Air Dog? Damn. No wonder he didn't show up for the escape. He gritted his teeth and cursed. That traitor. Zhuaning also ignored him again. She first pointed at Wang Chang. Wang Chang, this matter really has nothing to do with you. Sister Zhua is wise. Wang Chang shouted excitedly. I've really been cheated. Then Zhuaning looked at Air Pai and Lu Chang. As for you two, just throw them into the incinerator and burn them. Lu Chang and his duo were dumbfounded. Especially Lu Chang. He begged for mercy. I know I'm wrong. Don't kill me. Give me another chance. I'll help you lure Zhou Wenyao out. But Zhuaning's men completely ignored it. Straight away, they forcefully lifted them up. Wait! Pyrrhias suddenly shouted. You're going to plead for them. Ha! Zhuaning glanced at Pei Lushur. Pyrrhias held out his hand. Give me a knife. I'm going to kill them myself. When these words came out, not to mention Lu Chang, even Zhuaning and her men froze. How hateful is that to have to kill with your own hands? But then Zhuaning laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, good. Old lady appreciates you. So she beckoned to her men. Give her a knife. Yes. The henchman handed Peleus a machete. Pei Liu's gripped her knife and walked towards the Lu Chang duo without hesitation. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. She stared at Lu Chang and the others in death, her eyes already completely blinded by madness and resentment. The malice and murderous aura emanating from Pei Liu shocked everyone present. Even these people who licked blood at the tip of a sword had never seen such a terrifying killing intent. The malice that came to their faces scared the two Lu Chang, so much so that they couldn't even speak. Pyrrhias walked up to the two of them and raised his knife. Go to hell. Just as she was about to swing the knife, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. The ringtone is a nice piano piece called Dream Wedding. This was the special ringtone that Pei Liu set for Yan Qi. Yan Qi? Pei Liushur's eyes regained a bit of clarity. She dropped the machete in her hand and rushed to pick up the phone. Yan Qi? Is your injury alright? She asked in a gentle tone. This is going to make everyone around us look silly. Just now this woman was like a god of killing. Picking up a phone call instantly turned into a little sheep. This Yan Qi is not simple. Zhuaning looked at the phone with some anticipation, but she resisted the urge to grab it. Where are you now? Yan Qi on the other end of the phone asked. Pyrrhias looked around. I'll be outside. I'll check on you in a few minutes. Yan Qi opened the door and asked. Are you with Zhuaning? Peleus was silent. Yan Qi sighed. Hurry up and come to the hospital. Right now. Pei Liusi hurriedly said. Yan Qi, I still have some things to do. It may be temporary. Are you trying to kill someone? Yan Qi interrupted her sternly. Pei Liu silently clenched her fists. They bullied you so much. I have to kill them myself. No. Yan Qi chided. If you dare to kill someone, don't come see me in the future. Pei Lushur lowered her head a little aggressively. Well, she began to have an intense mental struggle. After a few moments of silence, she finally gave in. Okay, so I'm not going to kill it, okay? Yan Qi on the other end of the phone was relieved. Phew, that's a good boy. Give the phone to Zhuaning. Oh, Pei Liusi obediently nodded, then handed her cell phone to Zhuaning. Yan Qi is looking for you. Zhuaning couldn't wait to grab the phone. She coughed lightly at first, then spoke very delicately. Honey, didn't you miss me a lot? Everyone was shocked at the words, their mouths open in disbelief. Honey, is this the same murderous mob queen? I can't believe she's pandering to a man. Who the hell is this Yan Qi? Not only Pei Liu's, even Zhuaning had this attitude towards him. Lu Chang was completely desperate. They'd been messing with the wrong people from the start. The Yan Qi on the other end of the phone, however, directly ignored Zhuaning's pouting. He sternly reprimanded. Zhuaning, didn't you promise me that you'd never engage in the Red Safety Society again? Can't you be honest and do serious business? Zhuaning's cheeks became flushed. Hearing Yan Qi's reprimand, she in turn felt her heart beating wildly. That's right, although Zhuaning looks murderous. However, she was a proper jitterbug when it came to Yan Qi. The more she was scolded by Yan Qi, the more excited she became. I listened to you I have not been messing with the Red Security Association again all these years. Juanning squirmed and said, I didn't see you being stabbed, so TSK, then wouldn't you just turn the matter over to the police? Yan Qi smacked his lips impatiently. Juanning felt even more excited when she heard Yan Qi being so impatient. Yan Qi sighed. Forget it, anyway, don't let Pei Liu's kill anyone, okay? Good. Juanning nodded. Then can I visit you later? Tomorrow. It's too late today. Alright. Juanning could only nod her head as well. With that, Yan Qi hung up the phone. Hoo. Juanning gasped in excitement. It was a feeling she hadn't felt in a long time. A wonderful feeling of being roughed up by Yankee. Sure enough, it's still you, Yan Qi, Juanning said to himself. That's when she reacted to the fact that there were other people around. Juanning instantly changed her face, her eyes indifferent as she looked at her men. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and burn them. Yes. The henchman hurriedly grabbed the two Lu Chang and pushed them towards the incinerator. Lu Chang hissed miserably. Help! Pei Liu's, on the other hand, took the cell phone in Juanning's hand. Without a word, he walked out of the incinerator. Soon the screaming in the incinerator room stopped. Chapter 29, Please Obey Me. After putting down the phone, Yan Qi was finally relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, luckily it was in time. His biggest fear was that Pei Liu's would go crazy. The woman's mental state was already bad. That's if she's allowed to kill 2 more people. Then I'm afraid she's really going to have to be put in a mental institution. Yan Qi looked at Zhang Yuwei and Su Xiaoshan next to him. You guys too. Why don't you tell me earlier if there's such a thing? Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll be worried? Su Xiaoshan laughed a little heartily. Zhang Yuwei, on the other hand, patted Yan Qi's head. Don't be angry. Next time there's this kind of thing, my sister will definitely tell you. Okay? Then I'll tell you too. Su Xiaoshang said without showing any weakness. Yan sighed. You guys better. At this time, Zhang Yuwei yawned tiredly. She's been working her ass off at the hospital all day today and hasn't gotten much rest yet. Seeing this, Yan Qi was concerned. Sister Wei, go rest first, don't be too tired. Zhang Yuwei did feel a little sleepy, so she came to Yan Qi's ear. Then don't make a move on anyone else while sister is away. Yes, sir. Yan Qi pretended to salute. It made Zhang Yuwei laugh out loud. Then she looked at Su Xiaoshan. Then this place will be yours first. Zhang Yuwei then left the hospital room with some reluctance. After Su Xiaoshan watched her walk away, she said softly, Yan Qi, how come it feels like Zhang Yuwei is like your mother? No, Sister Wei just likes to worry. Yan Qi laughed. Su Xiaoshan came to Yan Qi's ear. Then who do you think is better, Zhang Yuwei or I? Yan Qi was speechless for a moment. What a horrible question. It's a dead giveaway no matter how you answer. Well, that's definitely good in its own way. Yan Qi replied somewhat perfunctorily. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang squeezed Yan Qi's arm. Dead scum. Ouch. 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 Yan Qi bared his teeth as he pretended to be in pain. Su Xiaoshan hurriedly let go of his hand. But I didn't exert myself. Yan Qi hemmed and hawed. It doesn't really hurt that much. You're bad. Su Xiaoshan was so angry that she punched Yan Qi's arm. The two of them talked and laughed for a while, until Su Xiaoshan could not hold on a little and fell asleep on the bed. Yan Qi didn't rest. He's waiting for someone now. After another hour or so, there were footsteps at the door. As the door was slowly opened, Pei Liu's walked into the hospital room with her eyes averted. She walked silently to the hospital bed, like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Are you okay? Yan Qi patted the stool next to him. Sit down first. Piraeus sat obediently on the stool. Aren't you angry? Pei Liu's asked, her head lowered. Yan Qi looked at her very seriously. Yes, I'm really angry. Peleus shuddered. She had known Yan Qi for so long, and it was the first time she had seen Yan Qi talk to her so seriously. Pei Liu's only felt a blockage in her chest. She could care less what other people said about her. The only thing that would bring her down was Yan Qi. At this time Yan Qi gently held Peleus's hand. I know you want to protect me, but you have to protect yourself first. Promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you won't think about killing anyone, okay? Piraeus didn't answer, but gently raised his head. Tears had already welled up in her eyes. Yan Qi, in fact, this matter is all my fault. If only I had settled Zhou Wenyao once and for all. Zhou Wenyao? Yan Qi was a bit confused. What does this have to do with Chao Manyu? He's the one who paid for the murderer. Pei Liu silently clenched her fists, and the anger in her eyes could no longer be stopped. Yan Qi suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. Yan Qi was still thinking whether it could be because of that incident 6 years ago. Someone had come to seek revenge on him. Hearing that it was Zhou Wenyao, his heart recoiled in relief. Phew, thankfully not. Yan Qi patted Peleus's small hand. Don't blame yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. So are you still angry? Pei Lucia asked as she came over to Yanqi. Her absolutely beautiful face looked especially charming under the moonlight. Yanqi gulped, then sighed softly. I'm angry because I'm worried about you. You should stop doing such dangerous things all the time. If anything happens to you, how can I live? In case Piraeus really turns out to be crazy, he's afraid he's going to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Piraeus was quite happy to hear that. However, she only heard the second half of Yanqi's sentence, and the words reorganized in her head. Yanqi says he won't live without me. Peleus got up excitedly. Yanqi was taken aback. What for? Pei Lucia stared at Yanqi, her eyes watering. Then she bent right down and kissed it. Yanqi was shaken. It's over. It's not going to get out of control again, is it? Peleus gasped and let go of her mouth. She couldn't wait to take off her jacket. Yanqi, I can't wait any longer. Yanqi looked to the sleeping Su Xiaofrost on the side. Wait, Xiaofrost is still there. Leave her alone. Peleus looked at Yanqi hungrily. She grabbed Yanqi's clothes. Yanqi, just obey me. Don't. My wounds aren't healed yet. Yanqi struggled and shouted. Suddenly Yanqi heard the sound of sutures breaking. Immediately after a sharp pain came. Yanqi couldn't help but yell out. Ah! The screams not only brought back Peleus's sanity, but also woke up the sleeping Su Xiaoshan. What's wrong? Su Xiaoshan looked ahead with a confused expression. As a result, he saw Yanqi, who was covering his stomach, as well as Peleus, who was disheveled and had a panicked look on her face. Yanqi, are you okay? Piraeus was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry, I lost control again. Whoops. Su Xiaoshan, on the other hand, got up violently and roared. You fishy cat. Yanqi, on the other hand, struggled to extend his hand. Quickly, hurry up and call a doctor. On this day, Yanqi was once again pushed into the operating room. The residents of Cloud City searched for the prisoner on the first day and found nothing. Was thinking of continuing the search the next day. As a result, as soon as I woke up, I saw the news headlines. Chao Manyu hired a murderer to assassinate Yanqi. Explosive. This explosive news had once again detonated the entire Cloud City. In fact, there have been speculations on the internet that it could be Zhou Wenyao taking revenge on Yanqi. Yanqi has stolen all the limelight from him these days. He must be very resentful of Yanqi, but most people don't take it seriously. No one believed that Zhou Wenyao had so much guts. After all, what happened before had, at best, left him with a broken reputation. And murder for hire is a prison sentence. The news in the hot seat recounts the cause and effect in detail, but after some additions. For example, the news portrayed Chao Manyu as rather menacing. Yanqi, on the other hand, is portrayed like a saint. This is naturally the handiwork of Peleus. In addition to Pei Lucia, Zhuaning was also secretly making a move. A man came to the police station to turn himself in just as the station opened in the morning. This man is Airdog, who was responsible for driving the motorcycle to escape when he assassinated Yanqi. Two Dog told the police all about what happened, and told the police that Luan Chang had fled Yuncheng overnight. This was the reason why Zhuaning spared Airdog's life. There has to be a backstabber for this to end. As for where are the Lu and Chang duo now? They had turned into two handfuls of ashes that floated into the river with the wind. Chapter 30, The Past with Zhuaning. Last night Yanqi was wheeled back into the operating room due to a gaping wound. Pei Liu's crouched outside the operating room, sobbing uncontrollably with self-loathing. Originally, Su Xiaoshan wanted to accuse her, but looking at her like this, there was really no point in pointing fingers. In time, it even began to comfort Peleus, so it was a toss-up for the night. Yanqi didn't drift off to sleep until 2 in the morning. By the time he woke up, it was 12 noon. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. Zhuaning? Yanqi rubbed his eyes. At this moment, Zhuaning was wearing a tight wraparound dress that reflected her perfect figure to the fullest. Seeing Yanqi woke up, Zhuaning hugged his head. Chi, you finally woke up. I was worried to death. Yanqi immediately felt his head surrounded by softness. Ah, the feeling of a long absence. Of his 5 ex-girlfriends, only Zhuaning could do this level of work. For a moment, Yanqi was intoxicated, but then the figure of the temple abbot flashed through his mind. No. Yanqi pushed Zhuaning away. Zhuaning was a bit surprised. The Yanqi from before was completely unable to resist this move. Yanqi took a deep breath and tried to push the evil thoughts out of his head. Zhuaning, this woman is just too seductive. Yanqi has roomed with Zhuaning more times than the other 4 ex-girlfriends combined, and every time he comes out of a hotel, he's holding his back and taking days off. Kiki, are you alright? Zhuaning inquired with some concern. Yanqi shook his head. It's fine, just remembering something from the old days. His first meeting with Zhuaning was 6 years ago. That year was the second half of Yanqi's sophomore year. By that time Yanqi was already in a 4-legged state. Yanqi remembers it well. It was a rainy night. He finished the movie with Zhang Yuwei and sent her back to the rental house. Yanqi walked back with his umbrella, passing through some deserted alleyway. I suddenly heard a weak woman's voice coming from inside. At that time, Yanqi thought it was haunted and had wanted to run, but then he heard the sudden woman's cry for help. Help! So Yanqi rushed into the alley. As a result, he saw Zhuaning, who was covered in blood, lying in the corner of the alley. Yanqi's first reaction was to call the police, but Zhuaning grabbed him. She prayed that Yanqi would never call the police or an ambulance. Thus, Yanqi only had to bring Zhuaning back to his rental house. Originally, this rental house was rented by Yanqi in order to have a shot with his girlfriends. It's just the right time to use it to house Zhuaning. As for why Yanqi was meddling, it was purely a matter of lust. But at that time, Yanqi didn't know that Zhuaning was a gangster. If he knew, I'm afraid he wouldn't have minded his own business. That night, Yanqi helped the unconscious Zhuaning bandage her wounds. But when it comes to bandaging, you always see things you shouldn't. It's just too majestic. Yanqi secretly vowed to chase Zhuaning into his hands. Zhuaning slept for 2 days in a row before waking up. Yanqi hadn't felt much after her injury earlier. However, after Zhuaning recovered from her injuries, Yanqi noticed something unusual. Zhuaning's eyes that looked at him revealed wariness and a faint killing intent. It's definitely not a look an ordinary person could have. It was then that Yanqi realized what a terrifying existence he had saved. However, since Yanqi had saved Zhuaning's life, her attitude towards Yanqi was quite good. For a while after that, Zhuaning lived temporarily in a rented house. Yanqi occasionally came over to bring her some food. After some time together, the two got along better and better, until one day, Zhuaning suddenly reveals her true identity. At that time, Zhuaning was the third in command of the biggest gang in Cloud City, the Red Safety Society. 2 months ago, the boss of the Red Safety Society died of an illness. As a result, Kong Luo, the second in command of the Qian Society, began to compete with Zhuaning for the dominance of the Qian Society. The process in between, Zhuaning did not say. All she said was that she had failed. That rainy night, she was being chased by Kong Luo's men. Eventually, under the desperate cover of a few of his inner circle, he barely escaped the pursuit. If it wasn't for Yanqi, I'm afraid Zhuaning would have died that night. And the reason why Zhuaning told Yanqi, it was because she was planning to go back and fight Kong Luo. Maybe, this is the last time they'll see each other. Yanqi advised her not to go back, but Zhuaning said, even if I don't go back, Kong Luo can't spare me. Yanqi, you're a good person, so live well from now on. After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Yanqi and kissed her. See you later, Shaoqi. The indifference and killing intent in Zhuaning's eyes had long disappeared, replaced by disenchantment and sadness. Maybe it was because of Zhuaning's kiss, or maybe it was stung by Zhuaning's eyes. It was then that Yanqi ghosted. I'll help you kill Kong Luo. Zhuaning refused outright. She didn't want to involve Yanqi in this. However, Yanqi was very domineering and grabbed Zhuaning and kissed back. If we're going to die, we're both going to die together. That night, Zhuaning completed the great harmony of life with Yanqi. Zhuaning also completely accepted Yanqi, and the next thing to do is to kill Kongro. Having said that, it's still hard to kill the second in command of the Red Security Society. After pondering the matter for a few days, the two men devised a rather sinister plan. Kong Luo had been searching for Zhuaning's whereabouts these days, so Yanqi went straight to Kong Luo's men. I know where Zhuaning is, but I want $1 million. Yanqi said so. This is what Zhuaning taught Yanqi. Kong Luo is a very money-grubbing and egotistical man. There's no way he'd give Yanqi that much money. Kongro will definitely want to get the intel and then kill someone. But before that, he definitely had to confirm the veracity of the intelligence. And that's something Kong Luo couldn't possibly leave to the judgment of his men. As expected, he ordered his men to bring Yanqi over. On the other side, Zhuaning had also gathered all of his former men. They followed Yanqi all the way to Kong Luo's location. It was a speakeasy. Yanqi was escorted to Kong Luo. Kong Luo is a smiling, middle-aged man. He asks Yanqi where Zhuaning is hiding. Yanqi pretended to be stunned and stuttered. Just as the two were talking, Zhuaning called in with his men. Kong Luo didn't panic. After all, he had more men under him. The battle was imminent. The two groups fought. In the midst of the melee, Yanqi pretended to be scared and hid under the table. Both Kong Luo and his men all looked at him with contempt. In their eyes, Yanqi was just a goon who wanted money. No threat at all. As the two sides fought more and more fiercely, all the men around Kong Luo went up to help. In the end, they even forgot that there was Yanqi. Soon Kong Luo's people gradually suppressed Zhuaning's people. Leave that Zhuaning woman alive. I'm going to play with her ruthlessly. Kong Luo got up and laughed triumphantly. He's got his full attention on Zhuaning, and there's no henchman around to protect him. Yanqi knew the opportunity had come. He dug out of the table and grabbed one of the empty bottles on the table. Crack it hard on the table. Then like a hungry wolf, he pounced on Kong Luo. Apparently Kong Luo didn't expect Yan Qi to dare to make a move. By the time he reacted, the shattered bottle had already stabbed him in the neck. Yan Qi forgot the specifics of the situation. All he remembers is taking the bottle and stabbing it wildly at Kongro. Blood sprayed all over him. When he came back to his senses, Kong Lo had long since lost his breath. Chapter 31 Zhang Yuwei's Arrival. Yan Qi had read about it in a book once. It says that the first time a person kills someone, they vomit from the visual stimulus. But for some reason, Yan Qi didn't feel that way. He was just relieved. At least Zhuan Ning didn't have to be hunted down anymore. And originally there were two groups of people still fighting. All of them were shocked by the blood-covered Yan Qi. A little transparency that no one cares about dared to kill the second-in-command of the Red Security Society. It was then that Yanch got up with the blood-stained bottle, but Kong Luo's men were clearly intimidated, and none of them dared to step forward. Among them, Zhuan Ning was the first to react as she rushed straight to Yan Qi's side, shouted at Kongro's men, "Now Kong Lo is dead. I'll give you two choices. One is to surrender immediately and I promise not to kill you. 2, keep fighting us, but all get ready to die." The vast majority of these punks are paid to do things. Now the boss who gave the money is dead. They naturally wouldn't fight hard for their lives. Thus, Zhuan Ning quickly took control of the scene. Zhuan Ning hugged Yan Qi and cried afterwards. She didn't expect Yan Qi to actually do it. She had planned to die in the bar with Yan Qi. What happened after that again was unknown to Yan Qi. Zhuan Ning sent him back to school and instructed him not to visit her for the next 3 months. For the next 3 months, Yan Qi lived as usual. There were no police to bother him. Until one day, when Yan Qi returned to the rental house, found Zhuan Ning already waiting in the house. She briefly told Yan Qi about what happened afterward. The boss and the second in command of the Qian Society are all dead. Zhuan Ning quickly unified the Red in society. Only, she didn't keep her word, still took out all of Kong Lo's men. The reason why the police didn't come after him, it's because Zhuan Ning erased all evidence. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's better to do some serious business. Yan Qi was saying this at the time. Zhuan Ning also agreed. That's what led to the Hangan group afterward. And then after that, the two naturally got together. Yan Qi was in perfect harmony with her. The most harmonious of them all is still the harmony between the bodies. Yan Qi meets up with his other 4 girlfriends and basically remains a normal man and woman dating style. A movie, dinner, shopping, and then a room. With Zhuan Ning, on the other hand, all projects are done in bed. Indulge in the most primitive of human desires. And in the meantime, Yan Qi realized that Zhuan Ning's XP was a bit strange. This normally killer woman has a bit of agitatory streak. So the tricks played between the two became more daring. A frantic exploration of the mysteries of the human body. And so it went on until his senior year, when it came to light that Yan Qi had his foot in 5 boats. But unlike Paleosi and Su Xiaoshan's anger, Zhang Yuwei's sadness, Zhuan Ning's reaction to learning about this was rather flat. Because she was the only one of the 5 women who had known for a long time that Yan Qi was a scum. After all, Zhuan Ning was 5 years older than Yan Qi, and she was already quite powerful at that time. Even if Yan Qi was able to hide, he couldn't hide from Zhuan Ning's intelligence network. But Zhuan Ning didn't bother questioning Yan Qi even though she knew about it. To her, it was nothing to say that Yan Qi had 4 girlfriends, even if he had 100. She was satisfied as long as she could be with Yan Qi. Everything else is negotiable. But Yan Qi still left Cloud City. And so, 3 years passed. Originally, Zhuan Ning was on a business trip abroad. When he saw the hot search, he immediately flew back from abroad. As soon as he returned, he ended up running into Yan Qi being assassinated. Zhuan Ning was sitting on the edge of the hospital bed at the moment, looking at Yan Qi's side. The eyes were quite tender. If her men had been around, they would have been quite surprised. It's amazing that a big sister would look at someone like that. How long do you plan to stay in Cloud City this time? Zhuan Ning asked as if nothing had happened. Yan Qi shrugged and laughed. I won't be leaving later. Zhuan Ning was somewhat pleased. She had originally made plans that Yan Qi would still leave. Now that she heard that Yan Qi wasn't leaving, she was sort of at peace. Then Zhuan Ning asked curiously, where the hell have you been these past 3 years? I've had people looking for you for a long time, and there's no sign of you. Yan Qi scratched his head and then told the whole story about going to the temple for 3 years. Ha, you've been living with a monk for 3 years. Zhuan Ning was shocked. No wonder she couldn't find it. She couldn't find the temple if she tried to find anyone else. Yan Qi nodded his head in a serious manner. That's right, I've been enlightened by the abbot of the temple. From now on, I, Yan Qi, will not approach women. Zhuan Ning forced a smile at his words. Not close to women? Are you talking about you? She knew Yan Qi the best. If Yan Qi can do it without getting close to women, then I'm afraid a rooster could lay an egg. Yan Qi patted his chest. Of course it's me. Really? Zhuan Ning said in a delicate tone. Then she gently pulled the collar downward. A tantalizing gully was revealed. Big big big. These 4 words were all that remained in Yan Qi's mind. No, can't be tempted. Yan Qi hurriedly twisted his head to think. Juanning smiled gently. Then he came to Yan Qi's ear and tenderly blew a breath. Honey, I had someone buy a very large waterbed yesterday. It's a very comfortable place to sleep. Do you want to try it? Yan Qi's body shivered, and his entire body had drifted a bit. I can't. Juanning's attraction is too strong. He's just a little bit topsy-turvy. Just then, the door to the ward suddenly opened. Zhang Yuwei walked in through the door carrying a lunchbox. Yan Qi, I brought you. But the words stopped in mid-sentence. Zhang Yuwei saw Yan Qi whose cheeks were red, as well as Juanning in a seductive pose. Zhang Yuwei's face darkened. Sister Wei. Yan Qi shouted as if he had seen a savior. Juanning also coughed lightly and resumed her original sitting position. Zhang Yuwei closed the door to her room. Walk over to the hospital bed. She looked at Juanning and asked in an unkind tone. Juanning, right? This is our second meeting. Unlike Su Xiaoshang and Pei Lushur, Zhang Yuwei's usual work couldn't produce any interactions with Juanning. I remember you. The reason Yan Qi was able to leave Cloud City in the first place was because you helped him escape, right? Juanning said with a smile on her face. That's what she came up with afterward when she had her men investigate. Zhang Yuwei was a bit surprised at what she heard. She thought that she and Yan Qi were the only two people who knew about this matter. The way she looked at Juanning became even more wary. Juanning smiled. Don't look at me like that. I'm not your love interest. Then she suddenly thought of something and said with a clap of her hands. How about this? After Yan Qi is discharged from the hospital, let's three of us have some fun together. Zhang Yuwei was a bit confused. Play what? Juanning said with a face of rightfulness. Of course it's the bit in bed. Ha! Chapter 32, 4 people gathered together. Zhang Yuwei froze. The bed thing? Is it the kind of thing she understands? It couldn't be that she had a dirty mind and was thinking the wrong way. But looking at Juanning's demeanor, it seemed like he was referring to that kind of thing. Zhang Yuwei's face reddened with miso, though she and Yan Qi had done everything they needed to do long ago. But this is the first time I've encountered this situation. Yan Qi was also dumbfounded. How dare Juanning say anything? One of his ex-girlfriends invites another ex-girlfriend to have a great harmony of life with him. It's outrageous how this sounds. Juanning looked at the two men who were a bit embarrassed and winked. With some disbelief, she asked, Hiss, you two wouldn't have. How could there not be? Yan Qi retorted instinctively. Zhang Yuwei sniffed and her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Yan Qi hurriedly said, Juanning, there's nothing like that between me and Sister Wei. You understand. Juanning suddenly realized. Ah, I see. It's just more pure, right? So she hurriedly bowed her head and apologized. I'm very sorry. I was abrupt. Zhang Yuwei waved her hand, and then looked at Yan Qi with an unkind gaze. I didn't expect Xiao Qi to be so open. He's also played with many girls like this before, right? No. Yan Qi hurriedly shook his head. I've always been one-on-one. Juanning chimed in. Yes, that is indeed true. Only then did Zhang Yuwei's face ease a little. At this time, Juanning suddenly said, but Yan Qi should be eager to do so, right? With 2 girls. She winked at Yan Qi. The corner of Yan Qi's mouth twitched. To say you don't want to is to pretend. But he still shook his head. Don't ask me. I'm not close to women. It's horrible. Juanning is just awful. At this rate, I'm afraid he won't last much longer. But Zhang Yuwei didn't think the fire was big enough and added another fire. She sat down on the stool and took Yan Qi's hand in hers. Xiaoqi, if you really want it so much. She bit her lip. I'll try to take it, sis. When these words came out, Yan Qi only felt an atomic bomb explode in his brain. Sister Wei, don't accept everything. Yan Qi roared in his mind. I really can't take it anymore if you mess up like this. 2 of the most inclusive of his 5 ex-girlfriends are here. Juanning, not to mention, belonged to the category of being able to tolerate everything Yan Qi did. And although Zhang Yuwei wasn't as accommodating, her temper was just too good. Obviously, he was repulsed in his heart, but he would find a way to accept it for Yan Qi's sake. Yan Qi only felt that he had fallen into tenderness. What a divine day this is. I'm going to die. Hurry up and save me with a hero, he cried out in his mind. Hero. Just then, the ward door opened again. 2 saucy figures walked. No, I should say squeezed in. Get out of my way. Su Xiaoshang shouted through gritted teeth. Pei Luosi also did not let go in the slightest. How are you so childish? There is a need to rob for this kind of thing? If you don't want to grab it, then let me go in first. Soon the 2 men noticed what was going on in the house. TSK. Su Xiaoshang smacked his lips in displeasure. 2 fishy cats, why are they here so early? Pei Liu's also had a murderous look on her face. Only Yan Qi's eyes lit up. The heroes are really coming. That's right. Zhang Yuwei and Juanning are just too accommodating. It's easy to fall in. It's still good for Su Xiaoshang and Pei Lushur. The fire of desire that had just risen before his eyes was instantly doused. Su Xiaoshang was also carrying a lunchbox, and she walked over to the hospital bed and set it down. With a mischievous face, She looked at Zhang Yuwei and the two of them. What are you chatting about? Chatting with a red face? For her part, Piraeus silently closed the door and sat down directly on the hospital bed. We were talking about whether or not we wanted to play together, Zhuangning said bluntly. Su Xiaoshang and Pei Lucier were also confused. Play what? Zhuangning smiled slightly. What else could it be? It's that thing in bed. Interested? Want to join in? She asked in a slightly flirtatious manner. Su Xiaoshang thought she had heard wrong. When she realized that Zhuangning wasn't joking, cheeks instantly reddened. But this red is a little different from Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yuwei is pure shyness. As for Su Xiaoshang, she was shy with anger. Good you Yanqi ah. She slammed her fist hard on Yanqi's calf. So you've been thinking about such things. Don't think that just because you're hurt, you can do anything for. Do. Then she threw a series of punches at Yanqi's legs. Yanqi's eyes widened in pain. At the same time, Piraeus drew the dagger behind him. She stared at Yanqi with a fierce look on her face. Yanqi, a person who is too scummy will die. Oh, these two ancestors are not that accommodating. It's the limit of their patience that they can stand having another woman here. If Yanqi took it a step further, it was bound to not end well. Seeing this, Zhang Yuwei hurriedly explained. Wait a minute, this isn't what Yanqi said. Zhuangning, on the other hand, clapped her hands happily. Ha ha ha, I'm the one who suggested it. Yanqi didn't say yes. She finally understood why Yanqi was running. These two do seem a little hard to get a hold of. Su Xiaoshang hurriedly stopped. She looked at Yanqi with some embarrassment. Yanqi, does your leg hurt? I didn't do it on purpose. Piraeus also put the dagger away. Ahem, almost lost control again. And Yanqi not only didn't get angry, but instead looked at the two of them with a pleased face. It's fine. You two did a great job. He was almost too immersed in the tenderness to stop himself. Sudsy Frost and the two of them managed to drag Yanqi out with their crankiness. Sure enough, it's still too dangerous to mess around with. Yanqi wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this time, Su Xiaoshan looked at Zhuangning with some dissatisfaction. Zhuangning, don't rely on yourself. She paused for a moment, looking to Drenan's chest. Gee, why is this woman so big? Seducing Yanqi just because of her figure, Su Xiaoshang said with some disbelief. Yanqi is not that kind of shallow man. Zhuangning looked at Yanqi. Is that so? Which one do you like better? Is it my kind, or Frosty's sister's kind? Pei Lucier and Zhang Yuwei also looked at Yanqi. Apparently they were also interested in the answer. After all, they were about the same size as Su Xiaoshang. Both of them belonged to the well-proportioned type. Well, Yanqi scratched his head. Suddenly he chanced to catch a glimpse of Zhuangning pulling the collar of her coat gently downward. Tender white plumpness occupied his eyes. Yanqi was frozen for a moment. It seems like the victory has already been decided. Zhuangning let out a light laugh with some complacency. Su Xiaoshang instantly exploded. Ah, Yanqi, alas, it's true that men are all like this. Zhang Yuwei sighed. For her part, Peleus drew her knife again. TCH, shallow men can only see useless chunks of flesh. No, no, no. Yanqi hurriedly shook his head. You guys listen to my explanation. Not listening. On this day, Yanqi's wound opened up again. Chapter 33, Crazy Rice Circle. Just as Yanqi was hospitalized, the police have also been looking for Zhou Wenyao. The police not only froze his bank cards, but also issued a wanted notice. But strangely, the police have been unable to find any trace of Chao Manyu. Not only that, they didn't find Zhou Wenyao's travel records. In addition to the police, Zhuangning, Su Xiaoshang, and Pei Lucier are all looking for Zhou Wenyao. None of them have much of a clue either. It was as if the man had disappeared into thin air. After 10 days in a row like this, Yanqi was all set to be discharged from the hospital. On the day of discharge, it was Zhang Yuwei who came to pick up Yanqi. As soon as he got into his car, he received a call from Zhuangning. Zhuangning on the other end of the phone was a bit excited. Yanqi, found where Zhou Wenyao hid. Really? Where is he? Yanqi was also a bit surprised. He thought the other party had already run away. Zhuangning said with some gloating. Ha ha ha, this kid is a bit miserable now. He's already been brought back to the police station. Go back an hour. Zhou Wenyao fell into the lowest point of his life. Even when his blackmail was exposed and he was condemned by the whole society, it was not so painful. At this time, Zhou Wenyao was locked up in a dilapidated house. Originally, as a popular fresh meat, his face is quite capable, but now his hair was a mess, and there was a large patch of gray hair in between his hair. His cheeks were sunken in and he had a full beard. It looked like it had aged 20 years. Zhou Wenyao's feet were covered with a pair of shackles that had chains attached all the way to the wall. He had a dog bowl in front of him. The basin was filled with disgusting leftovers. Zhou Wenyao stared at the ceiling with his eyes lifeless. How did one end up in this situation? It all started 10 days ago. By then the news that he had hired a murderer to assassinate Yanqi had hit the headlines. Zhou Wenyao knew something was wrong, so they tried to escape. but he found out that the police had frozen all his money, and there are also checkpoints at train stations, airports and other places to catch him. Zhou Wenyao didn't dare to take a car either, so he could only go all the way towards the suburbs. He wanted to try to get out of the city, but just halfway there, he was recognized by a woman. Originally, Zhou Wenyao thought he was finished. It turned out that the other person was actually a fan of his, and a die-hard one at that. And this female fan also said that she could help Zhou Wenyao hide it. Zhou Wenyao was a bit hesitant at that time, mainly because the female fan is just a bit of a one-off in terms of looks. The one that's 150 in height and 160 in weight, very much in line with Chow Man Yu's stereotype of his own fans. But again, Zhou Wenyao really had nowhere else to go, so it was only possible to agree to the fan's offer. Plan on hiding it for a while. So the female fan, then, brought Zhou Wenyao here. This area was originally going to be demolished. However, the demolition was temporarily halted due to financial problems. That's why hardly anyone comes here. The first 2 days were fine. This female fan was quite polite, but by the third day, she was getting a little out of control. Started to make a move on Zhou Wenyao. Zhou Wenyao naturally refused. He couldn't look at his female fans, and that's exactly what pissed off this fan. She put sleeping pills in Chow Man Yu's rice. When Zhou Wenyao woke up again, he was already chained up. The female fan shouted as she did so, "Brother, I will protect you. Brother only has me now," while forcing a relationship with Zhou Wenyao. It's been 8 days since then. During these 8 days, that female fan's attitude towards Zhou Wenyao got worse and worse. The food brought in is becoming more and more perfunctory. At first there was bread, but now there are only some stinking leftovers. Zhou Wenyao leaned against the wall in despair. He realized that it was all just his own doing. He never restrained his fans for the sake of his popularity. It's causing this group of fans to get crazier and crazier. And now this madness had finally come back to haunt him. Just as he was regretting it, footsteps came from outside the door. But this time it wasn't one person, but a group of footsteps. Zhou Wenyao instantly became excited. Could it be that the police have come to arrest him? He very much hoped that the police would come and arrest him, any more than they did now. But soon he was in utter despair. The doors opened and a group of women walked in. One of them is the fan who put her away. Zhou Wenyao wondered if they were clones. How come they all look alike and weigh so much alike? Look, I didn't lie to you guys. It's really brother himself. The female fan pointed at Zhou Wenyao and shouted. When the other fans saw Zhou Wenyao, they also shouted in excitement. Brother is so handsome. He's in such a mess, but still so handsome. But why lock up your brother? Of course it's to protect my brother. The online antagonist Blackie is trying to get my brother killed. We must protect him. We're all he has now. Woo hoo hoo. Zhou Wenyao only felt that this group of people were crazy. He'd only laughed out loud when he'd seen similar statements before. After all, this group of fans will really help him punch the black man. But now he regrets it, because he knows firsthand the insanity of the rice world. The female fans gathered around, their eyes filled with greed. Don't be afraid, brother, we will definitely protect you. How could Zhou Wenyao not be afraid? He leaned against the wall in fear. At this moment, facing a dozen huge bodies, his spirit could not hold out completely. Get lost, you bunch of fat dead pigs, Zhou Wenyao hissed hysterically. The fans froze at this statement. Brother, what are you talking about? The female fans said in disbelief. You're the one who respects women the most. How can you scold girls like that? Zhou Wenyao didn't bother to pretend anymore. He pointed at the female fans and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, girls? Each and every one of you is uglier than a toad. And you still have the nerve to call yourselves female newborns? That's not what you said before? The female fans cried sadly. You clearly said that girls don't have to care about their looks. Everyone is the most beautiful angel. Zhou Wenyao smiled madly at his words. Ha ha ha, you guys really believe it. How am I going to cheat you out of your money if I don't say that? He clapped his hands proudly. After all, you stinking money is the best to cheat. A little bit of words can make you dump your family to support me. Of course I am willing to tell a couple of lies. I'm just going to use your fat dead-ass money to go around playing with pretty women, and cursing you while I do it. And it's not just me, the entire entertainment industry is like this. Zhou Wenyao opened his hands and shouted. No star will love you lowly fans. You're the most disgusting group of people on the internet for s sake. I never liked you guys. The sight of you fat ass makes me sick. Puke. Yuck. All of you. Zhou Wenyao felt much more comfortable after yelling. Finally, I don't have to coax these giant baby fans. The female fans on the other side of the room felt their worldview shatter as they listened. Their favorite brother was such a man. Their anger was once again ignited. Suddenly a man picked up the dog bowl on the ground and smashed it directly on Zhou Wenyao's head. With a clang, Zhou Wenyao fell to the ground in a sorry state. Immediately after that, the female fans, like mad dogs, began to frantically tear Zhou Wenyao's clothes. Zhou Wenyao let out a miserable scream. Chapter 34, Settling the Dust. Meanwhile, the police have checked out the clues. This was mainly because the female fan who imprisoned Zhou Wenyao was just too high profile. She was no longer content to have fun on her own and started reaching out to other fans. That's what alerted the police that something was wrong. So the police also came to this demolition area. The police got the clue. Then Zhuaning's side naturally got it too. Zhuaning also sent someone to follow him. Since the demolition area was a bit large, it took the police over half an hour to find it. By the time they break in, the scene in the house was extremely impressive to the police officers. Just a large group of naked fat women in the room. They were taking turns on Zhou Wenyao, doing something indescribable. Zhou Wenyao was completely mentally broken at this moment. Even when he saw the police coming, he remained frozen. The group of female fans, on the other hand, shouted something while shouting, "You stinking hooligans, how dare you peek at us." One side started attacking the police in a frenzy, but this group just weighs a lot. It was soon all subdued by the police, and Zhuaning's men secretly saw the scene and reported it to Zhuaning. Zhuaning immediately told Yan Qi again. On the other hand, Yan Qi was on his way to the police station. Halfway there he got a call from the police department. Inform him that he has captured Chao Manyu and ask him to go to the police station to make a statement. When Yan Qi arrived at the police station, he found that the entrance was already surrounded by reporters. "Why don't we come back another day?" Zhang Yuwei asked in a small voice. Yan Qi shook his head. "What's meant to be can't be, run away. And I also want to see how miserable Zhou Wenyao is." He then got out of the car alone. Soon the reporters noticed Yan Qi. They quickly gathered around as if they had seen a rare animal. You know that these days, Yan Qi has been in the hospital. Every time they tried to sneak in for an interview, they were blocked back by a group of burly men. Now that it's so hard to see Yan Qi, naturally he wants a hard interview. "Mr. Yan, may I ask if you're here to see Zhou Wenyao?" The reporters couldn't wait to ask. Yan Qi was already somewhat used to this kind of battle. He nodded as he pushed his way in. "Yeah, the police department notified me to come over. I heard that Zhou Wenyao was imprisoned by his own fans. May I ask if this is true?" The reporters continued to ask. "I don't know exactly." Yan Qi shook his head. He pushed aside the reporters. "You guys make way for a while and wait for me to come out for an interview. Last question. Do you particularly hate Zhou Wenyao?" The reporter asked as he watched the fun. They want Yan Qi to say he hates it so they can hype it up hard. Yan Qi naturally knew what they were thinking, so he laughed and said, "It's not like we can talk about hating or not hating, whether it's Zhou Wenyao or his fans. They're all people who have been ruined by the culture of the rice circle. All we have to do is boycott this rice culture." The reporters froze. That's too positive. There's no heat in this kind of news. They wanted to ask more, but Yan Qi had already walked into the police station. After making his statement, Yan Qi asked if he could take a look at Zhou Wenyao. The police agreed. They brought Yan Qi to a surveillance. The surveillance footage is of the interrogation room. The centermost image is the interrogation room where Zhou Wenyao is located. At this moment, Zhou Wenyao sat on the chair with a dull face. No matter how the police asked, he did not say a word. "What is he?" Yan Qi asked in disbelief. The cop replied, "There should be some mental problem. Those fans of his are still crazy." Yan Qi sniffed and glanced at the other interrogation room screens. Some fans have their heads down and are being honest. Some are still yelling at the police. Yan Qi smacked his lips. This is one of those things where you play the rice circle and play yourself in. Yan Qi didn't say anything else and directly left the police station. The reporters outside the door were still waiting for Yan Qi. Yan Qi casually perfunctorily said a few words to them and left the police station in his car. "It's over?" Zhang Yuwei inquired. Yan Qi nodded. "Yes, I didn't expect it to be like this." From the police, he learned what happened to Zhou Wenyao. Let's just say that being forced to play poker by such a group of female fans has been the greatest punishment for him. He'll be living in that fear for the rest of his life. While Yan Qi was thinking, Zhang Yuwei, the main driver, stole a glance at Yan Qi's side face. She took a few deep breaths and gripped the steering wheel a little nervously. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she pulled into the parking lot of a shopping mall. "Sister Wei, are you going to buy something?" Yan Qi asked with some curiosity. After Zhang Yuwei stopped the car, she turned her head to look at Yan Qi. She grabbed the corner of her coat in a death grip, her heart beating wildly. "Yan Qi, I have something I want to say to you." Zhang Yuwei gathered enough courage to speak. Obviously, she was already the head of a company, but she still got nervous every time she talked to Yan Qi. Yan Qi blinked. "Go ahead. What can't we talk about between us?" Zhang Yuwei stared at Yan Qi, her eyes dripping with water. Yan Qi sensed something was wrong. That doesn't sound like it's going to be a common topic of conversation. If he hadn't guessed correctly, the feeling would have been, as expected. Zhang Yuwei whispered, Do you still love me?" After saying this, her face turned red. Yan Qi's heartbeat sped up even after hearing that. This is too sudden. He's totally unprepared. But Zhang Yuwei had obviously been framing this scene for a long time. She slowly reached her hand out to Yan Qi and grabbed it in one hand. Xiao Qi, I know that I should be the most mediocre one among your ex-girlfriends. Zhang Yuwei lowered her head and said, I'm not as rich as Su Xiaosheng, not as pretty as Pei Lushi, and not as good as Juan Ning's body, but She raised her head to look at Yan Qi, her eyes already drenched in tears. Yan Qi, I really like you. Very much, very much. What about you? Zhang Yuwei looked at Yan Qi expectantly. Do you still like me now? Chapter 35, Comfortable Love. In the 3 years since Yan Qi left, Zhang Yuwei seemed to have lost her interest in men. Even when the best men pursued her, she still felt nothing. Zhang Yuwei thought that she was no longer heartbroken. Until that day, she saw Yan Qi who failed the interview in the company. Her numb heart was beating again, but Zhang Yuwei wasn't sure if this was a male-female love or simply a sister-brother love. These days Zhang Yuwei had been obsessing over this matter, but when she saw Yan Qi being put in a detention center, as well as Yan Qi being stabbed into the hospital, Zhang Yuwei finally understood her heart. She was still deeply in love with Yan Qi. However, more panic ensued. Yankee's ex-girlfriends are just too good. In fact, Zhang Yuwei is already considered very good-looking and built a media company from nothing. But she seems so mediocre compared to a few other ex-girlfriends. Su Xiaosheng, the only daughter of the richest man in Cloud City, has more money than she can spend. Pei Liu's, a popular actress, holds a lot of media resources. Juan Ning, the queen of the mob, and there's a big company that's in the top 20 in Cloud City. In addition to the three of them, there's the ex-girlfriend with the last name of White, who is even scarier. As Zhang Yuwei thought about it, she really couldn't find any advantages she had. Money, looks, resources, or is it love? Those three don't seem to love Yanqi any less than she does. At the end of the thought, Zhang Yuwei was a bit depressed. In the end, she was going to show her cards to Yanqi. She then wanted to ask Yanqi what she thought. If Yanqi didn't have man-woman feelings for her anymore, then she would voluntarily quit and just be his soul sister from now on. At this moment, Zhang Yuwei looked at Yanqi nervously. She was curious to know what Yanqi thought. On the other hand, Yanqi was also a bit confused. He didn't expect Zhang Yuwei to suddenly say this, but soon Yanqi calmed down. As a man, the more times like this, the calmer you have to be. He took a deep breath, then backhanded Zhang Yuwei's hand. Sister Wei. Yanqi looked at Zhang Yuwei very seriously. I like you. It's not like it's a play or anything. I've really always liked you. Zhang Yuwei slowly opened her eyes wide as tears slid down her cheeks. Xiao Qi. And stop saying you're mediocre. Yanqi reached out and wiped her tears. There's no need for you to go comparing yourself to others. In my eyes you've never been the best, and I'm most at ease with you. He really didn't play along. Everything said was from the heart. Yanqi really loves Zhang Yuwei. This kind of love is like lying in the sun on soft grass, leisurely and restful. Zhang Yuwei sniffed and her heartbeat gradually steadied. Her impatience was soothed by Yanqi. Then Yanqi said somewhat tangled. It's just that Sister Wei. I'm afraid I can't. Right now. But before he could finish, Zhang Yuwei raised a finger and gently tapped it on Yanqi's lips. Shoo, no need to say it. Zhang Yuwei had a soft smile on her face. I'll be waiting for you. She didn't care about the end result. As long as Yanqi still liked her, she was already happy. Seeing Zhang Yuwei in this state, Yanqi felt a little guilty, but he really didn't know what to do. You can't have your foot in several boats. Zhang Yuwei keenly sensed Yanqi's mood. She patted Yanqi's head. Well, Xiao Qi, if you feel a bit sorry for your sister, then give your sister a kiss. With that she closed her eyes. It had been kissed before, but that was on her own initiative. Zhang Yuwei still hoped that Yanqi would take the initiative for once. Yanqi stared at Zhang Yuwei's soft lips and gently swallowed. His reason told him that he should never do that, but his emotions were frantically urging him on. Rationality and sensibility intertwine and collide in the brain. Eventually Yanqi cupped Zhang Yuwei's face with both hands and gently kissed her. The moment his lips touched, Zhang Yuwei only felt her heart stop beating for a beat. Then a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. The familiar feeling of a long time ago is reassuring. After a few seconds, the two slowly separated. Zhang Yuwei opened her eyes. Their faces were close enough to feel each other's breath clearly. Zhang Yuwei couldn't help but peck Yanqi on the lips again. Then she pulled away violently. Ahem. Zhang Yuwei lightly coughed and flirted. I didn't realize that after 3 years have passed, Xiao Qi has become so innocent. Ha, obviously when you kissed me before, you'd still be pawing around. With these words, Yanqi was a bit embarrassed. He did 3 years ago. College students are too energetic, full of nothing but that kind of thoughts. Zhang Yuwei smiled and pinched Yanqi's face. Well, whether it's little pervert Xiao Qi or pure-hearted Xiao Qi, I like them both oh so much. Then she restarted the car. Don't go to the office if you've just been discharged from the hospital. I'll take you home. Aha. Yanqi looked out the window and sighed softly in his heart. But I still didn't hold it. Zhang Yuwei, on the other hand, was in such a good mood that she even started humming a strange ditty. She stole a glance at Yanqi and thought in her mind, "It's true that I still like you the best, Kiki." Zhang Yuwei sent Yanqi all the way back to the neighborhood. "Sister Wei, why don't you go up and have a seat?" Yanqi asked before getting out of the car. Zhang Yuwei shook her head. "Next time, the company is very busy these 2 days. Do you remember that magazine cover you did?" Yanqi was a bit surprised at his words. "Of course I remember. Is the magazine going to be published?" He had been in Cloud City for 20 days and ended up working only one night. The rest of the time was spent either in detention or lying in hospital. It's kinda shameful to think about. "Yes, you're a big celebrity now." Zhang Yuwei laughed. "The number of pre-orders for this issue of the magazine online has already broken our company's record. I have to go to the office and keep an eye on things in case something happens." Yanqi nodded. "Good, then I'll stop by the office tomorrow as well." Yanqi was just about to get off the bus when Zhang Yuwei pulled him back. "Wait, this is for you." She opened the storage box next to her and removed a hat, a mask, and a pair of sunglasses from it. Zhang Yuwei handed the stuff to Yanqi. "Take some with you, don't let people recognize you. It's still Sister Wei who's thoughtful." Yanqi gratefully took it. He was recognized on the subway last time. He didn't want to be dragged into another photo shoot. Yanqi then put on his hat, mask and glasses and got out of the car. "Vi, be careful on your way." He closed the car door with a wave of his hand. Zhang Yuwei watched Yanqi walk into the neighborhood before starting the car and leaving. Actually, there was another reason why she wasn't going up there. That would be Yanqi's house, where someone is waiting at the moment. Zhang Yuwei doesn't want to participate in Shura. Kiki, it's not that easy to be a scumbag. On the other hand, Yanqi's tightly masked went up the stairs, just came around the corner from the house. He then heard a familiar voice. "Since you're the landlord here, you should have the key. You can't just turn it on if you have it, or Yanqi will get mad, okay?" "Ugh, does it take this long to pick up Yanqi?" "TSK, this fishy cat is afraid that she has gone to seduce Yanqi again." Yanqi sniffed and leaned over the wall to take a look inside. As expected, there were two beautiful women standing in front of his house, Su Xiaoshang and Zhuaning. Chapter 36, The Richest Daughter and the Mob Queen. It's hard to imagine. The daughter of Cloud City's richest man and Cloud City's mob queen were actually standing together in the corridor. And for the same man. Hiss, how did the two of them get together? Yanqi scratched his head. That's when Su Xiaoshang discovered Yanqi. "Oops, you're finally back." She walked in front of Yanqi without a good mood. She stared at Yanqi with her arms crossed. "Say, is it that Zhang Yuwei woman cheating again?" After Yanqi's injury healed, Su Xiaoshang's little temper returned. "Where's the cheating?" Yanqi said somewhat sheepishly. "It did, but he could never admit it." Zhuaning also walked over and smiled delicately. "Dear, I have been waiting outside for a long time." Today she was wearing a white chiffon blouse and an A-line skirt on the lower half of her body, which perfectly emphasized her good figure. Black silk and high heels are even more desirable. "TSK, can you stop calling it so meaty?" Su Xiaoshang said with some disgust. Zhuaning smiled faintly. "You can call it too. I think Yanqi will be very happy, right?" After saying that, she threw a wink at Yanqi. "Right? I'm not going to call it that." Su Xiaoshang stammered and shouted. Then she stole a glance at Yanqi, trying to observe what reaction Yanqi had. But unfortunately, Yanqi just coughed lightly. "Ahem, Zhuaning, don't tease Xiao Frost." "TSK. Su Xiaoshang smacked her lips. Obviously that wasn't the answer she wanted. Yanqi saw this and hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, why are you guys standing outside? It's not because you didn't come back?" Zhuaning spread his hands. Yanqi looked at Su Xiao Frost in confusion. Then you guys can go to Xiao Frost's house. Isn't it just across the street?" "Ha?" Zhuaning also looked at Su Xiaoshang. "You live here too, so why didn't you say so?" Su Xiaoshang looked to the side somewhat sheepishly. "Well, you didn't ask." In fact, she was selfish. Su Xiaoshang had already taken this hut of hers as a love nest with Yanqi. She didn't want any other woman in at all unless she really had no choice. The last time Peleus came in for an early dinner, Su Xiaoshang then cleaned the house thoroughly, inside and out, erased the flavor of Peleus completely. Yanqi understands Su Xiaoshang very well, and Zhuaning is an old fart. Both of them instantly understood what Su Xiaoshang was thinking. Zhuaning shook her head helplessly and thought, this little girl is really good at understanding. Yanqi, on the other hand, pulled out his room card. "Better come to my house then." He then walked to the room doors and opened it. The two of them, Su Xiaoshang, also followed. Zhuaning glanced in curiously. "Still okay?" Yanqi asked, turning his head. Zhuaning weighed the words and commented, "Quite good, plain and simple. That's high emotion talk. Low IQ is just a little too small and plain." Yanqi smiled and walked into the house. "Come in first." Zhuaning followed into the house. She looked around before asking, "Yanqi, do you want to change your house?" I've got a couple fairly nice houses there. Before Yanqi could speak, Su Xiaoshang was the first to speak. You can't change. She can't accept Yanqi changing houses. How nice that this is happening now. The house was smaller, but she lived across the street from Yanqi. In case if Yanqi moved, it would be inconvenient for her to find Yanqi in the future. Zhuaning saw her little mind at a glance, so he smiled and flirted. Why can't we change it? The conditions of this place are really quite ordinary. Hiss, could it be that you can't bear to see Yanqi move out? Su Xiaoshang's face miso red. She hurriedly waved her hand. I didn't think that way. I just think that moving is just too troublesome. Yanqi's job has just stabilized, so it's better not to go to so much trouble. Zhuaning resisted the urge to laugh and continued to flirt. It's no trouble. Yanqi just go to work at ease. I'll just help him move tomorrow. No moving, Su Xiaoshang shouted decisively. Zhuaning pretended to be puzzled and asked, why? Because. Su Xiaoshang got stuck, her face getting redder and redder. Finally she couldn't hold it in and turned to Yanqi. Yanqi, do you really want to move out? Su Xiaoshang bit her lips, looking pathetic. Yanqi looked at Zhuaning somewhat speechlessly. Zhuaning's character has always been like this, very much enjoyed watching the fun. She was already happy to see the daughter of the richest man show this expression. Don't worry, I won't move out. Yanqi patted Su Xiaofrost's head. Su Xiaoshang was instantly happy. She turned to look at Zhuaning and grunted softly with some amusement. Oof, like showing off. How's that? Yanqi's not moving out. But this kind of behavior was as if a child in Zhuaning's eyes. In that case, she nodded. Then why don't I rent an apartment here as well, so that I can come to Yanqi often as well? Wow, it's fun to think about it. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang panicked again. Wouldn't her advantage be gone if everyone else lived there? But wouldn't it be petty of you to say you won't rent it? What to do? Watching Su Xiaoshang in such a dilemma, Zhuaning couldn't help but laugh. Yanqi coughed lightly at the sight. Ahem, almost got it. So Zhuaning laughed. Just kidding you. I'm not going to rent an apartment here. Don't worry about it. Su Xiaoshang was instantly relieved, but she still kept her mouth shut. Actually, it's fine for you to rent it. I'm not that cheap. Yeah, that's great. I want to rent it now. Zhuaning let out a light laugh. Su Xiaoshang's eyes snapped open. Ha! Zhuaning once again stifled a laugh. Yanqi hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, what are we going to eat tonight? Hearing about food, Su Xiaoshang's attention immediately shifted over. I've gone ahead and bought the groceries. Wait for me. She trotted all the way back across the street to 507. Yanqi took this opportunity to gently punch Zhuaning. Don't tease her. Her brain isn't that bright. Alright. Zhuaning rubbed against Yanqi's body. I'm just kidding. Then she looked up at Yanqi. But no wonder you like her so much. This little girl is indeed interesting. Yanqi sniffed and gently picked Zhuaning's chin. What? A little jealous. Chapter 37, Unexpected Phone Calls. Yanqi knows Zhuaning quite well. Not only do they know every part of her body, but even her every word and action. Although Zhuaning always acted quite open, she would actually still be jealous. It's just that her display of jealousy is a little different from that of a normal woman. When ordinary women get jealous, they basically cry and hang themselves or something like that. But Zhuaning didn't react so much to being jealous. She would just keep flirting with the people around her to alleviate the jealousy in her heart. Are you jealous again? Yanqi picked Zhuaning's chin. Zhuaning gently pinched Yanqi and whispered, You're almost living with her. Aren't you allowed to make me a little jealous? Despite saying that, she looked into the eyes rather gently. Sitting in her position, she usually couldn't show too much emotion. The only person in the whole world who could see this little bit of her mind was Yanqi. Where do we live together? Isn't this still 2 doors away? Yanqi said playfully. Zhuaning lightly hummed. Humph. Just in case someone can't help but go over and knock on the door. When the time comes, just shout, Little Frost sister is not, and I'll open the door for your brother Yanqi. She followed Yanqi's example and pouted. Yanqi was amused by her. What is this guy thinking? In that case, he wasn't polite. Don't worry. He moved to Zhuaning's ear. Even if I really can't help it, I'll definitely go to you first. After saying that, Yanqi unabashedly looked Zhuaning up and down. If it was any other ex-girlfriend, seeing Yanqi with such a revealing sight, even if you don't hit him, you're sure to be shy. However, Zhuaning puffed out her chest rather proudly. Then I'll be waiting for you. It made an already exploding body look even more tantalizing. This is how Yanqi and Zhuaning get along. It's been completely removed from pure love and more or less astringent. Just as the two of them were talking, the voice of Su Xiaoshan came from the doorway. What are you guys doing? Only to see Su Xiaoshan carrying a large bag in her hand, obviously materials prepared in advance. Ahem, I reprimanded her. Yanqi coughed lightly as he winked at Zhuaning. You're not allowed to tease Little Frost anymore in the future. Zhuaning held back her laughter and nodded. Okay then, I'll never joke around again. Su Xiaoshang smiled at her words as she placed the large bag on the table. Geez, I could actually tell she was joking, she said with a bit of a stiff upper lip, just playing along with her law. She then turned to Yan Qi. Tonight, we'll have dongpa pork, mapo tofu, and spicy chicken. Before she could finish, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. TSK, trouble. Su Xiaoshang's face instantly grimaced. She pulled out her cell phone and blushed even harder when she saw the caller. I'm going to take a call first, she said to Yanqi. Then it went straight into the bathroom. What's the situation? Yanqi scratched his head in confusion. There's something wrong with Su Xiaoshang's expression. At that moment, Su Xiaoshang's angry roar came from the toilet. I'll say it again. I don't want to see him. But soon she realized she was being too loud and immediately lowered the volume. Yanqi couldn't hear the conversation inside either. After 5 minutes or so, Su Xiaoshang opened the door and walked out. She smiled at Yanqi. Only her smile was a little hard to read. Yanqi, I have some urgent matters, so I can't cook you dinner tonight. Yanqi's face was also grave. To be able to make Su Xiaoshang show this kind of expression, it meant that something big had indeed happened. He walked up to Su Xiaoshang and asked very seriously, what happened? Tell me. Maybe I can help you. Yeah, I can help too. Zhuaning also came over. Su Xiaoshang shook her head. It's no big deal. I can handle it alone. Really? Yanqi came over to Su Xiaofrost. Su Xiaoshang nodded firmly. Aha. Yanqi sighed after a few moments of contemplation. Alright then, if there's anything I can do for you, call me immediately. Good, then I'll leave first. Su Xiaoshang turned around with the intention of leaving. Suddenly she stopped and stood on her tiptoes to gently kiss Yanqi's face. I'll come back to see you in a couple days. With that, she left a little sheepishly. Although he was kissed, Yanqi didn't have the heart to think about that. After all, this performance of Su Xiaoshang was really a bit abnormal. Seeing that you're so nervous, do you want me to help investigate? Zhuaning patted Yanqi. Yanqi frowned. Su Xiaofrost had said that he didn't need help, so if he insisted on investigating it would look like he was meddling. But if he didn't investigate, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life in case something did happen. Thinking about it, Yanqi finally made a decision. Better help me investigate. Even if Su Xiaoshang blamed him afterward, he had to investigate before he could do so. Good. Zhuaning agreed. Then she pulled out her cell phone and dialed. Help me investigate what has happened to Obsidian Group recently? The more details the better. And be careful not to get caught. After that, she hung up. Zhuaning didn't let his men directly investigate Su Xiaoshang. Instead, he had his men investigate the Obsidian Group. After all, the only thing that could make Su Xiaoshang pay so much attention was the internal affairs of the group. Thanks, Yanqi said from the bottom of his heart. Zhuaning pinched Yanqi's face. Don't say the word thank you to me. It's too raw. Then she coughed lightly. Ahem, let me ask you, if I were like Su Xiaoshang one day, would you also try to investigate me? So you want me to investigate? Yanqi asked curiously in return. Zhuaning nodded without hesitation. Of course, but I might not say that when the time comes. As much as I want you to help me, I don't want you to get involved in danger. She looked out the window. I'm afraid that's what Su Xiaoshang thinks as well. Yanqi smiled at his words. Then I will definitely help you when the time comes. You better be. Zhuaning laughed back. She then looked to the vegetables and meat on the table. So what are we having for dinner? Zhuaning can't cook. And Yanqi just got out of the hospital and doesn't want to cook. How about going out to eat? Yanqi clapped his hands together. Zhuaning also came to be interested. Yeah, it just so happens that I have a place I want to go. An hour later, Zhuaning drove Yanqi to the old town. Yanqi looked out the window a little wistfully. So you wanted to come here? This is where he rented a house 3 years ago. His first meeting with Zhuaning was also here. In those days, they used to come to a small restaurant in the neighborhood to eat. Zhuaning wanted to come to this restaurant. Soon, Zhuaning pulled up in front of the restaurant. I haven't been here for a long time either. I don't know if the boss still recognizes us. Zhuaning smiled and opened the car door. Yanqi got out of the car and looked at the restaurant's somewhat worn sign, the Try It restaurant. He was a bit emotional. 3 years had gone by in a flash. Yanqi's duo walked to the door and just wanted to open it. Suddenly, I heard an argument from inside. Hurry up and pay up. If you don't, you can't open this store. Zhuaning's underground radar was instantly activated. What familiar words. Chapter 38 Protection Money. Inside the restaurant at this time, 2 small gangsters, who had been in the streets, were pointing at a middle-aged couple and yelling, "From now on, you will pay $2,000 every month, and if 1 point is less, I'll smash your store." But it didn't say anything about paying before. The middle-aged couple cowered in the corner and shivered. The punk arrogantly shouted, "Before was before, now is now. If I tell you to pay you have to pay." Just as he yelled, the door behind him was pushed open. The Yanqi duo walked in. Zhuan shouted with a face of contempt. Hey, those two over there. Which gang are you from? The punks turned around with anger on their faces as they sniffed. None of your business. But halfway through the sentence, the two froze. It wasn't because they knew Zhuan. They were just attracted by Zhuan beauty. Zhuan shook his head helplessly. She was used to this kind of thing. Asking you guys, which gang is it? Zhuan asked with some impatience. The punks ignored Zhuan's tone as they somewhat lewdly stepped forward. Hey, good sister, don't be surprised to hear it. We are the Topaz Gang, they said somewhat smugly. Usually when they gave out the name of the gang, there was a surprised look on the other side. After all, the Topaz Gang was very powerful. However, they realized that Zhuan just skimmed her lips, so it's old Wilt Wu's people. No wonder, when these words came out, the punks' faces changed drastically. Wu Laowei is the black name for their boss. Anyone who dares to shout that nickname has basically been hacked to death. Bitch, you're ing looking for death. The punks went up with the intention of teaching Zhuan a lesson, but at that moment, She blocked in front of Zhuan. *******. Where did you pop up from again? One of the punks punched Shi in the head. Shi grabbed his wrist, then kicked the punk in the calf. The kick was so powerful that the punk instantly lost his center of gravity. The whole thing fell to the ground with a thud. He wailed in pain. The remaining gangster froze. The opposite side looks greasy. How so able to fight? Shi wasn't just eating for nothing these 3 years in the temple. It's also a daily job. Carrying water, chopping wood, and occasionally learning martial arts from the monks at the temple. He's a better fighter now than he was even 3 years ago. Zhuan was also a bit surprised. Ooh, it's quite powerful. Wait for me if you can. I'll call someone now. The remaining punk took out his cell phone. Zhuan smiled disdainfully. Fine, just as well I have to call someone. After saying that, she also took out her cell phone and sent a tweet. Shi, on the other hand, ignored them and walked straight to the counter. The punk was so scared that he immediately shrank to the side. Boss, can you still cook now? Shi asked towards the couple at the counter. The couple looked at Shi with confused faces. In this case, do we still have to eat? Suddenly the boss's wife recognized Shi. Hiss, aren't you the one from before? Yes, you still remember me. I haven't been here for 3 years, Shi said with some nostalgia. The boss's wife also came into the spirit. She looked towards Zhuan at the door. And that girl, you two used to come to eat often. After Zhuan sent the tweet, she also walked over to the counter. Just give us the same old 3 things back. Shredded pork in Beijing sauce, stir-fried pork with veggie fried eggplant, and 2 more bowls of rice. Good. The boss's wife smiled and nodded. That's when the restaurant owner patted her down, signaling that the mix-up hadn't been resolved yet. Don't worry, they won't come back to cause trouble afterward. Zhuan waved her hand. The boss was still a bit hesitant, while the boss's wife kicked him. Don't just stand there. Go and cook. The owner could only walk into the kitchen. You guys sit down first, the food will be ready soon. The boss's wife pointed to the second row of tables. They used to sit there a lot back then. Shi nodded and sat down with Zhuan. On the other side, the 2 punks were a bit confused. How come no one's paying attention to them all of a sudden? They looked at each other and left the restaurant in silence. But they didn't run, they just went and shook people. They have sent messages to the brethren, and dozens of them will be here soon. When the people come, we'll teach Shi and the others a hard lesson. Shi sat down and looked out the door. They won't run, will they? It won't. I know their kind best. Zhuan shook her head. The vindictive ones will definitely find a way to beat us up. Shi asked curiously. So what are you going to do? I called their boss over. Zhuan spread his hands. If they want to fight, they can fight their boss. Shi burst out laughing, which was funny to think about. By the way, how come people still collect protection money these days? He asked with some confusion. Afterwards, Zhuan talked to Shi about the situation in the neighborhood. Old Town was originally run by the Ghostfly Gang, but the new boss of the Ghost Glow Gang, because he had offended Zhuan before, it has been destroyed by Zhuan. After the Ghostfly Gang was overthrown, its territory was divided among other gangs. Gangs also need to generate income. Some gangs make money from business. For example, the Ghostfly Gang makes money from KTVs and mahjong parlors. And there are gangs that remain traditional and old-fashioned, making money by collecting protection money. This is the case with the Topaz Gang. It should be that the Topaz Gang took over this place, so they started collecting protection fees. Zhuan shook her head with some disdain. That's all this old Wilt Wu knows how to do. Just as the two were talking, the boss's wife came to serve the food. Try the veggie fried eggplant first. The other 2 will be ready soon. The familiar aroma whetted Shi's appetite. He was just about to move his chopsticks when suddenly the boss's wife whispered, "Young man, you'd better hurry up after eating. Those 2 don't look like they're going to be easy to mess with." Zhuan laughed. It's fine, We're not afraid of them. That. Ugh. The boss's wife wanted to say something else, but in the end, she just sighed. Then it was back into the kitchen. Soon all 3 courses were served. The Yanqi duo began to eat while reminiscing about the past, until the sound of sharp brakes sounded outside the door. Immediately afterward, a large group of people got out of the car. Yanqi looked curiously toward the door. Exactly who the punks called first? Or did Zhuanning's call come first? The answer was soon revealed as a stooped middle-aged man walked in. He was stunned when he saw Zhuanning, who was eating. This person was none other than the boss of the Topaz Gang, Wu Yuqiang. Chapter 39, The Humble Mobster. The reason why Wu Yuqiang was called Wu Laowei, it's not because he's a weak character. It's just making fun of him for being a hunchback. In fact, to be the leader of a gang, Wu Yuqiang's character is quite sinister. But at the moment, he was like a schoolboy who had made a mistake, standing at the gate not daring to move. However, Wu Yuqiang's sight was not on Zhuanning, but on Yanqi, who was opposite Zhuanning. He was deep in thought. Who is this person? Surprisingly, he's having dinner with Zhuanning. Normally Zhuanning always looked superior. It was the first time he had seen Zhuanning eat with a man, and in a small restaurant like this one. Suddenly Wu Yuqiang remembered. Ah, it's him. Isn't this the Yanqi that's been all over the internet lately? So that's how it is. Wu Yuqiang came to a realization. No wonder Zhuanning wanted to find out who the culprit of the assassination case was. At the moment, in Wu Yuqiang's eyes, Yanqi has just become a little white boy raised by Zhuanning. Wu Yuqiang looked at Yanqi with some sympathy. Alas, poor thing, so young to be serving such a tyrant. Although Zhuanning's appearance was indeed attractive, but no one dared to pursue Zhuanning. In Wu Yuqiang's and their eyes, Zhuanning is a temperamental tyrant. One second he was smiling and laughing, the next he could throw people into the river and feed them to the fish. Who dares to chase this kind of person? I'm afraid this Yanqi is living in deep water every day. It's pathetic. Yanqi also felt Wu Yuqiang's sight, so he whispered, "Here it comes." Zhuanning nodded. "Don't mind him, let's eat first." Wu Yuqiang saw that Zhuanning didn't even look back, knowing that this time there's real trouble, so he boldly spoke. "Zhua, Sister Zhua?" Zhuanning's face sank as she put down her chopsticks. She turned her head and spoke. "Wu Yuqiang, what era is it now? You're still letting your little brother collect protection money." Wu Yuqiang hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Sister Zhua, I'm really sorry, but, are those 2 really my men?" he asked tentatively. He had figured it out when he arrived. Now that it's happened, it's best to clear the air. Zhuanning saw through Wu Yuqiang's thoughts at a glance, so she smiled. They went out to call someone. They'll be back in a few minutes. What if you tell your men not to block the doorway or you scare them away? The corner of Wu Yuqiang's mouth twitched. He did intend to have his men stop the rashers, but since Zhuanning had spoken, Wu Yuqiang didn't dare to refute, so all he could do was go out and tell his men outside the door to take cover for a while. At this time Yanqi shouted towards the back kitchen, "Boss lady, check out." The boss's wife ran out of the back kitchen. "That's $42, just give 40, with 3 courses and 2 bowls of rice. That's a pretty good price." As Yanqi checked out, Wu Yuqiang walked back into the store. He forced a smile. "Sister Zhua, I told them all to hide." "Aha." Zhuanning nodded. Then she pointed at the boss's wife. "Just in time to introduce you. This is the boss's wife of this restaurant. I eat at this restaurant all the time. Keep your people away from here in the future." She spoke in a rather normal tone, but Wu Yuqiang was listening in cold sweat. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and bowed his head at the boss's wife and apologized. "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." The boss's wife looked at Yanqi with some confusion. "Who is this?" "He's the boss of those 2 punks," Yanqi said casually. The boss's wife was shocked. "Boss? Wouldn't that be a mobster?" It was the first time she had ever seen a mobster apologize to someone. "That's way too polite," Wu Yuqiang asked with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, absolutely no one will come to harass you guys after that." The boss's wife nodded a little nervously. She then stole a glance at Yanqi and the others. Who the hell are these 2? Even a mobster can call in an apology. Wu Yuqiang had just finished making assurances, but the next moment he was slapped in the face. Only shouts followed by footsteps were heard from outside the store. Immediately afterward, there was only a click. The glass door of the restaurant was smashed to pieces by a brick. The boss's wife was startled and hurriedly retreated behind the counter. Zhuanning was still sipping her tea with a bland face, while Yanqi looked like he was watching the fun. Only Wu Yuqiang's face was gloomy. Asterisk 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 this. Who dares to bully my brother? 2 dozen punks then rushed in from outside shouting. They had machetes and baseball bats in their hands and looked murderous. The gangster in the lead had dyed red hair, and he was followed by the 2 gangsters who collected protection money. "Ninth brother, it's them." The gangster pointed at Yanqi and shouted. "Not only did they beat us up, they also called our boss by his nickname. Wu Yuchang just wanted to turn around and reprimand. Zhuan Ning, however, took the lead and stood up. She patted Wu Yuchang's shoulder, signaling him to keep quiet for now. Wu Yuchang sighed helplessly. If he had stepped in, things would have worked out a little better. Now that Zhuan Ning has taken the initiative, things are in trouble. The gangster known as Ninth Brother looked Zhuan Ning up and down. Unconsciously, he gulped. Extreme. So extreme. You guys are from the Topaz gang, right? Zhuan Ning lightly laughed. Ninth Brother looked at Zhuan Ning arrogantly. That's right. Let me tell you, if our Topaz gang wants to pinch you to death, it's easier than pinching an ant. Wu Yuchang sniffed and shivered in fear. Squeeze Zhuan Ning to death? He wouldn't dare say that in private. Zhuan Ning held back her laughter and clapped her hands. Wow, the Topaz gang turned out to be so powerful. People are really scared. You know you're scared now? Ninth Brother skimmed his mouth disdainfully. I'm telling you, even if you're as pretty as you look, you'll still have to take a beating today. Do you know why? He sneered. Not because you bullied my brother, but because you dared to call our boss by his nickname. Today I'm going to take over for the boss and give you guys a hard time. Once these words came out, Yanqi finally couldn't hold his tongue. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuchang closed his eyes in despair. It's okay if you get yourself killed. Why did you add me to the list? Nine was a bit confused as he looked at the playful Yanqi. He's just finished delivering his message. What's this kid laughing at? Ninth Brother. This kid is very capable of fighting. The gangster who had been knocked down by Yanqi earlier whispered a reminder. Nine smiled contemptuously. Kid, you're a good fighter, aren't you? Get up. Yanqi slowly got up as he patted Wu Yuchang's shoulder. I won't accompany you guys to fight. Better let this one accompany you. Zhou turned sideways to look at Wu Yuchang's back. It's just him, a Luo Potter? At this statement, the punks laughed. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuchang couldn't hold back any longer. It was just as well that Zhuan Ning laughed at him. How dare these sons of ES laugh at him? Shut the up. He turned and pointed at Nine and cursed. He angrily walked up to Wu Yuchang. See clearly who I am? Nine froze instantly. His eyes snapped open and then, once again, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you're so damn ugly looking, like a toad. The punks laughed again. Now don't talk about Wu Yuchang. Even Yanqi and Zhuan Ning froze, but soon Yanqi was the first to react. Holy, they don't know Wu Yuchang. Just then, Nine suddenly snapped. A toad trying to help someone out. Ha, **********. He kicked Wu Yuchang hard in the stomach. The kick was so powerful that it directly knocked Wu Yuchang to the ground. The head hit the floor. Yanqi sucked in a breath of cool air from the side. Hiss, this is going to be lively. Chapter 40, Dog Bites Dog. The Topaz gang had a large sphere of influence and many men under their command. Even Wu Yuchang himself was not sure how many minions he had. Normally, he basically relied on a few close friends to indirectly manage the people below him. So many of the juniors, they have only heard of Wu Yuchang's name, didn't really see him. Obviously, this group of punks falls into that category. They don't even know that the nickname Wu Laowei came about because of Wu Yuchang's rickets. At this moment, Nine was pointing at Wu Yuchang and laughing. Waste, at your level, you still want to fight me? Wu Yuchang lay on the ground, covering his head. That fall just knocked the spoon of his mind bleeding. He furiously pointed at Nine and cursed. You dare to hit me? What's wrong with beating you? Ninth Brother looked at him very arrogantly. Fight back if you don't like it. You really think that our Topaz gang is afraid of you? Hearing this, Zhuan Ning happily applauded. Ha ha ha, well said. Your Topaz gang is indeed formidable. She looked at Wu Yuchang in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. You really aren't afraid of anyone. Ninth Brother didn't hear Zhuan Ning's flirting in the slightest, and he laughed smugly. That's right, I've only been afraid of two people in my life. One is my brother Yu, and the other is our boss Wu Yuchang. As for the others, Brother Nine looked at Wu Yuchang with disdain. They're all stinking in my eyes. Yanqi covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Wu Yuchang, on the other hand, was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. This kid's talking about you. He's one of his cronies. I am Wu Yuchang. Wu Yuchang struggled to get up from the ground, but Jiao went up and kicked him, once again knocking Wu Yuchang down. Damn, I was going to spare you. Brother Nine gritted his teeth and cursed, but you dared to impersonate our boss. If you're Wu Yuchang, then I'm Zhuan Ning, he said, pointing at himself. At this time, the little brother behind him reminded. Ninth Brother, I heard that Zhuan Ning seems to be a female. That's right. Nine scratched his head. Then I'm Wang Chang of the Yulin Society alright. Yanqi couldn't hold it together at all and burst out laughing. What the are you laughing at? Nine scolded impatiently. The kid has been laughing since just now. It messes with his ability to be intimidating at all. Yanqi shook his head helplessly. Man, I advise you to run. It's too late to run. This kid offended both Wu Yuchang and Zhuan Ning with his 3 words. Nine was left with a whole lot of confusion. What gave him the right to run away? Just as the house was in disarray, the minions that Wu Yuqiang brought with him finally poured over from all directions. Big brother, it's over. I can't run away even if I want to now. Yan Shi sighed. Nine also noticed someone coming. So you guys called someone too. He turned and looked away. Then let's touch base. But the words stopped in mid-sentence. Jiao looked at the leader and was a bit surprised. Brother Yu, why are you here too? The Viet he was talking about was a bald, burly man who was Wu Yuqiang's beloved henchman. Yu was also a bit confused. Mao Jiao? Isn't that one of his boys? Mao Jiao didn't know he was in big trouble yet. He thought Yu was here to help him. So fawningly, he walked over to Yu. Brother Yu, the few of us here are enough. What's the need for such a big battle? The minions behind Mao Jiao looked at him with adoration. This is so awesome. Even Yu himself came over to help. Just then, Wu Yuqiang once again rose from the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes red as he stared at Yu and yelled, "Old Yu!" Yu was shaking with fear. It had been a long time since he had seen Wu Yuqiang so angry. Mao Jiao turned to look at Wu Yuqiang. You call your father old Yu is what you old bastard can call. When these words came out, Yu only felt an atomic bomb explode in his brain. He didn't hear it wrong, did he? Mao Jiao the kid called his big brother an old wanker? Mao Jiao wanted to continue cursing, but was stopped by a flying kick from Yu. The kick was extremely powerful. It directly kicked Mao Jiao a meter away and smashed a dining table. The minions brought by Mao Jiao were scared silly. Why did you suddenly make a move? Asterisk 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 off. Yu angrily pushed the punks away. The punk was so scared that he immediately backed away. Yu rushed to Wu Yuqiang's side as he asked in a panic, "Boss, are you alright?" Hearing this, all the punks fell silent, including Mao Jiao on the ground. The only sound left in the store was Yan Qi and Zhuaning's laughter. The two laughed quite a bit. Old boss? Mao Jiao looked at Wu Yuqiang in disbelief. The one that can make you call him boss. There is only one person in the whole world. Wu Yuqiang. Mao Jiao only felt a dizzying sensation in his brain. This person is really Wu Yuqiang. Ah. That's when the only sound heard was a crunch. Wu Yuqiang slapped Yu's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I haven't been hit like that in 5 years. Yu lowered his head in fear. I'm sorry, boss. I really didn't know it was a few of them. Don't know? Wu Yuqiang slapped him in the face again. Do you know now? Know it? He slapped one after the other, quickly swelling Yu's face. Got it. Yu hurriedly nodded. He looked up at Mao Jiao with indignation. Mao Jiao was suddenly stunned, then rolled and crawled on his knees to Yu's feet. Brother Yu, I was wrong. Mao Jiao slapped himself hard. Please spare my dog's life. I'll work for you as a cow in the future. Yu stared at him, anger in his eyes. It's not enough to get yourself killed, but you've even got him on the hook. But Yu knew that he had no say in the matter. He respectfully said to Wu Yuqiang, Boss, I'll listen to whatever you say about what to do with this person. Wu Yuqiang was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly remembered that Zhuaning was still present. He hurriedly turned around and asked, Sister Zhua, I'll listen to whatever you say about what to do with this person. Zhuaning blinked her eyes. She was looking at the scene beautifully. How come she was asked? She couldn't decide for a moment, so she turned her head to Yan Qi. Yan Qi, I'll listen to whatever you say about what to do with this person. For a moment, hundreds of people outside the store looked at Yan Qi at the same time. Chapter 41, Crazy Brainstorming. Wu Yuqiang looked at Yan Qi in disbelief. With Zhuaning's character, he would even ask other people's opinions? And it says, I'm all yours. Zhuaning would actually say such a thing. Wu Yuqiang winced violently. He realized he was wrong. Dead wrong. He had originally thought that Yan Qi was just a small white boy with no status. It's just a toy that Zhuaning keeps. But for now, it seems that Yan Qi is suspiciously a bit too high. Even Zhuaning has to listen to him. Wu Yuqiang quickly thought of two possibilities. One is because of love. Love can make people blind, so Zhuaning is willing to listen to Yan Qi. But he quickly ruled that out. Zhuaning, how can this woman fall in love? That leaves only the second possibility. That is, Yan Qi's status is far higher than Zhuaning's. That's why Zhuaning was willing to listen to Yan Qi. Wu Yuqiang only felt that everything was through. Why would the Red Security Society, the Obsidian Group, and all the major media be out at the same time after Yan Qi was stabbed? It must be because Yan Qi's status is just too high. It's the only way to explain it all. Thinking of this, Wu Yuqiang's legs involuntarily trembled. An important person who could make both the Red Security Association and the Obsidian Group pay attention to each other. I'm afraid it's only those few old, hidden families. Compared to these clans, the Qian Society and the Obsidian Group were like thugs. At this moment, Wu Yuqiang's eyes had an extra bit of fear in them. His own little brother, just now, had threatened to beat him up. If we really let this master get beaten up, then I'm afraid the Topaz gang will be completely finished. Yan Qi didn't know what Wu Yuqiang was thinking. Anyway, he was a bit speechless right now. How did the question get to him? In fact, he was less inclined to get involved with the mob. This group of mobsters, eyeball to eyeball, waited for his verdict. Make it sound like he's a mob boss. And he had a feeling there would be problems with how to handle Mao Jiao. A lesser punishment might lose Juanning's prestige. The punishment is so strong, there's no chance the kid will die. It's not sensible to get involved in a murder. Gotta think of a way to do this that is punitive and okay to dump after the fact. He thought about it and finally came up with a good idea. So Yanqi coughed lightly. Ahem. In that case, you'll call the police and turn yourselves in. When these words came out, the whole room was silent. Everyone, including Juanning, looked at Yanqi in shock. Surrender? They've thought of countless punishments. Breaking legs, cutting out tongues, even just throwing them in the river and feeding them to the fish. But the only thing I didn't expect was that Yanqi would ask them to turn themselves in. For mobsters, surrender is not very damaging but extremely insulting. It will be laughed at by your peers for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha, this punishment is good. Juanning happily clapped her hands. It's really worthy of you. Then she looked at Wu Yuqiang. Do you hear me clearly? Then dispose of it that way and have your little brother call and turn himself in. Ha? Wu Yuqiang was a bit confused. Sister Zhua, do you really need to turn yourself in? Juanning's face sank. Are you questioning me? Wu Yuqiang immediately had a cold chill on his back. He hurriedly shook his head. No. He looked at Mao Jiao with a fierce gaze. Hurry up and call me to turn yourselves in. Just tell me that you smashed someone's store. The Mao Nine were dumbfounded. It was the first time he had heard of it. Mob bosses let their minions turn themselves in voluntarily. This is outrageous, isn't it? Mao Jiao stole a glance at Yanqi and the others. What on earth are they? Boss is so afraid of them. Suddenly it occurred to him that Wu Yuqiang had just called that woman Sister Zhua. It seemed that there was only one person in Cloud City who could make Wu Yuqiang call Sister Zhua. No way. Mao Jiao trembled in fear. This woman is the boss of the Red Safety Society, Wu Juanning? No wonder the boss was so respectful to her. Mao Jiao's entire body froze. He didn't even dare to think about Yanqi's identity in detail. Definitely scarier than Juanning. Geez, what kind of people did he mess with? This kind of big shot tells him to call and turn himself in. Is he in a position to refuse? So Mao Jiao pulled out his cell phone with trembling hands, called the police. Soon the call was answered. I'm turning myself in, Mao Jiao said with his head hanging down. He's the best face for a man. It's harder to get him to turn himself in than it is to kill him. Yanqi nodded in satisfaction at the sight. He didn't really care much about what punishment Mao Jiao received. Doing so will mostly push things out. Yanqi looked around and said to Wu Yuqiang, by the way, don't forget to pay for smashing someone's store like that. At the moment, in Wu Yuqiang's eyes, Yanqi was even scarier than Juanning. He hurriedly bowed his head and said, don't worry, Brother Yan, I'll personally pay the compensation to the store. Brother Yan? Yanqi looked Wu Yuqiang up and down. The man looked to be in his 40s. It's really nice to be called brother. However, Wu Yuqiang thought that Yanqi was too young for his seniority, so he hurriedly changed his words. Master Yan. Yanqi raised his hand to stop it. Alright, hurry up and go pay for it. Okay. Wu Yuqiang couldn't care less about the injuries on his body. Walk quickly to the counter. Smiling, he said to the boss's wife, I'm really sorry, how about paying you $10,000? The boss's wife had been blindsided long ago. No, she stammered, shaking her head, clearly not wanting to take money from the mob. Wu Yuqiang thought the other party was dissatisfied, so he immediately raised the price. 10,000 is indeed a bit low, so let's make it 100,000. 100,000? The boss's wife exclaimed. She can't make $50,000 a year with this little store. $100,000 is enough for them to make 2 or 3 years. Wu Yuqiang saw that the other party was satisfied, so immediately, he pulled out his cell phone and scanned the collection code on the counter. He ignored the boss's wife's objections and directly transferred $100,000 over. PayPal arrived with $100,000. The boss's wife's cell phone beeped in real time. She pulled out her cell phone in disbelief and realized that the $100,000 had really arrived. Wu Yuqiang quickly ran back to Yanqi's side and said respectfully, Master Yan, do you think this will work? Not bad. Yanqi nodded. Wu Yuqiang was instantly relieved. This ancestor is always satisfied. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and carefully handed it to Yanqi. Master Yan, from now on, if you have any problems, call me. Yanqi raised his eyebrows. The Yakuza still had business cards. At that moment Juanning snatched the business card and casually threw it into the trash can. Wu Laowei, don't think about getting close. Yanqi will come to me if something happens. Wu Yuqiang didn't dare to retort and only nodded. Yes. Just seeing Juanning with this look, Wu Yuqiang was even more convinced of the idea in his heart. Juanning was so protective. Yanqi's identity was definitely not ordinary. Yanqi, the police are coming. We should leave. Zhuaning came over to Yan Qi's ear and whispered. Yan Qi nodded, so he said to Wu Yuqiang, then this place is yours. Remember, no more visits to this store. Zhuaning added, you should know what you can and can't say. Don't worry, I know the rules. Wu Yuqiang compensated with a smile. Zhuaning took Yan Qi's arm and headed for the door. The punks consciously bowed their heads to make way. They had long since lost the arrogance of the beginning. After Yan Qi's duo walked out the door, the boss's wife ran out after them. She bowed repeatedly to Yan Qi and the others. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's eat at your house next time. Yan Qi and the two of them waved their hands and got into the car. They then drove off. Wu Yuqiang looked at the car's taillights. He palpitated and patted his chest. Phew. Thankfully I didn't anger this master. Gotta hurry up and tell the people below about this. Don't mess with him in the future. After tonight, two pieces of news began to spread among the major gangs. For one thing, the Topaz gang turned themselves in en masse. More than 30 people were detained by the police at one time. The police were confused when they arrested them. It's a first for this group of punks to grab a detention. The other thing is the rumor about Yanch. In the rumors, Yan Qi had just become the only son of an ancient family. Even the queen of the mob, Zhuaning, had to follow Yan Qi's orders. So, because of Wu Yuqiang's meal of crazy brainstorming, it made Yan Qi a big name among the gangs. On the other side, the Yan Qi duo was talking about what just happened in the car. The two laughed quite a bit, especially when it comes to Mao Jiao kicking over Wu Yuqiang. At this time, Zhuaning received a message. She pulled out her cell phone and looked at it. Instantly serious. What's wrong? Yan Qi hurriedly asked. Zhuaning handed her cell phone to Yan Qi. There's news from Su Xiaoshang's side. See for yourself. Chapter 42. Does Sud Xiaofrost have a younger brother? Yan Qi hurriedly took the cell phone. Read the above carefully. Yan Qi frowned after reading. Does Su Xiaoshang have a brother? According to what the intel on the cell phone said, it's Su Xiaoshang's brother who's back from abroad. That's why her dad let her come home. I remember that Su Xiaoshang is an only child, right? Yan Qi handed the cell phone back to Zhuaning. Zhuaning took the phone. She is indeed an only child. This brother is adopted. Not really a biological brother. Hasn't she told you that before? Yan Qi shook his head. When he was with Su Xiaoshang never mentioned this brother. Are they close? Yan Qi asked curiously. Zhuaning sighed. How can it be good? Guess why her father adopted the child. She talked to Yan Qi about the cause and effect. Su Xiaoshang's father, Su Daikoku, loves his daughter though. But according to the rules of their house, women are not allowed to be in charge. So after giving birth to Su Xiaoshang, she also wanted to have a boy to inherit the family business. But a sudden car accident caused the mom, who was 7 months pregnant, to miscarry. Her mom lost her fertility as a result. This was over 20 years ago. IVF technology wasn't perfect back then, so the family adopted a boy. Sudaikoku gave it the name, Suan. In the future, I'm afraid that the heir of the Black Yao group will be this Suhan. Zhuaning skimmed her lips. Do you think Su Xiaoshang can have a good relationship with her brother? Yan Qi came to a realization. No wonder Su Xiaoshang was in such a temper. The family business is not given to the biological, but to the adopted instead. That does seem a bit excessive. Zhuaning persuaded in a small voice. This is someone's family matter. You'd better stay out of it. Yan Qi didn't answer, just looked out the window. I don't know what I'm thinking. Zhuaning sent Yan Qi downstairs in the neighborhood. I have to follow up on the restaurant side of things, so I won't go up. Zhuaning patted Yan Qi's hand. She was worried about the punks, confessing something they shouldn't. If that's the case, then we're going to have to clear out a bunch of people tonight. Then be careful. Yan Qi nodded and prepared to go upstairs. Suddenly Zhuaning grabbed Yan Qi's hand and yanked him back. A kiss on Yan Qi's mouth. Good night, little scumbag. She then floated around and left. Yanch touched his lips. Found myself getting a little used to it. I still have to go to the office tomorrow, so I have to go to bed a little early tonight. Yan Qi walked to the door of his house. He took out his access card and prepared to open the door, but he suddenly realized that the door was hidden. Yan Qi was shocked in his heart. He clearly remembered closing the door behind him on his way out. There are thieves. Yan Qi's face became grave. He gently pushed open the door to the room. I was surprised to see that the lights were still on in the house. That's a lot of nerve for a thief. Stealing and turning on the lights. Yanch picked up a broom behind the door with his hand. Prepare to meet this thief. Just as Yan Qi cautiously advanced, a figure walked out of the bedroom. Yan Qi raised his hand to strike. Yan Qi, you're back. The crisp voice made Yan Qi's broom stop in midair. Yan Qi looked at the person in front of him with some surprise. Pei Lu sure? Pei Liuxi hugged Yan Qi as she rubbed against Yan Qi's chest. Originally, I wanted to pick you up from the hospital today, but suddenly there was an important awards ceremony I had to attend. So you're not angry with me, are you? Yan Qi patted her on the head. How did I give birth to? Halfway through his sentence, He sensed something was wrong. Yanqi pushed Pei Liu's away as he asked, pointing at the gate, "How did you get in here?" "Ha, I should have closed the door." Pei Lucia sniffed and blinked her pretty eyes. "Well, it was just swiped with the access card for a second and then it opened." "That's not right. There are only 2 access cards in total." Yanqi stared at her with a skeptical face. "I have one here, and one at the landlord's place." "Where did you get this one?" Pelias stirred her hands together in some embarrassment. Seeing her like this, Yanqi already understood. You didn't secretly make a copy, did you?" Yanqi asked in disbelief. Paleosi wrapped her arms around Yanqi's waist and pouted. "I know I'm wrong, don't be angry, okay? Since the last time I went to Su Xiaoshan's house for breakfast." Pelias got up this little thought. Why should Su Xiaoshan be able to live across the street from Yanqi? And one can only knock on the door when one wants to see Yanqi. She can't take it, so Pei Liu's managed to get an access card. As for the way, if you have the money, you can do anything. Yanqi sighed helplessly. He wasn't the least bit surprised that Piraeus had done such a thing. That's just her style. She was more or less a sickly little girl to Yanqi. Right here, it's already very restrained. When they were together 3 years ago, Pelias had done crazier things. Yanqi was used to it all. "You're really angry, huh?" Pei Liu's asked weakly. She hurriedly pulled out the access card in her pocket. "Don't be mad, I'll throw it away, okay? Forget it, you take it." Yanqi pinched her face. "Come back later if you want to. What else can we do?" That's the kind of character this woman has. Couldn't just scold her. You can only spoil it. Pei Liu smiled happily. "I knew Kiki was the best. Come on, let me kiss it." She stood on her tiptoes and gave Yanqi a kiss, but suddenly her face changed drastically, and she took a step back with an unfavorable gaze. She stared at Yanqi dead in the face. It's the smell of a woman's lipstick. Chapter 43, The Two of Us Have a Heart-to-Heart. Yanqi was first stunned. Then he remembered. Just now when he was downstairs, Zhuan Ning did kiss him, but he already wiped the hickey off before he went upstairs. Let's just say it's worthy of Pelias. It's too perceptive to notice. Humph, I guessed it, didn't I? Pei Lucia pinched Yanqi fiercely. Yanqi hemmed and hawed. "Your nose is also too good. A vixen's Thai odor. I smelled it right away." Pei Lucia smacked her lips in displeasure. "Which vixen is it? Su Xiaoshan? Zhang Yuwei? Or Zhuan Ning? It can't be the one surnamed Bai." Hearing the words surnamed Bai, Yanqi's face changed slightly. Pei Lucia realized she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly waved her hand. I shouldn't have mentioned her." Yanqi smiled and comforted. "It's fine, just mention it, I don't care." "Really?" Pei Liusi came over to Yanqi and took a closer look. She then sighed. "Ugh, lying again, obviously care, right? Anyway, she's the most important in your heart, and others aren't." Pei Liu skimmed her mouth. The words made Yanqi sweat. Gotta put an end to this in a hurry. So he put his arm around Pei Liu's shoulders. The two of us are alone, so let's not always discuss others." Alright, whatever you say." Pei Liusi leaned into Yanqi's arms. "Who let people like you the most?" Then she turned the tables. "But you'll have to fulfill one small request of mine." "What's the request?" Yanqi raised an eyebrow. Pei Liu's hemmed and hawed. "Watch a movie with me, the movie I'm in." She pulled a flash drive out of her pocket. Yanqi plugged the flash drive into the TV. The USB flash drive only has one file in MP4 format. It's called Double Butterfly Internal Screening. "It's this one, isn't it?" Yanqi turned his head to Pei Liu's. Pei Liu's nestled on the couch and nodded. "Well, it's a movie that hasn't been released yet. You're kind of one of the first people to see it. I'll have to enjoy it then." Yanqi clicked on the file, and the classic dragon label appeared on the screen. He turned and sat back on the couch. At this time, Pei Lucia, who was next to her, stretched out her hands. Yanqi, hug. Her stunning face had a hazy beauty under the TV light. Yanqi was in a trance. Once he was with Pelias, the two just always cuddled up together and watched all kinds of movies. Pelias just wanted to relive the past. So Yanqi tenderly wrapped his arms around Pei Lucia. "Good. Ha. Piraeus happily sat on Yanqi's lap. The two just lounged on the couch and watched a movie. The movie is not a complicated story about twin sisters who are involved in a murder and eventually the sisters work together to catch the culprit. The sisters are played by Pelias alone. I have to say, her acting is quite good. Both the sisters' madness and the sisters' serenity are expressed with great aplomb. It's as if it's really a twin acting." Yanqi was all shocked by her acting skills. Soon the 2-hour movie was over. Piraeus looked up a little expectantly. "How was it? Is it still okay? No wonder your popularity is so high." Yanqi stroked her head. "Looks like there's some real talent." Pei Liusi smiled somewhat proudly. "That's for sure. I'm not one of those traffic stars who rely on hype." But then her eyes dimmed. "But this may be the last movie I do." Yanqi hurriedly asked. "Why? Is someone bullying you?" Pei Liu's let out a light laugh as if she had heard some joke. How can it be? I still have a bit of status. Right, always only I bully others. Where is the turn of others to bully me? Pei Lucier bit her lip. Yan Qi, I plan to quit the entertainment industry. Ha? Yan Qi was a bit surprised. Pelias is the hottest actress in the business right now. If she quits show business, then I'm afraid the headlines will be up for 3 days and 3 nights. Yan Qi asked tentatively, are you tired of acting? Pei Lucier didn't answer directly, but instead talked about what happened before. I was really sad when you left in the first place. It was a distraction at the time, and that's why I focused all my energy on acting. Then she tenderly cupped Yan Qi's face. But now you're back. It's too inconvenient for me to meet with you in my current capacity. Pei Liu stroked Yan Qi's face. I have to hide every time. So I thought of not being the star. Her plan at first was to promote Yan Qi so that she could get closer and closer to him. But then she realized that it wasn't good for Yan Qi to be on fire. This in turn got him into a lot of trouble. As long as I don't become the star, then we can meet casually in the future. Pei Lucier happily hugged Yan Qi. For her acting is important, but it can't compare to Yan Qi. Yanch froze. Pei Liu's wanted to quit the entertainment industry, surprisingly because of herself. Yan Qi sighed softly. There may be something wrong with Pariah's character, but her feelings for herself were real. It's just that this love is too heavy. Yan Qi pondered for a moment before he looked down and asked, do you like acting? Pariah hesitated a bit. Yan Qi patted Pei Liu's back. Just say it. I actually kinda like it. Pei Liu's laughed. Every time I act, it feels like I'm playing another person. But then she changed her mind. But none of that matters. What matters is that I want to see you, and I want to see you every day from now on. Yan Qi was silent again. After a few moments, he spoke with deliberation. Since you like it so much, why don't you just not quit? Why? Pei Liu's looked up a little aggravated. You don't want to see me? Yan Qi gently hugged Pei Liu's. How can that be? I would love to see you too. It's just that since you have a favorite career, it's better not to just end it, especially if it's still for me. I'm not worth all the... It's not Yan Qi your fault. Pei Liu's hurriedly shook her head. It was me who wanted to quit. She didn't want to guilt Yan Qi. Pei Liu's lowered her head with some loss. I just think you're going to get farther and farther away from me if this keeps up. Yan Qi looked at Pei Liu's, a hint of self-blame flashing in his eyes. He knew Pelias' character well. The more times like this, the more proactive he had to appear to be. This will allow Pei Liu's sensitive heart to be calmed. So Yan Qi gripped Pei Liu's hand hard. No, I'll always be here. No matter how high you stand in the future, if you turn around, I'll be there. Pelias looked up in some disbelief. She had spent a lot of time with Yan Qi. She could hear instantly if Yan Qi was lying. 3 years ago Yan Qi, also always so coax Pei Liu, saying things like, we'll be together forever. Although Pei Liu's loved to hear it, she was actually clear that Yan Qi was lying. But Yan Qi had clearly not lied about what he had just said. That's what Yan Qi really said. He's really changed a lot in the last 3 years. You bad guy, leave me alone. Pei Liu buried her head into Yan Qi's arms and let out a loud cry. I really like you so much, don't run away again. Okay, how could she not have a grudge against Yan Qi? It's just that the love is greater than the resentment. At this moment, Pei Liu poured out all of her aggrieved emotions. Okay, I promise you. Yan Qi hugged Pei Liu tightly. Never leave again. Pei Liu cried for a while before slowly closing her voice. She looked up with teary eyes as she sniffled. So is it okay if I want to keep acting? Of course. Yan Qi wiped her tears. As long as you're happy. Pei Liu smiled and broke into laughter. Yan Qi, you've really changed a lot. You wouldn't have said such things before. So do you like me now? Or before? Yan Qi pinched her cheeks. Pei Liu kissed Yan Qi on the face with a mouthful of kisses. Then came to his ear and whispered. I like them all. Since you promised me, you won't be able to run away in the future. Chapter 44. The next morning, Yan Qi was woken up by the alarm. He opened his eyes in a daze to find a long, slender, beautiful leg pressed against his stomach. If this scene is seen by the paparazzi, a certain blog hit will surely explode again. The headline is Popular Actress Pei Liu sleeps on the couch with a man. Yan Qi gently put Pei Liu's thighs to the side, then sat up and stretched. Sleepy. The two talked late into the night yesterday. Yan Qi told her about the temple. For her part, Pei Liu talked about showbiz gossip. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that the two couldn't hold out any longer before they fell asleep. Yanch got up and went to the bedroom and took a quilt. Gently cover Pellucid with it. Yan Qi touched her head. If this girl doesn't go crazy, she's still quite cute. Hearing Yan Qi's voice, Pei Liu also woke up. Since she hadn't slept for a few hours, she was also sleepy-eyed at the moment. Yan Qi, well, I have to make a trip to the office, so you might as well sleep a little longer. Yan Qi laughed. Pei Liu grabbed the quilt with her two small hands and pouted in confusion. then I want a kiss, Yan Qi confessed to the abbot in his heart. A skillful kiss ensued. Hurry up and go to sleep. Yan Qi tucked Pei Lucia in. Pei Liuxi nodded her head obediently. Well, then you be careful. Then her eyelids fell heavy and she was instantly asleep. Yan Qi smiled helplessly. This girl. He then simply washed up and changed his clothes before heading to the office. This time Yanch learned his lesson. He didn't take the subway again. Instead, I took a cab. Not only that, he wore a hat and a mask. By the time Yan Qi reached the company's entrance, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, we arrived at the office without incident. Whenever I came to the office before, I always had trouble. Either that, or they run into fans of their meals blocking the door and beating each other up in detention centers. Either that or they were stabbed and hospitalized. It's been almost 20 days since he started and he hasn't worked a proper day yet. Yan Qi took a deep breath and stepped into the company's front door. At that moment, only to hear bang, 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 bang several times, a large group of employees rushed out of the office with a salvo of fireworks. With the blooming of the salute cannons, a large number of colorful stripes and flowers fell on Yan Qi. Congratulations, Mr. Yan. Yan Qi was a bit confused for a moment. What are you guys? This is a greeting ceremony specially prepared for you. Zhang Yuwei's voice came from behind the crowd. The employees quickly moved out of the way. Zhang Yuwei, dressed in a women's striped suit, walked over with applause. You're a big contributor to our company now. She then shouted loudly to the people around her. I'm announcing that just at 1 a.m. The pre-orders for our latest issue of HQ magazine have surpassed 2 million. To celebrate this occasion, all salaries and bonuses for this month are doubled. Woohoo! The employees all shouted out happily. Long live Mr. Zhang, long live Mr. Yan. Yan Qi was also a bit surprised when he heard that. 2 million copies. I can't believe it's that many. Keep in mind that in the modern world, very few people subscribe to paper copies of magazines anymore. Even for Inkart Media's Ace magazine, the usual bookings are just 100,000. And this time it even directly doubled 20 times, coming to an exaggerated 2 million copies. And that's just the pre-orders. It'll only sell more when it goes on sale later. Arguably, this is the best-selling issue of Inkart Media ever. After celebrating with his co-workers, Yan Qi was brought into the office by Zhang Yuwei. Wasn't that a shock? Zhang Yuwei poured Yan Qi a glass of water. Yanch nodded. A little indeed. Alas, I actually didn't want to do this. Zhang Yuwei sighed. But as you can see, the employees were so excited that they had to celebrate you. Yan Qi waved his hand. It's nothing. It's good that everyone is happy. He had no business complaining about that when he hadn't been in the office for so many days. Zhang Yuwei smiled. I have another piece of news here that will make you happy. Do you want to hear it? What? Yan Qi was a bit curious. Zhang Yuwei sat next to Yan Qi and whispered. Remember when you signed the contract before? HR told you about the filming split? Yanch blinked. There is indeed such a thing. HR said that in addition to the base salary, there will be a bonus based on the sales of the magazine. Yan Qi suddenly brightened up. What do you mean? That's right. If the magazine sells so well this time, you'll get a big bonus. Zhang Yuwei pinched Yan Qi's face. Yan Qi hurriedly asked. Then roughly how much can it be? If we go by the booking volume of 2 million, your bonus will probably be around 1 million. Zhang Yuwei did the math for Yan Qi. Actually, the bonus is only 50 cents per book. It's a low unit price, but you can't help but sell a lot of them. 1 million. Yan Qi's eyes snapped open. That's too much. His base salary is only 8,000 a month, and this bonus share is drying right up to $1 million. It's worth a dozen years of paychecks. Zhang Yuwei smiled with satisfaction as she looked at Yan Qi's appearance. She actually knew that Yan Qi was not rich, and had always wanted to give him some money. But again, she knew for sure that Yan Qi's character would not accept it. Yankee just wants to make money on his own. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Mr. Zhang, there are people outside looking for Mr. Yan. Who is it? Yan Qi turned and inquired. Male or female? The employee at the door replied. It's a man, and he says his name is Suan. Chapter 45. Sokan? Yan Qi froze. Wasn't that Su Xiaoshan's brother? The future heir of the Obsidian Group. How did he find the company? Zhang Yuwei frowned. Su Han? I remember he should be studying abroad. Should have returned recently. Yan Qi stood up. Since he came to me, I will meet him. Zhang Yuwei gently pulled Yan Qi's hand. Be careful. Don't let your sister worry. Don't worry about it. Yan Qi patted her hand soothingly. He then opened the door and went out. Zhang Yuwei pinched the corner of her coat somewhat nervously. Since Su Han had been staying abroad, she didn't know what kind of person Su Han was. If this person was dangerous, then wouldn't Yan Qi? Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Su Xiaoshang. On the other hand, Yan Qi followed the female employee to the door of a conference room. Two black-clad bodyguards stood in the doorway. The female employee looked at them a little scared. I brought someone. Yanqi patted her shoulder. Go ahead and work. Leave this place to me. The female employee was instantly relieved. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Then she couldn't wait to run away. Yanqi headed for the front door, but the bodyguard reached out to stop him. Who are you? Yanqi frowned. Wasn't it you who called me here? He could see that the two were obviously playing dumb. Mr. Yen, right? The bodyguard nodded. Before we go in, as a rule I have to search you in case you're carrying any dangerous weapons. With that he held out his hand. Yanqi saw this and grabbed the bodyguard's arm. Who gave you permission to touch me? The bodyguard tried to break free, but found Yanqi's strength frighteningly strong. He hurriedly explained. Mr. Yen, this is the rule. Rules? You talk about your rules in my company. Yanqi stared at them with an unpleasant face. After hearing about Suan last night, Yanqi had grown disgusted with it. The reason was also very simple, and that was because of Su Xiaoshang. No matter what, he was on Su Xiaoshang's side. Since Su Xiaoshang looks at this brother with displeasure, then Yanqi will have to help the field. The bodyguard was shocked by Yanqi's aura. Originally, he wanted to give Yanqi a hard time, but I didn't expect Yanqi to be so fierce. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open. A big, fat guy who was 6'8" walked out. The fat guy looked like he had to be about 200 pounds. This person was the future heir of the Obsidian Group, Su-han. Suan slapped the bodyguard on the back. Stop! Who gave you permission to frisk Big Brother Yanqi? The bodyguard was a bit confused. Not young master you. Cough. Suan coughed loudly twice. The bodyguard immediately understood what Su-han meant and hurriedly bowed to Yanqi and apologized. I'm very sorry. I was the one who took the liberty of having to search him. Yanqi looked Su-han up and down. There was some doubt in his mind. This man is the heir to the Obsidian Group? In Yanqi's impression, the heir of a powerful family should be a little more domineering in existence. Suan is not at all what he imagined. Ha! You can't tell the difference between people. Maybe this kid just looks unreliable. Yanqi thought in his heart. Then he opened the door and asked, what do you want with me? Big brother Yanqi. Let's still come in and chat. Su-han laughed. Yanqi followed without hesitation and found a seat. Suan closed the door and sat down across from Yanqi. He smiled and rubbed his hands. Big brother Yanqi, you can be too hot recently. I can see you. Alright. No need to be polite. Just say what you have to say. Yanqi raised his hand and said. Su-han's face stiffened, but he still nodded. Alright, then I'll get right to the point. He asked in a mysterious whisper. Brother Yanqi, are you my sister's boyfriend? Yanqi wasn't the least bit surprised. The question was within his expectations. The reason why Su-han was looking for him was definitely because he valued his relationship with Su Xiaoshang. Ex-boyfriend to be exact. Yanqi knocked on the table. Suan smiled with satisfaction. Whether it's from an ex-boyfriend or current boyfriend, I guess my sister likes you a lot anyway. What the hell are you trying to say? Yanqi was getting a little impatient. Su-han took out a black card from his pocket and put it on the table. Brother Yanqi, there is $50 million in this card. I have something I want to ask of you. Yanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Here we go. He knew that Suan must have a purpose. Yanqi looked at the black card on the table. It's not going to be a cliched plot like asking me to leave your sister. How can that be? Su-han shook his head. It's not as if I was hoping you wouldn't leave my sister. After a few moments of contemplation, he said, somewhat torn. Well, it's actually about the inheritance of our family. That was what Yanqi had expected. He bristled. You want me to persuade Su Xiaoshang not to grab the inheritance from you, don't you? You're a funny one. He sneered. You're already the heir. Is there still a need to be so wary of your sister? With that he got up with the intention of leaving. I refuse. I won't be paid to do such a thing. Across the room, Suan was flabbergasted by what was said. Seeing that Yanqi was about to leave, he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Wait, you've misunderstood. I was hoping that you could persuade my sister to inherit the Obsidian Group. Yanqi froze. He didn't hear right. Let him persuade Frost to inherit the Obsidian Group? What the hell? Yanqi turned his head to look at Su-han. Su-han walked to Yanqi's side and scratched his head. It means that I don't want to inherit the family business. Can you let my sister inherit? Ha? Yanqi was a bit confused. How come the plot wasn't what he thought it would be? And this is a voluntary disinheritance? It was important to know that Sudoku, as the richest man in Cloud City, was still worth tens of billions of dollars. That's tens of billions of dollars, and I'm surprised anyone doesn't want to inherit it. Why? Yanqi asked in disbelief. You don't want to be the richest man. Su-han sighed. Alas. In fact, when the richest man just looks scenic, in reality, it really isn't that good. He snapped his fingers and said, first of all, having to worry about the company every day is a particular pain in the ass. And secondly, there are often people trying to kill you. My dad has been stabbed 6 times this year, poisoned, hit by a car. In short, a bunch of people can't wait for my dad to die. The more Su-han spoke, the uglier his face became. If I inherit the family business, then there must be people who want me to die as well, and that's too horrible. Yanqi was deep in thought. He seemed to understand what Su-han was thinking. The last thing is the money thing. Too much is useless. Su-han continued. My father does have money, tens of billions, but can he spend that much? Can't spend it all. So actually there's no difference between a billion and tens of billions. I want $1 billion and that's enough. The rest goes to my sister. He smiled and said, Big brother Yanqi, I won't hide it from you. I'm actually having a great time abroad. Every day it changes to a different dike, sometimes several at the same time. Do you think I would still be this cool if I inherited the family business? He handed the black card to Yanqi. So you'd better let my sister inherit the family business. I want to go abroad in style now. It had to be said that Yanqi was convinced by Su-han. It does seem to make some sense. After inheriting the Obsidian Group, he was definitely responsible for it. This is rather burdensome for some. For example, Su-han belongs to the type that doesn't want to work hard at all and just wants to lie down and spend money. He was more interested in taking a sum of money to go abroad than in inheriting the family business. This way there is no accountability and you can spend your money however you want. Yanqi didn't know what to say for a moment. There was silence for a while before he spoke. Wouldn't you just go straight to your sister then? Su-han sighed helplessly. Mainly because my sister doesn't want to, either. Before he could finish, there were noises from outside the conference room. Missy, you can't go in there. Don't you dare stop me. Get out. The door was then kicked in. Su Xiaoshang shouted angrily, Su-han, sis. Su-han was so scared that his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. Chapter 46. Su Xiaoshang originally wanted to come to the company to see Yanqi. When she was almost at the office, she received a WeChat from Zhang Yuwei. Your brother came to see Yanqi. After seeing the message, Su Xiaoshang rushed to the entrance of the company with a kick of the gas. At the moment, she was staring viciously at Su-han, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Suddenly Su Xiaoshang noticed Yanqi next to him. Her face softened instantly. Yanqi Su Xiaoshang ran over and hugged Yanqi. She rubbed herself in Yanqi's arms, then raised her head and asked daintily, What did you eat while I was away last night? Went out to eat something randomly. Yanqi touched her head. I don't even have an appetite if I don't eat your cooking. Su Xiaoshang was happy to hear that. He. Then I'll make you something delicious tonight. The conversation between the two of them made the bodyguard and Su-han look dumbfounded. It was the first time for Su-han and the others to see that Su Xiaoshang had this kind of attitude towards people. Really? Su-han squeezed his thighs hard. The pain told him it wasn't a dream. That horrible Xu Xiaofang is really pampering people. But then came the ecstasy. Su-han knew he hadn't found the wrong person. It's definitely useless for other people to persuade Su Xiaoshang, but Yanqi persuasion might actually work. At this time, Su Xiaoshang also remembered Su-han. Curious, she asked, Yanqi, what did this kid tell you? Yanqi glanced at Su-han and found him looking at him with a face full of supplication. He said he didn't want to inherit the family business and wanted you to do so. Yanqi answered truthfully. Su Xiaoshang instantly blushed. I knew it. She then let go of her hand, turned around and pointed at Su-han and shouted, You've grown some guts, haven't you? Still dare to come to Yanqi to persuade me? I'm telling you, Su-han, Dad's designated heir is you. She laughed coldly. You want to drag me down? There's no door. Just be honest and inherit the family business for me. Su-han's face turned pale after hearing this. He was busy kneeling down for Su Xiaoshang. Sister, I beg you. It's better for you to inherit the company. Look at this image of mine. If I inherit the company, I'll be discrediting our family. He pointed to his fat stomach. Then he pointed to Su Xiaoshang. You're so pretty. If you inherit the company, you'll surely bring honor to our family. Bah! Su Xiaohan spat. Don't flatter yourself here. It's useless. I won't inherit the company anyway. Sis, it's better for you to inherit. Asterisk. Off. I'm not inheriting. The two of them were talking to each other, making Yanqi next to them look dumbfounded. This stuff can still pass the buck to each other. He could kind of see that neither of them wanted to inherit the company. Both think of pushing the tired work onto the other person and taking the money and dashing off on their own. Yanqi covered his forehead. What's this all about? Yesterday, I saw Su Xiaoshang so low. He thought she was upset because the family fortune was going to the adopted child. But now it seems that he was quite completely wrong. The reason why Su Xiaoshang didn't want to see Su-han, should just not want to talk to Su-han about the inheritance. Yanqi thought in his heart. Seeing that the two were getting more and more quarrelsome, Yanqi hurriedly blocked between the two. Alright, stop. You guys can't get results if you're so noisy. Seeing that Yanqi had spoken, Su Xiaoshang obediently shut her mouth. She took Yanqi's arm. Yanqi, let's leave him alone and go. Su-han panicked at the sight. and he hugged Yan Qi's thigh. Brother-in-law, don't you go. Sister-in-law? Yan Qi's eyes widened. Is this something that can be called? On the side, Su Xiaoshang then instantly blushed in shame. Su Han, what are you shouting nonsense for? Yanch and I haven't. Su Han detected the delight in Su Xiaoshang's words. He knew he was on the right track. In that case, it's time to pounce. So Su Han cried out righteously, sis, no matter what you say, from today onwards Big Brother Yan Qi is my brother-in-law. My own brother-in-law. Anyone who goes against my brother-in-law in the future is going against me. Su Xiaoshang sniffed and laughed out softly. She looked at Su Han's eyes were a little softer. I didn't see it before. This child of yours is quite understanding. Suan was delighted in his heart. This was the gentlest that Su Xiaoshang had spoken to him in the last 10 years. And it's all because of Yan Qi. He looked at Yan Qi with some admiration and thought, oh my god, big brother Yan Qi. Ah no, brother-in-law. How on earth did you do that? Ah, it's so awesome. It was actually possible to take a female tyrannical dragon like Su Xiaoshang and tame her so well behaved and understanding. He even wanted to worship Yan Qi as his master. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Han said with deliberation, sister, to tell you the truth, actually, I want to give you the inheritance, mostly for my brother-in-law. He didn't care anymore. He always finished by hardening the topic towards Yan Qi. Really? Su Xiaoshang was really interested. Su Han nodded sincerely. Of course it's true. I've long heard that my brother-in-law is a supreme genius. By giving you the inheritance, I actually want my brother-in-law to help us manage the company. Then our family will surely prosper by then. Hearing Su Han praising Yan Qi, Su Xiaoshang was quite happy. Humph, counting that you still have an eye for it. Of course Yan Qi is the best. Suan was ecstatic in his heart. Finally something. Sure enough, attacking from the Yankee side was the right thing to do. Just as he was planning to ride out the storm, a female voice came from outside. Brother-in-law? How come I haven't heard that Yan Qi got married? Yan Qi turned his head to look. Zhang Yuwei walked in with a pout on her face. Chapter 47, Phone Call from the Richest Man. Zhang Yuwei heard that Su Xiaoshang was here, so she thought of coming over to take a look. As a result, just as he arrived in the neighborhood, he heard Su Han call Yan Qi brother-in-law. Zhang Yuwei walked up to Yan Qi and asked in a conspiratorial manner, Xiao Qi, are you married? How can anyone call you brother-in-law anymore? Yan Qi is sweating a little. He coughed lightly. Sister Wei, this matter is actually like this. Before Yan Qi could finish speaking, Su Xiaoshang took Yan Qi's arm with force. Her said, what's wrong with calling your brother-in-law? Kids don't know better than to scream for fun, can't they? A child? Zhang Yuwei looked at Su Han in astonishment. Su Han is 5'8", more than 200 pounds of weight, looks like a meat peer. Is this a ing child? Seeing this, Yan Qi hurriedly introduced, Sister Wei, this is Little Frost's younger brother, Su Han. Su Han? Zhang Yuwei was even more shocked. Like Yan Qi, she thought that the heir to the Obsidian Group would be something scary. After seeing the real person, Zhang Yuwei was greatly disappointed. That's it? If I had known, I wouldn't have informed Su Xiaoshang. Suan was a bit confused. Who was this woman? It's too pretty to look at. It's a beauty on the same level as Su Xiaoshang. Suan had always had no resistance to beautiful women. He pretended to get up with great difficulty and took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yuwei. That's right. I'm Su Han. This young lady. However, Zhang Yuwei directly ignored Su Han and instead took Yan Qi's other arm. Certain people are really despicable. To teach their younger brother to call Yan Qi's brother-in-law. Ha! Su Xiaoshang retorted irritably. Who taught him? It was him who had to shout it. Okay, who believes it? It was you who ordered your brother to come to the company today, wasn't it? I said why it was so sudden. Hey, don't get bloody. I'm usually too lazy to talk to this fat ass. Seeing this, Yan Qi rushed to pacify. Alright, don't argue. There are other people working in the company. The two of them, Zhang Yuwei, instantly quieted down. Sister Wei, the situation is like this. Yan Qi told Zhang Yuwei about the cause and effect. Su Han, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. What's going on here? Isn't Yan Qi his sister's ex-boyfriend? Then who is this Zhang Yuwei? Seems to have a close relationship with Yan Qi as well. Does it? 2 feet in 2 boats. No way. Su Han looked at Yan Qi with some disbelief. With his knowledge of Su Xiaoshang, there's no way that Su Xiaoshang can stand a man who has 2 feet in 2 boats. But again, the situation at hand is real. What exactly is this Yan Qi? Su Han scratched his head. As the son of the richest man, Su Han naturally has no shortage of women, but he surrounds himself with women for nothing more than his money. The Su Xiaoshang and Zhang Yuwei by Yan Qi's side were different. The love in these two's eyes was on the verge of overflowing. This was something Suan had never felt before. Su Han looked at Yan Qi with some envy. TSK, it's still really powerful. Ah, Just then, the cell phone in his pocket rang. He pulled out his cell phone and froze. Sis, Su-han looked up at Su Xiaoshang. It's Dad's call. What should we do? Su Xiaoshang's face changed slightly. Pick up and listen to what he says. Su-han took a deep breath and swiped the screen. His voice shook a little as he asked, Hey, Dad, where are you? A majestic middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was none other than that of the richest man in Cloud City, Sudoku. Su-han replied somewhat sheepishly. I was outside. You went to Inkart Media to look for Yen Qi, right? Sudoku unceremoniously exposed him. Your sister should be next to you, right? So turn on the speakerphone for me. Su-han didn't dare to retort and hurriedly turned on the speakerphone. Frost, didn't I tell you to stay home? The Su Dugwa on the other end of the phone said. Su Xiaoshang impatiently shouted. I repeat, I'm not interested in inheriting the company. Can you stop bugging me? Sudoku was silent, and then he sighed helplessly. Yen Qi could feel the heaviness of the breath as he listened. He brought in Sudoku for a bit and realized it was just too painful. There were only 2 kids in total, and it turned out that none of them were reliable. It's not even true that they are unreliable, but they are all uninterested in inheriting the company. It's hard to think about it. After a while, Sudoku spoke again. Yen Qi should be there as well. Before Yen Qi could say anything, Su Xiaoshang snatched the cell phone. I'm telling you, you don't hit Yen Qi. Calm down. Give me the cell phone. Yen Qi hurriedly extended his hand. Su Xiaoshang still wanted to persuade. Yen Qi, my father, it's okay, give it to me. Su Xiaoshang could only hand his cell phone to Yen Qi. Yen Qi took the cell phone. Hello uncle, I am Yen Qi. What is it that you want to find me? Do you have time in the evening? Su Dugwa opened the door and asked. If you have time, come and sit in our house. I have some things I want to talk to you about. Sorry, I'm too reluctant to get involved in other people's family matters. Yen Qi directly refused. Su Daoka's appointment with him was nothing more than wanting him to persuade Su Xiaoshang. Yen Qi doesn't want to do that, though he could empathize with Sudoku's pain, but he had to side with Su Xiaoshang. Sudoku smiled at his words. It's true that it's just like the rumors. Tough enough. Forget it if you don't have time. Come back when you have time. You may have to wait a long time. Then, Yen Qi said nonchalantly. No, you'll come to me soon. With that, Sudoku hung up the phone. Yen Qi looked at the phone and frowned. How could one go to him? Yen Qi threw the phone back to Su-han. The issue of your family's inheritance. Don't come to me in the future. Since Frosty she doesn't want to inherit, then I will definitely support her. Su-han took the cell phone. He was utterly desperate. Is he really going to inherit the family business? Well, his life would really be over then. Su-han sighed helplessly. Alright then, excuse me. With that, he hung his head and left with his bodyguards. Su Xiaoshang looked up at Yen Qi's side face, her eyes sparkling. Yen Qi, you're so nice. She rubbed Yen Qi's arm. She understood that Yen Qi had just spoken for her. At this time, Zhang Yuwei smacked her lips. TCH, it's still work time. There's a whole bunch of people out there at work. So what? Su Xiaoshang spread her hands with care. I'm not as pretentious as some people. Deliberately distancing myself from Yen Qi in front of the staff. Zhang Yuwei was dumbfounded by the dislike. In the company, she did deliberately distance herself from Yen Qi. After all, she had personally stipulated that office romances were not allowed. As a boss, it's really not good to take the lead in violating it. Seeing this, Yen Qi hurriedly changed the topic. Right, Sister Wei, is there a shooting assignment today? Ah, right. Zhang Yuwei also remembered. You haven't been here for the past 10 days or so, and you've piled up a lot of shooting. Why don't we just shoot it all at once today? Good. Yen Qi nodded. Su Xiaoshang also became interested. I also want to see Yen Qi filming. Then you're not allowed to make a mess. I'm not going to make a mess. Chapter 48, Suego Hanadu. Due to the experience of shooting already, this time Yen Qi was much more skillful. For sets of photos that took only 8 hours to shoot. During the filming, Su Xiaoshang had been standing in the doorway watching the fun and occasionally letting out a gasp of surprise. Wow! Yen Qi is so handsome. By the time the shoot was over, it was 6 in the afternoon. Good job, Mr. Yen. The photographers and their assistants expressed their condolences to Yen Qi. Their attitude was even more respectful than before. Yen Qi sat down wearily in his chair and waved his hand with a smile. You guys have worked hard too. That's when a bottle of cold mineral water stuck to his face. Ah! Yen Qi was jolted. He turned his head to look, and Zhang Yuwei laughed softly as she handed Yen Qi the mineral water. Hard at work, Big Red. Yen Qi took the mineral water and laughed. Working for Sister Wei. It's not hard anymore. Just say what sister loves to hear. Zhang Yuwei happily pinched Yen Qi's face. She leaned over to Yen Qi's ear. What if my sister grows to like you? Then it's good that I'm growing to like my sister too. Yen Qi also whispered. Zhang Yuwei's cheeks blushed slightly upon hearing this. She pinched Yanqi's arm in a pout. You'd better. The two chatted for a while longer. Soon, Yanqi realized that something was wrong. Why does it feel like there's someone missing? Where's Frost? Yanqi looked around. Zhang Yuwei also looked around. She was still there just now. She couldn't have gone home early. Yanqi shook his head. I don't think so. Even if Su Xiaoshan really wanted to go home, she would have told him. At that moment, Yanqi's cell phone vibrated. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was a WeChat from Su Xiaoshan. Yanqi sighed in relief. But when he saw the content of the tweets, his heart was instantly lifted again. I had someone bring Little Frost home. If you want to see her, come to the Water Royal Flower Capital. If you don't come tonight, you'll never see her again. Sudoku. Yanqi's eyes widened. He remembered what Sudoku had said earlier. Before he hung up the phone, you'll be coming for me soon. TSK, so it's waiting for me here. Yanqi smacked his lips. Zhang Yuwei, who was on the side, also saw the Weibo. She grabbed Yanqi's arm and asked with a serious face, what are you going to do? Sister Wei, I have to make a trip. Yanqi patted Zhang Yuwei's hand. Zhang Yuwei nodded. Okay, I'll send you there. Though she was always fighting with Su Xiaoshan, but Zhang Yuwei is a woman who cares about the big picture. The more times like this, the less you can fall on your sword. All she had to do was support Yanqi 100%. Trouble you, Sister Wei. Yanqi tenderly looked at Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yuwei gently kissed on Yanqi's face. I've already said, don't say such raw words to your sister. Zhang Yuwei drove Yanqi to his destination, the Water Royal Flower Capital. One of the most expensive properties in the entire Cloud City. The price of each house, it is said, is in the tens of millions of dollars, where rich people live. Yanqi looked at the tall buildings and then opened the car door. Sister Vi, I'll just go in alone. Zhang Yuwei pulled Yanqi's sleeve. Xiao Qi, promise me that no matter what happens, you'll protect yourself first, okay? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yanqi shook her hand. With that he got out of the car and headed for the front door. Zhang Yuwei looked at Yanqi's back and pinched the corner of her coat in a somewhat tangled manner. Eventually she dialed the phone. Zhuanning? It's me, Zhang Yuwei. On the other hand, Yanqi had just walked near the gate when he was stopped by a woman. The woman was beautiful looking and wore a black sheath dress. With a smile on her face, she asked, Mr. Yanqi is correct, isn't he? I was sent by Sudo to fetch you. Yanqi raised an eyebrow. Is he so sure I'll come? Of course. The woman smiled. Then she made a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. Yanqi followed the woman into the neighborhood. It must be said that luxury neighborhoods are not comparable to ordinary neighborhoods in terms of both decoration and greenery. But Yanqi didn't have the heart to look at that at all. His mind raced, thinking about every possible scenario. Soon he was brought to the door of a luxurious residence. The woman took out her cell phone and made a call. Su Dong, I've brought the people here. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door opened automatically. Please come in. Su Dong is waiting for you inside. The woman nodded politely. Yanqi took a deep breath and walked into the house. Just as he entered the house, the door closed automatically with a bang. Yanqi looked around somewhat warily. Directly across from the front door is a bright and spacious living room. The visual estimate is about 150 square feet. Inside, there are all sorts of luxurious furniture to look at. Is this the rich? A living room is so big. Yanqi scared, but he understood that now was not the time to look at that. So he opened his mouth directly and shouted, I'm coming. Where is Frosty? Come to the first room around the corner on the second floor. A voice came from above the side. Yanqi looked towards the source of the sound and realized that there was a miniature speaker on the side of the roof. A rich man's bad taste? Yanqi shook his head and walked towards the house. The residence was bigger than Yanqi had imagined. The first floor alone was about 400 square meters. Not to mention there's a second floor. Yanqi followed the stairs all the way to the second floor. Soon he found the first room around the corner. Yanqi knocked on the door of the room. Come in. A man's voice came from the house. Yanqi did not hesitate and directly pushed the door and walked in. Then he froze. The room in front of me was rather sparsely decorated. Large white walls, a somewhat worn queen-sized bed, a couch with cotton showing, and a somewhat dirty closet with table and chairs. It's hard to imagine this kind of decor in a luxury home. A middle-aged man in plain clothes, sitting on a sofa. He waved at Yanqi. Came quickly. Looks like you rushed over without hesitation. Very good. Yanqi had met the man, but only on the internet. Of course, this person was the richest man in Cloud City, Sudoku. Instead of sitting over, Yanqi opened the door and asked, Where's Little Frost? Don't worry, she's my daughter. I won't let anything happen to her. Sudoku laughed. Yanqi was relieved to hear it. Then he asked nonchalantly, If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. Very good. I don't like it either. Sudoku nodded appreciatively. With that, he stood up and walked over to Yanqi. A small voice inquired, Yanqi, Are you interested in running a company? Chapter 49. Sudoku has been suffering quite a bit lately. He had originally thought of properly cultivating Suhan, to allow him to inherit the company. For this reason, Sudaikoku also sent Suhan abroad for further study. Out of trust in his son, Sudoku did not interfere too much in Suhan's life, but Sudoku realizes he was wrong, and not everyone has the self-control he does. Foreign countries are such a dystopia. Before going abroad, Suhan was not so fat, and quite hard. It's only been 2 years since I left the country, and I become like this. Now Suhan is full of ideas about spending money, picking up girls, and has even learned to smoke marijuana. Totally turned out to be a waste. Don't say that Suhan doesn't want to inherit the company. Even if he wants to inherit, Sudoku can't give it to him. This kid is afraid that if he inherits the company on the first day, he'll be able to sell it on the second day. So, Sudaikoku set his sights on his daughter, Su Xiaoshan, but in his mindset, a woman can't be in charge. He doesn't want to give the company to his daughter. Sons, daughters don't work. Sudoku really didn't know what to do. It was then that he noticed Yanqi, this man that Pseudo Frost often hangs on to. He had read a lot of news about Yanqi. He thought Yanqi was okay in every way. So, Sudoku had a bold idea. Since there is no heir, wouldn't it be better to have another heir? Even though the wife is no longer fertile, she can have her daughter. The son-in-law is also readily available and directly allows Yanqi to join the family. When Yanqi has a child with Su Xiaoshan, let the child's surname be Su as well. Anyway, he's in pretty good shape now, and he'll last another 20 years. Just use this time to fully nurture your grandchildren. If Yanqi is not satisfied, then have two. One is named Yen, the other is named Su. Sudoku felt that no one could refuse such a proposal. That's why he called Yanqi to the Water Royal Flower Capital. Yanqi, are you interested in running a company? Sudoku asked as he stared at Yanqi. Yanqi was not the least bit surprised when he heard this. He was halfway there when he figured out what Sudoku was up to. It's just a way to get him into the family. So Yanqi bluntly refused. I'm sorry, I don't intend to be a flunky, nor do I have any intention of running a company. Sudoku froze. This kid is too quick to refuse. He couldn't help but frown. Yanqi, you should know the Obsidian Group's position in Cloud City. Yanqi nodded blandly. I know, the richest man in Cloud City, with a family fortune of tens of billions of dollars. It's really powerful. Then you still refuse? Sudoku was a bit exasperated. If you join our family, although the money can't all go to you, 1 billion or 800 million can still be given to you. You won't make this much money in 10 lifetimes. Yanqi skimmed his lips. You have a point. So can you tell me where Frost is? He no longer wanted to break bread with Sudoku. Yanqi understood that Sudoku wanted nothing more than for him to be a toolman. When his child with Su Xiaohan was born, he would have no use for him. Yanqi doesn't want to be a toolman. Sudoku was laughed at. Ha ha ha, I can't give back my money, can I? After laughing maniacally, he sat back down on the couch, disoriented. After a while, Sudoku slowly spoke. Since you don't want to join the family, there's no need for you to see little Frost again. I'll have to find someone else who is willing to join the family to help me with the heir apparent. At these words, Yanqi's face clouded over. He opened his mouth with a cold smile and cursed. Sudoku, you're really skinless. Sudoku looked at Yanqi with some disbelief. Are you talking about me? It's been years since anyone dared to call him out to his face. Yes, it's you. Yanqi walked up to Sudoku and stared at him dead in the face. I remember that the rule in your family is that a woman can't be the head of the family, right? And for that you have adopted a child, trying to raise him as an heir. Sudoku was a bit confused. Yeah, what's the problem? Ha, that's why I said you're shameless. Yanqi sneered. You'd rather ing hold a child than nurture Xiaofrost. Now that you've wasted your son, you're thinking of finding a flunky to be a toolman. You're really good at this. Sudoku was dumbfounded by what was said. It was true that he had never paid much attention to Su Xiaoshan, didn't think to leave the company to her either. He would rather leave the company to his grandchildren than hand it over to Su Xiaoshan. That's why he wanted to find a flunky quickly so he could have a grandchild to raise. Yanqi stared at Sudoku dead in the face. I know you can't look at Xiaofrost, but I can tell you unequivocally that Frosty, she's excellent. Far better than that fat son of yours. Yanqi got angrier and angrier as he spoke, directly pointing at Sudoku's nose and shouting, if you really want an heir, then why don't you try to groom Frosty? That was the point where Yanqi was most angry. Sudoku couldn't see Su Xiaoshan from the bottom of his heart. Rather than adopt, rather than find a flunky, he didn't bother to look at Frost. How is that tolerable? For Yanqi, even if the man in front of him was the richest man in Cloud City, he had to put in a word for Su Xiaoshang as well. Sudoku was silent. After a while, he slowly spoke. I remember that Frost didn't want to inherit the company either, right? Is it that you don't want to? It's you who doesn't allow it. Yanqi said coldly. Little Frost, this girl has a big temper. You have not been able to see her since she was a child. Do you think she is willing to be soft? That's all there is to say. He bent down and grabbed Sudoku by the collar. I'm going to ask you again. Where is Frost? Sudoku sighed heavily. Then he clapped his hands lightly. Okay, come on out. In a flash, the sparsely decorated room shook. Immediately afterward, the large white wall next to it slowly parted. A large group of black-clothed bodyguards drilled out from inside, instantly surrounding Yan-Chi. Yan-Chi was shocked. There was actually a room behind the wall. No wonder Sudoku dared to meet him alone. So the bodyguard is next door. Yan-Chi. A crisp voice rang out. Yan-Chi hurriedly looked toward the next room, only to see Su Xiaoshan running out with red eyes. She was accompanied by a beautiful middle-aged beauty. Get out of the way. Su Xiaoshan roughly pushed the bodyguard away. She jumped straight into Yan-Chi's arms, and she couldn't help but cry out. Oh. Okay, don't cry. Yan-Chi touched her head. Are you okay? Su Xiaoshan shook her head in aggravation. I'm fine, she huffed. Yan-Chi, I heard what you just said next door. Ha? Yan-Chi looked toward the next room again. Only a few monitors were set up in the room, showing the very same picture of the room. Asterisk. Yan-Chi cursed in a low voice. Su Xiaoshan tiptoed up to Yan-Chi's ear and whispered. You were really handsome just now. I love you. Yanch. She gently kissed Yan-Chi on the cheek. Chapter 50 Guilty Song Ching-yi. When Su Xiaoshan was small, he envied his younger brother very much. It was because Su Daikoku had put almost all of his energy into Su-han. He tried to raise Su-an as a good heir. At the time, Pseudo-Frost wondered why they were all daddy's boys, but daddy never taught her? Until one day, she gathered the courage to ask Sudoku a question. Daddy, I want to be like my brother. Su Xiaoshan remembers very clearly that day when Su Dugwa split his head and scolded her, and she was warned not to say such things again. The young Su Xiaoshan was terrified, so she didn't dare to mention it after that. But is it true that she doesn't want to be the heir? Of course not. It's as Yanch said. Before it was unqualified. Now it's pissed off. Sudoku failed to raise his son and now he's thinking of her. What happened? How could she agree to an inheritance under these circumstances? Only no one understood what Su Xiaohan was really thinking. She never mentioned it to anyone either. Until just now. Su Xiaoshan heard Yan-Chi's words. All she felt was a blow to her heart. Everything Yan-Chi said was what she wanted to say. It was as if the two of them had a heart-to-heart. It is important to realize that even parents cannot understand the heart of Su Xiaoshan, but Yan-Chi saw through it easily. When Su Xiaoshan saw Yan-Chi helping to argue for himself, she felt her heart melt away. At this moment, Su Xiaofrost was lying in Yan-Chi's arms, and her eyes were drawn. She hugged Yan-Chi tightly with both hands, as if she wanted to melt Yan-Chi into her body. At that moment, the middle-aged beautiful woman walked over to Yan-Chi's duo. She patted Su Xiaoshuang's back. Alright, Xiaoshuang, let go first. Oh. Su Xiaoshuang nodded her head obediently. She let go and introduced herself to Yan-Chi in a small voice. Yan-Chi, this is my mom. Hello auntie. Yan-Chi nodded at the woman. He'd seen this woman online. Song Qingyi, the chairman of the largest charitable foundation in Cloud City. At the moment, she was wearing a white cheongsam, and her whole body looked very elegant. Song Qingyi looked at Yan-Chi with great satisfaction. Xiao Qi, what you just said was very good. Much better than some people. With that she turned around and gave Sudoku a hard stare. Sudoku looked to the side somewhat sheepishly. Song Qingyi turned her head and smiled gently. Don't worry about it, I'll make it up to you. You and Frost will see each other as usual from now on, and no one will stop you. Sudoku stood up in a miso and shouted. Wife, how did you? Don't my words count? Song Qingyi interrupted loudly. Sudoku was intimidated. It was the first time he had seen Song Qingyi with this kind of attitude, so he just sat down resentfully. Yan-Chi was relieved to see that. Things work out just fine. Xiaoqi, our family is going to discuss something later. Song Qingyi patted Su Xiaoshuang's shoulder. I won't keep you for dinner tonight. Yan-Chi nodded. Good, as long as Xiao Frost is fine. I'm relieved. Mom, then can I go with Yan-Chi? Su Xiaoshuang turned her head to look at Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi smiled. Little Frost is a good boy. You guys can meet however you want after tonight. Well then. Seeing this, Yan-Chi had the sense to say. Auntie, then I'll leave first. Let me see you off. Su Xiaoshuang hurriedly said. Song Qingyi didn't object this time. She watched Yan-Chi's duo leave the room before she sighed softly. What an interesting child. It seems Frost has a good eye. She then waved her hand at the surrounding bodyguards. Alright, all of you go out. Yes, the bodyguards responded in unison, then quickly left the room. Song Qingyi closed the door to her room and looked at Sudoku with a gloomy gaze. After a moment of silence, she said with some guilt, We're still failing. Don't even know what your daughter is thinking. When she was on the monitor, she saw Yan-Chi yelling at Sudoku. Her first reaction was one of bafflement. I don't think the daughter wants to inherit the family business. Don't you know your own daughter? But when Song Qingyi turned her head to look at Su Xiaoshang, she froze. She saw that Su Xiaoshang's eyes were filled with joy. It was as if the prisoner had seen the light again. Song Qingyi realized that she was wrong. And very wrong. As a mom myself, I don't know my daughter as well as Yanqi. At that moment, Song Qingyi's guilt was overwhelming. She knew she had to do something. At this moment, Song Qingyi looked at Su Dugua and said in a firm tone, "Since Frost has this idea, I think we can train her to try." Sudoku sighed. Alas, she is a girl child. How can she do such things? She just needs to be honest at home. Sudoku! Song Qingyi hissed, interrupting him. She angrily grabbed the broken vase on the table and slammed it down hard. There was a click and the vase fell to pieces. Sudoku was shaken to the core. After more than 20 years of marriage, this was the first time he had ever seen his wife lose her temper like this. He got up in a hurry. Xing-yi, what are you doing? Su Dugua, we've been married for more than 20 years. I've always listened to you. Song Qingyi pointed at Su Dugua and shouted, when you said you wanted to carry a child, I agreed. And when you said you wanted to train Su Han to be the heir, I also agreed. I've gone along with whatever you wanted to do all these years, but I really didn't expect that Xiao Frost would be so aggravated all these years. Her eyes moistened. Yanqi is sort of right. You simply can't see little Frost. She took a deep breath and stared at Su Dugua dead in the face. You don't see my daughter, do you? Fine. Then the two of us shouldn't go through with it either. Divorce. The Sudoku people are stupid. Song Qingyi had always been obedient to him. Don't even mention filing for divorce. You usually don't even fight with him. Sudoku panicked. He could tell Song Qingyi wasn't joking. Don't. Who said I can't see little Frost? He hurriedly pacified. I've always felt that little Frost has a promising future. It's not just about being the heir. Since Su Han can't be the heir, then surely I have to let my daughter be the heir. Song Qingyi gasped. Then you still want to recruit a son-in-law? Yanqi didn't agree. And you still want to find someone else for Xiao Frost? What kind of heart are you resting on? I that was just testing Yanqi for a bit. Sudoku scratched his head awkwardly. Since you think that kid is good, is it alright if I don't care from now on? Song Qingyi's emotions calmed down a little when she heard this. After a moment of silence, she spoke with some seriousness. Old Whiskers, this Yanqi kid isn't that simple. She pulled out her cell phone and pressed a few times to hand it to Sudoku. Didn't you ask me to investigate Yanqi's life before? The results are in. See for yourself. Sudoku took the phone. How uncomplicated can that kid be? He looked at his cell phone with some disdain, but soon his expression became serious. The White family? Sudoku looked up in disbelief. This kid grew up in the White family? Song Qingyi nodded. He lived in the Bai family from the age of 5 to 18. What's his relationship with the White family? Sudoku frowned. Song Qingyi walked over to him and scratched her cell phone screen. Judging by this picture, the relationship is pretty strong. On the screen at this point was a group photo. The photo is of a young man and woman. Their faces leaning together. These two men, Sudoku, knew each other. One is Yanqi, and the other, Bai Ji. Sudoku exclaimed in shock. Song Qingyi nodded. That's right, the eldest Miss Bai Ji of the Bai family. Hiss, then this Yanqi is really something. Sudoku sucked in a breath of cool air. Chapter 51, Covert Protection. On the other hand, Su Xiaoshang sent Yanqi to the entrance of Water Royal Flower Capital. She gently pulled Yanqi's hand and whispered, Yanqi, thank you for speaking for me just now. I've actually been meaning to tell my dad, but I'm afraid to. She was afraid that Sudoku would still scold her like he did when she was a child. Yanqi held her hand tightly. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens in the future, I will be on your side. Aha! Su Xiaoshang nodded vigorously. The love in her eyes was overflowing. By the way, Frost, what exactly is going on today? Yanqi asked curiously. He had scolded Sudoku, but he didn't understand what was going on even now. It's like this. Su Xiaoshang informed Yanqi of the cause and effect. In fact, today Sudoku just wanted to try Yanqi. If Yanqi behaved well, he'd just let him join the Su family. By the way, Song Qingyi could also take a look at her future son-in-law. As it turned out, Yanqi didn't follow the rules at all. Up he came and pointed at Sudoku and cursed. If Song Qingyi hadn't stopped them, the group of bodyguards would have rushed out and pressed Yanqi. So that's how it is. Yanqi nodded. He then remembered the poorly decorated room and asked, Frost, what was that room about just now? Before my parents started their business, they lived in a poorly finished basement. Su Xiaoshang explained. That's why every property in our family has a room with this kind of decoration. According to my dad, it's all about not forgetting the suffering of the past, I guess. Yanqi came to a realization. These rich people really like to reminisce. At this time, Su Xiaoshang stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed on Yanqi's lips. I should go back. Will I find you tomorrow? Go ahead and keep me informed if you run into trouble. Yanqi touched her cheek. Aha! Su Xiaoshan nodded, and then she went back with great reluctance. Yanqi watched her back disappear before he turned around and left the Water Royal Flower Capital. He looked around and quickly found Zhang Yuwei's car. Just in front of that car was a black Range Rover. Juanning? Yanqi scratched his head. Why is she here? He crossed the road and just walked next to the Land Rover. Zhang Yuwei and Juanning then got out of the car. Xiao Qi, are you alright? Zhang Yuwei looked left and right somewhat nervously. Juanning also came over. She pinched Yanqi's arm. You're also too bold. A person who dares to run into the Suda country. If Zhang Yuwei hadn't informed me, no one would have known about your accident today. Yanqi smiled. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to me. Don't always be so confident. It'll be too late if something really happens. Juanning said with some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yuwei echoed. That's right, do less dangerous things in the future. Both of them were older than Yanqi. One by 2 years and the other by 5. All spoken like Yanqi's sister. Yanqi nodded. Alright, I will definitely stay away from danger in the future. That's more like it. Juanning was satisfied. With it she pulled out her cell phone and dialed. Hey, it's me, tell the guys to pull out. As soon as the words fell, dozens of cars on the side of the road started at the same time. They then left in an orderly manner, which made Yanqi look at them. Yanqi looked at Juanning. I was afraid you'd be in danger, so I called some people over. Juanning said uncaringly. Zhang Yuwei pinched Yanqi's face. If you don't come out within an hour, she'll bring people to kill them. Yanqi immediately felt a cold sweat break out. Luckily he got out just in time. Otherwise tomorrow's headlines will explode again. Mob forces attacking the mansion of the richest man or something like that. Yanqi shook his head helplessly. And you're telling me not to do dangerous things? This thing you're doing is also dangerous, alright. Juanning sniffed with a cold smile. I don't care about that much. If something happens to you, I'll let their whole family bury you with them. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she said this. At this moment, she becomes a mob queen who wields power and strength. Yanqi saw this and hurriedly held her hand. Okay, don't move to accompany the burial. Let's be peaceful, okay? Juanning's expression quickly softened, and she pinched Yanqi's hand. That's fine, people listen to you. Zhang Yuwei was a bit jealous as she grabbed Yanqi's other hand. Xiao Qi, do you have time tonight? There was a great movie recently. Watching a movie? I want to go too. Juanning held onto Yanqi's hand. Both of them had a death grip on Yanqi's hand, and no one wanted to let go. Yanqi coughed lightly. Ahem, then why don't we go watch it together? Yeah, I'm fine with it, Law. Juanning laughed. I just don't know, Miss Zhang, can you tolerate me? Zhang Yuwei's expression stiffened, but she still maintained her smile. Miss Zhua is joking. I've always been very tolerant. The two were different from Su Xiaoshan and Pei Lushur. The ones who engage in shura are the smiley face types. Yanqi only felt hairy, so he squeezed both of their hands. Let's just get going. Then Yanqi, whose car are you planning to take? Zhang Yuwei turned her head to look at Yanqi. Juanning also looked at Yanqi. Yanqi, what do you think? Well, Yanqi was sweating again. It's true that scumbags aren't that good. And just as the trio engaged in a fixer-upper, unbeknownst to them, a man was watching them with binoculars. The man was lying on the roof of the building opposite the Water Royal Flower Capital, holding a cell phone in his hand and talking. Yanqi has safely emerged from the Water Royal Flower Capital. The man reported Yanqi's condition truthfully. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, arrange for part of the people to withdraw and the other part to continue to follow him. Understood, the man responded. He was just about to hang up when the female voice on the other end suddenly asked, by the way, which woman is he with now? The man looked through the binoculars. It should be Juanning from the Redden Society and Zhang Yuwei from Inkart Media. TCH, the scummy guy. The woman smacked her lips in displeasure. Taking a deep breath, she continued to command. Forget it, protect him, and don't allow anything like what happened at the subway station earlier. The man agreed. Yes, MS. By Ji. What did you just call me? The woman's tone was instantly grim. The man trembled in fear as he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have mentioned your name. Pay attention next time. The woman said this and hung up. If I piss her off, I won't be able to save this little life of mine. He then picked up his binoculars and looked at Yanqi again. Just what kind of person is this brat? It's amazing that he can make the White family's eldest miss personally protect him. TSK, 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 TSK. Chapter 52, Where Did Daddy Go? Facing Juanning and Zhang Yuwei's mutual dislike, Yanqi finally decided to go to the movie theater and take Juanning's car, then go home and take Zhang Yuwei's car. That's what put things to rest. The movie they watched was a very bad romance. It sucks, but it's still good to watch without a brain. By the time the movie broke up, it was 10 p.m. Yanqi's trio walked out of the movie theater. Zhang Yuwei and Zhuaning discussed the plot of the movie. That male lead was such an asshole in the beginning, and then suddenly became a good guy at the end when he had his daughter, and the ending was too abrupt. It's okay, when a man becomes a father, he usually becomes a daughter slave. Is that right? Zhang Yuwei walked quickly to Yanqi's side as she asked curiously. Xiao Qi, do you like boys or girls? Zhuaning also came over. Usually they like their daughters, right? Yanqi didn't know how to answer for a moment. He hadn't thought about having kids yet, not to mention boys and girls. Might as well say that he kinda hated kids, especially the noisy kind. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt someone tugging on his pants. Yanqi turned his head to look and realized there was no one there. He broke out in a sweat. Haunted? Uncle. At that moment a voice came from below. Yanqi looked down. A little, powdered girl was grabbing at his pants. The little girl looked like she was just 2 or 3 years old, her two big eyes looking at Yanqi curiously. She blinked and asked, "Are you my daddy?" "Huh?" Yanqi was confused. "Who is this kid? Why did you come up here to recognize your father?" Zhang Yuwei and the two of them, on the other hand, instantly changed their faces drastically. Yanqi has a child? Why don't they know? Good you Yanqi giving birth to a child behind your back. Zhuaning grabbed Yanqi's collar. Zhang Yuwei also pinched Yanqi fiercely. Why don't you tell your sister if you have a child? What's there to hide about this kind of thing? Say, did you hook up with another woman? Yanqi Run was dumbfounded. When did he hook up with another woman? Yanqi hurriedly waved his hand. No, I don't know this kid at all. He looked down at the little girl. Child, are you recognizing the wrong person? The child shook his head a little dully. I don't know. I'm looking for daddy. Hear that? It's a misunderstanding. Yanqi looked at Zhang Yuwei and the two of them. This kid must have gotten lost and couldn't find his family only. Zhuaning and the girls also calmed down. It does seem like this is a little more likely. So Zhang Yuwei squatted down and touched the girl's head. Little friend, what's your name? Are you separated from your family? My name is Haruka, and I'm looking for my daddy. The little girl repeated. Zhuaning also half squatted down. So do you know what dad's name is? Or do you know his contact information? I don't know. Haruka shook her head a little downcast. Yanqi saw this and said, she's so small, how can she remember so much? He also knelt down and asked, so what does your dad look like? Let's help you find out. Haruka thought for a moment and raised her hand. I know. Mommy says daddy is the most handsome man in the world. Yanqi was speechless for a moment. That's too general. You ask 80% of men and they'll say they're the best looking. But soon Yanqi realized the suspicion. The kid said mommy said, not she thought. Little friend, have you never met your father? Yanqi asked. The little girl nodded. Well, that's why I want my daddy. I see. Yanqi looked at Zhang Yuwei and the girls. This child should be a single-parent family, the kind that grew up following their mom. Zhang Yuwei and the girls came to a realization, so that would make sense. Zhuaning hurriedly asked, little friend, how do you know your father is here? Did your mom come with you? The youngest daughter, Qing Cheng, sniffed and made a gesture of silence. Shoo, I secretly heard mom on the phone. She said that dad is at the Cloud Mountain Cinema. I tricked Grandma Butler into bringing me out here, so don't you guys tell her. Yanqi and the others completely understood. So this kid didn't get separated from his family, but sneaked out. Xiao Qi, what should we do? Zhang Yuwei looked at Yanqi. Yanqi didn't hesitate to say, just call the police. Let the police help her find her father for a while. No, you can't go to the police, uncle. Qing Qing's head shook like a rattle. Mom will definitely scold me if she knows. Yanqi thought for a moment, then picked up Qing Qing in a hug. Then let's help you find Grandma Housekeeper. But what about Daddy? The little girl asked, a little lost. Zhang Yuwei pinched her little hand. Qing Qing is a good girl. It's better to go home first, otherwise your mom should be worried. Oh, okay then. Haruka nodded obediently. Yanqi laughed with satisfaction. That's right. He thought the kid was okay. Instead of crying and fussing, he was quite good, so he let Haruka ride on his neck. Haruka giggled happily. He, ride the big horse. You be careful, Zhang Yuwei said as the two of them were a bit nervous. Yanqi, on the other hand, shouted in disbelief. Whose kid is this? Meanwhile, the fourth floor of the mall. A middle-aged woman in a black suit with 7 or 8 bodyguards rampaged through the mall. She asked around with her cell phone. Have you seen this child? She's wearing a pink dress and has a bow on her head. Never seen it. Passers-by shook their heads. The middle-aged woman gasped in panic. It's over. It's over. If the lady loses it, then I'm dead. At that moment, the cell phone in the woman's pocket rang. She shuddered with fear. Trembling, The woman took out her cell phone and pressed connect. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Aunt Gua, didn't you take Ching Ching out to play? Why aren't you back yet? Aunt Gua's words choked in her throat, unable to utter a single word. Aunt Gua? The woman on the other side sensed something was wrong. Where's Ching Ching? Aunt Gua took a few deep breaths before gathering her courage to say, Miss she got lost. What? The woman burst into a rage. Lost? What are you doing? But soon she calmed down and gave a decisive order. Where are you guys now? I'll notify the police to cordon off that area right away. Aunt Gua immediately said, we're at the Cloud Mountain Mall. Ha? The woman froze. You mean Cloud Hill Mall? How did you? Before she could finish, there was a sudden cacophony behind Auntie Gua. A large group of people crossed over to them with cell phones raised and ran towards the stairs. They shouted as they ran. Are you guys sure it's him? Definitely. He seemed to be helping a kid find his family who had gotten separated. Great. This time I finally get to take a picture with him. Hearing this, Aunt Gua jerked her head up. Help a kid find his family? Wouldn't that be? She hurriedly said into her cell phone. Don't worry for a moment. I found where the lady is. After saying that, Auntie Gua waved her hand towards the bodyguards behind her. They followed the crowd all the way to the 6th floor. Auntie Gua saw the entrance to the movie theater, which was surrounded by a large group of people. It was hard to see exactly who was in there because there were so many people. All that could be seen was Haruka riding on her neck. Aunt Gua instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully it's fine. That's when he heard a shout from the crowd. It's okay to take a picture, but everyone needs to help me find this kid's family. Does anyone know this kid? Auntie Quack shouted. Here, here. She desperately pushed her way through the crowd and made it to the far end. She said with gratitude, please take care of her. I am her. But soon her words stopped. Auntie Gua looked at the man in front of her and froze and whispered. Yanch, Chapter 53, Sunny's name. Yanchi hated being recognized because it was a real pain in the ass to be surrounded and have to take a picture. But this time, he took it upon himself to have him recognized. After all, the more people there were, the greater the chance of finding Haruka's family. So a whole bunch of fans came around. Seeing this, Zhang Yuwei and Zhuaning both hid to the side. They don't want to make headlines. Finally the kung fu is working and someone is finally coming out to claim it. Yanchi looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him and thought in his heart, am I so famous? Even this kind of middle-aged woman recognizes me. Aunt Gua, on the other hand, was struck by lightning and instantly panicked in her heart. What's this guy doing here? And Haruka still with him? Does it mean that? Grandma Butler, Haruka shouted. Her voice pulled Auntie Gua's thoughts back. Yanchi looked up and asked, Haruka, do you know her? Well, she's the housekeeper's grandmother. Haruka nodded happily. Yanchi put Ching Cheng down after hearing this. Quickly go home with grandma. Remember not to run around. Ah, got it. Uncle. Hearing the word uncle, Aunt Gua's hanging heart relaxed. Looks like the worst is yet to come. It can also be remedied. So she forced a smile and gathered Haru into her arms. Why did you run to the 6th floor? Grandma was scared to death. Haruka's eyes rolled. She can't say she's here to see her dad. Otherwise mom will scold her. So Haruka hemmed and hawed. Hey, I just got lost. Auntie Gua touched her head. Then he bowed deeply to Yanchi. Thank you so much. It's fine. This is all what I should do. Yanchi waved his hand. As soon as he said this, the fans around him let out a wow sound. Aunt Gua took Ching Ching's hand. Let's go home, or mom will be anxious. Good. Haruka nodded as she waved her hand at Yanchi. Bye uncle. Yanchi walked up to Ching Ching and asked in a low voice. By the way, Ching Ching, what's your name? He kinda liked the little girl, so maybe we'll meet again in the future. Aunt Gua was shocked in her heart. She just wanted to stop it, but Ching Ching had already said it. My name is Yumi Ching. Yanchi cocked his head and took his last name alas. No, she's not the yen with the stern last name. Aunt Gua hurriedly explained. And the spreading one yen. Yanchi suddenly realized. So that's how it is. This yen surname is quite rare. Then we'll see you next time. Little yen you Haru. He shook Harui's hand. Haruka laughed happily. Aha. Then she came over to Yanchi and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, uncle. Alright, we should go home. Aunt Gua pulled Ching Ching's hand and turned her head away, fearing that something else would go wrong. Ching Ching waved her hand somewhat fondly, and then followed Aunt Gua to leave. Yanchi looked at the departing backs of the duo and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the problem is solved. However, he always thought that the housekeeper's grandmother looked a bit familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Before he could think about it in detail, the fans around him were already pouring in. Yanchi, take a picture with me. I've been waiting for half a day. Don't you guys crowd. I want to take a picture with Yanchi first. Yanchi hurriedly pacified. Don't be anxious. Everyone will be able to take a picture today. At that moment, his afterglow caught sight of the Zhuaning duo. They stood not far from the crowd. gloating a little at him. Then they pointed down, signaling that they were going down first. Yanqi nodded. With that, Zhuaning and the two of them went downstairs first. Ugh, Yanqi sighed in his heart. It seems like we won't be able to return home for a while. On the other hand, Aunt Gua took Ching and quickly left the mall. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her whole body looked like it was deflated. Are you okay, Grandma Butler? Haruka whispered with concern. Aunt Gua forced a smile. Grandma's fine, but you have to promise Grandma that you won't be able to just run around in the future, or I won't bring you out next time. Well, I won't run away again. Haruka promised obediently. Aunt Gua took a deep breath and asked, by the way, Ching, do you know that uncle just now? Recognize. Haruka laughed. Auntie Gua instantly panicked. Murphy. But Haruka continued immediately afterward. It's the one I just met today, and that uncle is so nice. That's good. Aunt Gua let out a breath. At that moment, the cell phone in her pocket rang again. Seeing this, Aunt Gua handed Ching to the bodyguard next to her. Take Miss back to the car. Yes. The bodyguards picked up Haruka and quickly left. Aunt Gua then pulled out her cell phone and connected the call. The woman on the other side of the room couldn't wait to ask, did you find the man? Don't worry, it's already been found, Aunt Gua said in a hurry. Then she paused for a second. Just what? Aunt Gua gulped and said with some fear. It's just that we ran into young Master Yanqi. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a while, he opened his mouth and asked, did Haruka run into him too? Yes, he's the one who's helping Ching find us. Aunt Gua nodded sheepishly. There was silence on the other end of the line again, this time longer, but Auntie Gua didn't dare to rush it at all. After about 3 minutes, the woman spoke slowly. So, how is Haruka getting along with him? It seems pretty harmonious, doesn't it? And he even lets Haru ride on his neck. Aunt Gua answered truthfully. The woman let out a soft laugh. Ha, that's good. Alright, bring Haruka back. We'll talk about other things when we get back. Yes. With that the woman hung up. Aunt Gua turned her head to look at the mall door and sighed helplessly. Alas, it's true that you still can't forget him. Chapter 54 Yanqi's Past. Since the fans were just too enthusiastic, by the time Yanqi arrived at the underground garage, it was already an hour later. He lost count of the number of people he took pictures with during this time. Even the security guards at the mall rushed over to join in the fun. By the time it was over, Yanqi was exhausted. He was in the underground garage, looking around. It was not long before we found Zhang Yuwei's car. He opened the door wearily and got in. Zhang Yuwei, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, smiled and teased. It's finally over. Big Red. Don't mention it. It's really exhausting. Yanqi sighed as he leaned against the passenger side. It's better to go out in the future and cover up a bit more tightly. Then he looked out the window. Where's Zhuaning? Have you gone back already? She answered a phone call and left. It seems like two gangs are fighting. Zhang Yuwei said and started the car. She looked to Yanqi. Going home? Well, I'll have to go back and get a good night's sleep before I do. Yanqi nodded. Zhang Yuwei drove away from the underground garage. By the way, how is that little girl doing? Zhang Yuwei asked curiously. Yanqi laughed. Being led away by her housekeeper grandmother and having a housekeeper at home. It looks like their family is quite wealthy. Zhang Yuwei was silent for a moment before she suddenly said, Xiao Qi, do you think the little girl looks a lot like you? At first she didn't feel it, but back in the car, the more I think back, the more it looks like, especially those peach blossom eyes, which were practically identical to Yanqi's. Sister Wei, I promise you, I really don't have any children. Yanqi smiled and shook his head. Zhang Yuwei skimmed her mouth. That's hard to say. You little scumbag has so many girlfriends. There's no chance that you'll. If you don't believe me, let's play a game. Yanqi turned his body sideways and started to break his fingers. First of all, Sister Wei, we don't have any children, do we? There really isn't one now. Zhang Yuwei gripped the steering wheel tightly. With that, she murmured in a small voice, but there can actually be, I guess, I wouldn't mind. Ha? Yanqi's eyes widened. Zhang Yuwei hurriedly shook her head. It's nothing, go ahead. Ahem. Yanqi coughed lightly. And then there's Zhuaning, who was also present just now, so it's definitely not her. Zhang Yuwei hummed. Indeed. Then there's Su Xiaoshan and Pei Lushar. Yanqi continued. If these two people have children, they definitely couldn't wait to tell me about it. How could they hide it until now? Then he spread his hands. Look at it. None of it's possible, right? Zhang Yuwei was silent. After a while, she whispered. So, what about Angelica Bai? At these words, Yanqi's expression instantly froze. He only felt his heart skip a beat, and his right hand unconsciously gripped the seat. Zhang Yuwei keenly sensed Yanqi's change. A glimmer of sadness flashed in her eyes. As expected, Bai Ji was a different existence to Yanqi. She's even less likely. Yanqi forced a smile. After all, she doesn't even like me. Halfway through his sentence, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. Once again, the car fell into dead silence. After a few minutes, Zhang Yuwei opened her mouth and asked, "Can you tell me about you and Baiji?" "Of course it's fine if you don't want to talk about it if you don't. I'm just a little curious." Yanqi looked out the window a bit somberly. "Well, that might have to start 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Yanqi had just turned 5. At that time, he was still a rich young man, with harmonious parents and a rich life. It was the perfect start. It wasn't until his 5th birthday that this life completely shattered. That day little Yanqi stayed home and waited for his parents to come back for his birthday. But in the end, his parents didn't come back. Instead, a group of police officers came to the house. Later Yanqi realized that his parents were killed by his enemies. After that their family fortune was divided up among various relatives. But the relatives took the money but did not want to adopt Yanqi. Instead, an old friend of Yanqi's father took Yanqi into his home. That old friend's name, Bai Wenhao, and his only daughter is Baiji. Bai Wenhao introduced Yanqi to his daughter Baiji. "His name is Yanqi. He'll be living in our house from now on." Baiji was clearly only a year older than Yanqi, but she speaks and acts like an adult. Yanqi still remembered the first thing Baiji said to him. "You're not bad. Be my little brother from now on. I'll cover you." "Good." Yanqi agreed in a haze. Baiji didn't make anything up. She did treat Yanqi as a little brother. "Take Yanqi with you wherever you go." At that time Yanqi had just lost his parents and was very lonely. In order to alleviate this feeling of loneliness, he also likes to follow Baiji around. Whatever Baiji asked him to do, he would do it without hesitation. Yanqi had just become Baiji's little follower, and so it went until I was in elementary school. They both went to an aristocratic elementary school at the time, which was filled with rich and famous kids. Since Baiji is a year older than Yanqi, so when Baiji was in 2nd grade, Yanqi was just in 1st grade. School life was pretty good at first, until one day, word spreads around the class that Yanqi doesn't have parents. In the eyes of elementary school children, not having parents is tantamount to not having a backbone. That would be bullying. So some naughty students in the class began to bully Yanqi. At that time Yanqi's character was so cowardly that he didn't even dare to sue, let alone fight back. Every day just hiding in my room and crying in secret. Although Baiji was very young, she sensed that something was wrong. Yanqi usually always followed her ass. Why didn't he follow her these days? She went to Yanqi's class and asked around, and that's how she found out that someone was bullying Yanqi. So that day Baiji took a wooden stick and fought with a group of 1st graders. The end result was a disastrous victory for Baiji, who had broken an arm. While the group of children were beaten and bloodied, they were all taken to the hospital. By the way, this group of students who fought with Baiji transferred to another school en masse the next day. When Yanqi found out about this, he fell on the side of Baiji's hospital bed and wailed, "Stop crying. What's it like to cry?" Baiji twisted Yanqi's ear and said. She then stroked Yanqi's head, said something Yanqi could hardly forget. "Yanqi, although you don't have a mom and dad, you still have me. You're my little brother. I'm your boss. You don't have to put up with anyone bullying you in the future. I'll help you out." At the tender age of 7, Yanqi's heart was moved. In his eyes, Baiji's back seemed to shine with holy light. It's like an angel. It was also the day that Yanqi decided to change himself. After all, he couldn't always be protected by Baiji. He also hopes to protect Baiji one day. So Yanqi started trying to make friends with other people and learn how to communicate with them. In this way, he gradually completed his metamorphosis. By the time he was in the 5th grade, Yanqi had become the star of the school, relying on his eloquence and good looks. It was also then that he realized he was quite good with women. There were always a lot of girls around him, but at that time, in Yanqi's eyes, there was only Baiji alone. It was soon time for Baiji to graduate. Yanqi decided to do something bold, something he had been preparing for a long time. That's the confession. After the graduation ceremony, Yanqi pulled Baiji to the venue that had already been prepared. He learned from TV romances and bought roses and candles. Yanqi took out the love letter and nervously read it to Baiji. It was a love letter that he had been deliberating for a long time. Yanqi thought he had written it quite well, and Baiji would be very moved when she heard it, but it was not to be. Not only was Baiji not touched after hearing this, she instead laughed out. "Ha ha ha, Yanqi, you're not kidding me. I'm not joking. I really like you. I'll be good to you for the rest of my life." Yanqi shouted with some anxiety, but Baiji just sighed as she patted Yanqi's head. "Unfortunately, I'm just treating you as a little brother. Don't ever do anything so embarrassing again and hurry home." She then turned and left. Only Yanqi was left standing frozen in place. Chapter 55, Lovelessness. That day, Yanqi returned to the White House in a state of dismay. He locked himself in his room and stared at the ceiling in disbelief. Yanqi realized that he seemed to be getting a little ahead of himself. Baiji's feelings for him were limited to the relationship between her little brother and her boss. In her eyes, Confession was just something to embarrass her. Yanch didn't sleep all night. The next morning, he finally figured it out. But 5th graders are just too childish in their thinking. He was just thinking, since Yu Baiji doesn't like me, I'll find someone else. So Yanchi relied on his eloquence and appearance and soon made a girlfriend. But he realized that even though he had a girlfriend, his days were still empty. Yanchi thought about it and finally came up with a good idea. Since one girlfriend isn't enough, why don't you just get a couple more? Thus, he started his journey as a scumbag. 2 feet in 2 boats and 3 feet in 3 boats became the norm. Not to mention, this does work. In the process of pulling it together with his girlfriends, Yankee is really not that empty. And because of the confession between Yanchi and Baiji, coupled with the junior high school is not the same school, it is slowly a bit estranged. Baiji treats people gradually become cold during this period of time. Yanchi didn't know why, and he didn't want to know. After all, he's juggling various girlfriends on a daily basis. It wasn't until Yanchi's freshman year of high school that Bai Wenhao called Yanchi and Baiji over. Actually, when you guys were little, I was engaged in a baby marriage with Yanchi's father, Bai Wenhao said to them, but that was a long time ago. I just wanted to ask you guys what you think, and if you don't think it's going to work, let's call off this doll marriage. Yanchi was a little surprised to hear that. How come he didn't know there was such a thing? But soon he calmed down. When he was in high school, Yanchi was already considered more mature. He knew his thoughts didn't matter at all. He was just here to go through the motions. What Bai Wenhao really cared about was Baiji's thoughts. As long as Baiji didn't agree, even if he did, it would be useless. At that time Yanchi was pretty sure that Baiji would definitely reject the marriage. It's like rejecting his confession. But Baiji's next words made Yanchi's jaw drop in shock. I agree. I will marry Yanchi. Baiji said so. Yanchi's mind was blank at the time, and he didn't even listen to the conversation that followed. Later he found Baiji and asked, what do you mean? Do you really want to marry me? Don't force yourself if you don't want to. I'll talk to Uncle Bai. But Baiji just looked at Yanchi coldly. Whatever you want. It actually doesn't matter who I marry, but I can still be slightly more comfortable with you. Hearing this, Yanchi completely understood. The children of the big families were all married to other families when they came of age if they were not married. That's why Baiji thought it would be better to marry Yanchi instead of joining up with those big young men. At least Yanchi is a little more controlled. Yanchi was a little disappointed. Sure enough, Baiji doesn't like him. So that day, Yanchi was officially with Baiji. It was clear that his childhood dream had been realized, but Yanchi was not happy at all. A couple without love is no different than a dead couple. And so it went until after college. When Yanchi moved out of the White House, Baiji was still ignoring him. Yanchi also stopped thinking too much. Since you're not interested in me, I'll find someone else to play with. As a result, Yanchi got 4 girlfriends one after another. They were Su Xiaosheng, Pei Lushi, Zhang Yuwei and Zhuaning. Even though Yanchi had his feet in 5 boats, he usually seldom met with Baiji. Even if there is an occasional date, they just wander around. The two rarely even held hands, let alone kissed. This life continued until the 2nd semester of my junior year. Suddenly one day, Baiji asked Yanchi out. She couldn't help but kiss Yanchi. At that time Yanchi was struck by lightning. He pushed Baiji away. What are you doing? Yanchi, let's go get a room, Baiji said expressionlessly. Yanchi Run was dumbfounded. Normally, even holding hands is a luxury, so how come it's suddenly a step up? Dad said that after graduating from college, he'll let the two of us consummate our marriage. Baiji said so. In that case, it's better to get used to it in advance. Sure, if you don't want to then forget it. When Baiji had said this, Yanchi naturally wouldn't refuse. So that night, Yanchi took Baiji's first time. Yanchi remembered that Baiji cried and cried a lot. He didn't understand why Baiji was crying, but after crying, Baiji reverted back to that bland look. Once a month from now on, don't be late. After saying this, Baiji left. Every month after that, Yanchi would leave a whole day for Baiji. It was not until he graduated from college that it came to light that he had his foot in 5 boats. Yanchi escaped. He was indeed afraid of Su Xiaoshang's family history and Pei Liushi's madness, but it was actually Baiji that he was most afraid of. Yanchi didn't know how to face Baiji, so he could only flee Cloud City overnight. Just like that, 3 years have passed. Yanchi looked out the car window. That's all the story I have with Baiji. Zhang Yuwei listened with some fascination. She didn't realize that Yanchi and Baiji were childhood friends and that so many things had happened in between. Zhang Yuwei sighed softly. It's true that you have different feelings for her. Yeah, Yanchi's eyes were a bit sad. I like her, but she has little interest in me. She just treats me as a little follower. Zhang Yuwei was silent. After a few moments, she whispered, I've met Baiji once before. I think she still has feelings for you. Chapter 56, Sudden Changes. Zhang Yuwei and Baiji have only met once. It was the day before Yanchi left Cloud City. At the time, she received a text message along with 3 others. The text message was from Baiji. It was about asking the 4 of them to come out and meet. Originally, Zhang Yuwei didn't want to go, but then she saw the end of the text message, Yanqi's fiancé. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yuwei ended up going. Not only her, but several other people also wanted to meet Yanqi's fiancé, so Yanqi's 5 girlfriends got together for the first time. Zhang Yuwei's first impression of Baiji was cold. There was a sense of detachment in both his speech and his every move. Even when confronted with her fiancé's 4 girlfriends, there was nothing in her eyes. It looked as if it didn't care in the slightest. Even Zhang Yuwei thought at first that Baiji didn't have any feelings for Yanqi. It wasn't until Su Xiaoshang angrily proposed to spend $1 million to offer a bounty for Yanqi's head that Baiji's expression finally showed a hint of relief. Su Xiaoshang and Paleosi, at that time, both hated to kill Yanqi. They were so focused on arguing about what to do with Yanqi that they didn't notice Baiji's abnormality. Only Zhang Yuwei and Zhuaning sensed the danger, although it was only for a moment. Baiji's eyes were full of killing intent when she looked at Su Xiaoshang. This terrifying killing intent shocked the then Zhang Yuwei. It's like being in the jungle and being targeted by a large predator. It was as if the next second, Baiji would rise up and kill someone. But soon, her eyes returned to their original indifference. It's as if nothing happened. Even Baiji ended up agreeing with Su Xiaoshang's idea. The final 5, 3 votes to 2. They decided to take a hard revenge on Yanqi, and that's why there was a $1 million bounty order. That was the situation at that time. Zhang Yuwei glanced at Yanqi. If Baiji didn't have feelings for you, she wouldn't have shown that kind of look. I can feel it. She really wanted to kill Su Xiaoshang at that time. Yanqi sighed at that, but she still agreed to put a bounty on me. That I'm not sure about. Zhang Yuwei shook her head. I don't know what she is thinking in the end. Yanqi looked out the window and said with some distress, I don't know what she's thinking. She's always been like this since she was a child. Sometimes he's nice to me, and sometimes he's just a jerk to me, and he does things that always baffle me. Zhang Yuwei laughed at the situation. Alright, don't droop your face, regardless of what that mess Baiji thinks. Sister, I will be by your side in the future anyway. She reached out and patted Yanqi's head. In the future, if you have any worries, you can talk to me. Don't always hold it in your heart. Yanqi was touched and rubbed against Zhang Yuwei's hand. Sister Wei, you're so nice. I really love you so much. Ha ha ha, it tickles. Zhang Yuwei laughed and retracted her hand. Today, Yanqi could only talk to Zhang Yuwei about these words. I'm afraid I'll be scolded to death if I tell Su Xiaoshang and the others. Zhang Yuwei was like a little sun, always glowing bright and warm. At that moment, Yanqi's cell phone rang. He picked it up and realized it was from Su Xiao Frost. Yanqi picked up the phone. Frost? The person on the other end of the phone, Su Xiaoshang, happily shouted. Yanqi, Mom said she'll make me the heir to the group in the future, and Dad apologized to me. Yanqi was also happy to hear this. So good, then congratulations. Frost? No, from now on, I should call Mr. Frost, ha ha ha. Su Xiaoshang was amused and laughed out loud. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise Dad he wouldn't have apologized to me. Humph. Seeing as his apology was quite sincere, I'll just reluctantly forgive him. Then she asked in a low voice, by the way, Yanqi, where are you? Can I go over to you now? Yanqi looked out the window. I'm almost at the neighborhood. But the words stopped in mid-sentence. Immediately afterward, a change of heart occurred. Dazzling white light lit up from the right side. No, not white light. Rather, it's the headlights. Sister Wei, watch out. Yanqi turned his head and hissed, but it was too late. An ear-piercing shrill whistling sound cut through the night sky. With a loud bang, a black SUV crashed straight into Yanqi in their car. Yanqi only felt the heavens and earth spinning as a huge force tore at his body. Immediately afterward the airbag popped and slammed into Yanqi's face. When Yanqi came back to his senses, his first look was to the main driver, only to see that Zhang Yuwei, the main driver, had fainted and was bleeding continuously from her head. Sister Wei. Yanqi reached out to unbuckle Zhang Yuwei's seatbelt, but intense pain swept through his body. He realized he couldn't move his left arm at all. Because of the impact just now, the left arm has been fractured. Asterisk. Yanqi roared. At this time, Su Xiaoshang's voice rang out. Yanqi, why are you suddenly so loud? Are you alright? Yanqi turned his head to look. His cell phone had been thrown back. He hurriedly shouted, Frost, help me call an ambulance. The location is just this side of the north gate of Mirror Lake Homes. Okay, I'll call right away. Although Su Xiaoshang didn't understand what was happening, she still acted at the first opportunity. Using his right hand first, Yanqi unbuckled his seatbelt. Then he fought through the pain and crawled over to the main driver's side. Due to the impact on the right side, the door was deformed and could not be opened. It can only go out on the left. Yanqi first probed Zhang Yuwei's breathing. He was relieved to find that there was still breathing. Yanqi then unbuckled Zhang Yuwei's seatbelt before opening the car door from the left side. He first climbed out over Zhang Yuwei. Then one arm wrapped around her and dragged her out of the car as well. Yanqi carried Zhang Yuwei away from the car. When he was done, he breathed heavily. Hoo. What's with the sudden car accident? Just then, the door to the SUV opened. 6 or 7 burly men stepped out of the car. Yanqi stared at them and shouted, "Hey, how do you drive?" But soon he sensed something was wrong. The group was murderous and clearly did not look like ordinary people. Yanqi instantly understood. The crash wasn't an accident at all. Rather, this group did it on purpose. Soon they arrived in front of Yanqi. The burly man at the head of the group, a foreigner with short blonde hair, pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. He looked first at his cell phone and then at Yanqi. "You're Yanqi, aren't you?" Yanqi silently blocked in front of Zhang Yuwei as he asked vigilantly, "What are you doing?" It's reasonable to say that with Zhuaning around, the underground gangs in Cloud City shouldn't dare to touch him anymore, right? And who could this group be? The old foreigner sneered. "Ha, don't worry, we won't kill you for now. Come with us." Yanqi still wanted to stall for a bit, so he asked, "You have to tell me where to go, right? Otherwise," before he could finish his sentence, a blackened muzzle was already pressed against his head. "Cut the crap and hurry up," the foreigner said with some impatience. Yanqi was immediately shocked. This group of people even had guns? This basically eliminated the underground gangs in Cloud City. They shouldn't have the guts, yet, to rob someone at gunpoint in the street. Yanqi took a deep breath. Then he pointed at Zhang Yuwei behind him. "I can go with you, but you are not allowed to touch her." "That's fine. We're not interested in her either." The foreigner nodded. He was just about to reach out and grab Yanqi when suddenly the change started again. A white van sped by. Speeding towards the geezer they crashed. "Dodge!" The foreigner quickly rolled backwards to avoid the impact. But a few others weren't so lucky. Directly hit by the van. In the blink of an eye, blood flew everywhere. The van, blocked between Yanqi and the foreigner, like a guardian angel. The foreigner let out a low curse. Then he pulled out a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Mission failed." Then he sprinted toward the SUV, drove quickly away from the scene. That's when the van's window rolled down and a man poked his head out. He looked at Yanqi's injuries, then turned his head and shouted, "He's fine. Evacuate immediately." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the van took off with a kick of the gas as well. Only Yanqi was left frozen in place. Chapter 57 Angry Yanqi. Since Su Xiaoshan called 120 and 110 at the first time, the ambulance and police car arrived very quickly. When the police saw the gruesome scene, they were all shocked. There were 5 bodies lying on the ground, all killed by the van that had just hit them. So many people died. It's a big case. On the other side, the doctor carried the unconscious Zhang Yuwei to the ambulance. Yanqi watched the scene and only felt a blockage in his chest. That group of people had clearly come at him, and as a result, they had even dragged Zhang Yuwei down with them. Yanqi silently clenched his fists. He'd have to make the group pay for this to happen. 2 hours later, inside the hospital, the doctor helped Yanqi do a detailed examination. The results showed that he had some minor injuries other than a broken left arm. The doctor looked at it in awe. "You should know that the passenger side where Yanqi was the place that was hit the hardest. The doors are all warped." Yanqi, however, was not seriously injured. "It's a miracle. Doctor, the woman who came with me isn't in any danger of dying, right?" Yanqi asked with some nervousness. The doctor looked at the CT scan. "Don't worry, it's not life-threatening. You'll wake up after a while." Yanqi slightly put his heart down after hearing this. If something happens to Zhang Yuwei because of him, he's afraid he'll regret it for the rest of his life. After bandaging his arm, the policeman called Yanqi out. They asked Yanqi about his condition at the time. Yanqi also told all truthfully. He also memorized the license plate numbers of the 2 cars and told the police all about it as well. When the police left, Yanqi came to the door of Zhang Yuwei's hospital room. He looked in through the window. Only Zhang Yuwei, with a bandage wrapped around her head, was quietly lying on the hospital bed. Yanqi closed his eyes in pain. Zhang Yuwei was the most tolerant and gentle one to him. No matter what Yanqi wanted to do, Zhang Yuwei was unconditionally supportive. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yuwei lying on the hospital bed, Yanqi felt a pang of heartache. After a while, Su Xiaoshan and the 3 of them came over one after another. "Yanqi, are you alright?" Su Xiaoshan looked Yanqi up and down with a nervous face. She was still on the phone with Yanqi full of joy. A loud bang was heard. She had thought it was just a normal car accident, but I didn't expect that someone would want to take Yanqi away. Su Xiaoshan almost didn't faint when she heard the news. Yanqi shook his head. "I'm fine, just a broken arm. It's just that Vi hit her head. I don't know when she'll wake up." He looked into the hospital room. Su Xiaoshan also looked towards the ward, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Although she usually always fought with Zhang Yuwei, Seeing Zhang Yuwei in this state made her heart feel bad. Pei Liusi, on the other hand, clenched her fists with a gloomy gaze. Who did this? So bold. She turned her head to look at Juan-Ning and asked in an unkind tone. It's not that group of underground gangsters again, is it? Impossible. Juan-Ning shook her head gravely. They definitely wouldn't dare to make a move against Yan Qi again. After the last incident at the small restaurant, Yan Qi was currently a celebrity among the gangs. It was rumored that he was the only son of some mysterious big family, and even Juan-Ning was afraid of Yan Qi. It was unlikely that anyone would go crazy and make a move on Yan Qi in this situation. Yan Qi chimed in. It shouldn't be them. That group had guns in their hands. A gun? Juan-Ning frowned. That does seem a bit troublesome. Pei Lucier snorted coldly. Humph, what do I care what they have? Since they dare to do it, then leave me with my little life. I'll have someone find them now. If it was usual, Yan Qi would have stopped Pei Liu's, but this time he wasn't going to stop it. I'll have the brethren mobilize as well. Juan-Ning also pulled out her cell phone. Search the whole city. We should be able to find it soon. Yan Qi nodded, with Pei Lucier and Juan-Ning around. It shouldn't be too much trouble to find someone. The trouble is what comes afterward. You know that group had guns, and there's no telling how many handles. Even the Red Security Council would have suffered heavy casualties against an unknown arm. Of course the best thing to do is to tell the police the location once you find them. Let the police sort this out. But Yan Qi always felt reluctant. If he's the only one injured, he'll surely just advocate turning things over to the police like he did last time. And this time the matter involves Zhang Yuwei. And Zhang Yuwei is in a coma because of it. Then things are of a different nature. Yan Qi was the type that didn't care if he got hurt himself, but couldn't accept someone important getting hurt. So this time, it's going to have to be a heavy hitter, and there are ways to fix this thing perfectly. Yan Qi could only think of one person in his head. He sighed softly. Surely you're still going, aren't you? Yan Qi then looked at the three of them. I'm going out, so I'll leave the hospital side to you guys? No way. Pei Liusi grabbed Yan Qi's right hand. You're hurt so badly, you must recuperate. Su Xiaoshang concurred. Right, you'd better go and rest quickly. Don't get too tired. Leave that group of people to me? Don't worry. I'll take care of them. Juan-Ning stroked Yan Qi's head. Yan Qi firmly shook his head. I have to go. Don't stop me guys. The three of them, Pei Liu's, were a bit surprised, knowing that Yan Qi was rarely this serious. This showed that he was really angry. They understand that in this case, no amount of persuasion was likely to change Yan Qi's mind. The three Pei Liu's looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. Then be safe, and notify us at the first sign of danger. So Yan Qi sneaked out of the hospital under the cover of the three. He took a cab and headed to the outskirts of Cloud City. That's where he's going on this trip. The White House. Chapter 58 Moon Lake Manor. The White family was located in the outskirts of Cloud City. There was a manor there that belonged exclusively to the White family. Its name, Moon Lake Manor. Moon Lake Manor covers an area of 60 acres, or 40,000 square meters. It was reasonable to say that in Cloud City, it was not allowed to have such a large area of private residence, but the White family drilled a hole in it. Moon Lake Manor is outwardly claimed to be a hotel estate, which is a commercial site, but although it calls itself a hotel, but the Moon Lake Manor is engaged in the membership system, and is not open to the public. It simply means that the White family has built a hotel, but it's only open to their own people. Easier said than done though, but it really needs to be implemented. Still need the departments of the Cloud City turn a blind eye to it. This requires not only financial resources, but also power, and it just so happens that the White family has them all. Yan Qi sat in the cab and watched the scenery change outside the window. The heart was inexplicably nervous. He hadn't been back to Moon Lake Manor in 7 years, and his memories of it were a little fuzzy. Of course, more than that, the thing that made him most nervous was meeting Bai Ji. How on earth should one ask for it? Will Angelica really help? To be honest, Yan Qi didn't have any bottom at all. After all, his behavior 3 years ago when he left Cloud City was really quite good. Yan Qi was ready to not get out. This was also the reason why he didn't let Xu Xiaoshang and the others follow and came alone. An hour later, the cab arrived near Moon Lake Manor. The driver turned his head and said, "Little brother, the front belongs to a private residence. It's really impossible to go forward." I understand. Yan Qi nodded. Those who did not receive an invitation were not allowed to approach Moon Lake Manor, because this neighborhood is also all about the White family. Yan Qi paid for the car and then got out. "Little brother, do you need me to wait for you?" The driver poked his head out and asked. Yan Qi smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it, there's no chance I won't be able to get out." He then walked forward without looking back. After walking about 100 meters or so, several bright lights shone through. What man? A large group of guards in black uniforms came over. They shined their flashlights on Yan Qi's face. "This is a private residential area. Hurry up and leave." Yan Qi wasn't the least bit flustered as he opened the door and said, "Help me go in and inform me that I want to see Bai Ji." Got an appointment? No, you'll have it when you give notice. The guards froze at that, and he looked at each other. Then he looked at Yan Qi as if he were a psychopath. Kid, do you know what kind of place this is? And with a ing notice? To get into Moon Lake Manor, you usually have to make a reservation. In the case of important guests, the estate will also notify the guards of the exact time. But the man in front of him was there on a big night, with no reservation nor notice from the estate. Obviously just unauthorized loiterers. So the guards, one after another, took out their batons and electric batons from their belts. Kid, I repeat, this is a private residence. Hurry up and leave. Me. Yan Qi saw this and hurriedly said, Yan Qi, don't you know each other? He tried to swipe his face to enter the estate. After all, he used to live here for 13 years, so someone should recognize him. Yan Qi? The guards stared at Yan Qi's face and observed it for a while before they suddenly remembered. You're Yan Qi. Right. Yan Qi nodded. Finally remembered? The security guard laughed a bit disdainfully. Isn't it that internet celebrity that's been so hot on the internet lately? Don't think you can come in just because you're a netizen, let alone a netizen. Even a star has to make an appointment when they come. Get the hell out of here. Yan Qi was a bit speechless. They did remember, but they remembered it wrong. He sighed helplessly and had to bring up an old acquaintance. Ask your Guan team on the walkie-talkie. Surely he knows me? Team Guan? The security officer laughed after hearing this. Ha, you're crazy. Team Guan went back home 4 years ago, and now our captain is Team Hu. Yan Qi was silent. 7 years is indeed too long for anyone to recognize him anymore. The defense officer in the lead was also impatient. He pointed the electric baton in his hand at Yan Qi. Hurry up and get out. Don't force us to get rough. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a leisurely voice came from the distance. Old 7, what are you doing gathered here? Old 7, the defense officer who was pointing the electric baton at Yan Qi, instantly changed his face. He hurriedly turned around and walked over with a fawning face. Team Hu. It's just that an outsider broke in. The man known as Team Hu looked to be in his 30s and was holding a thermos. Got an appointment? He asked as he sipped his tea. No, but he said to give notice and have it. Old 7 shook his head. Team Hu waved his hand disdainfully. With a notice? Who does he think he is? A psychopath like this. Just blast it out and be done with it. With that, he took another sip of his tea. Old 7 laughed. That's what we thought. This smelly netizen named Yan Qi really put himself. Before he finished, Hu Team Pft sound, spit out the tea in his mouth. Who? Team Hu stammered and asked. Old 7 pointed behind him. It's that Yan Qi that's been so hot on the internet lately. Ha? You don't know? Team Hu sniffed and gulped. His hand, gripping the glass of water, shook involuntarily. Oh, my God. What's this ancestor doing back here? Team Hu grabbed Old 7's shoulder. You guys didn't do anything just now, did you? Not yet. Old 7 was a bit confused. What's wrong with Team Hu? Could it be that Yankee fan? Team Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't do anything, otherwise he would have to follow the bad luck. Then he pushed Lao Qi away and walked quickly towards Yan Qi. In the light of the flashlight, he saw the familiar face. It's really him. Team Hu sucked in a breath of cold air. He then bent down and walked to Yan Qi with a flattering face. Young Master Yan, why didn't you notify in advance when you came back? Hearing this, all the defense personnel were dumbfounded. Young Master Yan? How come there's a Young Master Yan in the Bai family? Never even heard of it. But just because they have never heard of it doesn't mean they don't know the significance of the word Young Master. The corners of Lao Qi's mouth twitched, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Seems like you're in trouble. He walked somewhat sheepishly to the end of the line, trying to hide himself. You recognize me? Yan Qi looked at Team Hu with some delight. Team Hu hurriedly nodded. I know you. I came to the White House 8 years ago and was working under Team Guan at the time. Great. Finally someone recognizes me. Yan Qi patted his shoulder. Hurry up and notify the manor for me. I have something urgent to see Bai Ji. Team Hu sidestepped and laughed. You're back, which still needs to be notified. I'll take you in directly. Yan Qi looked at him appreciatively. No wonder you can be the captain. You do get on. He then followed behind Team Hu and prepared to enter the manor. The guards made a conscious effort to get out of the way. At that moment Yan Qi thought of something. He turned his head and asked, by the way, who just pointed an electric baton at me? Chapter 59, Bai Ji. Everyone was shocked when these words came out. It's all about retaliation. Old 7 sighed and stepped forward in tears. He carefully bowed his head and apologized. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were Young Master Yan. Seeing this, Team Hu immediately chimed in. Young Master, I will definitely scold him severely when I go back, if you are not relieved. Okay. It's better for me to fix it myself. Yan Qi stopped it. Team Hu shook his head helplessly. Old 7 is going to have bad luck. Yan Qi walked up to Old 7 and slowly raised his hand. Seven closed his eyes in fear. He couldn't meet many rich villains. That torturing tactics can be endless. I'm afraid I'm going to be screwed this time. Mom, I can't do my filial piety for you. You did a good job. Yanqi suddenly patted Old Seven's shoulder. Old Seven looked up with a confused expression. The other defenders looked over. Good job? They didn't hear right. They were just about to violently beat up Yanqi. So how are they still doing a good job? Could it be a rhetorical question? Yanqi turned his head to look at Team Hu said to scold him. I think not only should he not be scolded, but he should also be rewarded. The guards are there to protect the security of the manor. Everyone stopping me also belongs to doing their duty. This time it was my problem. Next time I'll make sure to make an appointment. If it's because of him, this group of security guards will have their hands tied the next time they stop someone. Wouldn't that add to the White family's confusion? Team Hu froze for a moment before also understanding Yanqi's meaning. Young Master Yan is right. I'll go back and reward them fiercely. He smiled and walked over to Yanqi. Yanqi nodded and smiled as he instructed Lao Qi. Remember to stop people like this next time. But don't wimp out. I guarantee to complete the mission. Old Seven straightened up excitedly. So there is such a reasonable young master in the world. Yanqi nodded in satisfaction, then followed Team Hu. Watching Yanqi and his duo walk away, Old Seven sighed. No wonder they are young masters. This bosom. He then turned to look at the other defense personnel. All of you remember, when you run into young Master Yan in the future, all of you be polite to me. Yes, due to the size of the estate, a small mobility scooter is required to enter. Team Hu drove a small mobility scooter and pulled Yanqi to the entrance of a villa. There are about a dozen buildings, large and small, on the property. One of them, this villa, is where the White family mainly resides. Yanqi looked out the window at this familiar villa and felt a little nostalgic in his heart. This is where he lived with Bai Ji in the beginning. Young Master Yan, I'll go in to inform the others and be right back. Team Hu whispered to Yanqi. Yanqi nodded. Go ahead. Team Hu got out of the car and knocked on the door of the villa. After a while, a young girl in a long maid's outfit opened the door. Yanqi saw that after Team Hu said a few words to the young girl turned around and ran back to the villa in a hurry. After a while, the young girl came running back. After receiving a reply, Team Hu returned to the car to help Yanqi open the door. Young Master Yan, that's fine. You can just follow that girl in. Yanqi got out of the car and patted Team Hu's shoulder. Trouble you? No trouble. Team Hu hurriedly shook their heads. Yanqi then walked towards the villa gate. Team Hu looked at his back and whispered to himself. It feels like the estate is about to change again. On the other side, Yanqi came to the front door. The pretty maid bowed to Yanqi. Young Master Yanqi, please follow me. Yanqi shot a glance at the maid, who looked like she had just reached adulthood. 7 years ago, she definitely wasn't there. Yanqi followed the maid into the interior of the villa. The decor inside the villa is quite luxurious, with the main color palette dominated by white gold. The maid brought Yanqi to a room. Please wait here for a while. Yanqi looked at the familiar door. I remember this is the study, right? That's right. Missy asked me to bring you here. The maid nodded. Yanqi didn't say anything else and directly pushed the door and walked in. It says it's a study, but it's really closer to a small library. Since Bai Ji's father, Bai Wenhao, loved to read, the study was quite large. The whole room was around 300 square meters, and there were 20 bookshelves in the room. In the very center of the room was a 2-meter-long desk. Yanqi remembered that when he was a child, he often ran to the study with Bai Ji to play. He closed the door to his room before walking over to his desk and sitting down. Yanqi closed his eyes, mulling over what he was going to say in his head for a moment. If you don't think ahead, won't be able to say anything. His eloquence could be said to be completely useless in front of Bai Ji. After about 10 minutes or so, Yanqi heard footsteps coming from outside the house. His heart suddenly raced. As the doorknob slowly turned, the door was pushed open. A woman in a white silk nightgown came in through the door. The satin-textured nightgown clung to her body, outlining the perfect curves. The woman's long black hair hung down like a waterfall, and her perfect googly-eyed face was dotted with delicate features. Beneath her slender eyebrows were cold black eyes. The moment Yanqi saw her, his entire body was stunned. Obviously, he had already prepared himself mentally, but Yanqi still couldn't hold back for a moment. This woman was the eldest miss of the Bai family, Yanqi's former fiancé, Bai Ji. Bai Ji gently closed the door to her room. She then swept her cool eyes over Yanqi. It eventually settled on Yanqi's injured left arm. A complex look flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. If it was usual, Yanqi would definitely be able to notice the slight change. But at the moment, his mind was foggy. I had just thought of an opening line, but now I couldn't get a word out. Bai Ji didn't say anything either, just silently walked over to Yanqi and took a chair to sit down. Silence fell in the study. The two men sat together and were just silent for 10 minutes. Eventually Yanqi gulped and spoke. Bai Ji, you what? Bai Ji turned her head towards Yan Qi, her tone rather cold. Yan Qi looked to the side somewhat sheepishly. He couldn't even manage to meet Bai Ji's eyes. Ugh. Bai Ji sighed softly. She then leaned back in her chair and opened her mouth to ask, why didn't you come to me until now? Chapter 60, The Godfather. Yan Qi had clearly thought of what to say in response, but he was stuck at this point. He grew up being able to talk a little flowery to all the girls, but the only one who couldn't say it was to Bai Ji. That was true 3 years ago, and it's true now. After thinking about it, Yan Qi decided to tell the truth. Because I'm afraid to come, he whispered. A trace of sadness flashed in Bai Ji's eyes as she listened. She then said with some sarcasm, you didn't dare to come before, but suddenly you dare to come today? It's for that little girlfriend of yours, isn't it? The one called Zhang Yuwei. Yan Qi looked at Bai Ji with a shocked expression. You already know. Only 3 hours had passed since the crash. Moreover, the Bai family was located in the outskirts of Cloud City. That's a lot of intel being passed around too quickly. Bai Ji gently knocked on the chair. As long as something happens in Cloud City, there is nothing I don't know. You want nothing more than for me to help you find someone to avenge your little girlfriend. Ahem. Ex-girlfriend to be exact. Yan Qi coughed lightly. Bai Ji sniffed and looked at Yan Qi, narrowing her eyes slightly. What about me? Ex-fiancé? Yan Qi was stumped by the question. Is there such a thing as an ex-fiancé? When Bai Ji saw Yan Qi's awkward look, the corner of her mouth gently curved up in an arc. With that she sighed. It's kinda sad that the reason someone came to me was for another woman. At this time, Bai Ji realized that Yan Qi was looking straight at her. Her body trembled slightly, but her tone remained flat as she asked, what are you looking at me for? Well, just wanted to see you. If you were really sad. Yan Qi scratched his head. Bai Ji sniffed and raised her eyebrows. So you see it? No. Yan Qi shook his head honestly. Same as before. No idea what the hell you were thinking. In elementary school, Bai Ji would still show some emotions, but after middle school, the emotion on her face became less and less. It's as if you're wearing a mask. Bai Ji's eyelids lowered slightly, and she said in a cold tone, you don't need to know what I'm thinking. Oh, Yan Qi was a little lost. Bai Ji is really the same as before. A look of rejection. No matter how hard Yan Qi tried, he couldn't get inside her. Bai Ji silently clenched her fists when she saw Yan Qi in this downtrodden state. She quickly controlled her emotions and spoke in her usual tone. It's fine to help you, but I can't help for nothing. What do you want? Yan Qi asked hurriedly. Whatever I can do. Bai Ji looked at Yan Qi. I'd like to ask you instead. What do you think you can give me? Yan Qi was silent. This question hits the nail on the head. The White family wants money and power. He doesn't seem to have much to show for it. How about this? Bai Ji's legs were elegantly folded together. If you kneel down and beg me, I'll step in and help you. Yes. Yan Qi stood up without hesitation. Bai Ji was first stunned, and then rarely flustered. She didn't expect that Yan Qi would agree so dryly. Seeing Yan Qi's legs bending, he was about to kneel to the ground. Bai Ji grabbed his arm. Forget it. Suddenly I'm not in the mood again. Yan Qi was a bit confused. How can this woman think of one thing and do another? You've changed. Bai Ji murmured in a small voice. The Yan Qi of 3 years ago would never have knelt to anyone. Bai Ji then stretched out her right hand and asked softly, remember the rules between us? Yan Qi looked at the familiar gesture and was momentarily in a trance. When she was little, Bai Ji loved a movie, The Godfather. She loved playing the Vito Corleone Godfather in it, and Yanch was in charge of playing her henchman. At that time, Bai Ji would raise her right hand as she is doing now. The idea is for Yanch to kiss the right hand to show respect and obedience to the Godfather. Yan Qi looked at Bai Ji's right hand and understood what she meant. It's just a matter of me obeying everything she tells me to do, he thought to himself. Yan Qi grabbed Bai Ji's hand and uttered the line from when they were children. Obey all your instructions, Your Excellency the Godfather. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed the back of Bai Ji's hand. The moment her lips touched, Bai Ji's body trembled violently. Even Yan Qi felt it. Bai Ji jerked her hand back, her cheeks slightly colored with a blush, but quickly regaining her composure, she coughed lightly. Ahem, now that you've shown me respect, I'll do the same for you. Before dawn, I'll find whoever hit you and I'll tell you who's behind it. Yan Qi was relieved to hear that. As long as Bai Ji was willing to help, then everything would be simple. He resumed his chair. After the nerves that had been taut had loosened, exhaustion hit suddenly. By the way, isn't Uncle Bai here? Yan Qi asked with a yawn. Uncle Bai was naturally referring to Bai Ji's father, Bai Wenhao. Bai Ji shook her head bashfully. He's out of the country. I'm in charge of the Bai family now. So, Yan Qi was a bit surprised. Bai Ji was only a year older than him, and surprisingly, she was already controlling the Bai family. That's too good to be true. Looks like a lot has happened in the last 3 years, but Yan Qi wasn't going to ask much. After all, he wasn't really a member of the White family after all. After a moment of silence, Shi suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask. Right, there is one more thing. Never mind. It's better not to ask. If you have something to say, just say it, don't be evasive. Bai Ji glanced at him. Shi scratched his head a bit awkwardly. It's actually that. Do you have children now? He remembered what Zhang Yuwei had said. That kid looks quite similar to you. Ha! Bai Ji's eyes widened. Her expression was rarely a bit out of control, obviously not expecting Shi to ask this. Shi was even more embarrassed when he saw this, and he hurriedly explained. It's just that when I was at the movie theater today, I ran into a kid, and I just felt that the kid was a little bit like me. Before he could finish, Bai Ji spoke up and interrupted him. So you just think that's your child? And then after you asked your little girlfriends and found out that none of them were, you came back to ask me, didn't you? She then looked at Shi with a slightly flirtatious expression. Then why don't you take a good guess? Do you think I'll give you a child? This. Shi was embarrassed. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground at the moment. He felt like a cerebral palsy. How could Angelica give him a child? What a stupid question. Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Shi hurriedly waved his hand, but he also got the answer he wanted. That little girl, Haruka, just happened to look a lot like him, not her daughter. For some reason, Shi always felt a little empty in his heart. I really am too tired. He leaned back in his chair and said wearily, I'll rest a little. Wake me up if there's any news. Shi closed his eyes. In less than half a minute, he fell into a deep sleep. Bai Ji looked at Shi's side face. The corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. Nerd, take a guess, she whispered to herself. Bai Ji stood up. She took out a blanket from behind the table and gently covered Shi. Bai Ji reached out to straighten Shi's messy hair and whispered in a gentle tone. Good night. She then turned and walked out of the study. There were two people standing outside the house. One was the pretty maid who had brought Shi in. Another one is the current housekeeper of the Bai family, Aunt Gui. Is Ching Ching asleep? Bai Ji looked to Aunt Gui. Aunt Gui nodded. Already asleep. Then I'll go check on her. A loving smile appeared on Bai Ji's face. She pointed to the study. Shi is asleep in there. Don't disturb him. Yes. Then, Bai Ji went up the stairs with gentle footsteps. Alas, Aunt Gui sighed as she looked towards the study. Since the child's father has already come to the door, let them meet. Chapter 61, Sudden Attack. Meanwhile, in the old town of Cloud City, inside an abandoned warehouse, a dozen heavily armed foreigners gathered here. The leader of them was the yellow-haired foreigner who hit Shi with his car. His name is John Byron. Byron, a retired soldier from a major country, currently operating as a mercenary around the globe. The reason he came to Cloud City this time was also because he received a commission. The other side offered $30 million for them to bring back a man named Shi. John thinks it's just catching someone. It shouldn't be that hard. At first the plan was implemented smoothly. They managed to stop Shi halfway, and all they had to do next was take him away. But John didn't expect a van to come out halfway and kill all the people he brought with him. Due to the large number of people in the van, John had to retreat for a while. At this point John was on the phone and he yelled angrily, "Damn, that van was off the schedule. Why didn't you tell me? I have 5 brothers dead." 5. The one on the other end of the phone was a very magnetic male voice. "I'm sorry, this is indeed my mistake. I originally thought of catching Shi off guard, but I didn't realize that the Bai family had been keeping an eye on Shi." "The White family?" John asked in disbelief. He was new to the city and was completely unaware of the distribution of forces in Cloud City. "It's just a family with a lot of power. The entire Yin city is filled with people from the Bai family." The man's tone was a bit weak. "Their family is not comparable to those underground gangsters. It's not easy to mess with." John let out a somewhat disdainful sneer. "Ha, don't talk so scary, I think you're wimpy." The man was a bit impatient. "Whatever you think. In any case, this transaction ends here. The previous down payment, consider it as compensation for you. You all leave Cloud City immediately right now, and never let the Bai family find you." With that, the man hung up. ********. John angrily slammed his cell phone to the floor. He didn't care about Shi's death, nor did he care about the so-called White family. The only thing he really cares about is money. The down payment was $1.5 million, but it was still way less than $30 million. He had thought that he would retire when he got the money. There goes the retirement plan again. At that moment a mercenary went up and asked, "John, what do we do? Should we evacuate? That White family sounds dangerous." John grabbed the man by the neck. "Freeman, you're scared too, aren't you? What's so scary about a local family in the district? The guns in your hands are all toys." Freeman was pinched and flushed. I understand, John, and I'll continue to follow you." Hearing this, John let go of his hand. He then looked at the other mercenaries. "This time is our last mission. We must get enough money for it. Since this Bai family is so rich, let's go to their house to get some money back." I don't suppose you guys want to return home in disgrace either? John walked over to a wooden crate and opened it. A dozen or so FNFAL automatic rifles lay in wooden crates. John picked up a rifle. Come with me if you want to get rich. Cowards, get the hell back to your country. The other mercenaries looked at each other and walked over. They're also thinking of retiring when they're done with this ticket. Since we can't collect the final payment, we might as well do another big job. John gave a satisfied smile. Very good. It's time to show these rednecks what real violence is all about. He then began to lay out the battle plan. Everyone listen to my command. First, freeing you a few people. But in the middle of his sentence, John suddenly jerked around. The perennial instincts of the battlefield told him there was danger. Look out! He shouted. As soon as the words left his mouth, the glass of the abandoned warehouse shattered at the same time. 24 smoke bombs, just thrown in through the window. In an instant, a large amount of white smoke enveloped the warehouse. Immediately afterward, the door to the warehouse was slammed open. More than 40 personnel wearing night vision devices on their heads and armed with M16 rifles rushed in from outside. There was an indiscriminate sweep at John and the others. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets tilted out like a rainstorm. In the meantime, John and others have made sporadic counterattacks, but the smoke obscured them, making them difficult to hit. The strafing went on for a full 3 minutes before it stopped. The leader of the group waved his hand. Go in and see if there are any survivors. 4 dozen people flooded into the warehouse at the same time. Soon they spotted John and the others. The vast majority of these dozen or so international mercenaries had been shot into a hornet's nest. There were 2 or 3 more gasping for breath, but they were not long for life. Just then, John suddenly crawled out from under one of the bodies. He used the bodies of his teammates to get away with it. John pulled out his pistol and tried to pull the trigger, but only a bang was heard as a bullet went straight through his wrist. Ah! John exclaimed, dropping his pistol to the floor, immediately followed by 7 or 8 big men, who held him down. John roared as he fought for his life. Who the hell are you people? Upon hearing this, the leader of the group took off the night vision device on his head and laughed. We should have met before. John's eyes snapped open. He did see it. This was the same man who drove the van into Yanqi when he was planning to take him away earlier. John instantly understood. You're the White family? Good to know. The leader stomped hard on John's head. I'm telling you, gringo, you're messing with the wrong guy. Chapter 62, Yenicheng. Inside Moon Lake Manor, Bai Ji sat on the edge of the bed, lovingly looking at the sleeping Ching Ching. This White family head, who to outsiders is as cold as ice. It was also rare to soften in front of her children. No, to be precise, it should be her child with Yan Qi. 3 years ago, 7 days after Yan Qi left Cloud City, Bai Ji found out she was pregnant. When I went to the hospital, the doctor said I was conceived a month ago. The Bai family all advised Bai Ji to abort the child, but she insisted on having the baby, and he named him Yan Yicheng. Everyone in the family says that Angelica is stupid. Yan Qi, the scum of the earth, has run away, but he still wants his daughter to be named Yan. Bai Ji didn't make any explanations. She just raised her daughter silently. As Ching Ching's features gradually grew, Bai Ji realized that she looked really similar to Yan Qi, especially those peach blossom eyes, which were exactly the same as Yan Qi's when he was a child. So Bai Ji was more and more in love with her. Sunny is only 2 years and 4 months old, but she is much smarter than the average child. Sometimes, it was even beyond Bai Ji's expectations. For example, this evening, when Bai Ji talked to her and her men on the phone to inquire about Yan Qi's situation, she was overheard by Ching Chang. Speaking of which, she had been paying attention to Yan Qi since he returned to Cloud City. I just haven't been able to get anyone to follow it before. Until the other day, Yan Qi was stabbed in front of a subway station. When Bai Ji heard this news, her entire body was confused. Reacting, she angrily tried to eradicate the Yulin society completely. As it turned out, before she could get started, Zhuan side had already taken care of things. So Bai Ji sent a group of people to guard the neighborhood of Yanqi day and night to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Just this afternoon, she heard that Yanqi had been called by Sudoku to the Water Royal Flower Capital. Bai Ji immediately sent some additional manpower to follow her. After hearing that Yanqi was fine, Bai Ji had some of her people pull back again, and the rest of them followed Yanqi to Cloud Mountain Cinema to continue their protection. But what she didn't expect was that Haruka had overheard their conversation. Obviously Bai Ji didn't even mention Yanqi's name, but the clever Haruka also deduced that it was her father who went to the Cloud Mountain Theater. That's what led to the whole thing where she lied to Auntie Kwok and went to the theater to find her dad. And the main reason why this kind of oops happens is because of the lack of information sharing between the two sides. The group protecting Yanqi, because they were not allowed to intervene in the family affairs of the Bai family. That's why they haven't seen Auntie Guo and Ching Ching either. Aunt Guo was usually in charge of handling the internal affairs of the Bai family and was not allowed to ask about other things. She didn't know about Bai Ji sending someone to protect Yanqi. The two sides didn't know each other. which was why Haruka was able to meet Yanchi by chance. Afterwards, when Baiji asked Haruka how she knew Dad was there, Haruka just fluttered her big eyes and said, "I saw Mommy snickering after the call, so I think it must be Daddy who goes to the theater because Mommy likes Daddy the best." Baiji was a bit surprised to hear that. She had thought she, herself, had perfect control of her emotions, but whenever something about Yanchi comes up, it's always still out of control. At this moment, Baiji looked at the sleeping Ching Ching with somewhat complicated eyes. She gently held Haruka's little hand and said to herself, "Haruka, Daddy's downstairs right now. Oh, it's just," she said a little downcast, "Mom hasn't figured out if she should let you see him or not. I don't know if Yanchi can accept you. If he can't, maybe it's better not to see." It was only at times like these that she could show some of her true emotions. "Just now your father told me that he doesn't dare to come to see me." Baiji sighed. "Is Mom really that scary? And he said he didn't know what I was thinking. The nerd. There are some things it's safest not to know. Ugh, it's true that your father and I don't fit together." Baiji closed her eyes in some pain. Even though she's already the head of the White family, there are still some things she can't do anything about. Just then, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated. Baiji pulled it out and looked at it, her expression instantly serious. She immediately got up and walked out of the house and dialed the phone. "He Ling, how is the situation on your side?" Baiji asked as she opened the door. The man known as He Ling was the person Baiji had sent to be in charge of protecting Yanchi. He was the one who led the van and hit the foreign mercenaries. It was also the abandoned warehouse he led the raid on. He Ling on the other end of the phone replied, "It took a little bit of effort, but I still got what you wanted to know." As he spoke, Baiji could still hear faint pleas and moans. Apparently the captured mercenary, John, was tortured miserably. "That foreigner didn't die?" Baiji asked in a flat tone. "No, I purposely left him breathless." "Fine, then bring him to the manor," Baiji ordered. "Leave his little life to Yanchi." "Okay," He Ling agreed dryly. Baiji then asked the key question. "So who exactly hired this group of foreigners?" After a moment of silence, He Ling said carefully, "It's the Yen family." When these words came out, Baiji's face changed slightly. Yanchi had a very long dream in which he married all 5 of his ex-girlfriends at the same time. But halfway through the marriage, the 5 men suddenly got into a fight. Several people fought more and more aggressively, and in the end, 4 died, and only Baiji survived. Baiji, covered in blood, shouted, "This is what happens when you're a scumbag." "Ah!" Yanchi sat up violently. He was panting heavily, his body already drenched in sweat. He covered his chest and said to himself, "That's scary." That's when a voice came from the side. "Dreaming about what? Scared like that?" Yanchi looked to the side. Baiji's stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of his eyes. This instantly reminded Yanchi of Baiji in his dream. "Ah!" He leaned back in shock and fell straight to the ground. Baiji bent over and looked at him somewhat breathlessly. "Am I that scary? It's still as far as this." "It's nothing." Yanchi got up from the ground and smiled awkwardly. "Just had a nightmare just now." Baiji sniffed and became interested. "Oh, what kind of nightmare?" "Seeing me scared like this, I'm afraid it has something to do with me." "Ah, this." Yanchi was at a loss for words for a moment. "You can't say that you dreamt that Baiji killed the other 4. "I see." Baiji nodded at the sight. "Must be dreaming about me and my other little girlfriends, right?" Yanchi grinned. This was too sharp. From a little micro-expression on his part, one could guess. So Yanchi just had to be honest. "It's just that I dreamed about getting married to you." And then there was. "Stop." Baiji raised her hand to stop it. "That's enough. There's no need to go any further." Yanchi nodded in understanding. "Okay, you don't want to hear about marriage when you hear about it. Do you dislike me that much?" He mentally spat. For her part, Baiji turned around, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. It's enough to hear Yanchi dream of marrying her. As for the following, she didn't want to hear Yanchi talk about other women. Baiji calmed down a bit and turned around to resume her flat mood again. "By the way, the guy you're looking for has been captured." Yanchi immediately brightened up. "Really? I've already had him brought to the manor. Follow me." Baiji hooked her finger. Yanchi hurriedly followed, but just as the two walked out of the study and toward the front door, Yanchi suddenly heard the giggling of small children coming from upstairs. He hurriedly turned his head to look. Baiji asked somewhat nervously, "What's wrong? Can't bear to go out?" "No, just heard a child's voice." Yanchi was a little puzzled. "You're still awake, aren't you?" "Maybe." Yanchi scratched his head and followed Baiji out of the villa. It wasn't long after the two of them walked out that the little bitty Haruka appeared at the stairway with a bounce in her step. She looked down curiously. "Oh, Aunt Gua." The housekeeper ran over in a panic. "Miss, why did you run out again?" "Grandma Butler, I think I heard that uncle's voice just now." Haruka blinked. "It's the one at the movie theater yesterday." Aunt Gua smiled a bit awkwardly. "It's because Ching Ching heard it wrong. Let's go watch cartoons." "Yay, watching cartoons." Haruka happily ran back again. Aunt Guo looked downstairs helplessly. How long is this going to be hidden? Chapter 63, The Miserable Mercenary. Yan Shi was brought to an underground facility by Bai Ji, and they were followed by 7 or 8 bodyguards. So there's this kind of place in the manor? Yan Shi looked around with some curiosity. He had lived on the estate for 13 years and had never heard of this place. Not knowing is right, Bai Ji said faintly. I only learned about it in the past 2 years. Soon, they came to a huge transparent glass room. Across the glass was a dark room. In the house, the mercenary John was tied to a chair. Yanchi couldn't help but suck in a breath of air when he saw John. John had long since lost the arrogance he had when he kidnapped Yanchi, and at the moment he looked incredibly miserable. Only his hands were bloody. A closer look will reveal that he is missing 3 fingers on his left hand and 2 on his right. The nails on both feet were all pulled out and rusty nails were put in. On top of that, there were countless injuries. Yanchi unconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, it hurts like hell to look at it. This foreigner is an overseas mercenary. His mouth is very hard, Bai Ji plainly explained, so we can only use some means, but it's good that he has already confessed everything. Yanchi hurriedly asked, who on earth is trying to kidnap me? Bai Ji was silent. Tell me instead. Yanchi asked anxiously. He couldn't tolerate anyone playing dirty tricks behind his back. Bai Ji sighed. Well, since you want to know, it's the Yen family. She turned her head gravely. Hearing this, Yanchi froze in place. The Yen family? He didn't hear right. Yanchi stammered and asked, Is it the Yen family I'm thinking of? Yes, it's those relatives of yours. Bai Ji nodded. The one who paid to kidnap you this time is your third uncle, Yenihai. Yanchi felt a bit confused. Truthfully, he knew he still had a group of relatives, but Yanchi's memory of them was only a little bit. That is, after his parents died, this group of relatives divided up all of the Yen family's assets. Then they didn't want to adopt Yanchi either, and they passed the buck to each other. Yanchi still remembered the group's snarky faces, so since that day, Yanchi, although still surnamed Yen, but he no longer considered himself a Yen. Plus most of that group of Yan's relatives were also not in Cloud City either, so Yanchi gradually forgot about them. As for that so-called third uncle Yenihai, Yanchi had no impression at all. Who the is this? What is he kidnapping me for? Yanchi asked in disbelief. It's not like I have anything to do with the Yen family anymore, and I have no money or power. Is it necessary to find a group of foreign mercenaries to kidnap me? Bai Ji didn't say anything, just looked a bit strange. But Yanchi was so full of questions at this point that he didn't realize this. Soon Bai Ji returned to her usual appearance. She shook her head. I don't know. This mercenary is also just taking money to do his job. He doesn't know the specifics. By the way, what are you going to do with him? She looked to Yanchi. Yanch looked at the tortured John and asked in a whisper, Can I go in and ask him? Alright, I just don't know if he can still talk. Bai Ji gestured to the bodyguard behind her. Open the door. The bodyguard hurriedly walked to the glass room door and helped Yanchi open it. This is for you. The bodyguard handed Yanchi a machete. You can end his life at will. Yanchi casually took the machete and walked into the room. With a click, the door was closed again. Yanchi turned his head to look and was surprised to find that it was a one-way glass. The outside can see the inside, but the inside can't see the outside. It's like a police interrogation room. So it's this kind of construction. It seems that the White family has quite a few secrets. Yanchi shook his head and walked towards the bound John. Hearing footsteps, John slowly looked up. One could only say that it was worthy of being a mercenary who had gone to war. Even after being tortured like this, he still retained his consciousness. He said in a hoarse voice as he saw Yanchi walking towards him. Yes, you? Yanchi walked up to his eyes and asked right to the point. The one who hired you was Yenihai, right? Ha! John weakly sneered. That's right. I heard he's your relative. Ah, it's quite pathetic when relatives turn against each other. Before he could finish, Yanchi slashed at his thigh. In a flash, blood splattered. John shuddered in pain. Ah, I ask and you answer. No useless talk. Yanchi stared at him coldly. John was shocked. This weak-looking young master is not soft when he cuts up people. Yanchi continued. Did Yenihai tell you why he kidnapped me? I don't know. He didn't say. John learned his lesson this time and didn't blabber on. Yanchi nodded and continued. How much did it cost him to hire you guys? $30 million, and he gave me a deposit of $1.5 million in advance. John answered truthfully. Yanchi's eyes widened as he listened. $30 million? That's 200 million yuan. $200 million? Am I worth that much? He thought in disbelief. Chapter 64, Confession. Yanchi had a brain full of question marks at this point. This Yenihai cannot be idle and play with money in the water. If he dares to spend $200 million to hire someone to kidnap him, then he must be sure he can make it back. But Yanchi couldn't think of where he was worth so much money. The only other possibility is that Yenihai wants a ransom. For example, ask for it from Su Xiaosheng, or from Baiji. But the problem is that the Yen family isn't short of money. Is it necessary to kidnap them on the street for a small ransom? Yanqi pondered for a moment before continuing. One last question. After you guys capture me, where do you plan to hand over? The sea. John whispered weakly. We'll go straight out to sea after we capture you, and then we'll trade at sea. I'm only paid to do the job. I don't know anything else. Yanqi nodded. This person should not be lying. Cloud City is a harbor city, and it is very convenient to go out to sea. Yanqi hefted the machete in his hand. Is there anything else you haven't said? Nope. Hurry up and kill me, John said with his head down. He was as good as dead right now, and he was only asking for a pain in the ass. Actually, originally you didn't have to be this miserable. Yanqi's gaze was like ice as he stared at him. But you've affected a person who is very important to me, so you have to die. John laughed to himself when he heard it. Ha ha ha, it's the woman who passed out at that time, isn't it? Looks like I really did mess with the wrong ing guy. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a flash of cold light in Yanqi's hand. With that, blood splattered everywhere. Yanqi, covered in blood, pushed open the door. He casually handed the blood-stained machete to the bodyguard at the door. Trouble, but the bouncer didn't reach for it. Yanqi turned his head to look. What's wrong? The bodyguard, he realized, was staring at him with some horror. So did the other bodyguards. All of them were obviously frightened by Yanqi's killing decisiveness. But soon the bouncer reacted, and he hastily accepted the machete. I'm very sorry. Yanqi didn't say anything, but just turned to look at Baiji. Baiji still had a cold face, unable to see any emotions. She spoke in her usual tone. It's so dirty. Come with me to wash it first. Sound of a crash. Yanqi stood under the drenching rain, washing the blood off his body. It was clearly only the second time he had killed someone, but there was no ripple in his mind. It's as if nothing happened. At that moment, the outer door to the bathroom was pushed open. This bathroom belongs to the design of wet and dry separation, divided into two rooms inside and outside. This one inside is for bathing and the outside is for the usual washing up. Baiji said through a door. I brought you a change of clothes and left them outside. Good. Yanqi nodded. Baiji didn't say anything else and planned to leave the bathroom, but Yanqi spoke up and stopped her. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Baiji asked, turning her head. Yanqi deliberated for a moment before saying, thank you this time. Ha! Baiji sniffed and let out a light laugh. You should indeed thank me. After all, I helped avenge your most important person. She emphasized the words most important person. Apparently she heard everything Yanqi said to John. Ahem. Yanqi coughed lightly with some embarrassment. I'm not talking about the most important. I'm talking about very important. Baiji instantly became interested. Is that so? Then who is the most important person to you? It's you. Yanqi blurted out. Then he covered his mouth with one hand. Is it too revealing for him to say so? At this time, Baiji sneered. Hee. You are afraid not with all women say so. Very good at playing games. Yanqi. No. Yanqi hurriedly explained. My most important person has always been you. He took a deep breath and decided to say all he wanted to say. Do you still remember when we were in elementary school? I was bullied by my classmates? Yanqi whispered. At that time I was really scared. I didn't know what to do. I could only hide in the house and cry secretly every day. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You were the one who saved me then. You took a wooden stick and you fought with those schoolboys. You even went to the hospital because of this incident. Do you remember what you told me when you were in the hospital? Yanqi was rarely shy, you said. Yanqi, although you don't have a mom and dad, but you still have me. I will protect you in the future. I was really happy then. Yanqi pursed his lips and said seriously. I know I'm qualified to say this, but past, present, and future. Baiji, you've always been the most important person to me. When he finished speaking, silence fell in the bathroom. All that was left was the sound of water from the shower. After a while, Baiji outside the door slowly opened her mouth. Nerd. With that, she opened the door and left. Yanqi was a little lost in the situation. As expected, Baiji didn't care what he said. Baiji walked out of the bathroom and walked quickly towards the bedroom with her head down. Halfway there she ran into Auntie Kwok. Miss, young Master Yanqi is still bathing. But Baiji directly ignored her and walked straight into the bedroom and closed the door. What's going on here? Aunt Gui was a bit puzzled. She seemed to have seen just now that Baiji's eyes were glistening with tears. It should be a misreading. That's Angelica. Auntie Kwok has never seen her cry. On the other side, Baiji locked the bedroom door. She leaned against the front door, desperately trying to keep her emotions at bay. But Yanqi's words kept looping in her head. Finally, she had a complete emotional breakdown. Baiji slid down the gate and let out a loud cry as a whole. Tears streaked across her pretty cheeks and dripped to the ground. It was as if she wanted to pour out all her grievances, all at once. After a while, Baiji's emotions smoothed out a little. She covered her eyes and murmured in a small voice, Yan-chi. Yan-chi says the most important person to him is Bai-ji, but the most important person to Bai-ji is not Yan-chi? She would love to tell Yan-chi this herself, but now is not the time. Wait for me, I'll fix everything. Bai-ji raised her head with firm eyes. I'll still protect you this time. Half an hour later, Yankee changed into new clothes. At this time the door was pushed open and Bai-ji walked in and asked, do the clothes still fit? She looked Yan-chi up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Well, it's not bad, the sizing should be right. It was a dress she had prepared in advance. It finally came in handy today. Yan-chi, on the other hand, looked at Bai-ji somewhat strangely. Why are your eye circles a bit red? Bai-ji's heartbeat instantly accelerated. She's obviously already put a hot egg on it. Ahem, I guess I didn't sleep well. Bai-ji coughed lightly. Then she immediately changed the subject. By the way, I'll have someone take you back later. Aha. Yan-chi nodded. Bai-ji, this time it's really thanks to you. Before he could finish, Bai-ji suddenly stood on her tiptoes, gently kissed Yan-chi on the lips. In an instant, Yan-chi's entire body trembled violently. After a while, Bai-ji slowly separated from him. Bai-ji turned around as if nothing had happened. Let's go. Ha! Yan-chi's cheeks turned red. He touched his lips in disbelief. What in the world is Bai-ji thinking? Chapter 65, Return to the hospital. Leave Yenihai's side to me. I'll find a way to find him. Just stay out of this and go back to being honest. Bai-ji said so. After saying that, he didn't wait for Yan-chi to agree. Bai-ji then forced Yan-chi into the car, and had the Manor's defense captain, Team Who send Yan-chi away. Yan-chi sat in the car, still reminiscing about the kiss he had just received. He didn't know why Bai-ji suddenly kissed him. At that moment, a bold idea arose in Yan-chi's mind. Could it be that Angela likes herself a little? This idea, however, was quickly rejected by Yan-chi. He remembered that he had once failed to confess to Bai-ji. At that time, he also thought that Bai-ji liked him, but it turned out to be nothing more than wishful thinking on his part. Just as he was thinking, Team Who, located in the main driver's seat, spoke. He asked cautiously, Young Master Yan, where am I taking you? Yan-chi then remembered that he hadn't told Team Who the address yet. To the first hospital. He smiled. Hard work. Team Who hurriedly shook his head. You're too polite. It's my honor to help you drive. Then, he suddenly remembered something and said, Right, Young Master Yan, I've already told my men. Next time you come to the estate, you don't have to make an appointment. Just come right in. Yan-chi nodded with satisfaction. It's really troublesome. It's no trouble. After all, the manor is also your home. Team Who laughed. Yan-chi sniffed and looked out the window, sighing softly. Alas, home. Do I really have a home? On the other hand, Moon Lake Manor. After sending Yan-chi off, Bai-ji returned to the villa. Mommy, Haruka ran over with small steps. Bai-ji crouched down and hugged Chung-chung. Have you been obedient? Well, Haruka is the most obedient. Haruka nodded obediently. Mommy said to stay in her room and not to come out, so Haruka didn't come out. Bai-ji touched her head. Good girl. Then Mom has to give you some reward. Say, what do you want? Ching-ching smiled happily as she came to Bai-ji's ear. Mom, I want to see Dad. When these words came out, Bai-ji's expression stiffened a bit. Well, she was speechless for a moment. Can't say that her dad was here just now. Haruka pouted a little aggressively. Oh, Mom, words don't count. Mom is true to her word. Bai-ji hurriedly said. How about this? When Ching-ching memorizes the book of 300 Tang poems, Mom will take you to see Dad. Okay. Ching-ching instantly brightened up as she happily raised her hand. Okay, Ching-ching will go back to memorizing the poem. Bai-ji sighed in her heart. Alas, it's true that it's better to find a chance for them to meet father and daughter. Yunsong First Hospital. After Yan-chi got off the bus, he first sent WeChat messages to Su Xiaoshan and the others. Tell them it's settled and they don't need to be looking for anyone else. Then Yan-chi entered the hospital and walked straight towards Zhang Yuwei's ward. As a result, just as he walked nearby, he saw a group of police officers surrounding the entrance to the ward. The police officer saw him and immediately walked over. Mr. Yan-chi, right? Yan-chi wasn't the least bit flustered as he nodded his head and asked, May I ask if we found the murderer who ran us over last night? We're here to let you know. The policeman replied, We have found the men. They are a group of foreign mercenaries, but last night because of infighting among the members, coupled with the fact that they all had guns in their hands, the casualties at the scene were very heavy. Yan-chi was a bit surprised to hear that. The Bai family actually handled the matter as a mercenary infighting. That's quite a tactic. In that case, it's really hard for you guys. Yan-chi bent down to thank him. They then chatted a bit more and the police officers left first. With that, Yan-chi walked to the door of the hospital room. Looking towards the inside, there were only two people in the hospital room. One was Zhang Yuwei, who had already awakened, and the other was Su Xiaoshan. who looked rather tired. Yan Qi hurriedly pushed the door inside. Sister Wei, you're awake. Zhang Yuwei turned her head to see that it was Yan Qi, and a trace of blood color was added to her pale face. Ki, Sudu Frost, on the other hand, sighed in relief. She stood up and puckered her mouth a bit in displeasure. You're finally back. I thought you'd run off again. How come? Yan Qi walked to her side and touched her head. It's been hard for you to take care of Sister Wei here. Little Frost has also matured. Su Xiaoshang somewhat happily hummed softly. Humph, that's for sure. Looking after people this kind of small matter is a piece of cake for me. Before she could finish, she yawned tiredly. Since last night until now, Xu Xiaoshuang hasn't closed her eyes yet. Yan Qi pinched her little face. You should go back and rest. Su Xiaoshuang opened her hand to Yan Qi. Hug me. Yan Qi hugged her. Tough luck. Well, that feels much better. Su Xiaoshang rubbed herself in Yan Qi's arms. Then she greeted Zhang Yuwei and left the ward. Yan Qi sat on the edge of the hospital bed and looked at the frail Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yuwei also looked at him. Both spoke at the same time. I'm sorry. Ha? Yan Qi was a bit confused. Sister Wei, what did you say you were sorry for? Zhang Yuwei whispered with some guilt. It would have been better if I had focused my attention at that time. It was then that Yan Qi rubbed her hand, causing her heart to race a bit. Just didn't notice the car coming up next to me. How can I blame you for this? Yan Qi gently held Zhang Yuwei's hand. That group of people came at me. It's me who dragged you down. I should be the one to apologize to you. Zhang Yuwei shook her head. Don't say anything about being involved or not. There is no such thing between us. Yan Qi held Tension Yuei's hand. Good, then let's make a deal. Sister Wei, you can't apologize to me in the future either. Oh, aha. Zhang Yuwei agreed with a smile. Then she asked in a low voice. Xiao Qi, I heard from Su Xiao Frost that you went alone to settle this matter? Don't worry, things have been resolved. Yan Qi nodded. They won't come back. Zhang Yuwei did not ask any more questions when she saw this. Since Yan Qi said that it was solved, then it was definitely solved. She had always trusted Yan Qi unconditionally. Right, there's one more thing. She looked at Yan Qi and said, tomorrow our magazine should officially go on sale. I'm afraid I can't manage the company's business in the hospital. So, don't worry. Yan Qi confidently patted his chest. Leave this matter to me. I can definitely sell our magazine off the market. Chapter 66, Zhuaning and Pei Lushi. On the top floor of Hangan Group in the chairman's office, Zhuaning sat on the boss chair and looked at the content of the WeChat sent by Yan Qi on his cell phone. It's settled. No need to look for that group. Solved? That fast? Zhuaning frowned in disbelief. When she got back last night, she had everyone mobilized. For a time, all of Cloud City's underground gangs were out in force. As a result, 12 hours had passed and they still hadn't found any clues. On the other hand, Yan Qi's side has already settled things. This was really a bit more than Zhuaning expected. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Zhuaning put down her cell phone. The door opened and her secretary came in from outside. Zhuaning opened her mouth and asked, did you find out? The female secretary turned over the notebook in her hand. Mr. Shua, according to the information from the police side, that group of people is a group of overseas mercenaries, but they got into a gunfight last night because of infighting, and they're all dead now. Zhuaning laughed out loud at his words. Ha, infighting? You really want to come up with it? With that she asked again. That's not what I'm asking, but the truth of the matter. The female secretary shook her head. That's all there is to it. Nothing else turned up. Not even a little bit? Zhuaning narrowed her eyes. No, all intel is blocked. Zhuaning's expression became serious. She was still confident in her ability to gather intelligence from her men. Not being able to check it all only means that the other side segment is much higher. There are only a handful of people in the entire Cloud City who can do this. I see. Zhuaning leaned back in his chair. Looks like Yan Qi went to the White House last night. Right. On the other hand, Peleus was having a fit in the dressing room. She angrily pointed at the female assistant and shouted, it's been 12 hours and nothing has been found out? She was in the same situation as Zhuaning. Last night she mobilized all the media resources under her command and came up empty-handed. That is, until Yan Qi told her that things had been resolved. The female assistant saw this and carefully said, Sister Pei, there are actually media outlets that secretly told me that they do know something. Then why don't you tell us? Pei Liu's asked in disbelief. All the money I usually give to those media outlets, it's all gone down the drain, isn't it? The reason why Pei Liu's is so powerful in the entertainment industry, besides her acting skills and looks, is also because she spends a lot of money to bribe the media every year. In this way the vast majority of the media have become the mouthpiece of Pei Lushi. But for once, the press is surprisingly disobedient. The female assistant whispered, Sister Pei, they didn't dare to say anything. They also said not to talk about this matter anymore in the future. Just pretend it never happened. Hearing this, Piraeus also understood. There must be forces that the media can't afford to piss off either. Pressuring them. Pei Lucier sneered. Ha, so that's how it is. She looked out the window with a fierce gaze thinking, it must be because of that damn fishy cat, robbing Yin Chi from me. I'll kill you one day sooner or later. The female assistant next to her saw Pei Liu's in this state, and her entire body trembled in fear. She was afraid that Pei Liu's would be upset and transfer her anger to her. Just then, Pei Liu's cell phone rang. She pulled out her cell phone with some impatience, but when she saw the incoming message, she was instantly happy again. Piraeus picked up the phone. Hello, aha, I have time. Oh, yeah, I'll go over there now. Wait for me. With that, she hung up the phone with a look of delight. The female assistant looked dumbfounded. What's wrong with Sister Pei? Pei Liu's put on the coat next to her and turned her head to the female assistant. I have something important to go out. Don't come looking for me if there's nothing going on. The female assistant hurriedly said. Sister Pei, but tonight, you have a party that needs to be held. Push it. Piraeus interrupted her directly. With that, she couldn't wait to run out. The female assistant was the only one left frozen in place. After a while, she sighed helplessly. Alas, it seems that Sister Pei is really in love. I'm afraid something big is going to happen if this matter is blown out of proportion. Piraeus had a different car for this trip, because the female assistant told her that the Porsche was just too conspicuous. It's easy to go out and be discovered for who she really is. So Pelias switched to a low-profile BMW M4. Putting on her hat and mask in the car, she set off humming a little tune. The one that could make Pei Liu's answer a phone call and turn from fury to elation. There's only one person in the whole world. Yanch. Though I don't know what Yanchi is looking for her for. But that act alone was enough to keep Pelias happy for a long time. After all, when Yanchi was in trouble, she was the first one who thought of her. An hour later, Pei Liu's arrived at the entrance of Inkheart Media. When she saw the black Land Rover at the door, her face hardened again. TSK, Zhuan Ning, this Thai fox, how come she's here too? Of Yanchi's several ex-girlfriends, the one Pei Lucier hates the most is Bai Ji, followed by Zhuan Ning. I hate Bai Ji because she used to be Yanchi's fiancée. The reason for hating Zhuan Ning, on the other hand, was very pure, simply because Zhuan Ning's body was too explosive. Foul, simply foul. It's so unfair to seduce Yanchi by his flesh. Pei Liu sat in the car and took a deep breath. Phew, can't lose. With that she opened the car door and stepped out. Pei Liu's walked straight into Inkheart Media. As soon as she entered, she was struck by lightning. Only Yanchi was seen leaning against the wall while Zhuan Ning was walloping him intimately. Today Zhuan Ning was wearing a tight black gauze long dress, and the long dress showed off her figure to the fullest. Coupled with a pair of 10-centimeter red-soled high heels, it looked quite seductive. At the moment, her huge softness was almost on Yanchi's face. Piraeus gritted his teeth and looked at them. Then she coughed. Ahem. The Yanchi duo looked over. After seeing that it was Pei Liu's who had arrived, the two of them instantly separated. Yanchi rushed to welcome him. Liusi, you're here. Looks like I came at a bad time. Pei Liusi said somewhat conspiratorially. I'm afraid I've disturbed someone's pleasure-seeking. Zhuan Ning smiled and said, don't always be so angry. I'm just talking to Yanchi about a little thing, but not doing anything unseemly. Really? Piraeus looked to Yanchi. Yanchi nodded. Of course it's true. Which is in front of the company to have fun. This is not all being watched. It made sense when Pelias thought about it. So she came over to Yanchi's side and took Yanchi's arm. Then what are you looking for me for? Did you run into some difficulty again? It's not really a problem. Yanchi said with some hesitation. It's just that our company is going to put a magazine on sale tomorrow, and Zhang Yuwei isn't in the hospital, so the company is temporarily letting me. Before he could finish, Pei Liu's understood. You're trying to get me to help spread the word. Chapter 67, Separate Dates. With Pelias' reputation, once she's willing to help, the sales of that magazine, I'm sure, could go up a few more times. Right. Yanchi nodded. You just have to help publicize it a little. Pei Lucier didn't have the slightest hesitation and agreed very quickly. Yes, I'll send a video recommendation in a moment. No. Yanchi hurriedly raised his hand to stop. This is a bit too dangerous. If a fan of Pelias sees it, she makes a point of posting a video recommending a magazine. Then they would definitely investigate the relationship between Pei Liu's and Inkheart Media. Things won't be very manageable then. What should we do then? Piraeus asked in disbelief. Yanchi came to her ear and whispered a few words. Pei Lucier nodded repeatedly after hearing this. This method is indeed good. Yeah, then I'll do what you said tomorrow. Yanchi sighed in relief. That way, magazines sell better. At this time, Pei Lucier asked in a small voice. Yanchi, then I did you a favor. Shouldn't you repay me a bit? And repayment? Zhuan Ning also came over. Since that's the case, then I also want a little repayment. Oh, Pei Lucier looked at Juaning with an unkind gaze. Juaning also looked back nonchalantly. Yanqi coughed lightly when he saw this. Ahem. Of course there is a repayment. You guys feel free to mention it, as long as I can do it. Pei Liu's and Juaning said in unison. Then go on a date with me. As soon as the words left their mouths, both of them smacked their lips again at the same time. TSK, learn from the man. I don't want a three-way date, Pelias said with some disgust. Juaning also snorted coldly. Humph, I only want to be alone with Yanqi too. Yanqi, what do you think? The two looked at Yanqi together. Yanqi was speechless for a moment. What's the best thing to do now? Soon, he came up with a great idea. It's now 12 noon, and there are still 12 hours until 12 o'clock at night. Yanqi asked tentatively, how about 6 hours each? He felt a little embarrassed to say this to himself. What kind of scumbag behavior is this? 6 hours for one person sounds outrageous. No sane person in their right mind would accept this proposal. But what Yanqi didn't expect was that the two Pei Lucy said in unison. Good, obviously. The two of them aren't exactly normal people either. Pelias said with some urgency. Then I'm going to go first. It's okay. Juaning smiled meaningfully. Then it's settled. Pei Liusi is a little strange. How this woman does not compete with her awe. She reacted quickly. It's 12 o'clock noon. 6 hours later. Just as the sun was setting. That is to say, Juaning and Yanqi and the two of them will have a date night. The hazy night, coupled with Juaning's seductive figure. Pei Lucier felt that something juvenile would happen just by thinking about it. So she hurriedly raised her hand. Wait a minute. Hush, but you can't go back on your word. Juaning directly interrupted her strongly. I'll just take a small loss and let you go out with Yanqi first. Pei Liu sniffed and bit her lip in some exasperation. Gee, still a miscalculation. Seeing this, Yanqi hurriedly said, Okay, then it's decided. Juaning, please help watch the company now. He turned his head to Juaning. Juaning smiled faintly and stretched out her fingers to draw a circle on Yanqi's chest. Okay then people will wait for you here. Oh, remember to leave a little bit of stamina for people. Oh. After saying that, she threw a wink at Yanqi. Sirius only felt his blood rushing down his throat. Juaning was still a bit too tempting. Pei Liu's hurriedly blocked between the two. I'm sorry, but now Yanqi belongs to me. Pei Lucier wrapped her arms around Yanqi. She looked at Yanqi with a smile on her face. Let's go. It's no use thinking about it so much when it's already happened. Better to enjoy your date time with Yanqi. Yanqi nodded. After saying goodbye to Juaning, he followed Pei Lucier out of the company. Juaning looked at the backs of the two men as they left, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The man who was clearly beloved went on a date with another woman, but Juaning was not very jealous. That's because in the last 2 days, she's figured out a few things. It started because every time Juaning tried to make out with Yanqi, he looked a bit resistant. You know, he wasn't like this 3 years ago. 3 years ago Yanqi was known as a super pile driver, but an existence that could make Juaning beg for mercy. But 3 years later, Yanqi, on the contrary, seems a bit more innocent. Juaning knew that Yanqi was like this because he didn't want to repeat the mistakes he made 3 years ago, but she could also see that Yanqi's mental defenses were gradually weakening. From complete resistance in the beginning, I'm slowly coming to terms with it. And what Juaning wanted to do was to completely shatter Yanqi's psychological defense. So she made a bold decision. That would be encouraging Yanqi to be a scumbag. Yanqi was supposed to be a scumbag anyway. He can't cut it with any woman. That's why he seems hesitant. Then, since you can't change reality, you might as well just push him. Let Yanqi be a slag to the end. It's better to have 5 feet in 5 boats than none at all. Yanqi. Sooner or later you won't be able to help it. Juaning licked her red lips and said. On the other hand, Yanqi got into Pei Liucier's new car. Have you thought about a place to go on your date? He turned his head to inquire of Pelias. Hearing this, Piraeus suddenly froze. All she could think about was that she had a date with Yanqi, but she didn't think about where exactly she was supposed to go. Pelias was deep in thought. Not to mention herself, Yanqi alone has been quite popular lately, although they were covered tightly. But if they were recognized, it would be a big trouble. Thinking about this, Pei Liu's felt a little melancholy. There's nothing good about this being a star. People's normal couples can go to the playground if they want to, go to the movie theater if they want to, and go wherever they want to. Instead, they had to hide from the crowds and secretly date. Yanqi was keenly aware of Pei Liucier's emotions, so he whispered, why don't I recommend a place where there shouldn't be too many people? Yes, Piraeus nodded happily. Half an hour later, Pei Liu's looked at the store sign in front of her. The Great Escape Room. This is where you're talking about? She looked to Yanqi. Yanqi nodded. Yeah, it's a nice place, isn't it? We're the only two in the chamber. There won't be anyone else. Pelias instantly brightened up. 2 people alone? Good chance. She couldn't wait to get into the store as she took Yanqi by the wrist. Chapter 68, Terrifying Ghosts. Escape rooms were still very popular some years ago, but the last 2 years have not been so hot. Yenchi remembered coming to this store 3 years ago. The quality of their secret rooms is very high. None of those intentionally scary NPCs. It belongs to as purely a puzzle-solving type of chamber. This was the reason why Yenchi brought Pei Liu's. The Yenchi duo entered the store. The store was fairly cold, with only a young clerk dozing at the counter. Apparently business is not good at this store. Yenchi turned his head to Pei Liu's. How about another one? It's fine. I think it's nice here. At least it's quiet. Piraeus smiled. The fewer people the better. She just wanted to be alone with Yenchi. Yenchi nodded and walked over to the counter. Hello. He tapped the table gently. The clerk woke up from his sleep and he rubbed his eyes. Is it an escape room game? He handed Yenchi and the others the brochures in his hand. Pick a favorite, right? There's only 2 of you. The clerk looked up at Yenchi and the others. He then waved his hand. We need at least 4 people here too. I'll pay double. Pei Liu's interrupted him directly. The clerk smiled eagerly. That's fine. Yenchi picked up the brochure and began to look through the secret rooms on it. He remembered that 3 years ago, this escape room had 3 different themes. 3 years have passed and it's only gone from 3 to 4. You can see that business is really bad at this store. The 4 are, Mysterious Cave, Escape from Abandoned School, Top Secret Hospital, and Terrorizing Ghosts. One of the newest additions to this store is the theme of horrifying ghosts. Yenchi looked to Pei Liu's. Which one do you like? Just don't pick the horrible grievous souls, he added mentally. He'd already played the other 3 and remembered where the organs were. Just the thing to show off in front of Peleus. Terrorize the grievous then, Piraeus said with some excitement. Yenchi froze. This choice was too accurate. Peleus also realized that something was wrong and asked in a low voice. Yenchi, are you afraid of ghosts? Do you want to change it? No need. Yenchi crossed his arms. How could I be afraid? It's it. At a time like this, even if you're afraid, you can only say you're not afraid. Terrorizing the grievous. Ha? The clerk nodded. He stepped out from behind the counter. Come on. I'll show you. The 2 Yankees followed the clerk. Does this chamber have any of those NPCs that intentionally scare people? Piraeus asked curiously. The clerk shook her head. No, we don't do that kind of cheap scare tactics at our store. Several people came to a large door. The clerk pulled out his employee card and swiped it on the electronic lock at the door. The door opened with a ding. Behind the door a flight of stairs going down a few steps, at the end of which was a somewhat worn wooden door. Just go in through that wooden door. The clerk laughed. If you're too scared, you can yell at the monitor inside. Yenchi listened and asked in a whisper. Is this theme scary? Of course, the clerk said with some pride. The clearance rate for this secret room is only 30%, and most people get scared out halfway through. Yenchi gulped. He was actually still afraid of ghosts and gods and such. The clerk saw this and said, I can get you another room if you're scared. Yenchi wanted him to change rooms, but Peleus could still be watching. Can't wimp out. No need. Yenchi waved his hand dashingly. He said that he took Peleus's hand. Don't worry, we'll get through without any problems. Aha! Piraeus nodded happily. The 2 of them carefully made their way downward. Have a good time, the clerk said from behind. With that he closed the door. In an instant, the surroundings became pitch black. Immediately after that, the dark red light came on and shone on Yenchi's 2 faces. The atmosphere came up all of a sudden. Yenchi took a deep breath. I'll open the way. You just follow me. The 2 of them walked to the wooden door and Yenchi gently pushed it open. Just a creak and the door opened. Yenchi took the lead and walked in, followed closely by Pei Liu's. A corridor a dozen meters long in front of me. The hallway was flanked by large white walls stained with red. The entire corridor was very dim, with only one dark red light that flickered on and off. At that moment, there was a sudden weird ringing sound from all around. It's a wheezing sound similar to that of Gamako in Spellbinder. Yenchi was instantly tightened. Peleus saw this and wrapped her arms around Yenchi. Yenchi, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Yenchi said as he held back his fear. At the moment he was already a bit flustered. If it was usual, he could tell at a glance that Peleus was pretending to be afraid. Unlike Yenchi, Peleus was extremely immune to ghosts and spirits. She chose this theme because she wanted to experience the feeling of being protected by Yenchi. So here's what's happening now. Yenchi and the rest of them were scared to death, but they still had to force themselves to stay calm. The other is not afraid in the slightest, but instead has to pretend to be afraid. It's really kind of funny. Yenchi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tightly grasped Peleus's hand. 1 step towards the front. With every step forward they took, the gasps in their ears grew louder. By the end of the day, the voice seemed to echo right in Yenchi's ears. After some heart-stopping moments, the 2 finally reached the end of the corridor. At the end is a crumbling door that should lead to a second room. Yenchi was relieved to see this and thought in his heart, Phew. It seems like it's nothing more than that. There were only gasps along the way and nothing scary appeared. Could it be that the clerk was bluffing? Also right. This horror-themed escape room. No NPCs exist. How can it be scary? Thinking about this, Yanqi relaxed. Just scaring myself. Just as he was about to head to the next room, there was a sudden snapping sound behind him, like water dripping on the ground. Yanqi directly turned his head and said disdainfully, trying to rely on his voice to scare people again, but before the words were out of his mouth, he froze. Only at the other end of the corridor, a female ghost in red, covered in blood, stood there. Its mouth kept emitting eerie gasps. Ah ah ah. The blood dripping from his body was making a snapping sound on the ground. Immediately afterward, she hissed and rushed towards the Yanqi duo. It's all because you killed me. Ah! Yanqi shrieked out in fear. Meanwhile, the clerk was watching the scene at his computer. Ha ha ha. He burst out laughing happily. Seeing his customers scared out of their wits is the greatest joy of his work. The clerk didn't lie. They really don't have scary NPCs in the store. That way is so cheap that not only do you fail to scare people, but you're also prone to getting punched by your guests. Their store gets advanced holographic projections. That female ghost just now was a holographic projection. In that kind of dim light, it's impossible to tell without looking closely. Usually when guests come to the end of the corridor, they assume the level is over and let their guard down. It's times like these when holographic projections are activated that tend to work best. The clerk came to the point where he wanted to give Yanqi and the others a hard scare. Just then, the door to the store was pushed open. A bearded middle-aged man walked in from outside. Welcome, is it an escape room game? The clerk hurriedly got up. The man ignored him and instead backhanded the roller shutter and pulled it down and locked it. The clerk was confused. What is this about? The man walked quickly towards the counter as he pulled a sharp knife from his back. Don't move or I'll kill you. Chapter 69, Let me protect you. The clerk was thrown behind the counter, tied up and shaking with fear. The middle-aged man then leisurely lit up a cigarette. His name, Feng Lei, a murderer on the run, the kind that specializes in killing couples. Today his hideout lair was discovered by the police, so Feng Lei escaped. He only chose this escape room because it was a cool place to do business and not easy to be found. Phew, let's just hide here for a while. He took a drag on his cigarette and muttered to himself, we'll go out when the wind passes. It was then that he happened to glance at the computer screen. At that moment, the screen was dark red, and if you looked closely, you could see a man and a woman in the picture. Feng Lei was instantly interested. He kicked the clerk. Kid, what do they do? Guest, the clerk stammered. Upon hearing this, Feng Lei revealed a cruel smile. Ha ha ha, it just so happens that old me is bored. So let's have some fun with you guys. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, Peleus leaned against the wall. Yanqi, on the other hand, was lying on her lap, his face pale. Peleus asked with a distressed look on her face. Is everything alright? I didn't expect you to be so scared. It's my fault. I should have known better than to come in here. It's not your fault. It's all my problem. Yanqi shook his head. He had rather mixed feelings at the moment. He almost fainted in fear when that female ghost rushed at him just now. It was only afterward that I realized it was just a holographic projection. A holographic projection that scares the wits out of you. Shame. It's just so shameful. Originally, he had wanted to show off in front of Peleus. It turned out to be a shock on the first pass. Peleus stroked Yanqi's face. You're so scared. Why do you still insist on coming in? We can actually play something else. Yanqi said with some hesitation. I just want to show off in front of you. Alas, it turned out not to be expected. Peleus's eyes became tender after hearing this. She gently stroked Yanqi's head. Fool, whether you're bold or not, you'll always be the best in my eyes. So next time if you're scared, make sure you tell me, okay? With that, she bent down and kissed Yanqi on the forehead. Peleus, who usually liked to be petulant and throw small tantrums, seemed to have turned into a knowing big sister at this moment. Peleus likes Yanqi to love her and coax her, but she didn't mind briefly disguising herself as a protector if Yanqi was in trouble. Good. Yanqi nodded. Peleus grabbed Yanqi's hand and clasped her fingers with him. In that case, let me protect you next. Yanqi also firmly gripped her hand. Then I'm counting on you. It's already humiliating anyway, so there's no point in trying to force bravery. The two men got back up. Peleus held Yanqi and came to the second door. She pushed right through the door. In front of me was a dilapidated house. The walls of the house were stained with blood red, and it just looked weird and unusual. The moment they stepped into the room, the eerie sound of singing resounded through the house. Listening to Yanqi was mind-numbing. He leaned toward Peleus. Peleus whispered soothingly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." She was actually happy inside. It's a rare sight to see Yanqi in this state. It feels kinda cute. Peleus resisted the urge to kiss Yanqi and let him inside. Then, nothing happened. The Yenchi duo soon solved the riddle of the room, but nothing scary came out the whole time. There was only the sound of babbling and singing. Based on the clues they got, they found the third door. Yenchi looked around vigilantly, fearing that the holographic projection would run out and scare people again, but eventually it didn't show up, and there was still only the sound of singing. Yenchi was a bit confused. Is the second level meant to make us let our guard down? Soon he realized that his suspicions were wrong. The third room after that, the fourth room, still no scares. It's just that different horror music is played in different houses. Beyond that, there is nothing else. In the end, Yenchis are somewhat speechless, asterisk. Together with the scary things are placed in the front. This is to meet the treacherous merchants. Peleus was also a little angry. She had wanted to take Yenchi in her arms as soon as the horrible thing appeared. As a result, the plan could not be implemented at all. Bad review. Must give this store a bad review. Yenchi and the two of them thought at the same time. But what they don't know is this. The only music in this chamber is on automatic. All other holographic projections and organs require shopkeepers to maneuver outside. However, by this time the clerk was tied up, with no one to manipulate the organs with the holographic projections. It's naturally less scary. Soon, Yenchi and his duo arrived at the door of the last room. Both men lost some interest. Ugh, hurry up and finish. Yenchi sighed and said, after we go out, let's go around somewhere else. Peleus nodded. Then she looked at her phone and realized that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Only 2 hours left until the end of appointment time. She's having a bit of a hard time. Was thinking of a tense, exciting date. I didn't realize it was so boring. It's all the way to the last level. Come on, something exciting. Piraeus pushed open the door in front of him. What came into view was another corridor. It's exactly the same hallway as when you came in, so obviously the store was trying to make a beginning and an end. The Yenchi duo walked in with a flat face. The familiar gasp of terror reappeared, but this time Yenchi was no longer afraid at all, and was even a bit tired of hearing about it. Just as they were about to move on, they suddenly realized there was someone standing at the end of the hallway. It was a middle-aged man, bearded looking, holding a teeny-tiny sharp knife. Peleus instantly brightened up, finally coming to the excitement. She rushed to protect Yenchi behind her. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Yenchi wasn't actually scared anymore. Still, to match Piraeus, he hid behind her, but Yenchi suddenly sensed something was wrong. If it's a holographic projection, there should be no shadow on the other side. The middle-aged man in the distance, however, was shadowed. Chapter 70, The Secret Room Chase. Feng Lei observed the pair in the distance. Both of them were wearing hats and masks, so it was hard to see what they looked like. The female is about 5 feet 7 inches and has a nice figure. The male is 5 foot 8 or more, with his left arm wrapped in a bandage, apparently unhealed from an injury. Feng Lei laughed. A woman, a wounded man, what a perfect prey. Meanwhile, Yenchi was also observing Feng Lei. Something's not right. This is definitely not a hologram. Yenchi furrowed his brows and thought, NPCs? That's not right. Didn't the shopkeeper say there were no NPCs? It's not an NPC and it's holding a knife. Thinking of this, Yenchi only felt a chill run through his body. Danger. Though I don't know what kind of path this person on the other side is on, but certainly quite dangerous. Yenchi quietly held Peleus' hand. Peleus hadn't realized that something was wrong yet. She was still immersed in the happiness of protecting Yenchi. At this time Yenchi whispered in her ear, run, this person is not a holographic projection. It's dangerous. Peleus froze at first. With that, she took a closer look at Feng Lei. It also instantly sensed something was wrong. At this time the opposite Feng Lei moved. He weighed the knife in his hand and opened his mouth. Hey, you two. Before he could finish, the Yenchi duo turned their heads and ran. They quickly returned to the previous room and closed the door. Feng Lei man was dumbfounded. This is too dry across the street, so he immediately went after them with his knife. On the other side, the Yenchi duo used a stool from the house and pressed it against the door handle. Then without hesitation, he ran back. Yenchi, what exactly is he? Peleus asked in disbelief. Yenchi shook his head. I don't know, but it's definitely dangerous. There are 2 exits from this chamber, one blocked by Feng Lei's. Yenchi and the others could only return the same way and go out through the entrance. At the same time, only a bang was heard as the door behind him was directly knocked open by Feng Lei. The secret room in order to create a scary atmosphere. The gates are all built so ragged that they can't keep people out. You guys can't run away. Feng Lei laughed and rushed towards Yenchi and the others. I already checked when I came in. The entrance door is electronically locked. You won't even be able to open it. You two just behave yourselves and get hacked to death by me. One blade at a time. Yenchi didn't say a word, just grabbing Peleus and advancing quickly, and Piraeus' face clouded over. Hearing that Feng Lei wanted to kill Yenchi, the beast in her heart was stirring again. Yenchi, running like this is not a solution. she whispered. The entrance should just be an electronic lock. It can't be opened without an employee card. Yanqi sniffed and looked at Pei Lucier. What are your plans? It's simple. Just slaughter him, Pei Liu said coldly. With that she fished a dagger out of her back. It was a habit of Peleus. Always carry a knife with you wherever you go. Yanqi took a deep breath. Give me the knife. I'll block him. In a moment you'll run towards the exit. It should be unlocked there. Pei Liu quickly shook her head. No, your arm is still injured. Lu Si, listen to me, Yanqi said in an extremely fast tone. That person is not easy to deal with. The two of us together don't have much chance of winning. In this situation, it's a good idea to run one. Pei Liu looked at Yanqi with some sadness in her eyes. She bit her lip and whispered, Yanqi, are you still feeling guilty towards me because of what happened 3 years ago? Pei Liu wasn't stupid either. Yanqi seemed like a different person since he returned to Cloud City. He became quite gentle with Peleus. For example, the other day Pei Lucier copied Yanqi's door card and sneaked into Yanqi's house. Piraeus had expected Yanqi to be angry, or at least he certainly would have been 3 years ago, but Yanqi just stroked her head and said she was welcome to come anytime. That's when Piraeus found out. Yanqi still feels guilty about what happened 3 years ago. He's always thinking about making up for something. That's why he tolerates everything. This is also the case now. Yanqi thought about sacrificing himself and letting Pei Liu run first. Must be trying to make up for previous mistakes again. Yanqi, I was indeed angry 3 years ago, Pei Lucier whispered, but I've figured it out now. There's no need for you to always try to tolerate me and protect me just to make up for your previous faults. You should also know that I can't leave you at all. She gripped Yanqi's hand tightly. If you're going to die, then I won't live. Yanqi was silent at his words. After a few moments, he spoke slowly. I understand, but you're wrong about one thing. I want to protect you, not make amends. He took a deep breath and whispered, I want to protect you because I like you. Hearing this, Pei Liu's entire body froze. She looked at Yanqi in disbelief. Yanqi had told her I like you countless times, but the vast majority of them are perfunctory. And this one today, Pei Liu could hear that it came from the heart. Yanqi, Pei Liu murmured in a small voice, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears. Yanqi turned his head to Pei Liu. I have a plan. If it doesn't go well, there's no chance that both of us will have to die. Will you die with me, Willow? Peleus nodded vigorously. Well, I do. So Yanqi whispered, listen to me. Here's the plan. On the other side, Feng Lei followed Yanqi and the others unhurriedly. He wasn't in the least bit anxious, because the entrance gate really wasn't getting out, and he loved the pleasure of chasing his prey. When the couple got tired of running, that would be a good time to hunt. Soon enough, Yanqi and his duo re-entered the first room, that familiar blood-red hallway. Feng Lei also followed in without slowing down. There's no way to run, is there? He said leisurely. Better hurry up and kneel down and surrender. I can make it less painful for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yanqi's duo suddenly stopped in their tracks. Feng Lei smiled at this. Figured it out? That's great. I have a rule that I like to kill men first and women second. Kid, I'll just kill you first. Yanqi turned to look at Feng Lei. Then he spoke. Listening to you, you should have killed quite a few people. Aren't you afraid that those victims, turned into evil spirits, will come back to take revenge on you? Feng Lei laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha ha ha, you're a funny kid. He slowly walked up to Yanqi. He pointed his knife at him and laughed disdainfully. Ha, you're right. I did kill quite a few people, but the old man has never seen a ghost yet. Yanqi stared at Feng Lei and laughed somewhat eerily. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Ghosts only appear in places with a heavy atmosphere, such as in this secret room. Feng Lei raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Trying to scare me? It's not a scare, it's the truth, Yanqi said with fear on his face. Listen, is there a snapping sound? Feng Lei pricked up his ears and listened. He did hear a snapping sound, and the sound was still getting louder and louder. It was a sound that hadn't been heard in several previous rooms. Just a little sound, that's all? Feng Lei was a bit disdainful. If there's really a ghost, then let it roll out. Yanqi looked so scared that even his voice shivered. It's coming. It's really coming. With that he pointed slyly behind him. Don't believe me? Look. Feng Lei instinctively raised his eyes and then he froze. Only at the end of the corridor stood a female ghost in red covered in blood. Blood dripped from its body with a snapping sound. Chapter 71, A Woman's Ghost Takes Great Credit. Feng Lei man was dumbfounded. He stared at the ghost girl dead in the face. The brain went straight down. How is that possible? Could it be someone pretending to be someone else? It shouldn't. He checked the store several times. There's absolutely no one else. And he remembered that there was clearly no one there just now. This female ghost just appeared out of nowhere. Thinking of this, Feng Lei only felt a coldness in his back. It's still haunted. Even if a person was bold enough to face such a bizarre sight, he would be fearful. Even the murderous Feng Lei. Maybe it was because he had killed a lot of people. Feng Lei always felt that this female ghost was very much like a woman he had once killed. Had the woman really come to seek revenge on him? Just then, the female ghost across the street moved. It hissed and charged towards Feng Lei. "It's all of you who killed me." "Ah!" Feng Lei shrieked out in fear. And in that instant, Yan Qi quickly pulled out his dagger from his back. With force, he stabbed at Feng Lei's wrist. The sharp edge of the dagger pierced his wrist and blood gushed out. Fear coupled with severe pain. Feng Lei instinctively loosened his hand. The sharp knife fell from his hand. Pei Lushi, who was on the side, caught the sharp knife with her quick eyes. Then without hesitation, he stabbed Feng Lei's thigh. The intense pain came again, and Feng Lei's body went limp. Seeing this, Yan Qi pounced on Feng Lei like a vicious wolf and pressed him to death. "Stab him!" Yan Qi shouted. Feng Lei was still confused in his head at the moment. What the hell is going on here? The female ghost suddenly appeared and the couple suddenly took advantage of the opportunity to attack. It's as if it was planned in advance. But he didn't even have time to think about it, because Peleus was on his thighs and started stabbing around like crazy. Feng Lei tried to struggle to get up and resist, but Yan Qi pressed him down desperately. "Don't try to run." Feng Lei panicked. What's going on with this couple? Not only was he not afraid of him, but he was thinking of killing back. He kind of regretted it. He should have known better than to come in. Now the hunter has become the prey instead of the hunter. Suddenly Yan Qi shouted, "Enough, stop stabbing." Only then did Piraeus slow down and stop. At this moment, Feng Lei's 2 legs were stabbed out with a dozen bloody holes. Looking bloody. "Ah!" Feng Lei screamed out in pain. Yankee stood up and, a hard kick to Feng Lei's chest sent him to the wall. "Go!" Yan Qi waved his hand at Pei Liu's. "Go out first." Pei Lushi looked at Feng Lei. "Not killing him?" Yan Qi glanced at the surveillance in the corner and shook his head. "Let's leave it to the police to sort it out after that. It's better not to kill someone in front of a surveillance camera." "Good." Piraeus nodded. With that, the two headed for the exit. "Wait a minute." Feng Lei called out to them. "What happened to that female ghost just now?" Yan Qi laughed lightly. "Ha, it's just a holographic projection." After saying that, he led Pei Liu's away. Feng Lei leaned against the wall in despair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He didn't think he'd fold on a holographic projection. The Yan Qi duo walked quickly towards the exit. "Yan Qi, you're so smart." Pei Lushi looked at Yan Qi with some admiration. To think of utilizing holographic projection. Yan Qi smiled. It just happened to come to mind. The so-called holographic projection is actually nothing more than playing a prepared video. The store is trying to prevent the video from repeating itself and affecting the guest's experience. So the video was set up so that the first 30 seconds were horror material and the remaining 4 minutes and 30 seconds were blank screen. And the holographic projections need to be turned on and off by the clerk outside. However, due to Feng Lei's sudden appearance, the clerk didn't even have time to turn off the holographic projection. So this 30 seconds of horror material would be replayed every 5 minutes. Yan Qi, because he was scared earlier, just rested in this corridor for a while. Just as he was resting, the female ghost appeared several more times. It was then that Yan Qi realized that the original female ghost was just a holographic projection, and it comes up every so often. Yan Qi thought of this when he was being chased by Feng Lei. It was then that he led Feng Lei to the first room. The reason Yan Qi was talking a bunch of crap was actually just stalling for time. Good thing the plan went well. Feng Lei was really intimidated. Soon, Yan Qi arrived at the exit. The two made their way up with the stairs and finally pushed the door open and stepped out. Hoo. Yan Qi breathed heavily. Pei Liu's also covered her chest. A little distracted. The two of them had thought that they would come to the escape room to find excitement. The resultant excitement is there, but this is just a bit too much excitement. Yan Qi held Pei Liu's hand and walked to the counter. The clerk saw the two of them and shouted, "Help! Holy, what the hell is going on here?" Yan Qi went around behind the counter and untied the clerk. The clerk told Yan Qi and the others the cause and effect. "That man can't move anymore. Call the police." Yan Qi said to the store clerk. Pei Liusi came to Yan Qi's ear. "Yan Qi, if the police come, we have to go to the police station to make a statement." She'd be another headline if she went into the police station. Yan Qi frowned. This was indeed a bit troublesome. It didn't matter to him, but it didn't reflect well on Peleus. In case the surveillance gets out again, that's a bigger problem. The clerk sensed the difficulty of the Yan Qi duo, so he whispered, "Why don't you guys go first? I'll delete all the surveillance later and say that the murderer did it, but we stabbed him in the leg." Yan Qi said with some hesitation. The clerk patted his chest. "You guys are my saviors. I'll say I stabbed you." The Yan Qi duo looked at each other. This was a solution, but in case the clerk said the wrong thing, then things would be even more unclear instead. Just as they were getting tangled up, there was a knock on the store's roll-up door. "Is anyone there? The police are on the case, so please cooperate." Yan Qi's face changed slightly. Now there's no need to negotiate. Chapter 72, Opportunities for Publicity. A dozen police officers stood outside the store, watching the roll-up door warily. They just received word that what appears to be the suspect was seen entering the store. Seeing that no one was answering inside, the officers pulled out their pistols. Prepare for a direct frontal strong attack. But then the roll-up door was pulled up and freeze. The cops instantly pointed their guns at the gate. Yanch walked out of the store with his hands up. Don't shoot. At the moment he had removed his mask and hat. One of the policemen recognized him immediately. Yanchi? It's not that the police are concerned about Netflix. Rather, Yanchi has been involved in far too many cases this month. Many of the cops already know him. That's when the officers noticed that Yanchi's body was covered in bloodstains. They immediately pointed their guns at Yanchi. What's with the blood on you? Don't be nervous. Just now a man with a knife broke in and tried to kill us. Yanchi explained. I then subdued him with the clerk. This blood was stained at that time. Hearing this, the policeman hastily asked, where is the man? It's just inside the chamber. Yanchi pointed backward. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the police officers fishtailed straight into the room. The clerk in the room saw this and hurriedly said, this way, please follow me. A portion of the police followed the clerk to the chamber. The remaining portion stayed in place. A policeman sized up Yanchi. How come wherever you go, something happens? Yanchi let out an awkward laugh. Oh, I want to know too. Ever since he had returned to Cloud City, all sorts of things had happened one after another. Yanchi recalled the last words the abbot had said to him when he left the temple. Master Yen, you are destined to be a peach blossom, so please don't make the same mistake again in the future. No way, could I really have a peach blossom robbery? Yanchi thought in his heart. Metaphysics is outrageous, but sometimes you have to believe it. Soon, the police dragged Fong Lei out. Fong Lei's entire body was already in a semi-conscious state due to blood loss. The police officer beside Yanchi saw Fong Lei's miserable state and asked with a shocked face, did you do this? It was me with the clerk. He was holding down this guy and I stabbed him with the knife. Yanchi scratched his head. Comrade police officer, this should be considered self-defense for me, right? The clerk nodded back. Yeah, we both did it together. There were gasps from the police. You know Fong Lei is a serial killer who has killed more than 24 people. It was hard enough to dare to face him, let alone still beat Fong Lei like this. Awesome. With that the cop looked around. Is there any surveillance inside the store? When this man came in, he turned off all the store surveillance and deleted the security footage along the way. The clerk explained. The cop nodded without much skepticism. It's not unusual for a fugitive to turn off surveillance and delete the security footage. Okay, come back with us and make a statement. The policeman beckoned. Yanchi sighed. Ugh, another trip to the police station. Come on, stop complaining. We'll get out soon this time. Yanchi then followed the police and left. Before leaving, he glanced inside the store. 10 minutes after they left, Peleus quietly emerged from another chamber. Before the police came in, Yanch had the clerk turn off the surveillance and delete the security footage. At the same time he told Peleus to hide. As a popular actress, Peleus absolutely can't be associated with the murder. Otherwise it's easy to make a big mess. At this point Peleus sneaks out of the store and makes her way back to the car. She leaned back in her seat and let out a soft sigh of relief. Thinking back on what had just happened, the corners of her mouth then involuntarily hooked up. Yanch has really grown a lot. Right now, he gave Peleus a feeling of being protected. It's quite a comfortable feeling. Thinking about it, she gazed out the window with a mesmerized gaze. Ah, Yanchi, if only the two of us could have died together just now, so we can be together forever. Ha, for her, the greatest romance is dying together. Then Peleus shook her head violently. No, 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 always saying such things. Yanchi will hate me. She then pulled out her cell phone, her phone's screensaver, a surreptitious photo of Yanchi sleeping. Peleus's eyes looked at the photo with tenderness. You behaved very well today, oh, so let's reward you in a small way. With that, she dialed her assistant's phone number, smiley face. Hey, it's me. Notify a portion of the media for me. There's something they need to do. On the other hand, Yanchi had been in the police station for more than an hour. The police didn't find anything suspicious, so they let Yanchi and the others leave first. The two had just walked out of the police station when a large group of reporters surrounded them. The camera in the reporter's hand was constantly shooting at Yanchi. Mr. Yanchi, I heard that you helped the police catch a murderer on the run. Is that true? What the hell happened? Can you be more specific? What made you suddenly think of an escape room? Yanchi was a bit confused. This group of reporters were too well informed. It's only been an hour. But soon he reacted. It should have been Piraeus who did it, or it couldn't have come so fast. Yanchi understood that this was a good opportunity to publicize the magazine, so he blurted out. It's like this. Our company needs some escape room material for the next issue of our magazine. I was thinking of going to collect some material, but I didn't realize I ran into a murderer on the loose. He patted the clerk beside him. It's a good thing this brave clerk was here. The two of us combined our efforts to keep the murderer at bay. At this statement, reporters looked at the store clerk. Where had the clerk ever experienced such a situation? The whole person instantly panicked. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Next time I come to play I'll give you a free bill, ha. He stammered and whispered to Yan Qi. With that, he pushed his way through the crowd and fled. Be careful on the road. Yan Qi waved at him. After the clerk left, a reporter raised his hand. Mr. Yanch, was the magazine you just mentioned HQ? Yan Qi froze at his words. This reporter was also too good at asking questions. It should have been arranged in advance by Piraeus. That's right. Yan Qi nodded. Tomorrow our new issue of HQ will be on sale, so I hope you'll support it. After half an hour of interviews, the journalists were finally satisfied and left. When it was over, Yan Qi pulled out his cell phone and took a look. It's 6:30. At the same time he received a WeChat message from Pei Liu's. It reads, dating is fine, but no cheating. Yan Qi laughed and shook his head. This silly girl. Just as he was replying to WeChat, a Land Rover stopped in front of Yan Qi. Zhuaning opened the car window and laughed. Big netizen. Very popular. I've been waiting for half a day on the side. Yan Qi saw this and immediately got in the car and fastened his seatbelt. Don't mention it. As soon as I went out, I ran into a murderer. He bitterly laughed and shook his head. If our luck had been any closer, Pei Liu's would have had to account for both me and Pei Liu's there today. Zhuaning looked at Yan Qi and laughed. I've heard about it. Sometimes I really don't understand if you're lucky or unlucky. Call you unlucky. So many little girls like you. Call yourself lucky. You're either in a car accident or run into a murderer all day long. Yan Qi was silent for a moment before asking in a low voice. Zhuaning, do you think this peach blossom robbery thing is real? Chapter 73, Gu Yuan Street. Peach blossom robbery? Zhuaning asked in confusion. What is that? Yan Qi then told Zhuaning all the words of the temple abbot. Zhuaning laughed out loud after hearing this. Ha ha ha, so that master told you that as long as you get close to a woman, all kinds of unlucky things will happen, right? Yan Qi stroked his chin and nodded. I also felt it was unscientific at first, but with so many things happening one after another lately, I suddenly felt that what the master said had a few points of truth. It would be fine if I were the only one unlucky. I'm afraid I'll involve the people around me. He sighed helplessly. Zhuaning saw this and pinched Yan Qi's face. Idiot, don't always think nonsense. It's not your fault. And if there really is such a thing as peach blossom robbery, then you can just follow me every day. I'm not afraid of being dragged down by you anyway. Yan Qi laughed. This is what you said. Don't regret it when the time comes. I never regret it. Zhuaning raised her head confidently. With that she started the car. Well, enough about that. Anyway, for the next 6 hours you're all mine, aren't you? That's right, Your Majesty. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Yan Qi pretended to fawn and said. Zhuaning was amused. Ha ha ha, okay, then I'll take you to a fun place. With that, she took a foot off the gas. Half an hour later, Piraeus pulled up to a street corner. The street looks out of place compared to the rest of the neighborhood. The dimly lit streets were lit only by a few flickering streetlights. Most of those standing on the side of the road were also strong men with fierce eyes, not to be messed with at a glance. There were a couple other punks fighting not far away. Blood was coming out. Not only did the people around them not try to dissuade the fight, but they were shouting at the top of their lungs. Yan Qi looked at the messy street in front of him and turned his head to ask, this is the place you said was fun, huh? Well, is this your first time on ancient Yuan Street? Zhuaning nodded. Yan Qi skimmed his lips. I've heard of it, never been here. Normally normal people wouldn't come to a place like this, right? Ancient Yuan Street, one of the few most chaotic streets in Cloud City. The jerks here are like weeds. No matter how hard the police crack down, new ones will pop up after a while. Let's go. Zhuaning opened the car door. Yan Qi saw this and pulled her back. Wait, it's just the two of us going. Do those punks know you? Don't be too late to call for reinforcements. Zhuaning patted Yan Qi's hand. Don't worry, I'm not that impulsive. As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so cars drove over from a distance and neatly parked behind the Land Rover. Immediately afterward, dozens of people stepped out of the car. Zhuaning smiled. Don't worry, get off. Yan Qi sighed. In fact, he was repulsed to come to such a place, but since he had already promised Zhuaning, it was better to do what he said. With that, he followed Zhuaning out of the car. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall walked over, and he bowed deeply to Zhuaning. Boss, I've called the people here. Zhuaning didn't bother with him, but laughed as she wrapped her arm around Yan Qi. Don't pull a face. I promise you, it's not anything dangerous, okay? Really? Yan Qi looked at her with some skepticism. Zhuaning put up 3 fingers. I swear to you, I just came to watch the fun. The minions behind them looked dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Is this still the same decisive Zhuaning? Why do you look so girly? Who is that guy? A little brother couldn't help but ask. Why is the boss being so nice to him? The man on the side was like looking at a little cutie. Looking at him, you don't even recognize him? Yanqi, ah, he is Yanqi? Hiss, no wonder the boss has this kind of attitude. TSK, 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 the children of a big family are good. Because of what happened at the last restaurant, almost all the underground gangs knew Yanqi. Since Zhuaning didn't come forward to deny the rumors got more and more outrageous. It was even rumored that Yanqi was the person in charge behind the Red Security Society. The entire underground world was practically under his control. The most outrageous thing is that there are people who believe such rumors. Even within the Red Security Society, there were quite a few people who believed it. And today's conversation between Zhuaning and Yanqi made them even more certain of this conjecture. Yanqi Tsai is the big boss behind the Red Security Society. Why else would Zhuaning be so nice to Yanqi? It can't be love, can it? Of course these things were completely unknown to Yanqi. At this moment, he was being held by Zhuaning's arm as he walked towards the depths of ancient Yuan Street. The minions are close behind. Those fierce-eyed punks on the road got up and backed away after seeing the Red Anxiety Society. Afraid of blocking their way, the gang of fighting punks also stopped. They also retreated to the side with their heads lowered, without the bravado they had earlier. In the face of absolute strength, even the fiercest wolf becomes a docile sheep. Zhuaning brought Yanqi and arrived in front of a somewhat dilapidated storefront. Old 9 Antique Shop. Yanqi looked at the signboard and read. He looked to Zhuaning, who was on the side. You want to buy antiques? Ha? Zhuaning shook her finger. No, 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 no. This kind of storefront is used to hide the good stuff down there. Come on, let's take you to see the action. After saying that, she pulled Yanqi into the store. An old man over half 100 years old greeted him. Sister Zhua, you're here. Lao Jiao, is it open? Zhuaning asked as she opened the door. The old man whispered. It's already started, and now should be the most lively time. He turned and pushed open the door to the inner room, behind which was a somewhat dilapidated warehouse. The old man went in and pounded on it. Only a click was heard as the floor in front of him slowly moved away. A 2-meter wide downward staircase appeared in front of Yanqi. It's... Yanqi froze. Zhuaning grabbed Yanqi's wrist. Let's go. Yanqi gulped, but followed up. The minions of the Redan Society followed. After they all went down, the old man restored the entrance again as if nothing had happened. Yanqi and his duo made their way down the stairs and soon saw a large door. The words fire escape are written on the door. Zhuaning lightly pushed open the door. The sight behind the door made Yanqi's mouth open in surprise. In front of us was a rather expansive underground mall. A large number of vendors were yelling inside. Only that all the things they were selling were not up to par. And the customers who were buying things didn't look like they were any good either. What kind of place is this? Yanqi was a bit confused. Zhuaning extended his hand and introduced himself. Welcome to the Black Market, a place where you can buy anything. Chapter 74, Black Market Insights. Black Market. Yanqi had heard this name before. Supposedly it's where the underground gangs trade. It's just that the location is extremely secretive and very few people know where it is. It belongs to the category of being an urban legend. Yanqi had always thought this stuff was just a lark. I didn't realize it actually existed. Yanqi looked around. This underground mall is pretty much like a regular mall. It just sells something a little different. Many of the contraband items that are sold here are being sold in the open. There are those who specialize in selling all kinds of weapons, those who sell prescription drugs, and even those who sell pornographic movies. On top of that, there are all sorts of strange stores. For example, stores that sell all kinds of information, and stores that specialize in accepting all kinds of commissions. One store also has a plaque that reads, "Murder commissions available, prices negotiable." Zhuaning looked at Yanqi's astonished face and a hint of smugness appeared on her face. How about it? It's quite lively, isn't it? Quite lively indeed. Yanqi nodded. Then he asked curiously, can you really buy anything here? That's how it's advertised externally, but in reality it's not that godly. Zhuaning introduced. For example, there is a clear rule here that guns cannot be sold. Guns are too dangerous a thing to keep under control, even underground. Yanqi nodded in understanding. Makes sense. Zhuaning held Yanqi's hand. Don't freeze. Go around with me first. Wait until 8 o'clock to take you to a more lively place. Yanqi didn't move, but asked seriously. Zhuaning, you have nothing to do with this place, do you? If this black market were to be eradicated one day, he didn't want to see Zhuaning get caught in the crossfire. Zhuaning was first stunned, then hurriedly waved her hand. Don't worry about it. Since 6 years ago, the Red Security Society has been out of this black market. She came to Yanqi's ear and said quietly, what you said. People have listened to everything you said. That's more like it. Yanqi nodded with satisfaction, then held Zhuaning's hand tightly. Juaning turned to look at the Red in Society's juniors. Don't follow. All of you go around as well. We'll let you know if something happens. She's here on a date with Yanqi. There was a whole bunch of people following behind them that really prevented them from being close. Yes. The minions bent over, and then they quickly dispersed. Juaning looked at Yanqi and smiled. Let's go. Like a loving couple, the two of them began to stroll through the black market shoulder to shoulder. Aside from some strange places to hang out, this seemed like a normal date. Although Juaning was the boss of the Red in Society, very few people had actually seen her. Even if occasionally someone recognized Juaning and wanted to go up and say hello, as long as Juaning cast a glance over, those people were wise enough to shrink back again. This is the deterrent effect of the Red Security Council. Just as Yanqi and the others were wandering around, suddenly with a bang, a middle-aged man flew out of the store next to him. It fell heavily in front of Yanqi. Then 7 or 8 strong men came out of the store and punched and kicked the middle-aged man. Spare me. Give me another month. I'm sure I can pay back the outstanding amount. The middle-aged man covered his head and begged for mercy. But the strong man heard it and hit harder. Asterisk. You. That's not what you said when you borrowed the money. Hurry up and pay it back. Yanqi took Juaning 2 steps back when he saw this. He didn't want to get involved in that kind of thing. Soon, the middle-aged man was beaten to death. At that moment a tall young man came out of the store, and he raised his hand to stop it. Okay, stop. You won't get your money back if you beat him to death. Hearing this, the few burly men immediately stopped. The young man walked to the front of the debtor, like a smiling tiger, and said, I'll give you 3 more days. If you can't get the money, I'll sell your wife and daughter, all to Southeast Asia. Alright, pull away. Don't be an eyesore here. The young man waved his hand in some disgust. The burly men rushed into action, dragging the defaulter away, dragging a trail of blood across the floor. Yanqi watched the scene with an expressionless face. He had no sympathy for the defaulter. Anyone who can run to the black market to borrow money is basically either a junkie or a gambler. People like that deserve to be beaten purely. Yanqi was just about to pull Juaning away when he suddenly noticed that Juaning's face was a bit off. Before he could inquire, the young man walked over. Isn't this Ms. Zhua? It's still the first time I've seen you here all these years. Juaning replied coldly. Just came over for a stroll. That's right. The young man nodded, then looked at Yanqi on the side. Well, if I'm not mistaken, this should be Yanqi. He looked Yanqi up and down and asked curiously, I heard that you're the only son of some big family? Your last name is Yen. You're not from the Yen family, are you? Yanqi raised his eyebrows. What kind of person was this kid? Not knowing Juaning, he even dared to come up and say hello. Not only that, but he even knows the Yen family. Seeing that he had this well-traveled look, the power behind him shouldn't be small. Yanqi shook his head. Then you might have misheard me. I have nothing to do with the Yen family. I'm just an ordinary person. Hearing this, the young man let out a light laugh. I think so. I've had some dealings with the Yen family, and I've never heard of someone like you. Then the rumors in the Dao are false. He looked at Yanqi with some contempt. Since that's the case, then don't puff up your face and be an ordinary person. Don't always think of climbing up the ladder. Yanqi looked puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with him? But before he could speak, Juaning on the side had already pressed on. Juaning's gaze was grim as he looked at the young man. If you want to pick a fight, we, the Red in Society, can play with you. Hearing this, the young man looked at Juaning with some disbelief. Ms. Zhua, you're not kidding me, are you? Whether it's a joke or not, you can try, Juaning said nonchalantly. The young man was confused. Obviously he didn't expect Juaning to be so hard-headed. You have to know that Juaning saying this is already equivalent to declaring war. If the young man is not convinced to go further, then there is bound to be bloodshed tonight. Ha ha ha. The young man suddenly laughed. I was just joking with Yanqi. Ms. Zhua, don't take it seriously. Juaning saw this and waved his hand. Then get out of the way. Don't block the road here. Seeing Juaning not giving him face, the young man's face also clouded over. Well, the Qian society is indeed bold enough. With that, he took 2 steps backward. Juaning grabbed Yanqi's hand and quickly stepped away from the young man. The young man looked at Yanqi's back and smiled disdainfully. Ha, so it's just a little white boy. On the other side, after the two of them walked out a distance, Yanqi suddenly turned his head and asked, was that guy just now interested in you? He thought carefully. The so-called climbing high branches should be talking about Juaning. You can see all this? Juaning was a bit surprised. Then she nodded honestly. In these 2 years, he has indeed been pursuing me. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yanqi's eyes. Ha, it's still true. Juaning saw this and hurriedly said, don't worry about it, I never bother with him. Alas, that said, if it weren't for his family history, I would have sent someone to kill him long ago. She sighed softly. Yanqi asked after hearing this, you don't even dare to kill What kind of person is that kid? Zhuaning's face became a bit strange. After a few moments of silence, she came up to Yan Qi's ear. His last name is White. Chapter 75, The White Family's Collateral Lineage. White. In Cloud City the last name is Bai. And there is still power. I think there's only one. Yan Qi hurriedly looked at Zhuaning. Is it the white one I was thinking of? Right. Zhuaning nodded. It's the White family where that fiancé of yours is from. Yan Qi frowned. Impossible. I grew up in the White family. Why haven't I seen this kid before? That's right, if you haven't seen it before. Where you live is the Bai family's original family. That kid is just a sidekick. Zhuaning laughed. He should be considered a cousin of Bai Ji. Yan Qi understood. No wonder Zhuaning's expression was a bit strange just now. In terms of Zhuaning's character, even if the opposite side was more powerful, there was no way she would be afraid. But the only one that Zhuaning didn't want to have a conflict with was the Bai family. To be precise, she didn't want to start a conflict with Bai Ji. After all, it would be difficult for Yan Qi to be caught in the middle, and Zhuaning didn't want to make it difficult for Yan Qi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So that's how it is. Yan Qi was instantly furious. All in all, the problem is you. So he asked, what's this kid's name? I'd like to ask Bai Ji. How did the Bai family produce such a person? His name is Bai Jingming. Zhuaning whispered. She pinched the corner of Yanqi's coat. Why don't we just forget about it? After all, this matter involves Bai Ji. Yan Qi directly interrupted her. It's because Bai Ji is involved that I have to ask even more. Otherwise it makes it look like the White family is shylocking. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Bai Ji. Do you know a man named Bai Jingming? After sending it, Yan Qi was just about to put his phone back into his pocket when it vibrated. He looked down and realized it was a message back from Bai Ji. Surprisingly, it was a second reply, but she only replied with one word, who? Yan Qi was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Bai Ji didn't recognize this Bai Jingming? So he sent another message. It seems that your cousin. I just ran into him. Seems to be a lone shark on this side of the black market. I remember that the Bai family is not allowed to do this kind of business, right? Seconds after the message had been sent, the phone vibrated again. Seconds back again. Indeed it is not allowed. I'll ask around and let you know if I have any news. Bai Ji replied thus. Seeing this message, Yan Qi was sort of sure. I'm afraid that this Bai Jingming doesn't have a high status in the Bai family, or else it's impossible for Bai Ji not to recognize it. Yan Qi sighed in relief. Luckily, Bai Ji didn't know about it, otherwise it would be really hard to face her in the future. Well, Zhuaning curiously came over. Yan Qi shook his head. Bai Ji doesn't even know him. This relative should be far apart. I guess so. Zhuaning laughed. Otherwise he wouldn't have run to the black market to do business. Yan Qi smacked his lips. TSK TSK TSK, a distant relative of the Bai family. All of them dare to make a fuss over here in the black market. That's right. Zhuaning helplessly spread his hands. Otherwise people say that even a dog has to be born in those powerful and influential families. Although this Bai Jingming is a sideline, in the end he is still a member of the Bai family. So none of the gangs want to offend him amongst themselves. Zhuaning said with some dissatisfaction. But he has indeed been getting more and more arrogant lately. It's tiresome to look at him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Qi's cell phone vibrated again. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Bai Ji. There is indeed such a number of people. I'll have someone take care of it. Yan Qi smiled faintly at this. Alright, let's leave this matter to Bai Ji. It's so nice that your fiancé is the head of the Bai family. Zhuaning came over to Yan Qi's ear and flirted. You can contact her whenever you want. She said this with more or less a sour taste in her mouth. Yan Qi hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, didn't you just say that there's a lively show at 8 o'clock? It's already 7:50 now. Zhuaning instantly thought about it as she grabbed Yan Qi's wrist. Let's go. I'll show you something exciting. The black market has a wide variety of entertainment venues in addition to stores selling all kinds of contraband. One of the most popular is a place called MCA Underground Boxing. Simply put, it's a place for boxing. This underground boxing ring specializes in life and death fights, with millions of dollars in prize money for the winners, as the entire Cloud City is unique. So in addition to the members of the various gangs, there are many rich people who also come for the thrill. At this moment, Yan Qi was sitting in the second floor box of the underground boxing ring. He frowned at the ring below. In the ring, two well-built men are in a close fight. They hadn't brought any defense gear with them, and under the frantic mutual beatings, both of them had been bruised and battered long ago. One of them had a crooked nose bone and a nosebleed was pouring out. The other had broken 3 fingers and could no longer clench his fists, but they were still hissing and attacking each other for the final prize. The people on the first floor bleachers shouted, "Break his arms and kill him for me. I'm betting on you to win. If you lose, I won't spare you." Zhuaning was also full of excitement. The only one who had no interest in this was Yan Qi. He really didn't understand what there was to see in this thing. At this time, Zhuaning turned her head to look at Yanqi. How was it? It's kind of fun, right? Yanqi forced a grin. It is indeed quite interesting. Since Zhuaning liked it, it was better for him not to spoil the fun. By the way, where's the restroom? Yanqi asked as he got up. Zhuaning pointed outside. Turn left to the head after going out. I'll go to the restroom first. I'll be right back. Yanqi turned around and walked out of the box. Zhuaning looked at Yanqi's back and sighed somewhat downcast. Alas, it seems that he doesn't like it very much. On the other hand, Yanqi had just walked out of the box. Bai Jingning then took a few strong men and walked out from around the corner. He had been waiting outside the box for almost half an hour, and finally Yanqi came out. Bai Jingning waved his hand at the little brother behind him. Go, give that kid a little lesson. The youngest brother inquired. Big brother, how far does that lesson go? The rest is up to you guys, but there's only one thing that must be done. Cut that little white boy's face to pieces. Bai Jingning ordered with a fierce gaze. Chapter 76, 1-4. In Bai Jingning's opinion, Yanqi an ordinary man with no power or influence. The only reason why he could get Zhuaning's favor was just because he was handsome. So as long as Yanqi's little white face is scratched, Zhuaning will naturally stay away from him. Go ahead and remember to hit harder. Bai Jingning laughed sarcastically. I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Okay. The henchmen laughed as well, and they fist-pumped their way to the men's restroom at the end of the corridor. On the other hand, Yanqi was sitting on the toilet in the toilet cubicle. He really had little interest in fighting black, so he was going to stay in the restroom for 10 minutes and then go back when the game was over. At that moment, Yanqi's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and realized that it was a call from Su Xiaoshang. Yanqi didn't hesitate and directly connected. Hey, resting well? Well, I just woke up from a nap. The Su Xiaoshang on the other end of the phone said lazily. She had been at the hospital last night to watch over Zhang Yuwei and only went back to rest this morning. Su Xiaoshang whispered petulantly. Yanqi, where are you? I miss you so much. Can I go find you now? Now, Yanqi asked rhetorically as he looked around. I'm a bit inconvenienced right now. This place, the black market, was too dangerous. It was better to keep Su Xiaoshang away. Ha! Su Xiaoshang instantly came to life. Are you with another woman? Who is it? Zhang Yuwei, Pei Lushi, or Zhuaning? Yanqi had to be honest when he saw it. Tell Su Xiaoshang all about today's events. Su Xiaoshang sniffed and said with some jealousy. They helped you promote your magazine, so you went on a date with them. I can help you with that too, so can you go out with me? Yanqi laughed softly. Alright, how about tomorrow? No, I have to go over there tonight, Su Xiaoshang said firmly, otherwise that woman Zhuaning will definitely seduce you. Yanqi could only agree. Okay, then go wait for me over at the apartment. Yeah, Su Xiaoshang shouted happily. Don't worry, Yanqi, I'll help you publicize the magazine too. Just during her speech, Yanqi heard the door to the restroom open. Then he heard someone outside say, close the door, don't let the kid get away. Yanqi was shaken. He seemed to be the only one in the toilet. With that thought, he simply hung up. The men outside began searching from compartment to compartment. Yanqi, hurry up and get your ass out here, they shouted unapologetically. Yanqi took a deep breath at the words. It was really coming at him. I don't know who sent them, but all in all, I must calm down first. Yanqi first dialed Zhuaning. She was the closest and would be quick to get here with her people, but the call never got through. Yanqi sighed. Now the ring is the most intense time. I'm afraid Zhuaning can't hear the phone. So Yanqi sent another WeChat to Zhuaning. Someone is coming to block me in the toilet. Bring someone quickly. After sending it, Yanqi slowly got up. He wasn't sure if Zhuaning could see it, so the rest is up to him. Meanwhile, the punks outside had found the cubicle Yanqi was in. There were 4 of them. One of them stood in the doorway to let out the wind. In the hands of the other 3, they all held a 10-centimeter long sharp knife. One of them kicked the cubicle door violently. Stop hiding and get the out of there. The other grabbed the doorframe and leapt up, trying to go right over it. Yanqi, be a good boy and come out, or else. Before he could finish, there was a loud bang. He was hit in the head by something and fell right through the doorframe. The other 3 were shocked by the scene. They rushed to look down, only to see that the man's head was smashed out of a large crater, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his mouth and nose, and it looked like he had completely lost consciousness. Before they could react, the door to the cubicle suddenly opened. Yanqi burst out of the toilet. He grabbed the weapon in his hand and slammed it into the head of one of the punks. The punk didn't even react before he was smashed in the head. With another clang, the man instantly lost consciousness and fell headfirst to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Yanqi decisively rushed towards the second person, but at that moment, the remaining one also reacted and immediately distanced himself from Yanqi. It was then that he saw the weapon in Yanqi's hand. Surprisingly, it's a toilet tank lid. It was a thick white ceramic tank lid that weighed about 10 pounds. Something that thick and heavy to the head is really powerful enough. These punks are confused. Bai Jingming told them that Yan Shi is just a white boy with no hands. Nothing to be afraid of. But it was such a little white boy that put down both of them. That wasn't what shocked them the most. The average normal person surrounded by 4 guys with knives would usually be scared. However, Yan Shi didn't have the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Instead, he was still staring at them with a murderous look on his face, seemingly wanting to finish them all off. Yan Shi shocked the punks. The punk who was in charge of the lookout took a step back in some fear. Another gangster saw this and quickly shouted, "Don't be afraid. This kid has broken an arm. It's not that scary. Let's both go together." Yes. As soon as the words fell, the gangster roared and rushed towards Yan Shi with a knife. The 10-centimeter long sharp blade stabbed Yan Shi's throat ferociously. In the face of the incoming short sword, Yan Shi showed exceptional calmness. He went so far as to slam right into it with his injured left arm. With a puff, the blade directly pierced through Yan Shi's left arm. The punk obviously didn't expect Yan Shi to be so crazy. He tried to pull the shuriken out, but it was stuck in Yan Shi's bones. At the same time, Yan Shi's right hand copied the tank lid and smashed it. With a clang, the punk's head was smashed directly into the ground. The huge impact caused it to lose consciousness instantly. The last punk originally wanted to follow the attack, but immediately wimped out when he saw this scene. Crazy. He kept backing away in fear. 4 punks were smashed down 3 by Yan Shi. The situation in the restroom reversed. Yan Shi didn't even pull out the short knife on his left arm, and took the tank lid and walked towards the last punk. "Who sent you?" Yan Shi stared at him with a fierce gaze. The punk flopped to the ground. "Please don't kill me. It's all said that Bai Jingming told me to do it." Hearing this, Yan Shi laughed. He thought it was someone sent by the Yin family again. "It's Baek Kyung Myung." "Alright, then things are much simpler. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Yan Shi looked at the punk in a condescending manner. The punk was instantly relieved, but immediately afterward Yan Shi laughed. "I'll only hit you once. Whether you die or live all depends on luck." With that, he copied the tank lid and slammed it down. In a flash, blood splattered. Meanwhile, Bai Jingming was standing at the corner. He looked in the direction of the restroom with some anticipation. "Little white boy, let's see if Juaning will still take care of you after scratching your face." Bai Jingming muttered to himself with a vicious face. He didn't think the punks would lose. After all, 4 people with knives, to beat the oil-headed Yan Shi is not light and loose? Just then, the restroom door opened. Bai Jingming was instantly energized. That was pretty fast. It seems that the one called Yan Shi is really just a straw man. But the next second, Bai Jingming froze. It wasn't the punks that came out of the restroom. Instead, it was Yan Shi who was covered in blood. Only Yan Shi was seen with a short knife stuck in his left arm, and his right hand was carrying a blood-stained water tank lid. Asterisk 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 really? Bai Jingming's eyes widened in disbelief. That's a ing comeback. 2. Who the hell is this kid? Before Bai Jingming could think clearly, Yan Shi suddenly turned his head to look over. Yan Shi saw Bai Jingming around the corner. A sardonic smile appeared on his face. Your turn. Chapter 77, Beat Up Bai Jingming. Meanwhile, inside the box on the second floor, Juaning stood in front of the glass with an excited look on her face. She yelled at the ring below. "Beat him to death. Beat him to death for me." Her cell phone, sitting on a chair not far behind her on the couch. Just as Yan Shi had guessed, Juaning was so enthralled by watching the black boxing that she didn't even notice the movement of the cell phone. Soon the ring was divided. Juaning jumped up happily. 1. The player she supported won this contest. Juaning also bet $100,000 before the race, and she would get $250,000 after winning. It's just a little money for her, just for fun. What really excited Juaning was the joy that came from victory. Juaning Chongxin sat back on the sofa. She casually picked up her cell phone. Winning is cool. Next time. But her words braked in mid-sentence. Juaning looked at the screen, and his entire body fell into an ice cave. There was a missed call from Yan Shi on his cell phone, as well as a tweet from Yan Shi. "Someone came to block me in the restroom. Bring someone quickly." It was sent 5 minutes ago. Juaning only felt a softness in his body, and a sense of fear instantly swept through his body. 5 minutes may seem short, but it's enough to kill a man 100 times over. Juaning dialed the phone with trembling hands and yelled at the other end of the phone, "Everybody get over here." At this moment, outside the boxing gym, a large group of people had gathered. In the black market, since most of them are mixed underground, there are often fights and brawls. People here have long been so used to it that they usually don't even bother to look at it. But a lot of people came running over to see this fight today. This is mainly because both parties in the fight are celebrities. One was Bai Jingming of the Bai family, and relying on the Bai family's reputation, basically no one dared to mess with him in the black market. The other was Yan Shi, who was quite famous among the gangs, and was rumored to be the only son of a large family. But it's not quite right to call it a fight. To be precise, it should be considered a one-sided beating. At this moment, Yanqi pressed down on Bai Jingming and punched him in the face one after another. Asterisk 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 you dare to me! Yanqi yelled and cursed loudly. Bai Jingming could only cover his head in a sorry state. He actually tried to fight Yanqi twice at first, but soon Bai Jingming realized that Yanqi's strength was just too great. It was impossible to beat him, so there was only defense to be had. Bai Jingming wanted to cry at the moment. Yanqi, this kid looks like a white boy. How come he can fight so well? This is a big shame. The whole black market saw him get beaten up. How can he still get along in this side in the future? The people watching around them all looked at Yanqi with a look of amazement. Heavens, even Bai Jingming dares to fight. This Yanqi is too fierce. Hiss, that's the white family. Even if Yanqi's powers are great, he shouldn't be able to mess with the white family. TSK, 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 it's a good fight now, but it'll be troublesome if the white family blames it afterward. At that moment, Yanqi in the middle of the crowd suddenly stopped. Bai Jingming and the crowd of onlookers thought Yanqi had had enough of fighting. Bai Jingming breathed a sigh of relief, while the onlookers were a bit unimpressed. But Yanqi's next action scared everyone present. Only Yanqi, from behind his back, pulled out a 10-centimeter long sharp knife. It was just stabbed into his arm by a punk when he was in the restroom. While chasing Bai Jingming, Yanqi pulled it out. Yanqi stared at Bai Jingming, who was lying on the ground, and laughed. After a good fight, it's time to give you a ride. Everyone froze at these words. Yanqi is going to kill Bai Jingming? Really? You have to realize that there is actually room for good offices if you just beat up Bai Jingming. But if you kill Bai Jingming, then you're really immortal with the Bai family. Bai Jingming panicked, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Bai family. My cousin is Bai Ji, the head of the Bai family. If you kill me, the Bai family will definitely retaliate against you." He threatened loudly. Yanqi wasn't threatened. Instead, the onlookers were shocked. That's the white family. The existence of a black market that can be eradicated at the drop of a hat. Yanqi, forget it. Someone shouted. It won't do anyone any good if we piss off the Bai family. Yeah, you've beaten him, so give him a break. If you kill him, the black market won't be able to survive. Hearing these words, Bai Jingming instantly gained strength. Do you hear me? It's the Bai family behind me. You can't afford to mess with them. However, he found that Yanqi was still not only not afraid, but also laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you said that Bai Ji is your cousin, right? I would like to ask you, does Bai Ji really know you? As a side branch of the Bai family, you shouldn't be qualified to see Bai Ji, right? When these words came out, Bai Jingming's body visibly trembled. Yanqi's words were like sharp knives, instantly piercing through his lies. That's right, Bai Jingming had never seen Bai Ji at all. He belonged in the Bai family as a member of the sideline and was not qualified to meet with Bai Ji. Looks like I got it right. Yanqi sneered. The onlookers also talked. Is what Yanqi said true? Bai Jingming is so marginalized in the Bai family. You're asking me. It's not like I'm a member of the white family. Seeing this, Bai Jingming braced himself and shouted. You're talking nonsense. I grew up with cousin Bai Ji. If you dare to touch me, cousin will kill you. Okay, Yanqi said with some disdain. I'll tell you this, even if Bai Ji personally comes over to intercede, you're dead today. Bai Jingming man was dumbfounded. It's useless for Angelica to come over and intercede. This guy is crazy. Yanqi stomped on Bai Jingming's chest as he said coldly, but before you die, I have to tell you this. Zhuaning is Lao Zi's woman. Remember to stay away from her in your next life. Chapter 78, Confrontation between the two sides. Zhuaning was truly flustered. If it's because we didn't see Yanqi's message that Yanqi was killed, then I'm afraid she'll regret it for the rest of her life. Zhuaning didn't wait for his men to come over, so he ran to the men's restroom alone. She kept praying in her heart that she wouldn't see Yanqi's body. She then saw the bloodstained toilet and the 4 people who had fallen on the floor. Realizing that there were no Yanqis among them, Zhuaning was relieved. Zhuaning probed the 4 men's nostrils, found them all broken. At this time Zhuaning's men rushed over. Boss, coming too slowly. Zhuaning looked at them with dissatisfaction. Hurry up and go find Yanqi for me. Make sure to ensure his safety. The men rushed to say, it has been found. Where? Zhuaning asked in a hurry. It's right in front of the gym. It's just. Before the men could finish, Zhuaning pushed them away and ran out. She ran out of the gym at a quick pace and saw a large group of people who were watching something. At the same time, she heard Yanqi's voice from the crowd. Zhuaning is Lao Zi's woman. Stay away from her in your next reincarnation. When these words came out, Zhuaning only felt that her heartbeat missed a beat. Her cheeks, then, blushed involuntarily. Really? Yanqi said such things in front of so many people. Even she's shy. Right at this moment, a cry of alarm came from the crowd. Holy, the White family is coming. Hearing this, Juaning instantly returned to her senses. She hurriedly pushed through the crowd in front of her. Get out of my way, all of you. The people on the sideline saw that it was Juaning who had come, and they made way. Only then did Juaning see what was going on inside. At this moment, Bai Jingming was lying on the ground with a swollen nose, and Yan Qi had a sharp knife in his hand and was trying to stab Bai Jingming, but his hand was clutched in a death grip by a burly man. The burly man was nearly 2 meters tall and had a very robust physique. Old Zhou, you're finally here. Bai Jingming excitedly hugged the strong man's leg. This kid almost killed me. Yan Qi looked at the burly man in front of him. He was just about to slaughter Bai Jingming when this man rushed out, immediately followed by a dozen more bodyguards, coming out of the crowd. They had machetes in their hands and stood behind old Zhou. Unlike the punks, they were the bodyguards sent by the Bai family to Bai Jingming. Originally, they were still playing cards in the store, but then they suddenly received a Weibo message from Bai Jingming asking for help. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Right this way at the boxing gym. That's why old Chow brought his men here. Although he didn't understand exactly what was happening, he blocked Yan Qi. Kid, do you know who the person you want to kill is? Old Zhou stared at Yan Qi dead in the face. He's a member of the Bai family. You can't afford to mess with him. Yan Qi said without showing any weakness. Then I'll say it again as well. Even if Bai Ji herself comes over today, I'll still kill him. The corners of old Zhou's mouth twitched at his words. And Angela Beck herself? That's the current head of the White family. This kid is cocky too. Old Zhou was just about to open his mouth to speak when Juaning's voice came over. Zhou Weilong, let go of me. Juaning angrily passed through the crowd, and she was followed by dozens of Red and Society's minions. Juaning? Zhou Weilong frowned. This matter has nothing to do with the Red and Society, so don't mind your own business. Juaning snorted coldly. Humph, Bai Jingming tried to kill my mother's man, and you're still saying it has nothing to do with me? I'm telling you, we, the Qian Society, will not rest in peace with Bai Jingming. As soon as the words left her mouth, the men behind her drew their weapons, a stance that was ready to start a fight. The surrounding melon eaters were so scared that they hastily took a few steps back, fearing that the waves would reach them. Zhou Weilong was a bit confused as he looked down at Bai Jingming. Young master, what's going on? Bai Jingming was a bit vain. This matter was indeed caused by him. He didn't answer Zhou Weilong, but instead looked at Juaning. Juaning, have you thought this through? You really want to go to war with the Bai family? Zhou Weilong also understood when he heard this. It must have been Bai Jingming who initiated the trouble again. He had gotten into trouble a lot before, but he was more or less measured. I didn't realize that this time, it had directly messed with the Red Anxiety Society. Going to war is going to war. Who are you scaring? Really think that I'm afraid of you guys? Juaning gritted her teeth and looked at Bai Jingming. Bai Jingming was embarrassed. This attitude was too tough. Looking at Juaning's face, he really wanted to kill him today, so he could only pull Zhou Weilong's arm. Old Zhou, save me. I'm a member of the Bai family. If I'm killed by someone from the Red Security Society, I'll lose the face of the entire Bai family. Zhou Weilong was also a bit embarrassed. It was important to realize that although Bai Jingming was a member of the Bai family, in the end, he was just a sidekick. Do you really want to make an enemy of the Akasaka Association for him? At this time Yan Qi spoke. Your name is Zhou Weilong, right? I advise you not to protect him. This brat has violated the White family's rules by privately lending money to loan sharks in the black market. If this matter is known by this family, even you will be affected, right? At these words, Zhou Weilong's face changed slightly. Yanch was right. Bai Jingming did violate the house rules. Once they're discovered, they're done for. Seeing Zhou Weilong faltering, Bai Jingming hurriedly shouted, Old Zhou, we are grasshoppers on a rope. How much did you charge me? A couple million too. Do you think you're still off the hook? If you save me once, I'll find a way on the White family side, and I definitely won't involve you. Zhou Weilong and the others said that they were bodyguards, but they actually played more of a supervisory role. Supervised by Jingming and don't do anything that violates the house rules. Loan sharking is certainly a violation of family rules, but instead of reporting it upwards, Zhou Weilong turned a blind eye to it, because Bai Jingming had given him a lot of favors. It had added up to more than $5 million. Hearing Bai Jingming's words, Zhou Weilong sighed helplessly. He really had no way back, and now he had to die to protect Bai Jingming in order to do so. So Zhou Weilong looked at Yan Qi and Juaning. I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and leave for me, otherwise you'll be enemies of the Bai family. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong one, Yan Qi said coldly. Juaning waved his hand when he saw this. Kill all these people. The minions behind her responded in unison. Yes, go, Zhou Weilong shouted back. Both sets of men came forward with weapons in hand. Just as the swords were drawn, a voice from outside the crowd said, Zhou Weilong, don't stop yet. Zhou Weilong was shaken. It was a voice he knew all too well. He turned his head to look in disbelief, only to see the crowd of onlookers make way again. A middle-aged man holding a thermos cup walked over with a large group of people dressed in black uniforms. This person was none other than the defense captain of Moon Lake Manor. Who? Team Hoodoo? Team who? Zhou Weilong exclaimed out. Why are you here? You should know that even though Hoodoo was only a defense captain, he represented the Bai family's own family. Hoodoo sneaked a glance at Yan Qi, and after seeing the blood on his body, his pupils instantly shrunk. You're ing looking for death. He slapped Zhou Weilong's face hard. Chapter 79, Young Master? Hoodoo only felt his heart beating wildly. This Zhou Weilong has too much guts to make a move on young Master Yan. If this is known to the head of the family, then I'm afraid it's going to be a big mess. And Zhou Weilong didn't dare to be angry at all when he was slapped. It's over. It must be that this family knows about Bai Jingming's loan sharking. He closed his eyes in some despair. Bai Jingming, on the other hand, was confused. As a collateral descendant, not to mention Bai Ji, he hadn't even seen Hudelu. But he is not stupid. See Hoodoo, this posture should not be messed with. Old Chow, he asked in a low voice. What's going on now? Where is Zhou Weilong going to answer? He couldn't wait to cut with Bai Jingming right away. At this time, Hoodoo looked at Bai Jingming with some disdain in his eyes. You're Bai Jingming, aren't you? You're suspected of loan sharking in the black market, violating the White family's family rules, and I was sent by my family to take you back. Hearing this, Bai Jingming froze. How could he not have expected that these people would be from this family? But not only did Bai Jingming not panic, he was instead smiling happily. Yes, I'm just violating the house rules. Hurry up and take me back. He was well aware of the price for violating the family rules. At most he would be expelled from the Bai family. But if you stay here, you're going to be killed by the Qian society, the lesser of two evils. It's better to be expelled from the White House. Hoodoo frowned. He's dealt with offending White family children before, but it was the first time I had seen one like Bai Jingming. At this time, Bai Jingming looked at Yan Qi in a slightly provocative manner. It's as if he's saying, aren't you arrogant? Give me one more arrogant look in front of my family. Yan Qi smiled slightly at the sight as he spoke directly. Team who, right? I'm afraid this man can't go back with you. Hoodlum shuddered at his words. Before he came, Bai Ji had specially instructed him, try not to expose Yan Qi's relationship with the Bai family. That's why he purposely didn't talk to Yan Qi and wanted to take Bai Jingming away directly. But since Yan Qi took the initiative to speak, then surely Hoodlum can't pretend he can't hear. Team who was just about to speak, but it turned out that Bai Jingming spoke before him. You brat really don't have eyes. Do you know who this is? He's someone sent by Moon Lake Manor. Then he looked at Hu Delu and said with some flattery, Team who? Just now this kid insulted cousin Bai Ji. What he said about Bai Ji coming to plead for leniency doesn't work. Someone like this who doesn't know the sky and the earth has to be taught a lesson. Seeing that Hu Delu's face was becoming more and more ugly, Bai Jingming thought somewhat smugly. Pissed off this family, right? Yan Qi, this brat is finished. But suddenly Hoodlum kicked Bai Jingming, sending him to the ground. Shut up, Hoodoo roared viciously. Let him teach Yan Qi a lesson. Isn't this ing looking for death? Hu Delu couldn't care less about Bai Ji's instructions. He carefully walked over to Yan Qi. Young master, you mustn't take it seriously. Where would I dare to lecture you? Everyone in the room froze at this statement. Young master? Zhou Weilong raised his head in disbelief. You have to know that there are only a handful of people in the entire Cloud City who can make Hoodoo call them young master. Bai Jingming, on the other hand, was full of questions. How did Yanqi become a young master? Isn't he an ordinary man? The onlookers, on the other hand, turned on their gossiping souls. It's true that the rumors are correct. To be able to make someone from the Bai family's own family call him young master, this Yan Qi must be the only son of some big family. TSK, no wonder Yan Qi has such a strong base. It looks like the family behind him isn't smaller than the Bai family. Yan Qi didn't care about their words, but opened the door and said to Hu Delu, Team Hu, this kid Bai Jingming just sent someone to kill me, so I have to leave him alive today. Hearing this, Hoodoo turned his head violently to look at Bai Jingming. He didn't expect the injuries on Yan Qi's body to be caused by Bai Jingming. Hoodoo was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. Bai Jingming sheepishly lowered his head, not daring to look at Hoodoo at all. Hoodoo just felt his brain go blank. That's a lot of trouble. Although Bai Jingming was only a collateral descendant, but if we really let him die in the black market, it would dishonor the reputation of the Bai family. And it seems like the consequences are even worse if you don't listen to Yan Qi. What to do about this is not quite right. Yan Qi could see that Hoodlum was in a difficult position, so he patted him on the shoulder. Alright, it's better for me to talk to Bai Ji personally, said Yan Qi. Took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Ji in front of everyone. In less than 3 seconds, the call was connected. Bai Ji's somewhat cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Yan Qi? Yan Qi was just about to speak when Zhuaning on the side grabbed the cell phone. Bai Ji, right? Zhuaning said angrily. I am Zhuaning. Now Yan Qi was confused. What is Zhuaning up to? There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment before he spoke slowly. Where's Yan Qi? You still have the nerve to ask Yan Qi? Zhuaning replied in a bad tone. This Bai Jingming of your Bai family almost killed Yan Qi. Bai Ji sniffed and rarely panicked. Yan Qi isn't hurt, is he? How could he not be injured? His broken arm was stabbed again and blood flowed all over the place. Zhuaning said through gritted teeth. Bai Ji, I know that your Bai family is very powerful, but I'm not afraid of you. I have to kill Bai Jingming today. If you want to protect him, I don't mind fighting with your Bai family. Seeing this, Hudu on the side couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This boss of the Qian society is really as crazy as the rumors say. Bai Jingming, on the other hand, was trembling with fear. He didn't expect Zhuaning to be so rigid. In order to kill him, he really dared to make an enemy of the White family. Bai Ji on the other end of the phone was silent. After a few moments, she spoke. Phew, give the phone to Hudu. Zhuaning raised her eyebrows, then handed her cell phone to Hudu. It's for you. After Hudu took the cell phone, Zhuaning gestured to the minions behind him. It means to launch an attack at any time. No matter what Bai Ji thinks, Bai Jingming is dead today anyway. Miss, you said? Hudu said respectfully to the caller. Okay, I get it. After a moment of response, Hoodlum hung up. He coughed lightly and began to announce Bai Ji's order. Ahem. From now on Bai Jingming's family is expelled from the Bai family. Whether they live or die has nothing to do with the Bai family. Chapter 80 Establishing Authority. The words reached everyone's ears. There was dead silence in the room. Everyone looked at Hudu in disbelief. Bai Ji unexpectedly took the initiative to take a step back and expelled Bai Jingming from the Bai family on the spot. You have to know that Bai Ji, as the head of the Bai family, represents the entire Bai family. It means that the entire White family has given in for this. Zhou Weilong's eyes widened in shock. In his impression, Bai Ji's wrist was quite strong. This was the first time he had ever seen such a situation. Is it because of Zhuaning? The family head is scaring the Red in society? Zhou Weilong thought in disbelief, but soon he denied the idea. It was impossible for the White family's strength to be afraid of the Red security society. That leaves only one possibility. Yan Qi? Zhou Weilong's heartbeat missed a beat as he looked at the bland Yan Qi. He heard Zhuaning's conversation with Bai Ji. The two of them talk about Yan Qi's injury. In other words, Bai Ji's retreat was most likely because Yan Qi was injured. Thinking of this, Zhou Weilong involuntarily shivered. An existence that could make the Bai family head give in. What kind of person was this Yan Qi? Not only him, but most of the people in the room had thought of that. The onlookers of the gangsters looked at Yan Qi as they whispered. Isn't the Bai family a bit jealous of Yan Qi? That's why they changed their minds temporarily. I think so, but it's the White family. They would be jealous of others? It means that the power behind Yan Qi is such that even the Bai family can't afford to offend him. Listening to the people's murmurs, Zhuaning was also a bit confused. She didn't expect Bai Ji to actually back down. This, in turn, caused Zhuaning's heart to lose a little. It seems that Bai Ji still has deep feelings for Yan Qi. Of course the most shocked person in the room was none other than Bai Jingming, who had just been expelled from the Bai family. Bai Jingming's entire body sat frozen in place, his gaze empty as he looked at Hudu. You've just been expelled from the White House? And it seems that he's not the only one. Even his parents have been expelled from the White House together. Bai Jingming only felt his brain go blank. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Without the shelter of the Bai family, not to mention Yan Qi and Zhuaning, any random black market punk could kill him. Thinking of this, Bai Jingming screamed out in horror. Aha! He rolled and crawled to Hu Delu's side as he stammered. Who? Team Hu? Did you hear wrong? As I recall, White family children who have committed transgressions are required to vote collectively by their elders. Hu Delu frowned with a look of disgust. Missy has already modified this family rule since she became the head of the family. And now all decisions of the Bai family are decided by the head of the family. Anyway, you're not a member of the White family anymore. Bai Jingming sat paralyzed on the ground with his face as if he was dead. As a sideline descendant, he didn't even know that the family rules had been changed. At this time, Hudu looked at Yan Qi with a smile on his face. Young master, you can deal with this brat as you please. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and report to the lady. Go on. Yan Qi waved his hand. Say hello to Bai Ji for me. Hudu hurriedly nodded. Yes, I will definitely bring it. Then he looked at Zhou Weilong who was on the side. His face instantly grimaced. Zhou Weilong, come back with me to accept the punishment of the family rules. Yes. Zhou Weilong sighed heavily. He's not a White family member. Committing such a great offense is not something that can be ended by expelling the White family. The result will be either death or mutilation. Zhou Weilong regretted it. Regret why he took money from Bai Jingming. Regretting why he didn't listen to Yan Qi just now. He walked towards Hood Road with heavy feet, and at this time, the ungrateful Bai Jingming shouted, "Old Joe, you help me I still have a lot of money in the card, all to you." When these words came out, the anger in Zhou Weilong's heart rose up, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** so powerful that it directly knocked out 8 of Bai Jingning's teeth. If it wasn't for you, I'd be in this situation? Zhou Weilong is still looking to go up and add some kicks, but Yanch stepped up and stopped him. Come on, you beat him to death. What am I fighting for? Seeing this, Zhou Weilong hurriedly bowed and apologized. Young Master Yan, it's because I have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai, please forgive me. Punished by the White family, he might still be able to stay alive. But if you're punished by Yanchi, it's a sure death. Forget it, just go back with Team Hu. Yanchi casually waved his hand. I'm only killing Bai Jingning today. Hearing this, Zhou Weilong was relieved. Thank you for your magnanimity. Hurry up and go. Hudu said to Zhou Weilong with some impatience. With that, Zhou Weilong, as well as the other bodyguards, followed Hudu out in a dead faint. Bai Jingning was on the ground, trembling as he watched this. He could feel Yanchi's sight that was like a poisonous snake. It was as if he was going to be torn to pieces the next second. He slowly raised his head and tried to beg for mercy. Young Master Yan, alright, I don't want to listen to your nonsense either. Yanchi directly interrupted him. He reached to the side. Give me a stick. As soon as the words left his mouth, a baseball bat was handed to him. Yanchi weighed the baseball bat and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it should be smooth to hit. Then he directly zero-framed his hand and struck Bai Jingning's leg with a stick. Only a click was heard, and Bai Jingning's right leg was instantly smashed off. Ah! Bai Jingning screamed miserably as he covered his thigh. Yanchi looked at him coldly. Don't shout, this has just begun. With that, he slammed his stick down again. This time it was Bai Jingning's right arm that he smashed. The intense pain directly caused Bai Jingning to convulse. He grabbed Yanchi's pants leg with his left hand and shivered as he begged for mercy. I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Just spare my life. You just know you're going to die, right? Yanchi sneered and hit Bai Jingning's left arm with another stick. In this black market where crime was everywhere, Yanchi was in front of all the punks around him. Stick after stick slammed into Bai Jingning. No matter how much Bai Jingning begged for forgiveness, Yanchi was still slamming with a vicious flurry of maneuvers. Even the gangsters who were usually used to fighting and killing could not help but break out in a cold sweat when they saw the scene. This is just too hard. They could see that Yanchi was deliberately torturing Bai Jingning. And the ordeal lasted 10 minutes. It wasn't until Bai Jingning's body was smashed to pieces and he couldn't take a breath that Yanchi slowly stopped. The baseball bat in his hand at this time was already stained with blood. Yanchi breathed heavily as he looked up at the surrounding gangsters. Be honest from now on, Yanchi said with a murderous look on his face. Whoever dares to make small moves behind my back again, this Bai Jingning will be your downfall. The reason he struck so hard, it's all about making a public stand. Otherwise these lawless punks will mess with him again someday. The onlookers, all of them lowered their heads in fear, and no one dared to meet Yanchi's eyes. If Yanchi's deeds before were just rumors, then what Yanchi did today has sat the rumors out, and it's even scarier than the rumors. Asked you guys? Yanchi yelled. Are you all deaf? Do you hear me? The punks shouted in unison. I hear you. Since then, Yanchi has gained more nicknames among the gangs. Yama, as the saying goes, if the king of hell tells you to die on the 3rd night, who dares to stay until the 5th night? Chapter 81, Is there really a peach blossom robbery? 2 hours later, Yanchi rejoined Zhuaning's Land Rover. At the moment he had changed his clothes and taken a shower. He also had a doctor from the black market, who bandaged his secondarily injured left arm again. The original fracture plus puncture wounds shouldn't heal for a while. Yanchi looked out the window. Zhuaning was lecturing the people from the Red in society. At the end of the day Yanch killed 5 people tonight too. It has to be handled cleanly, but dealing with these 5 is not complicated. 4 of them were underground gangsters, and no one cared about them at all. As for the fact that Bai Jingning had already been expelled from the Bai family, no one even bothered. So burn the man overnight and be done with it. At that moment, Yanchi suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. I only saw that the WeChat messages on my cell phone were already 99 plus, and there were more than 70 missed calls. All of them were sent by Su Xiaoshang. When he was in the men's restroom earlier, he was still on the phone with Su Xiaoshang. Since those 4 punks went to block Yanchi, so Yanchi just hung up the phone. I'm sure Frost is in a hurry. Yanchi opened WeChat, and Su Xiaoshang sent all of them. Why did the phone just hang up? Where are you? I'm going to find you now, okay? Yanchi, are you okay? Don't scare me. Yanchi looked at the messages and felt a little guilty, so he immediately sent a message. I ran into a little trouble just now, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Good boy. Just seconds after the message was sent, Su Xiaoshan replied in seconds. Ooh, you scared me. It's good to be okay. Yanqi comforted her a few more times, and only then did she completely reassure Su Xiaoshan. At that moment the main driver's door opened and Zhuaning got in and locked the door to the room. Zhuaning's expression was a bit strange as she stared at the steering wheel without saying a word. So Yanqi took the initiative to find a topic and said, "Oops, today's date didn't go too well either." Before he could finish, Zhuaning suddenly burst into tears. Large tears dripped onto the steering wheel. Yanqi was confused. He had known Zhuaning for so long, and it was the first time he had seen Zhuaning cry. Yanqi hurriedly picked up the tissues in the car and tenderly wiped Zhuaning's tears. "What's going on here? Don't cry." Zhuaning gently grabbed Yanqi's hand, then wrapped it into her arms. Wow. Zhuaning let out a loud cry as she apologized. "I'm sorry, Yanqi. I was so focused on watching the game that I didn't notice you sending me a message. It's my fault for having to bring you here. Ooh, I was wrong." Yanqi then realized that Zhuaning cared about this matter, so he patted Zhuaning's back and comforted him in a small voice. "You don't have to apologize. The situation was already urgent at that time, and I'm at fault. You brought me over here on a date and I pulled a face." Zhuaning sobbed and shook her head. "No, it's still my fault. If I had taken care of Bai Jingming earlier, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." All right, Yanqi whispered. "In that case, it's neither you nor me to blame. So just blame the peach blossom scourge." At these words, Zhuaning froze. She suddenly rose from Yanqi's arms. With a shocked face, he sucked in a breath of cool air. "Hiss, is there really a peach blossom robbery?" When Yanqi told her earlier, she was still just listening as a joke. But what happened tonight made Zhuaning a bit of a believer as well. It seems like Yanqi always has a little bit of bad luck after every time he's with a woman. Zhuaning was a bit hesitant. Was it really because of her that Yanqi had bad luck tonight? It rather added to the guilt in her heart. Yanqi sensed Zhuaning's thoughts. "Don't you think anything?" He pinched Zhuaning's face. "This matter has nothing to do with you." Zhuaning nodded. Then she whispered, "Yanqi, if there really is a peach blossom robbery, will you stay away from me from now on?" She bit her lip. Yanqi touched Zhuaning's head. "It won't be. As long as you don't stay away from me, then I won't stay away from you either. And if it's really peachy, then let's just figure it out together." Zhuaning looked at Yanqi's face and nodded in a moved manner. "Well, I will definitely try my best to protect you in the future and help you block out all the bad luck." "Good, then I'll be counting on you." "Oh," Yanqi smiled gently. Zhuaning leaned her head against Yanqi's embrace. "Leave it to me." The two hugged tightly in the car. At this moment, Zhuaning felt happy. As long as she could be with Yanqi like this, she was willing to pay any price. However, Zhuaning was also clear that at this moment Yanqi was not able to accept her completely. As for the reason, of course, it's because Yanqi is a scum, and a half-assed scumbag at that. 5 women, and he obviously couldn't leave any of them behind. But he was afraid that he would hurt Zhuaning and the girls, so there was only constant tugging to try and find a perfect solution. But there's no such thing as a perfect solution to a relationship. Zhuaning had been dwelling on this matter for a long time. She wanted to find a solution too, but she just couldn't think of one. Since there was no way out, Zhuaning simply broke. She intends to encourage Yanqi to be scum. She didn't really care much about Yanqi's foot in 5 boats anyway. Might as well bring the others down with us then. At this moment, Zhuaning leaned in Yanqi's arms and remembered her plan. After struggling for a while, she finally opened her mouth and asked, "Yanqi, do you love me?" Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Yanqi lowered his head. "Of course I love you." Zhuaning pursed her lips happily. She then coughed lightly. "Cough. What about Su Xiaoshan, Zhang Yuwei, Pei Liuxi, Bai Ji and the rest of them? Do you love them?" Yanqi was embarrassed. This is a really bad topic to answer. Of course he loves it. But doesn't it seem like he's too much of a scumbag to say love at a time like this? Zhuaning saw Yanqi's thoughts at a glance. So she whispered, "Yanqi, I can take the 4 of them for you." Chapter 82, I want it all. Yanqi pushed Zhuaning away with a puzzled face and asked, "What did you say?" He felt like he was hallucinating. But Zhuaning said with a serious face, "Yanqi, I'm serious. It's not a solution for you to go on like this. Why don't I help you take down all 4 of them? Let's see. We should start with the easiest one, Zhang Yuwei." Before she could finish, Yanqi directly raised his hand and interrupted her. Stop. Are you testing me?" he inquired with some skepticism. No wonder Yanqi was skeptical. The main thing is that what Zhuaning said was a bit too outrageous. But again, Yanqi felt that Zhuaning was not the type of person who would do this kind of test. Su Xiaoshang or Pei Lushi are still possible. "I'm not testing you. I'm seriously discussing issues with you." Zhuaning shook his head. She came up to Yanqi and said, "Let me ask you, you have so many ex-girlfriends. Have you thought about getting back together with anyone?" Yan Qi was speechless for a moment. He really hadn't thought about it. Juaning saw this and smiled slightly. You see, you simply can't make up your mind. If you get back together with one, what about the other 4? She pinched Yan Qi's cheek gently. You're going to cut ties with the other 4? And even if you did make up your mind, do you think those 4 could spare you? Yan Qi was silent. I have to admit, what Juaning said hit the nail on the head. In fact, from the fact that he's been with a couple of ex-girlfriends, all aspects of it have been tied together. Once the cuts are made, it's a skin and bones separation. Yan Qi was well aware of this, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Humph. I got it right. Juaning raised her head somewhat proudly. I told you, you little scum must not be able to part with anyone. So why don't you just stop making choices too and just take them all and be done with it? She stated her proposition. Yan Qi frowned at his words. Juaning pressed Yan Qi's lips. Hush, you can't say you don't want it. Men, I know. Then she came to Yan Qi's ear and said in a soft tone. Think about it, when the time comes, you'll directly have 5 phoenixes flying together. Wouldn't that be beautiful? When she finished, she blew out a soft breath. Yan Qi shuddered. Since returning to Cloud City, Yan Qi had been controlling himself. Keep yourself from getting in too deep. But Juaning's words were like the devil's temptation, constantly gouging and scratching at Yan Qi's insides. Juaning was right. Why wouldn't he want them all? But this faces too much resistance. Don't worry, as long as you want it, then I will help you. Juaning gently stroked Yan Qi's face. Yan Qi, look at me. Do you want me to help you? Yan Qi looked at Juaning's face. His reason was doing a fierce battle with his desire. Reason told him it was too dangerous to do so, and desire kept tempting him to say yes to Juaning. But as a rule, human reason tends to fail to overcome desire. Yan Qi sighed after a moment of silence. You're right, I do want them all. Juaning smiled with satisfaction. Good, that's the right thing to do. Then let's start with Zhang Yuwei. She's definitely the best to handle. Juaning then began to talk about her thoughts. She'd already given the other 4 women 3 grades. First of all, Zhang Yuwei belongs to the easiest class, and with a little effort, she can be made to accept the fact that Yan Qi is a scum. The next is Su Xiaoshang and Pei Liuxi, who are too exclusive and moderately difficult, and need all the ploys they can get to reach their goal. Last but certainly not least was Bai Ji, whose status as the head of the Bai family was too noble. Juaning had a hard time imagining that Bai Ji would accept the fact that Yan Qi had his feet in 5 boats. She hasn't figured out what to do either. Yan Qi looked at the gushing Juaning and felt really a bit psychedelic. His ex-girlfriend, who was helping him figure out how to rip off his other 4 ex-girlfriends. The genus is a bit of a departure. After Juaning finished speaking, Yan Qi nodded. Alright, wait for me to go back and think about it. There's no rush. Take your time to think. We have plenty of time. Juaning smiled and started the car. Then I'll send you home first. On the way back, Yan Qi was filled with what Juaning had just said. By the time he came back to his senses, he had arrived at the neighborhood where he lived. I won't send you up. I'll have my men deal with Bai Jingming and their corpses. Juaning looked at Yan Qi. I have to go over and supervise to prevent any accidents. But Yan Qi didn't get out of the car. Instead, he took the initiative to come in front of Juaning and gently kissed her on the lips. See you tomorrow then. Yan Qi smiled gently before opening the door and getting out of the car. Juaning was stunned as she touched her lips, followed by her cheeks reddening. This was the first time Yan Qi had taken the initiative to kiss her since he came back. It was obviously just a very light kiss, but Juaning's heart was beating fast. Juaning looked at Yan Qi's faraway back, biting her red lips and thought, really, always seducing me like this? I really will not be able to resist forcing you. On the other hand, Yan Qi walked up the elevator in a good mood. He had been depressed before. After all, the question of what to choose is on my mind every day. But today, after Juaning made such a point, Yan Qi also sort of figured it out. He's supposed to be a scumbag anyway, so there's no need to be so psychologically burdened. It didn't matter if it was Su Xiaoshang, Zhang Yuwei, Pei Liuxi, Juaning, or even Bai Ji. Yan Qi had only one thought in his head right now. I want it all. It's difficult, but it's worth a try. There was a ding and the elevator went to the 5th floor. Yan Qi straightened his clothes and strutted out of the elevator. Came to the door of room 507. This is the house that Pseudo Frost rented across the street from him. Yan Qi gently knocked on the door. Frost? The words were followed by the sound of footsteps coming from the house. Immediately after the door to the room opened, Su Xiaoshang rushed out of the house. She hugged Yan Qi's waist and rubbed herself against him intimately. You're finally back. I really missed you. But then she jerked her head up and sniffed like a hound. This perfume smell is Juaning's? Didn't I tell you? I went out on a date with Juaning. Yan Qi stroked her head. It was only then that Sudsy Frost responded. Right. She was just thinking about Yan Qi's not replying to WeChat's yes, and had put the matter of Yan Qi going on a date behind her. Humph. Su Xiaoshang hummed softly with some dissatisfaction. You scum. You just finished your date with another woman and ran over to find someone else. Yan Shi sighed, pretending to blame himself when he saw this. Alas, indeed, it was so wrong of me to do so. In that case, I'd better go back to my house. I'll come back and see you tomorrow. With that, he pretended to turn around to leave. Xu Xiaoshang immediately anxious. She pulled Yan Shi's hand. Wait a minute. In fact, I do not care so much. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I made your favorite things. Oh. She looked at Yan Shi blearily. Do you really want to go back? Yan Shi saw this and smiled faintly, wrapping his arms around Xu Xiaoshuang's thin waist. I'm not leaving. I still have to eat the food our family Xiaoshuang made. Ha. That's more like it. Xu Xiaoshang laughed happily. She leaned on Yan Shi's shoulder. Come on, follow me into the house. With that, the two of them walked into the 507 with a smile on their faces. Chapter 83, Stargazing. It had to be said that Xu Xiaoshan was doing a pretty good job of capturing men's stomachs. Yan Shi always had a satisfying meal whenever he ate her cooking. At this moment, he was taking a big bite of the meal on the table, while Xu Xiaoshang sat on the side, her eyes looking at him tenderly. The two looked as if they were an old married couple with everything going for them. Soon Yan Shi was full, and he leaned back in his chair contentedly. Xu Xiaoshan used a handkerchief to help Yan Shi wipe his mouth. Is the cooking still appetizing? It's so delicious. Yan Shi gave her a thumbs up. My favorite since I was a kid. Is your cooking? Xu Xiaoshang happily pursed her lips. Hey, it's good that you like it. She loved it when Yan Shi complimented her cooking skills too. When Xu Xiaoshang first learned how to cook, it was to cook for Yan Shi. She also only made it for Yan Shi. After a moment of silence, Xu Xiaoshang gathered enough courage to ask, Yan Shi, can you not go back tonight? Just stay here with me, okay? She said a bit downcast. We haven't had a chance to be alone in the last few days. Yan Shi looked at Xu Xiaoshang's humble appearance and felt a little heartbroken. Good. I'm not going anywhere tonight. He pinched Xu Xiaofrost's small face. Just stay here with our Xiaofrost. Xu Xiaoshang happily stood up. Good ugh. Then let's go look at the stars together tonight. Stars? Yanch blinked. He quickly thought back. Xu Xiaofang is interested in astronomy. She could even identify what many of the stars in the sky were called. When she first went to college, she often dragged Yan Shi to look at the stars together. Although Yan Shi didn't like to look at the stars, he would follow Xu Xiaoshang every time. Fine. Watch whatever you say tonight. Yan Shi stood up. He took Xu Xiaoshang's arm. Then let's go to the rooftop to watch. Rooftop. The two Yan Shi leaned together and looked up at the boundless starry sky. Xu Xiaoshan leaned her head on Yan Shi's shoulder as she asked in a small voice. Yan Shi, do you still remember the situation when we first met? Of course I remember. That day should be the university just started. You drove a Lamborghini into the school at that time. You got out of the car and wore a small black dress. It was called a beautiful I was charmed by you on the spot. Yan Shi recalled. I secretly swore at that time that I must chase this little beauty. Xu Xiaoshang smiled at his words. Yeah, you rushed straight out of the crowd then, and then said to me, beautiful girl, can you add a WeChat? I was really intimidated by you, but I didn't give it to you as all. Yeah, you said one sentence about not adding WeChat, then turned your head and left straight away. Yan Shi stroked his chin and said, after that, I asked you for half a month in a row, right, before you reluctantly agreed to give me WeChat. Xu Xiaoshang pinched Yan Shi. Wasn't that because you were too stalkerish and I really had no choice but to give it to you? Hey, you were the school beauty of our school at that time. If I didn't stalk you, how could I chase you? Yan Shi heatedly smiled. Xu Xiaoshang skimmed her lips. Humph. In fact, I've long seen that your intentions are impure. Then she said softly, Yan Shi, in fact, when I first saw you, I was quite fond of you, just that I have never been in love before, and was a bit flustered when you asked for WeChat so suddenly. We probably would have missed it if you hadn't kept initiating at the time. After saying this, Xu Xiaoshang felt a lot more relaxed. She looked up at the starry sky. Yan Shi, if only we could be like this forever. Looking at the stars while talking about the past, forever I dare not say. Yan Shi stroked her hair, but as long as I'm alive, then I'll be with you in the future. Hearing this, Xu Xiaoshang turned her head to look at Yan Shi. Her eyes were going drawn. At this time, Xu Xiaoshang suddenly ghosted out. Yan Shi, why don't we get back together? The words came out of her mouth and she reacted instantly. That seems like an inappropriate thing to say. Thus, Xu Xiaoshang hurriedly covered her mouth. Yan Shi looked at Xu Xiaofrost with some disbelief. The two were already intimate in their demeanor though, kissing and hugging, but at the end of the day, there's still a window pane in between. They were both very silent and didn't take the initiative to poke the window paper. After all, once someone proposes to get back together and the other one refuses, it's an awkward situation. What's more, with so many ex-girlfriends on Yan Shi's side, Xu Xiaoshang is even more afraid to mention it. Xu Xiaoshang hurriedly shook her head. No, 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 you'd better pretend that I didn't say anything. If it had been Yan Qi a day ago, he would have gone along with what Xu Xiaoshang said, but he's different now. After Zhuo Ning's nudging, he had decided to be a scumbag again. So Yan Qi held the hand of Su Xiaoshang, small voice. I just heard it all. Oh, you are saying that you want to get back with me, right? Su Xiaoshang's entire body trembled, and then her cheeks turned red. I just rambled. She shook her head vigorously. Su Xiaoshang was afraid that Yan Qi would reject her, so she could only take the initiative to take another step back. But Yan Qi were going to let her go. Seeing this, he wrapped his arm around Su Xiaoshang's thin waist and pulled her to his body. The two men's bodies were pressed tightly together. Su Xiaoshang could even feel Yan Qi's breathing. Her heart beat like a drum. Su Xiaoshang felt her body turn soft. If it wasn't for Yan Qi holding her up, she was afraid that she would have collapsed to the ground. Little Frost, listen to me. Yan Qi's peach blossom eyes looked at Su Xiao Frost. Actually, these days, I've been thinking about the two of us. I think it's time we had a little talk. Su Xiaoshang was tingling from the look, and her whole body leaned on Yan Qi. So, then you say it. Su Xiaoshang stammered. Yan Qi came to Su Xiao Frost's ear and asked in a soft tone, Xiao Frost, do you still like me? Su Xiaoshang trembled. She knew Yan Qi was serious this time. She was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I like you, Yankee. Chapter 84, Starting the Sale. After saying this, Su Xiaoshang suddenly felt much more relaxed. The boulder that had been blocking his chest was moved. She buried her head into Yan Qi's embrace and whispered, Yan Qi, in fact, I've been wanting to see you for the past 3 years. Even though you once did something so excessive, I still can't stop thinking about you. Su Xiaoshang said somewhat downcast. Yan Qi, I don't care what you'll choose afterward, but don't leave me again, okay? Yan Qi sniffed and gently patted her back. Don't worry, I won't leave you again. Well, I trust you. Su Xiaoshang nodded. Then she looked up and beamed. You asked me if I liked you, but you haven't answered me yet. What about you? Do you still like me? Yan Qi nodded without hesitation. Of course I like you. Whether it's in the past, present or future, I will always like you. Humph, that's more like it. Su Xiaoshang hummed softly happily. Then she lowered her eyelids and said in a low tone, Yan Qi, just now I did say compound. I really want to get back together with you too. I'd be really happy if we could be together again. Yan Qi saw this and wanted to speak up and say that it would be good to get back together. He's already planning to take them all. If we can open a breakthrough from Su Xiaoshang's side, that would be a good start. But before Yan Qi could speak, Su Xiaoshang raised her hand and covered Yan Qi's mouth. Shu, I know what you want to say, but don't say it first, okay? Otherwise I really wouldn't be able to resist getting back together with you. She closed her eyes tightly, not even daring to look at Yan Qi. Yan Qi, I know you still like other women, but I'm not ready to accept sharing you with other women. Su Xiaoshang had also thought about it. Why don't we just let Yan Qi have his feet in 5 boats? But every time she thought that, she felt a dull ache in her chest. But if Yan Qi really proposes it, I'm afraid she'll still say yes even if she doesn't want to. That's why Su Xiaoshang didn't want Yan Qi to say it. Yan Qi looked at the trembling Su Xiao Frost, and guilt surged up again. He gently removed Su Xiaoshuang's hand and said in a soft tone, Okay, everything is as you wish. Phew. Su Xiaoshang breathed a sigh of relief as she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yan Qi on the lips. I won't let you wait too long. Then she held Yan Qi's hand. Alright, let's go back. No more stargazing? Yan Qi followed her. Su Xiaoshang had a smile on her lips. Don't look, I'm already happy tonight. Well, I have to go to bed early too. I have to get up early tomorrow to go to the office. Yan Qi nodded. Yan Qi, then how about you cuddle me to sleep? Okay, whatever you want. Early the next morning, Yan Qi woke up in a daze from his alarm clock. All he felt was a heavy weight on him. Opening his eyes, he realized that it was Su Xiaoshang lying on top of him. Su Xiaoshang's body was so well built that Yan Qi could even feel the soft touch. Yan Qi gently put Su Xiao Frost aside and tucked her in. With that he got out of bed, washed up, and went back across the street to his own rental house to change his clothes. When he came back after doing this, Su Xiaoshang also woke up. Are you going to the office? I'll go with you. She yawned sleepily. Yan Qi patted her head. Be good. You'd better sleep a little longer. Alright, Su Xiaoshang nodded. Yan Qi, I've already informed the group last night. They'll help you publicize the magazine. Then be a good boy and go to bed. I'll be off. Be careful on the road. Yan Qi got up early today and it was only 7 o'clock when he arrived at the office. But the staff arrived earlier than Yanch. After all, the more magazines they sell, the more they can get paid. Zhang Yuwei let the word out earlier. For every additional 1,000,000 copies sold, the entire staff receives an additional month's salary. The top is not capped. With the incentive of money, employees are naturally motivated. The employees stood up in unison when they saw Yan Qi arrive. They quickly came together in front of Yan Qi. their eyes glittering with adoration. Mr. Yen, how on earth did you do that? This is too awesome. Yenchi was a bit confused. What's too good? Hot search. The employees took out their cell phones. You haven't seen today's hot search? Yenchi came to the office today by subway. In order to prevent being recognized, he was so focused on covering up along the way. Where did he have time to pull out his cell phone and look at it? So Yenchi took the cell phone of one of the employees. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he read what was on it clearly. Only the first place on the hot search list reads, Yenchi's magazine is on sale, followed by the word pop. Not only that, but Twitter has a total of 50 hot searches. More than half of them are related to Yenchi. For example, because of yesterday's escape in the escape room, Yenchi helped catch a murderer. The number 2 hot search was, Yenchi catches fugitive suspect, another pop hit. In addition to that, there's Yenchi magazine cover. Handsome. Yenchi got hurt? Yenchi went to play escape room, and a series of other hot searches. In short, almost all social media programs have been slaughtered by the name Yenchi. Naturally, the new issue of Inkheart Media's magazine is the talk of the town. The employees said with great excitement, Mr. Yen, the pre-orders for our magazine have come to 3 million this morning, and the number continues to rise. Yenchi took a deep breath. He knew that with so many hot searches, it must be Pei Liu's behind it. What time does the magazine officially go on sale? He handed the phone back to the employee. One of the employees rushed to say, 8:30, there's about an hour and a half left. Good, everyone move. Yenchi clapped his hands vigorously. Today is the decisive moment. Strive for a sale of 4 million. No, 6 million. Yes, the employees all came into the spirit. If we can sell 6 million units, that's 6 months of extra salary bonuses. With that, the employees quickly returned to their workstations. At this time Yenchi's cell phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and looked at it. It was found that it was Zhuo Ning who called. Yenchi saw this and walked to a quiet place and picked up the phone. Awake? Zhuo Ning on the other end of the phone asked. Yenchi laughed. I'm all the way to the office already. That's good, Zhuo Ning said softly. I've already arranged things down, and when the time comes, we'll go out en masse. Understood, and I'll follow up on my end. After the two of them chatted a few more times, Yenchi hung up the phone. The Hangon Group, which was founded by Zhuo Ning, has many businesses under its umbrella. One of these is the advertising business. More than half of the big screens in shopping malls in Cloud City are controlled by Hangon Group. On top of that, there are mobile-type ads. It's one of those minivans with a screen that's commonly seen on the street, and the screen plays all sorts of ads. In addition to vans, there are blimp ads and such. In short, all of Hangon Group's advertising spots today have been rounded up by Yenchi. What Yenchi wanted to do was to bombard the whole Cloud City so that all of them would know that a magazine was going on sale. Chapter 85, A Citywide Rush. It's Sunday, except in cases like Inkheart Media, where you have to work overtime. The vast majority of companies and schools are on vacation, but many of the staff and students who were supposed to be taking a break did not choose to do so. They went out early in the morning instead, and they had one purpose today, and that was to buy magazines. Since Yenchi had returned to Cloud City, all sorts of things had happened around him, and his fame went through the roof. Even he doesn't know how many fans he has accumulated, and today is the day to get thick. The time came to 8 o'clock in the morning. The bookstores as well as the shopping malls in Cloud City had all been filled with long lines. Many bookstores where no one usually comes at all are lined up today. The bookstore owners were confused. They hadn't seen anything like this in almost a decade. One of the places with the most rows was the Obsidian Square in Cloud City. This was a plaza created by Cloud City's richest man, the Obsidian Group, covering an area of about 150 acres or so. It's considered the largest integrated plaza in the entire Cloud City, and today the entire Obsidian Plaza is closed. Instead, there were rows of magazine vending outlets. This was naturally the handiwork of Su Xiaoshang. In order to help Yenchi sell magazines, she closed all the plazas under her own banner. In addition to Obsidian Plaza, a dozen shopping malls under the Obsidian Group also went out of business, and all of them were replaced with magazine outlets inside. At this moment there were tens of thousands of people gathered in Obsidian Square. All of them had come to buy magazines. The vast majority of them were Yenchi's fans, and a small portion were scalpers who came over to stock up. And on the outskirts of the square, tons of media are clamoring for coverage. Everyone, 20 minutes until the magazine goes on sale, and there's already a long line on this side of Obsidian Square. A female host walked up to the side of the line. Let's interview these fans in line. The hostess walks over to a girl. The girl was wearing a t-shirt with a portrait of Yenchi on it and was holding a homemade banner of support. It looks like rabid fans. May I ask if you are a fan of Yenchi? The female host asked curiously. The girl nodded vigorously, and then she shouted at the camera. Aha, Yenchi, I love you, and I'll always support you. The hostess grinned. clearly intimidated by the girl. The other people in line saw this and came over to the camera and shouted, "Yanqi, make sure you do your best. We'll protect you. Yanqi, hurry up and open your social account. I really want to follow you. Duck out of the way. I need to say something to Yanqi too. Don't crowd me." The hostess saw that the situation was about to get out of control. She hurriedly took 2 steps back. Alright, I'm sure Yanqi will be able to receive your thoughts. With that said, she quickly moved away from the scene despite her fans. Hiss, this Yanqi is really popular. The female host sucked in a breath of cool air in her heart. And this scene is just a snapshot of the day. This was the case everywhere throughout Cloud City. Unbeknownst to Yanqi, he had amassed a sizable number of rabid fans. When the time came to 8:30, the magazine went on sale. At the same time, Hangang Group's advertising vehicles as well as advertising blimps were also out in force. For a while, all the streets of Cloud City were filled with advertisements for Inkart Media. The sky was filled with a dozen or so airships, sailing back and forth in a constant stream of air. The blimp had a huge banner that featured the cover of the magazine. Even some people who don't usually follow social media have noticed the overwhelming promotional ads. People, in the end, like to follow the crowd. Seeing that people around them were lining up, many people who were not a fan of Yanqi began to follow and start lining up. Of course, there was also a part of the internet that was people who looked at Yanqi very unfavorably. They think there are just too many advertisements about Yanqi that are really annoying. That sound, however, was quickly drowned out by a hot take. It's the same hot search that brought the day to a climax. Right at 9:30 a.m., Pei Lushir, the most popular actress in Cloud City, sent out a tweet. The tweet consisted of a selfie and a line of text. The selfie looks like nothing special. It's just Pei Liu sitting on the balcony of her house, drinking coffee while soaking up the sun. The text is also plain, just a few words in total. A good day starts with a cup of coffee. Although the tweet seems mediocre. However, due to Pei Liushir's own high popularity, the number of likes quickly surpassed 1 million. And that's when someone with a sharp eye noticed something unusual about the photo. On the table where Pelias was, there was nothing but a coffee pot, a vase of flowers, and a few decorative items. There was also an open magazine. It was soon discovered. Isn't this magazine the same HQ magazine that was just put on sale by Inkart Media this morning? Immediately afterward, a hot search instantly topped the charts. Is Pelias also reading HQ? It's amazing to know how much of a fanbase Pelias has. Plus, many fans love to buy the same stuff as celebrities. And so it was, fueled by this tweet. HQ magazine became a fashion benchmark for the people of Cloud City. Make it sound as if you're as good as left behind by the times if you don't buy a copy of HQ. So without any deliberate recommendation from Pelias, but instead, the reputation of HQ was made. This was the plan that Yanqi had taught Pei Liu's yesterday. If you recommend it directly, it will make people feel that Pei Liu's is paid to do things. Not only is it ineffective, but it's also easily suspected. After all, how could Pei Liu's, a popular actress, advertise for Yanqi? So the best thing to do would be for fans of Pelias to discover this on their own. That's how you can spread the word naturally. With Zhuaning's bombardment of advertisements, Xu Xiaoshan's massive venue support, and Pei Liu's strong publicity, it led to Cloud City all discussing one person all day long, and that was Yanqi. And that made the sale of the magazine, which went very well. Many bookstores were sold out in an instant because they were understocked. Even though several rounds of replenishment were made up at the back, they still could not withstand the enthusiasm of the public, and so the snapping continued into the evening. According to Inkart Media's after-action statistics, today alone, a whopping 6.5 million copies were sold in one day. 86. Reactions of the parties. Evening Mizuno Flower City. Obsidian Group's current chairman in Sudoku was sitting on the sofa, flipping through the latest issue of HQ magazine in a bored manner. He shook his head in some confusion. I really don't understand the young people nowadays. What exactly is there to see in this thing? Is it necessary to loot the whole city? Su Xiaoshan's mom, Song Qingyi, was also sitting next to her, flipping through magazines. She laughed happily and said, "What do you know, Yanqi? This kid can take such a magazine and make the whole city rush to buy it. This is called ability." For this future son-in-law, Song Qingyi was 10,000% satisfied. Handsome, bold and capable. If only they weren't so philandering. Under Song Qingyi's investigation, she found out that Yanqi was beside Su Xiaoshan. I can't believe I'm having an affair with another woman. One was Zhang Yuwei, the president of Inkart Media, and there was Bai Ji, the current head of the Bai family. But even so, Song Qingyi didn't take it too seriously. When Sudoku was young, he was also all over the place. Didn't she take it in the end? Moreover, in Song Qingyi's opinion, Zhang Yuwei and Bai Ji were not much of a threat. Although Zhang Yuwei was the president of Inkart Media, in the end, it was only a small company, not comparable to Obsidian Group at all. As for Bai Ji, she is indeed powerful. However, Song Qingyi thought that Bai Ji should not be able to look at Yan Qi. Yan Qi probably just grew up in the white family. Comparing and contrasting, Song Qingyi still felt that her own daughter had a better chance. She planned to teach her daughter well afterward, trying to get Yan Qi to break off her relationship with other women soon. Song Qingyi was still a bit thankful. It's a good thing Yan Qi only has relationships with 2 women. If there were 2 more, it would be a problem. That said, Song Qingyi didn't actually tell Sudoku all the results of the investigation. After all, with Su Daikoku's character, he would definitely be furious when he knew about this. Song Qingyi looked at Yan Qi on the cover and nodded with satisfaction. Old man, look how handsome your future son-in-law is. What future son-in-law? Sudoku frowned. I haven't agreed to it yet. This kid looks oily, not reliable at all. Song Qingyi skimmed her lips. Is that so? Then last night when Frost said that she wanted to use all of the plazas under the group's umbrella to sell magazines to Yan Qi, I seem to remember that you didn't object to it either. Sudoku coughed lightly. Ahem. I'm just fulfilling little Frost's wish. It has nothing to do with that Yan Qi kid. Song Qingyi smiled. She knew that Sudoku was just being tough with his mouth. In fact, Sudoku was also satisfied with Yan Qi. He planned to hand over the group to the couple after Yan Qi and Su Xiaoshuang consummated their marriage. Let Yan Qi assist Su Xiaoshuang in governing the company. Sudoku looked through the magazine and muttered to himself. But, this kid does still have some skills. Moon Lake Manor. Bai Ji was sitting in her study with a pair of scissors in her hand, cutting the latest issue of HQ magazine on her desk. She looked at Yan Qi on the cover of the magazine with a warm smile on her face. At that moment, the door to the study was suddenly pushed open. Little bit Yan Yicheng ran in through the door. Mommy, play with Qingqing. Bai Ji shuddered. She had forgotten to lock the door. As the head of the Bai family, Bai Ji was rarely flustered. She picked up the magazine on the table and tried to hide it, but Qingqing ran over ahead of her. She looked at the magazine in Bai Ji's hand and laughed. Ah, it's the uncle from the movie theater. Bai Ji was speechless for a moment. She's holding Yankees magazine in her hand. How can this be explained? You know she never usually reads these things. At this time Haruka continued. Grandma Butler is also reading this book. Oh, did Grandma Butler give this to you? Right. Bai Ji hurriedly nodded. The housekeeper bought an extra copy, so she gave it to Mom. She was relieved to finally be confused. As soon as she did, Bai Ji picked up Qingqing and put her on her lap. Haruka curiously looked at the magazine on the table. Mommy, Uncle looks so handsome. Bai Ji tenderly stroked her daughter's forehead. So does Qingqing like Uncle? Love it. Haruka nodded her head vigorously. Mommy, then can you let Uncle be my daddy? When these words came out, Bai Ji instantly coughed. Cough. She hurriedly changed the subject. Haruka, isn't it time to watch cartoons? Yay! Watch cartoons. Haruka was instantly energized. She got off Bai Ji's lap and trotted all the way out of the study. After Haruka left, Bai Ji sighed somewhat helplessly. Then she gently stroked Yanch on the cover. Hear that? Your daughter is a big fan of yours. Bai Ji's eyes were very gentle, looking as if she was an ordinary virtuous wife. At that moment, the cell phone on her desk suddenly rang. Bai Ji's expression instantly switched from a gentle smile to her usual icy coldness again. She picked up the phone. It's me. Did you find Yan Qi's third uncle? Good job. Find a way to get him back. Remember, keep him alive. Meanwhile, Yunsong First Hospital. Zhang Yuwei leaned on the hospital bed and also flipped through the latest issue of the magazine. Unlike the others, as president of Inkart Media, she knew the issue like the back of her hand. She had the design department redesign several drafts in order to sell more, and the results of today's sale greatly exceeded her expectations. 5 million copies were sold on the first day. Typically the first day's sales of a magazine are roughly half of the final sales. That means that the final sales volume should be able to be around 13 million copies. That's a very scary number. Keep in mind that normally, HQ sells about 100,000 copies, and this issue is a full 100 times over, and the total population of Cloud City is only 15 million. Converted, it's already almost close to a handful of copies of Chengdu. It's not actually an exaggeration though, because there are still a lot of rabid fans out there, buying 10, 20, or even 100 copies. On top of that, there's the massive hoarding by scalpers. Still, overall, sales of this issue far exceeded expectations. Zhang Yuwei was thrilled at this moment. She would have gotten out of bed and cheered if she wasn't still hurting. As a strong woman who started from nothing, Zhang Yuwei has a very strong character. She would only show her soft side in front of Yan Qi, and in front of everyone else. She was always competitive. Zhang Yuwei understood that the best-selling issue of the magazine not only meant that she could make a lot of money, it also means she can use it to expand her company. This is what Zhang Yuwei really wants. Yan Qi, I really love you. Zhang Yuwei kissed the magazine fiercely. She looked at Yanqi on the cover and her eyes were drawn. Just as Zhang Yuwei was thinking about how to thank Yanqi, a knock came from the door of the ward, and the nurse outside the door called out, "Miss Zhang, there's a lady who wants to see you." Zhang Yuwei frowned. She hadn't heard who was coming. Still, she called out to the outside, "Let her in." As soon as the words left his mouth, the door to the hospital room was violently pushed open. A middle-aged woman dressed in trendy clothes, carrying a few gifts, walked in through the door. The woman came to the hospital bed very enthusiastically and smiled. "Sister Yuwei, it's really been a long time." Zhang Yuwei's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew the woman in front of her. Cloud City's largest entertainment company, the founder of No Sound Entertainment, Feng Shuiyun. Pei Liu's is the artist under their family. Zhang Yuwei had worked with Speechless Entertainment a few times and had met Feng Shuiyun a few times. "Sister Feng, why did you suddenly come over?" Zhang Yuwei asked in disbelief. Feng Shuiyun laughed. "Didn't I hear that you were injured? So I purposely came over to take a look." Zhang Yuwei naturally didn't believe it. She knew Feng Shuiyun's character very well, belonging to the type that was unprofitable. How could you be kind enough to visit her? So Zhang Yuwei opened the door and asked, "Sister Feng, let's get straight to the point if we have something." Feng Shuiyun was a bit embarrassed. She had wanted to be polite, sharp, then elder sister can say it straight. Feng Shuiyun whispered, "Yuwei, that Yanqi from your family, does he have any intention of becoming a star?" Chapter 87, Being a Star? When these words came out, Zhang Yuwei instantly understood. Feng Shuiyun must have already known that the sales of the magazine today. It was important to realize that even for no-voice media, there was only just one artist, Wang Pei Liu's, who could have the kind of appeal that Yanqi had, and Pei Liusi and Speechless Media signed a special contract. There is nothing binding on Pei Liusi. Soundless Media can usually only cajole with Pei Liu's. I was afraid that if I upset her, I would just run away. That's why Feng Shuiyun always wanted to train another artist, preferably one that's as popular as Piraeus and a little more manageable. There just hasn't been the right person for the job, and today's sales of HQ magazine gave Feng Shuiyun hope. You know, this magazine sells so much. The vast majority of people came for Yanqi, having such a big appeal, and such a great fan base. Plus Yanqi is in pretty good shape too. With a little nurturing, she could be a star comparable to Pei Liu's. That's why Feng Shuiyun ran to the hospital. At this moment, she looked at Zhang Yuwei and smiled. "I'm trying to get Yanqi to join us at No Sound Entertainment. For whatever price you want." "I'm sorry, Sister Feng." Zhang Yuwei shook her head. "Yanqi is very important to our company. No amount of money will sell it." Feng Shuiyun didn't lose heart when she heard it. The rejection was within her expectations. On the contrary, if Zhang Yuwei agreed, that piece would be strange. So Feng Shuiyun took the initiative to take a step back. "Then how about this? Our two companies can work together. Yanqi will still stay in your company, and our company will be responsible for training him. We still have good resources on our side, so think about it a little." It sounded like Feng Shuiyun was completely at a disadvantage, but in reality she's not that stupid. Feng Shuiyun planned to reach Yanqi through Zhang Yuwei first, and then a little bit more to pull Yanqi in. After all, if you fight for financial strength, Soundless Entertainment is able to blow up and kill Inkheart Media. Zhang Yuwei was of course well aware of Feng Shuiyun's thoughts, so she pondered for a moment before saying, "I can't just decide on this matter. I'll have to seek Yanqi's opinion." "Understandable." Feng Shuiyun nodded. "But can I add Yanqi on WeChat first?" "I'm afraid this won't work." "Well then." Meanwhile, Inkheart Media. Everyone in the company is celebrating due to sales that far exceeded expectations. They gathered around Yanqi. The admiration in their eyes was almost overflowing. "Mr. Yan, you are also too powerful. How did you contact Hangan Group's side? They even sent out so many advertising vehicles." "Yeah, the Obsidian Group's site even went on hiatus to let us sell magazines." "How the hell did you do that?" "And Pei Liu's, it's amazing that she bought a copy of our magazine too." Before that, Yanqi was just a newcomer who had just joined the company, and only a month had passed and he had conquered the entire company. Yanqi smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's just using a little bit of connections. You guys don't go out and talk nonsense, huh? Don't worry, we all signed a confidentiality agreement when we joined the company." The employees raised their hands and swore. At this time, one of the employees asked, "Mr. Yan, we're going to the restaurant later to celebrate. Do you want to tag along?" "Forget it, I have to go to the hospital to see our general manager Zhang." Yanqi stood up. "You guys feel free to eat as much as you want. I'll reimburse you for the money you spent on dinner when you come back." At these words, the staff cheered. "Good alas, long live Mr. Yan." After Yanqi said goodbye to them, he left alone. The employees looked at Yanqi's back and whispered, "You guys said that Mr. Yan and Mr. Zhang will not be in that kind of relationship, ah?" "Ahem, no nonsense, even if it is, We have to pretend we don't know. Indeed, ha. Otherwise Mr. Zhang and Mr. Yen should be embarrassed. Yankee took a cab. He noticed that the cabbie also had a copy of the new issue of HQ magazine on his passenger side. You can see how well the magazine sells. Half an hour later, the cab arrived at the first hospital. Yanqi got off the bus and went straight to Zhang Yuwei's hospital room. On his way up the stairs, he brushed shoulders with Feng Shuiyun, who was coming down the stairs. Since Yanqi was wearing a hat and mask, Feng Shuiyun did not recognize him. Yanqi came to the front of the ward and first looked inside. At this moment, Zhang Yuwei was looking at the magazine and fuming. It looks like it's in a much better state. Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, so he pushed open the door of the room and shouted with a smile, "Sister Wei, I've come to see you." Zhang Yuwei immediately raised her head, and her originally grave expression softened. "Shao Qi, I miss you so much." She opened her arms to Yanqi. Yanqi casually closed the door of the room and gently hugged Zhang Yuwei. "I miss you too. Is the injury on your body better?" "The doctor said that I still need to stay in the hospital for a while, but I'm already much better," Zhang Yuwei said while giving Yanqi a kiss on the cheek. "You've done a great job. You've even managed to sell the magazine so well." Yanqi laughed. "It wasn't because of Sister Wei's good eyesight that she directly signed me up at that time." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yuwei remembered the conversation she had with Feng Shuiyun, so she asked softly, "Yanqi, do you want to be a star?" Chapter 88, Preparing to Enter the Entertainment Industry? Actually, Zhang Yuwei was also torn. From the boss's perspective, she definitely wanted Yanqi to become a superstar. This will also drive the company to follow along. But from a lover's point of view, she didn't want Yanqi to become too famous, because once he became too famous, he would definitely invite more danger to Yanqi. She still wanted Yanqi to be safe. Zhang Yuwei really couldn't decide, so she planned to listen to Yanqi's thoughts. "Yanqi, do you want to be a star?" she asked in a whisper in Yanqi's ear. Yanqi frowned in confusion as he listened. "Star? Yes, it's the kind similar to Pei Lucier." Zhang Yuwei nodded. Just now, the boss of Soundless Entertainment came to the hospital, and she said that she hopes to cooperate with our company to make you a superstar alongside Pei Lucier. She then told Yanqi all about her conversation with Feng Shuiyun. After thinking for a moment, Yanqi asked in confusion, "I continue to stay in the company and this Feng Shuiyun gives me back my resources. Would she be so kind? I guess she should be trying to get in touch with you first before trying to pull you over." Zhang Yuwei calmly analyzed. Yanqi hurriedly said, "Sister Wei, don't worry, I definitely won't go to another company." When he couldn't find a job, it was Zhang Yuwei who gave him one. So even if the other companies offer a higher price, there's no way Yanqi will go. "I know." Zhang Yuwei tenderly stroked Yanqi's face. "I never worried that you would leave me. You just need to listen to your heart. And if you don't want to, I'll just go back to it." Yanqi lapsed into silence. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. There are still a lot of benefits if you are a star. For example, there is certainly a significant increase in income, but also a further increase in visibility and social status. But the drawbacks are quite obvious. With more visibility comes more trouble for sure, and if you don't become a star, you might be able to live a peaceful life. If it was the Yanqi before yesterday, he would definitely choose not to be a star without hesitation. After all, he didn't have any big ambitions, and was happy with an ordinary life. But after last night's conversation with Xuanning, Yanqi felt that it was time for him to change. He's well aware that he's gotten this far almost entirely on the backs of his ex-girlfriends. But it's not a good idea to keep going on like this. If Yanqi really intends to take all 5 women, then you can't just rely on others. One must start cultivating one's power from now on to do so. In this way, even if you are met with resistance later, you will be able to diffuse it by yourself. Thinking of this, Yanqi already had an answer in his mind. This is indeed a great opportunity. Yanqi took a deep breath. Phew, Sister Wei, I think I can say yes. Zhang Yuwei had some mixed feelings after hearing this. She was happy that Yanqi was able to take this step, but she was afraid that Yanqi was getting farther and farther away from her. Zhang Yuwei nodded. "I understand. I'll contact Feng Shuiyun, but you have to protect yourself as well. This entertainment industry isn't that easy." "Don't worry." Yanqi patted his chest. "I'll bring our company to soar." Zhang Yuwei laughed softly. "Then I'm looking forward to it." Then her words changed. "Right, Yanqi, you did such a good job this time. What kind of reward do you want?" "I'm going to promote you to be the vice president of the company." Yanqi heatedly smiled after hearing this. All it takes is a sweet kiss from Sister Wei. Zhang Yuwei was amused as she cupped Yanqi's face. "Really? Then I'll just give Shaoqi the sweetest kiss ever." With that she kissed it. Their lips entwined with each other. It was only after a few minutes that the two slowly separated. Zhang Yuwei asked with a flushed face, "Is it sweet enough?" "Well, it feels like it's still a little bit short." Yanqi laughed evilly. It still needs to be a little bit deeper kind of thing. Zhang Yuwei gently whacked Yanqi after hearing this. Little villain. You're just going to toss your sister around. Come on then. She then hugged Yanqi and they kissed deeply. An hour later. There's no audio. Feng Shuiyun sat nervously in his office. As the owner of Soundless Entertainment, she could be said to walk sideways in the entertainment industry. She hadn't been this nervous in a long time. It was because Feng Shuiyun understood that although Soundless Entertainment appeared to be the largest entertainment company in Cloud City, but in reality there are huge problems hidden within the company. The brunt of this is the popularity disconnect between artists. There are a total of 91 artists under No Voice Media, but the vast majority of them are of average popularity. The company relies on the 2 or 3 headline artists in the company for most of its revenue. Among them, Pei Liu's income generation alone accounted for about 60% of Soundless Entertainment. It's quite an unhealthy state of the company. Once Pei Liu's contract expired, then No Voice Media's status would be in tatters. That was why Feng Shuiyun had to cultivate an existence that could replace Pei Liu before then. And that person is Yanqi. If Zhang Yuwei's side doesn't agree with Yanqi's entry into the entertainment industry, then Feng Shuiyun's situation would be quite difficult. Please, Zhang Yuwei, you must persuade Yanqi. Feng Shuiyun kept praying in her heart. Just then, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Feng Shuiyun quickly pulled it out. After realizing that the caller was Zhang Yuwei, she hurriedly picked up the phone. Hey, how's Yanqi's side of the equation being considered? Feng Shuiyun would usually still be polite first, but now she didn't have that kind of power left. Zhang Yuwei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Feng, I just talked to Yanqi. Yanqi, he's pretty interested in that too, so you guys can talk about it sometime. When these words came out, Feng Shuiyun immediately brightened up. It's a done deal. As long as you have access to Yanqi, then she'd be sure to pry it over. Fine. In that case, tomorrow morning. Feng Shuiyun held back her excitement and said. The two chatted some more before hanging up. Just after putting down her cell phone, Feng Shuiyun stood up exuberantly. Great! What a great effort! She has done her part to make Yanqi ready. A famous singer in the industry was recently working on a music video for an album. The male and female lead of one of the music videos is still vacant. Just get Yanqi involved in the music video, then it's bound to catch fire. In order to be more secure, Feng Shuiyun wanted Pei Liu to play the female lead in the music video. That way, it would be possible to raise Yanqi's popularity through Pei Liu's popularity. The biggest problem right now, though, is that Pei Liu isn't interested in it at all. The theme of the song in this music video is about love and the music video is about a couple. But since Pei Liu's entered the entertainment industry, she never acted in intimate scenes with men. So much so that after almost 3 years in the industry, she even still has her first on-screen kiss. No one knows why. Anyway, Pei Liu is the word. If she was forced to act in this kind of scene, she would rather quit showbiz. Feng Shuiyun saw that she had such a strong attitude, and naturally did not dare to force her. But this time, Feng Shuiyun still wished to fight for it. So after a moment's thought, she called Pei Liu. The first call did not go through. Feng Shuiyun was undeterred and made a second call. This one managed to connect. Pei Liu's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. It's so late. What are you looking for me for? Feng Shuiyun wasn't angry in the slightest after hearing this. She was already used to Pei Liu's bad attitude. She asked carefully, Silk, have you thought about what I asked you earlier? What is it? Pei Liu asked rhetorically. Feng Shuiyun replied, it's that MV thing. Before she could finish, Pei Liu directly interrupted the conversation. Didn't I say I wasn't interested? Seeing this, Feng Shuiyun hurriedly said, Silk, listen to me. The male lead this time is a very popular. Recently, she hadn't said the word Yanqi yet. Pei Liu then hung up the phone rudely. Feng Shuiyun instantly felt the fire coming up. She kicked the chair hard enough to send it toppling to the floor. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Asterisk. If you weren't still of some use to me, I would have told you to get lost. Just wait. I'll kick your ass when I've trained Yanqi. Chapter 89 No Sound Entertainment. Yanqi went straight back home after visiting Zhang Yuwei. Su Xiaoshang had already made dinner a long time ago. After a late dinner, the two went to bed. The next day, Yanqi woke up very early. Well, is there something else going on today? People still want to go on a date with you, Su Xiaoshang said with a pout. Yanqi patted her head. Frosty, be good. I'm going to talk about an important matter today. Okay. Su Xiaoshang nodded her head obediently. What is it about? Can I help? Yanqi laughed. Right now, the 8 characters haven't even started yet, so I'll tell you when I've talked about it. Well, give me a kiss then, Su Xiaoshang said with a sideways glance. Yanqi bent down and kissed her. Not enough, I want more. Okay, give as much as you want. After the two of them had been cuddling for a while, Yanqi went out. Zhang Yuwei was still hospitalized and couldn't come alone. so he could only head to No Sound Entertainment alone. An hour later, he arrived at the entrance of Soundless Entertainment. After getting out of the car, Yan-Chi looked up at the small four-story building in front of him. Although Soundless Entertainment was the largest entertainment company in Cloud City, but in reality the company is not very large, not much bigger than Inkheart Media. There was no comparison to the behemoths like Obsidian Group and Hangan Group. After all, many artists don't come to the company at all. Only a small number of artists with little popularity, as well as the company's ordinary employees Sulai came to the company, so it doesn't take much office space either. Yan-Chi walked straight into No Sound Entertainment. Just as he reached the door, he came across a group of people walking in the other direction. At the head of the group was a man who was nearly 1 meter 8 in height and had a somewhat feminine face. He was followed by a bunch of people with umbrellas and water. Yan-Chi heard. The man very impatiently complained. What in the world is Sister Feng thinking? Didn't you agree to let me star in the music video? There's probably some kind of misunderstanding. The assistant at the side said carefully. Yan-Chi usually paid little attention to the entertainment industry and did not recognize this person. Still, he took the initiative to step back and let the group pass first. Only after they all went inside did Yan-Chi walk to the front desk. Let's just say it's worthy of an entertainment company. Even the front desk girl is pretty. Yan-Chi gently tapped the table. Hello, I made an appointment to meet with Mr. Feng. May I ask your name? The receptionist lowered her head and began to go through the visitor log. Yanch whispered. Yanch. At these words, the receptionist girl jerked her head up. She looked at Yan-Chi with a face of disbelief. You're Yan-Chi? Yan-Chi took off his mask and hat. Yes, today, Mr. Feng asked me to meet. Seeing Yan-Chi's face, the receptionist girl screamed out excitedly. Ah! She hastily pulled out a magazine from under the table. The new issue of HQ that went on sale yesterday. I'm a fan of yours. Can you sign an autograph for me? She stammered. Yan-Chi was a bit surprised. He didn't realize there were even fans of his here. Good. Yan-Chi nodded. And then he signed an autograph for the front desk girl. The little girl at the front desk looked at the front with some excitement. You are so nice. It seems that what the internet says is true. Yan-Chi coughed lightly when he saw this. Ahem. Can you notify Mr. Feng for me? Oh, I'll inform right away. The receptionist hurriedly picked up the internal phone on her desk. Soon the call was answered. Mr. Feng, Mr. Yan-Chi is here. The receptionist whispered. Yes, okay. After she hung up, she said softly to Yan-Chi, let me take you there. With that she walked out of the front desk and led Yan-Chi up the stairs. Yan-Chi once again put his mask and hat back on. He didn't want to be recognized anymore. Along the way Yan-Chi saw many handsome men and women, but he didn't recognize any of them. The receptionist led Yan-Chi to arrive at the office at the end of the 4th floor. Just knock on the door and go in. The receptionist whispered. Yan-Chi nodded to her. Trouble you? It's no trouble. The receptionist shook her head happily. With that, she jogged away. Yan-Chi then knocked on the office door. Come in. Feng Shuiyan's voice came from the office. Yan-Chi was not polite and directly opened the door and walked in. He took a quick look around the office. The office is large and the overall decor is more of a modern trendy style. A beautiful-looking middle-aged woman greeted her with a smile on her face. Yan-Chi, finally I've waited for you. Sister Feng. Yan-Chi politely greeted. Feng Shuiyan closed the door to the room, then pointed to the sofa in the room. Feel free to sit down. Today we are just having a chat. Yan-Chi sat down on the sofa while Feng Shuiyan sat across from him. Why don't you take off the mask first? Feng Shuiyan laughed. There won't be any paparazzi here. Yan-Chi nodded and removed his mask and hat. Feng Shuiyan stared at Yan-Chi's face and scrutinized it for a while. A very satisfied nod followed. She realized that Yan-Chi, in person, was surprisingly a little more handsome than on the magazine cover. This is a treasure to pick up. Feng Shuiyan was just about to open her mouth to speak when there was a sudden noise from outside the door. Brother Shang, Mr. Feng is meeting the guests. I don't care. I have to see Sister Feng today. The door was pushed open immediately afterward. A man stormed in from outside in a rage. Yan-Chi looked back. Wasn't this the feminine-looking man he had just met at the door? Chapter 90 Negotiations. Feng Shuiyan frowned at the sight. Shang Jiaxuan, who let you in? Did you knock? Hearing the name Shang Jiaxuan, Yan-Chi suddenly remembered. He was at the office yesterday and a couple of the younger girls had a conversation about the name. Sounds like it's pretty popular. Shang Jiaxuan completely ignored Feng Shuiyan's warning and shouted. Sister Feng, didn't we agree before that the MV would let me play the male lead? Feng Shuiyan first glanced at Yan-Chi after hearing this, then impatiently waved his hand. You go out first. This matter will be discussed afterward. I want to talk about important things now. Sang Jihun then reacted to the fact that there were other people in the house. He looked at Yan-Chi, then his eyes widened. Yan-Chi? Immediately afterward, Shang Jiaxuan cried out in disbelief. Sister Feng, You're not asking him to replace me in the male lead role, are you? What do you mean by substituting? Feng Shuiyun also got angry. She stood up and disliked angrily. I just mentioned it to you before. When did I promise to let you act? Sang Jihun was confused. Obviously he did not expect Feng Shuiyun to get angry. Sang Jihun's popularity in soundless media is something that can be ranked in the top 5. Therefore normally Feng Shuiyun treated him well. This was the bottom line that Zhang Yuwei dared to rush in. But to Feng Shuiyun, it was most important to train Yan Qi up now. As long as he could cultivate Yan Qi to the kind of popularity that Pei Lushur had, it would be enough to top 20 Shanghai accents. Sang Jihun didn't know what to say for a moment, so just looked at Yan Qi with an angry face. Yan Qi was not the least bit intimidated and looked back blandly. Sang Jihun only felt a coldness in his back, and then his body trembled. For some reason, Yan Qi clearly looked harmless. However, Sang Jihun felt as if he was being targeted by some kind of large predator. He didn't dare to meet Yan Qi's eyes again and hurriedly looked aside. Feng Shuiyun pointed to the door and said, "You go out first. I'll explain to you afterward." Seeing that he couldn't take any advantage, Zhang Yuwei could only turn around and leave the office with a cold snort. Feng Shuiyun then took a deep breath and instantly changed into a smiling face again. "Yan Qi, Zhang Yuwei is this young master's temper. Don't mind it, haha." "Nothing." Yan Qi shook his head. He didn't care if Sang Jihun was angry, as long as the other guy doesn't mess with him. Of course if Zhang Yuwei didn't grow an eye, Yan Qi wouldn't mind giving him a little lesson. "By the way, Sister Feng, what was the MV that man just said?" Yan Qi asked curiously. Feng Shuiyun smiled and said, "Originally, I wanted to talk to you afterward, but since it was brought up, why don't we talk about it now?" She pulled out a business plan from under the table. "Do you know about Kush Yue?" "Ah, I know, it's the one who sings, right?" Yan Qi nodded. Even though he didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, he still knew of Kush Yue as a person. When Yan Qi left Cloud City 3 years ago, Kush Yue had already become famous, and 3 years on, Kush Yue has become the hottest pop singer around. Her songs are playing everywhere in the streets of Cloud City. Yes, recently Kush Yue is planning to shoot the music video for the title track of her latest album. Feng Shuiyun handed the plan to Yan Qi. Currently the music video is still lacking a male lead actor. Yan Qi took the business plan and roughly flipped through it. The title of the song is, "Good Morning from 7:30. It looks like it should be a love song. The general content of the music video is how the hero and heroine meet and fall in love. Yan Qi was a bit surprised after reading it. He didn't expect to come up with a highly popular program. "So you want me to play the male lead?" Yan Qi looked up at Feng Shuiyun. "I haven't acted from yet." Feng Shuiyun shook her head. "Don't worry, the MV doesn't actually require any acting skills. You just need to listen to the director." Yan Qi pondered for a moment before opening the door and asking, "Sister Feng, there should be no free lunch in the world. This male lead was originally given to Sang Jihun. You even kicked out your own artist to get me to play the male lead. Are you trying to get me to do something?" Feng Shuiyun was first stunned. She did not expect Yan Qi to be so direct, but since Yan Qi had already spoken, there was no need for her to hide it. "Well, I actually do have my eye on you." Feng Shuiyun looked at Yan Qi with an appreciative face. "Your qualifications are the best I've seen in recent years. It's a shame to nestle in Inkart Media as a model. If you can join us at Soundless Entertainment, I promise to make you a star that can rival Pei Liu's within a year." You should know Pei Liu's, right?" Yan Qi held back his laughter as he listened and nodded. "I know, she's very famous." Of course he knew Pei Liu's, and he was very close. But looking at Feng Shuiyun, she didn't know much about Pei Liu's personal affairs. "But you don't have to make a decision in a hurry." Feng Shuiyun laughed very confidently. "You can just make your choice after this MV shoot is over." Her idea was simple. That was to show Yan Qi the strength of Soundless Entertainment through the filming of this music video. As long as Yan Qi isn't stupid, he then surely understands exactly which company is more helpful to him. At that point pulling in Yan Qi would be a breeze. Yan Qi naturally understood Feng Shuiyun's thoughts. He had already discussed it with Zhang Yuwei. He would cater to Feng Shuiyun for now and take all the benefits he could get first. As for jumping ship, that's definitely out of the question. So Yan Qi pretended to be serious and thought carefully before nodding. "Understood, I will seriously consider it." Feng Shuiyun was relieved to see this. If Yan Qi had agreed directly, she would have been suspicious instead. This is the normal way to behave. "Then it's finalized." Feng Shuiyun nodded in satisfaction. Yan Qi flipped through the plan in his hand again and asked curiously, "Sister Feng, can I ask who the lead actress is? It wasn't mentioned on the proposal." Feng Shuiyun was speechless for a moment. She originally wanted Pei Liu's to come, but Pei Liu's was not willing at all. But it's not like he can say that to Yan Qi. Otherwise it looked as if Feng Shuiyun had no say in the matter, so she could only laugh. "This is not finalized yet, but don't worry about it, I will definitely help you find a qualified partner. That being said, she hadn't actually figured out exactly who to call. At the same time, a BMW M4 stopped in front of Speechless Entertainment. Then Pelias stepped out of the car. She was wearing a waist-skimming little black dress today that showed off her figure to the fullest. Several company employees were originally standing in the doorway chatting. Seeing Pelias arrive, they greeted each other attentively. Sister Pei. Pelias didn't even look at them and directly asked, "Is Mr. Fong here?" "Yes, but she's talking to a guest about something," the employee rushed to say. Pelias walked straight into the office after hearing this. As the top stream of the company, she usually has quite a bit of freedom. Full stop. She hadn't been in the office for 2 months, and the reason why Pelias came over this time was because she wanted to talk to Feng Shuiyun. She would immediately quit Soundless Entertainment if she ever talked to let her act in a relationship scene between a man and a woman again. Pelias has a pretty serious emotional cleanliness problem. She really couldn't express her emotions with a man other than Yin Qi. Even if it was just in act, she was completely unwilling to do so, though many opportunities will be missed as a result. But Pelias didn't care, because even so, there are still countless notices that come to her of their own accord. That's Topstream's confidence and strength. Pei Lucier walked straight up to the 4th floor with an indifferent face, and no one dared to come up and greet her along the way. The employees could see that this sister was in a very bad mood today, so it was better not to go up and seek death. Pelias was just about to go to the president's office when the door to the office opened. Immediately afterward she froze in place, only to see Feng Shuiyun smilingly sending Yin Qi out. Yin Qi? Pelias muttered to herself in disbelief. Chapter 91. Pelias, who originally had a belly full of fire, her anger instantly disappeared. Replace it with cluelessness and confusion. She wondered if she had missed Yin Qi so much that she had looked at the wrong person. Pelias took a closer look and realized that it was indeed Yin Qi. But how did Yin Qi end up here? Countless conjectures flooded into Pelias' mind for a while. Could it be because Yin Qi missed her too, so he ran to the company to see her? That's not true. If that's the case, why don't you just call? Is it necessary to come to the office? Thinking about it, Pelias still didn't understand what had happened. Seeing that the conversation between the two was coming to an end, she hurriedly turned around and walked into a nearby conference room. Since Yin Qi didn't say anything, it was better not to expose their relationship for the time being. But that's when Pelias realized that a group of employees were meeting in the conference room. Seeing her suddenly come in, the employees all froze. "Sister Pei, what are you?" an employee boldly asked. Pelias coughed lightly at the sight. "Ahem, just supervising your work. No problem?" The employee sniffed and hurriedly gave Pelias a seat. "Of course, no problem. Have a seat." As a corporate top stream, that's a bit of power. Pelias forced himself to sit down. She couldn't hear the employees at all, though, and only occasionally looked out the window. It wasn't until after Yin Qi passed by the window that she let out a soft sigh of relief, just to be on the safe side. It took a little while longer before she stood up and said, "That's all I'm going to hear for now. You guys have come up with a very good program. Keep up the good work." She then left the conference room at a brisk pace amidst the strange looks from the employees. The employees looked at each other in confusion. Did we just propose a program? After walking out of the conference room, Pelias first fixed her mind. It then made its way to the president's office. Coming to the door, she directly knocked on the door. "Mr. Feng, is it in? Come in." Feng Shuiyun's voice came from the house. Pei pushed the door and walked in without any hesitation. Feng Shuiyun greeted her with a smile on her face. "Silk, notify me in advance when you come to the company so that I can have someone go down to pick you up." Immediately after that, she directly apologized. "It was my fault for that incident yesterday. I promise I won't let any of your emotional scenes be filmed next time." Although the heart is very tired of Pelias, but as a businessman, it's important to keep up appearances. After all, Soundless Entertainment would still have to rely on the money tree of Pelias before Yin Qi grew up. But Pelias didn't care about that now. She was more concerned about why Yin Qi was here, but she knew she couldn't act like she cared too much, so Pelias shook her head. "It's nothing. I came here today to apologize to you as well. I had a bad attitude yesterday." When these words came out, Feng Shuiyun man was dumbfounded. Pelias apologized to her? That's pretty much a first. So Feng Shuiyun hurriedly said, What apologizing or not apologizing let's not talk about this between the two of us." The two of them then faked a few more conversations. Seeing that the time was almost up, Pelias pretended to ask casually, "By the way, when I came up just now, I ran into a quite familiar male." "Hiss, what's it called?" Feng Shuiyun laughed. "It's Yin Qi. He was on the cover of that HQ magazine from Inkart Media yesterday. I saw him as a talent and thought I'd get him to come over and develop him." Pelias sniffed in realization. So that's how it is. She should have thought of that. With Feng Shuiyun's character, sooner or later, he would keep an eye on Yin Qi. so Paleosi pretended to be unconcerned and said, since Sister Feng thinks he's very good, then surely he can't be wrong. Yes, that's why I'm thinking of asking him to be the male lead in Kush Shuei's music video for that song. Feng Shueiyun nodded, but don't worry, since you're not interested in the female lead, I'll find someone else to ask. She's in a good mood today. For one thing, it snubbed Yanch. Secondly, Peleus was nice to her, so it was open to everything. But when these words reached Paleosher's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. What's that? The one who's going to star as the MV's male lead is surprisingly Yin Chi? Piraeus instantly regretted it. If she had known that it was Yin Chi who was acting as her rival, she would have just agreed to it. Now it's good. I don't know which vixen is going to be paired with Yin Chi. The thought of Yin Chi making love to a strange woman. Peleus then became furious and wanted to kill that woman. No, I can't let Yin Chi act with another woman. Paleosher finally made up her mind. Although her heart was already in shock, she was still breezy on the surface. That's the strength of a performing artist. After thinking for a moment, Paleosi opened her mouth and asked, Sister Feng, you just said it was Kush Shuei's song, right? Yes, didn't you already know? Feng Shueiyun asked back with some doubt. Paleus did know about it earlier, but now she had to act like she didn't know. I was too busy before and didn't take it to heart. Speaking of which, I kinda like Kush Shuei. Her songwriting is really good. In fact, she didn't like it at all and was just passing a word to Feng Shueiyun. Feng Shueiyun really brightened up after hearing this. So you like her songs? Then the matter of the MV female lead. Do you want to reconsider? Then she compensated. Of course, I'm not forcing you. It's just that I don't have many opportunities to work with Kush Shuei, so I want to create some opportunities for you. Piraeus pretended to be contemplative. As an acting pro, she does a great job of showing the kinks. It's as if you're really choosing between your principles and your idols. Feng Shueiyun followed suit with some nervousness as she expected Paleosher to agree to play the female lead. That would be a surefire way to set Yanch on fire. After a while, Peleus sighed. Ugh, I'll think about it then. When these words came out, Feng Shueiyun was instantly happy. Good. Feng Shueiyun was in a great mood. She felt like she had opened up today. First, he took down Yin Chi, and then he successfully snubbed Paleosi to star as the female lead. Feng Shueiyun was kind of admiring herself. That's really something, isn't it? But what she didn't know was that Yin Chi and Peleus were actually counting on her. Paleosher was very satisfied to see Feng Shueiyun being led by her nose. Yin Chi, come and play favorites with me, she thought happily in her heart. Chapter 92 Promoted to Vice President. Sang Jahun was depressed at the moment as he sat in the nanny car angrily pounding the seat. On what grounds? How am I worse than that Yin Chi? He's nothing more than a little taller than me and so much better looking than me. Yes, he did sell 5 million copies of that magazine yesterday. But so what? At the end of the day he's still a vegetarian. The female assistant in the car cowered in the corner, not daring to say a word. She knew very well Shang Joshuan's temper and belonged to the category of not being able to hold back any anger at all. I'm afraid that Yin Chi is going to have bad luck. This fashion Joshuan fiercely looked at the female assistant. Why don't you speak up? I'm asking you what to do. Do I have to hold my tongue? It should have been his chance, but someone else suddenly pried it away. Whoever it was would have been offended. Moreover, this is still a cooperation with Kush Shuei. It belongs to a good opportunity that can't be encountered for several years. The female assistant saw that Shang Joshuan was going to vent his anger on himself, so she hurriedly said, Brother Shang, then let's find a way to make it impossible for him to participate in the MV. Won't that be fine? Then won't it be your turn? Sang Jahun blinked. You mean find someone to beat him up? No. The female assistant shook her head. If he gets beaten up, he can still use the opportunity to sell a wave of misery, and then his popularity will rise again. Sang Jahun nodded. That's right, definitely can't let him sell out or I'll have even less of a chance. As a traffic star, he knows that sometimes selling misery can attract fans instead. If we can't fight, then what do you think we should do? He asked curiously. The female assistant whispered. It's very simple. Let's make his reputation stink. Then even if Mr. Feng wants to push him, he'll have to weigh it up. Good. Shang Joshuan nodded repeatedly as he listened. Then hurry up and get it done. It's best to get it done today. On the other hand, after Yen Chi left from No Sound Entertainment, he took a taxi directly back to Inkheart Media. With Zhang Yuwei out of the picture, he was still needed to hold down the fort. Yen Chi had just entered the company, and the employees all gathered around. Congratulations, Mr. Yen. No, it should be called Mr. Yen now. Mr. Yen? Yen Chi didn't react for a moment. The employees saw this and hurriedly said, Didn't you read the corporate Weibo? This morning, Mr. Zhang sent a message to everyone, saying that he's going to promote you to be the company's vice president. Yen Chi then remembered. Last night when he went to see Zhang Yuwei did mention that she wanted to promote him to vice president, but Yanqi was so focused on making out with her that he had already put that behind him. Well, Yanqi was a bit hesitant. He had just joined the company for a month and was promoted to vice president. Will these old employees feel unbalanced? The employees obviously saw Yanqi's thoughts and said, Mr. Yan, don't excuse yourself. The magazine sales were so good this time. All thanks to you. Yeah, and we've all endorsed you for VP. So don't push your luck again. The employees aren't stupid. Yanqi was currently so famous in Cloud City. If you work for him, your salary and bonus will be doubled. Yanqi could only agree when he saw this. Alright, but I'm also inexperienced in this area. So if there's something I'm not doing right, it's fine for everyone to mention it directly. The employees agreed. Then one of them said, That's right, Mr. Yan. We've already packed up your office for you. It's right next door to Mr. Zhang's. Let me take you there to take a look. And the office. Yanqi was a little surprised. He then followed the employees and went up to the second floor to an office door. The office is only a little smaller than the president's office and the decor is not bad. Mr. Yan, are you still satisfied? The employees asked in whispers. Yanqi nodded. It's quite good. The employees were relieved. That's good. You'll be working here from now on. We'll knock if we have something to report. Then we'll leave you to familiarize yourself. With that, they left the office en masse. Yanqi closed the door to his room and looked around. He felt that what was in front of him was somewhat unreal. A month ago he couldn't find a job. As a result, he is now the vice president of the company. Yanqi walked behind his desk and sat down in the soft boss chair. Though he's not interested in being a VP, but it's still nice to have a separate office. Yanqi then leaned back in his chair and fell into a deep sleep. He'd had to catch up on his sleep after staying up all night and waking up early the last few days. By the time he woke up, it was after 4 in the afternoon. Yanqi yawned. Is this what it feels like to be a leader? There's really nothing to do. He got up and walked out of the office to find his employees still hard at work. Today was the second day of the magazine sale, and while it wasn't quite as busy as yesterday, it was still much busier than usual. Yanqi asked them if they needed any help. After receiving a negative answer, Yanqi went back to his office and sat down for a while. He left the office just after quitting time. Yanqi stood on the side of the road and tried to hail a cab, but then a scream came from the side. He turned his head to see that it was two punks molesting a schoolgirl in uniform. Little sister, don't go away. Go have some fun with your brothers. One of the punks laughed obscenely. The other punk went straight for it. Hey, we're not bad guys. The schoolgirl pushed the punk away, then ran towards Yanqi with quick steps. She was very scared and hid behind Yanqi. Don't come over, you guys. The two gangsters stride toward Yanqi, their mouths cursing. Hurry up and get out of the way for me, or today. Halfway through the sentence, they suddenly froze in place. The punk's eyes snapped open and they couldn't help but call out, Yanqi? Originally Yanqi was quite famous underground. After he had stoned by Jingming to death in public the day before, his reputation had grown even more. Hearing the other party call out his name, Yanqi realized that he had forgotten to wear a mask, so he hurriedly took out his mask and put it on. Which gang are you guys from? Yanqi asked in a flat tone. The punks stammered. We're from the Topaz gang. Ah, Wu Laowei's people, right? Yanqi nodded bashfully. When he and Juaning went to the old town for dinner earlier, the group of troublemakers he encountered were the men of Wu Laowei of the Topaz gang. The two punks were completely flustered. They unconsciously looked at the female student behind Yanqi and quietly glared at her. The schoolgirl was also confused. Why didn't these two follow the script? At times like this, they should be the ones to come over and pick a fight, and then be beaten away by Yanqi. How can you wimp out before the fight even starts? That's right. These two punks are in league with the schoolgirls. They were all sent by Sang Jahun. The schoolgirls are going to approach Yanqi through this means and then find a chance to make some intimate moves with him. Finally, a photographer hiding in the shadows was allowed to capture it all and post it online. Yanqi behaves intimately with high school girls, and the female students speak out and say it was all forced on them. That alone was enough to bury Yanqi's acting career. As it turned out, they met their Waterloo before the program even started. These two punks didn't know beforehand that the target was Yanqi. Otherwise they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. The gangsters looked at each other, and after they weighed the pros and cons, they already had the answer in their hearts. Just don't mess with anyone but Yanqi anyway. So they hurriedly came to Yanqi's body and explained in a very fast speech. Listen to my explanation. It's all because Sean Joshuan told us to come. It really has nothing to do with us. When these words came out, the female student body behind Yanqi was dumbfounded. Chapter 93. The schoolgirl looked at the punks with a dumbfounded look on her face. This isn't like what was promised. Why are two people suddenly blowing themselves up? But the punks couldn't care less. They knew very well how terrifying Yan Qi really was. What kind of bull asterisk plan is that? What's more important than your life? You believe us, or really just collecting money to do a job? They nodded and said. However, not only were the female students confused, Yan Qi was also a bit confused. Still, he heard the words Sang Jahun, so Yan Qi quickly reacted. Well, that's a different kind of jump, isn't it? If it wasn't for these two punks blowing themselves up, it's not likely he'll fall for it. Yan Qi turned his head to look at the woman behind him, his eyes carrying a hint of murderous anger. The woman instantly trembled with fear and took an involuntary step back. She felt like she was being stared at by a poisonous snake and felt chilled all over. The two gangsters immediately went up to show their loyalty. Master Yan, we're not on the same side as her. Why don't we help you beat her up? Just as Yan Qi was thinking about what to do about it, the cab he had called pulled up next to the road, so he casually waved his hand. Forget it, you guys just watch. Yan Qi had more important things on his mind right now, and he was already too lazy to care about them. As for that Sang Jahun, I'll teach him a lesson some other time. Yan Qi then got straight into his car and left. Only the punks were left with the women in the wind. One of the punks looked to his companion next to him. What to do? I don't know. The other punk shook his head in bewilderment. What do you mean let them watch? Then if we don't get it done, won't we offend Yan Qi? In that case, it's better to take care of it. Thinking of this, the punks looked at the woman at the same time. You, what do you want? The woman took a step back in fear. In the days that followed, Shan Jiaxuan never saw this woman or these two punks again. Yan Qi didn't take this matter to heart. It was just a minor hiccup for him. He had more important things to do right now. Yan Qi had an appointment to come to the house today. When he arrived at the house, he found the front door left ajar. Yan Qi shook his head helplessly. Ugh, it's not like it's closed. Other than him, there are only two other people who have access cards to this rental house. One is Xu Xiaosheng, who is the landlord, and the other one is Pei Liu's, who secretly copied the access card. Yan Qi pushed straight in and closed the door to the room. As soon as I entered the house, I could smell the meal. Hearing the door slam, Pei Liu's ran out of the kitchen. She was wearing an apron and looked like a good wife and mother. Yan Qi, you're back. Pei Liusi hugged Yan Qi's arm. I prepared a lot of delicious food for you today. Oh, Yan Qi asked with some disbelief. You can cook? As far as he could remember, of his 5 ex-girlfriends, only Xu Xiaosheng could cook. No, I ordered takeout. Oh, Pei Liu said with her chin up, looking quite proud of herself. Yan Qi laughed. No, what are you wearing an apron for ordering takeout? Pei Liu pouted and explained. Well, obviously that's how it's done in the TV shows. When the husband comes home, the new wife comes out to greet him in her apron. She walked up to Yan Qi and spun around. Dang, how about that? I look pretty good in an apron, don't I? Well, it does have a different flavor. Yan Qi stroked his chin and nodded. That's for sure. Pei Lucier pulled Yan Qi's hand with satisfaction. Come, see what I've prepared for you? The two walked into the living room, only to see a dozen dishes for sale on the dining room table. That much? Yan Qi was a bit surprised. Pei Liusi crossed her arms. Humph, this is nothing. After we get married, I will prepare so many delicious food for you every day. Saying that, he pressed Yan Qi down on the stool. Alright, hurry up and taste it. Yan Qi picked up his chopsticks and was just about to eat when he realized that something was wrong. The table seems to have only dishes. No rice buns or anything like that. He turned his head to Pelias. No entrees? Ugh, Piraeus was stunned. She does seem to have forgotten to buy staples. Yan Qi saw this and laughed. It's fine. It's actually fine to just eat the vegetables. However, Pei Lucier still lowered her head with some loss. Well, sure enough, in this aspect, I'm still no match for Xu Xiaosheng. The reason she remembered to prepare dinner for Yan Qi today, it was the last time he came to Yan Qi. He was struck by Xu Xiaosheng's cooking skills, so after that time, Pei Liu's was secretly practicing cooking, wanting to learn and then amaze everyone, but she has no talent for it at all and makes things that the family dog doesn't want to eat, so the only option was to order takeout. Yan Qi saw Pei Liu's mood getting lower and lower, so he rushed to comfort her. We all have our strengths. Frost has something she's good at, and so do you. I did? Pelias asked, looking up in disbelief. He took Pei Liu's hand. There are for example, in the aspect of acting, you are an expert. You see, I'm having trouble with acting this time, and I just had to ask you to help me. The reason why Yan Qi was looking for Pei Liu's, it's because I want to learn acting from her. Although Feng Shuiyun said the MV doesn't need much acting, but Yan Qi still thought it would be better to prepare in advance. Hearing Yan Qi praise herself, Pei Liusi was happy. That's right, Su Xiao Frost, this woman only knows how to cook. But that's it. Yan Qi smiled helplessly. Pelias is like that. The mood shifts are just too fast. 1 minute you're crying, the next you're beaming. She was like a little kid in front of Yan Qi. Don't worry about it. Paleosi clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Yan Qi with confidence. I'll definitely improve your acting skills, and since I'm going to pour my heart out, what should you call me? Yan Qi raised his hand like a student. Hello teacher. Chapter 94 Introduction to Acting. Don't go. Okay, don't leave me. Just give me another chance. I'll try to make you happy. Yanch stiffened his limbs in the mirror and spoke his lines in a pompous tone. Pei Lushir, who was sitting not far away, was listening with the corners of her mouth twitching. Even though Yanch is acting for the first time, this sucks. It's a random script that Peleus found. This part is the breakup scene between a boyfriend and girlfriend. As a result, what was clearly a sad scene of airport retention was played out as a comedy by Yan Qi. Looking at Pei Liu's embarrassment cancer. Stop. She hurriedly got up to call a halt. Yan Qi turned around and asked with some anticipation. How was it? I acted okay, didn't I? Can't say it's okay. Peleus shook her head. I can only say it was rather poor. Yan Qi sighed helplessly. Ugh, really acting is really hard. He was a little glad he'd brought Peleus in. If he just ran off to star in a music video like that, I'm afraid it would be a big shame. Peleosi took the script and walked over to Yan Qi. She pinched Yan Qi's face. First of all, your expression and movements are too stiff. She stretched a bit and said, don't be nervous, just relax. What you normally are, you'll still be when you're acting. And then there's your lines. You don't talk in that translated accent. Just use your usual tone of voice. Yan Qi nodded after hearing this. Well, you're right. I can't help but feel like this when I think of myself acting. That's right. In the end you have to forget that you're acting. Peleosi gently drew a circle on Yan Qi's chest. The most important thing in acting is to really listen, really look, and really feel. You have to let yourself be brought into the role first. She handed Yan Qi the script. Go ahead and study the script. You have to bring yourself into the role and then think about what tone of voice and actions to use instead. Okay, teacher. Yan Qi took the script. He sat down on the couch and began to study the script carefully. Peleosi looked at Yan Qi's serious look, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. She hadn't told Yan Qi that it was her who was cast in the female lead role. Tomorrow Yan Qi is going to audition. She wants to give Yan Qi a surprise, and Yan Qi was reading the script full-time at the moment. The main point of this paragraph is that the heroine wants to study abroad to break up with the hero. The hero arrives at the airport in the pouring rain and tries to keep the heroine in plain sight, but the heroine still left for the sake of her studies. It feels like the male lead is a bit of a dog licker. Yan Qi spat in his heart. That's what made him bring it in without fail. Although Yan Qi had a lot of emotional experience, he had hardly ever been a licking dog, and a lot of the time it was the girls who licked him, but not absolutely. If it's hard to say, Yan Qi still has that experience. When he was small, wasn't he Bai Ji's licking dog? Thinking about this, Yan Qi suddenly caught a little bit of feeling. So that's what it feels like. Half an hour later Yan Qi stood up. Well, I pretty much figured it out. Good, then I'll pair up with you this time. Peleosi followed suit and got up. I'll play the female lead who's going abroad to stay behind, and you'll play the male lead who retains me. Yan Qi nodded. Peleus walked up to Yan Qi. I'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go. As soon as the words fell, the expression on Peleoshir's face instantly changed. She looked at Yan Qi with sad eyes. What brings you here? Yan Qi lowered his head, his tone trembling slightly. I have something I want to say to you. Peleus was a little surprised to see this. Yan Qi was surprisingly into it. At first he acted a mess. It's only been half an hour and it's surprisingly decent already. It looks like Yan Qi has a great capacity for learning. Peleus suppressed the elation in her heart and continued to follow the script for the following scene. She turned and waved her hand in a very determined manner. No need to say anything. I'll be on the plane soon. Wait. Yan Qi grabbed her hand. Xiaoying, don't go. Okay. There was a hint of sobbing in his words. It was as if the love of his life was really leaving. Piraeus turned to look at Yan Qi. She was surprised to find that Yan Qi's eyes were glistening with tears. Yan Qi's lips trembled slightly, and his tone was almost pleading. Don't leave me. You give me another chance. I'll try to make you happy. Peleus opened her mouth without uttering a word. It was amazing how much she was vicariously affected by Yan Qi's emotions. It was as if Yan Qi was, literally, praying for her not to leave. Evening. Piraeus wanted to say the next line, but was slow to say it, because the next scene, it's when the female lead shakes off the male lead and says with determination, it's late, we won't see each other again after this. After that, the heroine turned away with determination. It was obviously a very simple line, but Peleus couldn't pronounce it. At this time, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Yan Qi and whispered, Yan Qi, I won't leave, we will always be together in the future. Her emotions had been abducted by Yan Qi. It was as if saying that line would really hurt Yan Qi, so Piraeus took the liberty of changing the lines. Yan Shi was a bit confused as he asked in a low voice. Isn't that line out of place? Do not act it. Pei Liusi rubbed against Yan Shi's embrace. You've acted very well already. You've gotten people into it. I don't want to be separated from you. Yan Shi was a little happy to hear that. He did take Pelias' teaching to heart. It really brings in the sad hero of the script, and I didn't expect it to work well. Pei Lucier lifted her head and smiled. Yan Shi, your talent is really not bad. You've already been initiated in such a short period of time. Then it's not because the teacher taught you well? Yan Shi patted Pei Lucy's thin waist. Then he asked in a whisper. By the way, why don't you ask me why I want to learn acting? Have you gotten some news already? Yan Shi hadn't told Pei Liu's about the fact that he was going to star in a music video. He also wanted to surprise Piraeus. Aren't you going to work with Soundless Entertainment? Pei Lucier blinked. The company I signed with is Soundless Entertainment. Oh, of course I know about this. Yan Shi suddenly exclaimed out in shock. Huh? This was the first time he knew about it. Didn't Zhang Yuwei tell you? Pei Liu's frowned. Yan Shi bristled. She probably forgot, or thought I already knew? It was obvious that Zhang Yuwei had overestimated Yan Shi. Yan Shi usually didn't even bother to learn about the entertainment industry, not to mention which star is affiliated with which company. So that's how it is. Yan Shi nodded in understanding. Then it seems that this Soundless Entertainment does have some strength. He then asked curiously, by the way, in that case, do you know who the actress I'm playing with is? Well, it seems to be undecided. Pei Liu shook her head. She was going to keep it a secret for a while about her starring as the female lead. Yan Shi sighed after hearing this. Alas, it would have been better if you could have accompanied me. If I acted with a strange woman, I wouldn't have been able to act again. Pei Liu stifled her laughter and pretended to be jealous. I'm warning you, you can't mess around with strange women anymore. She had somewhat come to terms with the Shu Xiaoshan girls, but if she added more, Pelias might actually kill someone. Don't worry, no matter who the other party is, I promise to be absolutely unmoved. Yan Shi raised 3 fingers and said, he really wasn't going to mess around with another woman. Now these 5 women have messed with him a bit. I'm afraid I'm going to die of exhaustion if I add any more. Pei Liu smiled slightly after hearing this. That's what you said. So what if you're moved? Then I'll punish you however you want. Whatever you say. Yan Shi confidently patted his chest. Pei Lucier nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then it's a deal. Then she mentally added. Yan Shi, I'm afraid you're going to lose. Chapter 95, Jealousy. The next day Yan Shi rarely woke up early. Yesterday, he and Feng Shuiyun, the owner of Soundless Entertainment, finalized some details of their cooperation. Today Yan Shi is going to meet first, the singer of this music video, Ko Shuei, the director of the music video as well as the female lead actor. But the time was set for the afternoon, so there was no need to rush over there. Instead, Pei Liu got up early and went out early in the morning. By the time Yan Shi woke up, it was already 11 o'clock at noon. He got up, showered, and changed his clothes. Today's meeting is important, and it's important to be well prepared for it. After packing up, it was 12 o'clock. Yan Shi was just about to go out when he suddenly received a WeChat from Zhuaning. Yan Shi, yesterday evening, were there 2 people from the Topaz gang and a woman who wanted to trap you? Seeing this message, Yan Shi remembered the incident yesterday. He originally thought that it was just a small matter, but he didn't realize that the matter had already spread to Zhuaning. I don't know what happened, but the underground must have been very busy last night. Yes, but those 2 Topaz gang members recognized me and they didn't dare to continue. Yan Shi replied so. 10 seconds later, Zhuaning's message came over. I know, if you're busy, then I'll see what I can do. Just watch and see. Yan Shi typed on the dialogue box. He didn't care in the slightest what happened to those guys. Whether he lives or dies, it has nothing to do with him. After sending the message, Yan Shi went straight out the door. Meanwhile, in a mansion in the center of Cloud City, Shang Joshuan's assistant was dialing the phone continuously, but no matter how he called, the opposite side was in the off state. Sitting on the sofa, Shang Joshuan impatiently shouted, "Where is everyone? Didn't we say we'd get results last night? The guys he asked his assistant to look for yesterday have gone completely silent. It's as if they've evaporated. They're not running off with the money, are they?" The female assistant said with some embarrassment. "Since we've worked together a few times before." She gave half of the down payment up front. "It's about $500,000. Rubbish, what do you think you can order?" Shang Joshuan roared angrily. Yan Shi is going to meet with the director today. By then everything will be too late. The female assistant scrunched her neck at the scolding. That's when her cell phone vibrated and she pulled it out to see. The entire person was stunned in place. "What's going on? Is there news?" Sang Jahun came over. The female assistant whispered with an ugly face. "The female lead for the MV has been finalized. Sister Pei is going to star in it herself." "Sister Pei?" Shang Joshuan was first stunned. Then he stammered and asked, Pei Lucier?" The female assistant nodded. Shang Joshuan just felt a shocking thunderbolt in his head, and he sat down on the sofa in a state of disorientation. You should know that Pei Liu's never acted this kind of love scene between men and women, but this one surprisingly made an exception. This would be on the news. For example, Pei Liu's first love scene. I'm afraid it's going to be on the hot search headlines for 3 days and nights. At this moment, Shang Joshuan's jealousy swelled to its limit. On the basis of what? Yanch is clearly just a vegetarian, but for his first time in a production, he was supported by a top-tier singer plus a top-tier actor. What an awesome resource this is. Originally Yanchi was quite popular. If this is another scene with Pei Lu, I'm afraid it's really going to be a top stream, and most importantly, without Yanchi, then those resources could belong to him. Sang Jahoon. To think that the opportunity to work with Pei Lu was also snatched away by Yanchi. Shang Joshuan couldn't stand it anymore. He got up violently and roared. Hurry up and think of a way. I'm going to waste him now. Brother Shang, why don't we just endure it? The female assistant persuaded. Let's keep our heads down. If he gets hot later. The words were like fuel on the fire. Shang Joshuan was instantly overwhelmed by anger. On what grounds? He's the one who snatched my chance away and I have to bow down to him. Isn't that bullying an honest man? The female assistant was a bit speechless. She's tempted to tell Sang Jahoon that actually, even without Yen Chi, Sang Jahoon doesn't have much of a chance, because the male lead of the music video wasn't set in stone in the first place, and there are quite a few artists in the company who are waiting to grab this opportunity. Sang Jahoon is totally just feeling good about himself, but the female assistant dared not say anything. After all, she was just a part-time worker. Shang Joshuan took a deep breath. Forget it, this matter still needs to be handled by the old man himself. After saying that, he went out angrily despite the female assistant's objections. It's over. It feels like something is going to happen. The female assistant was a little panicked. Why don't I just resign? An hour later, Yan Chi arrived at No Sound Entertainment. This time he was already light on his feet and went straight up to the 4th floor to find Feng Shuiyun. Feng Shuiyun was happy to see Yan Chi. Yan Chi, you came just in time. Kush Yue and the girls will be here later. She was so excited yesterday that she stayed up all night. Pei Liu's, Kush Yue plus Yan Chi. This combination towards this is a pop and a pop out. They, Soundless Entertainment, can surely take this opportunity to go to another level. At this time a knock sounded at the door. Sister Feng, can I come in? Feng Shuiyun could hear that it was Shang Joshuan's voice outside the door and immediately frowned and shouted. What do you want again? I don't have time to listen to your nagging today. Sister Feng, you've misunderstood. I'm here to apologize to Yan Chi. Shang Joshuan outside the door said. Chapter 96, Kush Yue. Feng Shuiyun was a bit surprised to hear that. Sang Jahoon, this kid would even take the initiative to apologize? Could it be that he saw Yancha's potential to burst into flames, so he's just going to concede the point? Thinking of this, Feng Shuiyun sighed in relief. After all, no matter if it was Yan Chi or Shang Joshuan, they would all be artists under her in the future. No conflict, that's best. Yan Chi, on the other hand, remained expressionless. If that hadn't happened yesterday evening, he might have believed that the other man had indeed come to apologize. But it's too late now. It's impossible for Yan Chi to trust Sang Jahoon anymore. At this time, Feng Shuiyun asked in a low voice. Yan Chi, you see that he has come to take the initiative to make amends and apologize. Why don't you let him in? Good. Yan Chi smiled and nodded. Feng Shuiyun gave him a thumbs up. Atmosphere. Then she shouted outside. Come in. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shang Joshuan pushed the door and walked in. In his hand he carried the tray containing the tea kettle with cups of water. Shang Joshuan walked to the table with a smile on his face and poured tea for Yan Chi and the others attentively. I'm really sorry for yesterday. I was too impulsive. Here, try this. It's the big red robe I bought last month. Consider it my apology. Yan Chi looked at the tea on the table and laughed. You're too polite. In fact, I didn't even put it in my heart. Look at people's heart. Feng Shuiyun looked at Shang Joshuan. You follow suit. Don't always have such a big temper. Shang Joshuan hurriedly nodded. Yes. Then he smiled at Yan Chi and said, Brother Yan, come and taste how about this big red robe of mine? Drink it later. I don't like hot tea. Yan Chi said indifferently. Shang Joshuan froze, then smiled awkwardly. That's fine. Sister Feng, then I'll go out first. Go. Feng Shuiyun waved her hand. After that, Shang Joshuan left in a hurry. This trick is too juvenile. Yan Chi sighed in his heart. Little cutie. Can all tell that there's something wrong with this tea? But that's right. These stars in the entertainment industry don't have much of a brain in the first place. But logically, he couldn't have been stupid enough to put something directly into the teapot. If Yan Chi was right, it should have been smeared on the bottom of the cup. Yan Chi didn't care too much about it, so he would settle the score with him when it was over. He then talked to Feng Shuiyun about the specific details of the cooperation. After some more time, footsteps sounded outside the door. Immediately afterward the door was roughly pushed open. A woman with a height of a little more than 1.5 meters ran in from outside the door in a flurry of wind and fire. I'm sorry, I'm late. This road is really jammed. When will this traffic in Cloud City be better? The woman was a good-looking woman, just really a bit poorly proportioned. She was wearing a fat t-shirt and jeans, and her whole body looked baggy. Feng Shuiyun saw this and hurriedly got up to greet him. Shuei, let me introduce to you. This is Yan Qi. Shuei nonchalantly shook Yan Qi's hand. Oh, you're Yan Qi. Nice to meet you. Yan Qi was a bit confused. He didn't expect this singer who specialized in melancholy love songs to have such a big personality. At this time Shuei saw the tea on the table. She instantly brightened up, and prepared tea. Great. I'm dying of thirst on this journey. Then, she directly picked up Yan Qi's cup of tea. Yan Qi was about to open his mouth to stop it, but she had already taken a gulp of it. This. Yan Qi froze. Shuei wiped her mouth and looked at Yan Qi curiously. What's wrong? Feng Shuiyun hurriedly explained. It's nothing, that's Yan Qi's cup, but he hasn't drunk it yet. Yan Qi, if you're thirsty, I'll find you another cup. She looked at Yan Qi and smiled. The corners of Yan Qi's mouth twitched and he shook his head with a light cough. It's fine, I'm not thirsty. He tensed in a rare way, because he didn't know what Zhang Yuwei had added to the tea. If it's filled with potent poison, then wouldn't Shuei. But if Yan Qi had spoken out to remind him, then things wouldn't make sense instead. Come to think of it, he was still going to wait and see what happened, just in case Sang Jia-hoon didn't add anything. At this time, Feng Shuiyun said, there is still the director and the female lead who haven't come. Let's go to the conference room and wait for a while. By the way, Sister Feng, who was the final female lead decided on? Shuei asked curiously. Feng Shuiyun smiled mysteriously. I'll sell a secret first. Don't worry, it will definitely satisfy you. A few people said and left the office. After Yan Qi and the others left, Zhang Yuwei sneaked in. After seeing Yan Qi's teacup empty, he revealed a treacherous smile. You'll just wait for your bad luck. Then he walked over to the table and took away the teacups with the teapot. On the other side Yan Qi's trio arrived at the conference room. The two of them, Shuei and Feng Shuiyun, were talking happily, and Yan Qi sat next to them without opening his mouth. His gaze involuntarily flicked towards Shuei. It's not that he's horny. Rather, it was in case Shuei suddenly foamed at the mouth, so he could call an ambulance. But it's a good thing Shuei didn't have much of a reaction. After another moment, a middle-aged man walked in through the door. Sorry, there's just too much traffic today. The man was dressed in a black suit, with two delicate mustaches, and looked civilized. Old Zhang. Feng Shuiyun got up and exchanged a few words of courtesy with the man. She then introduced herself to Yan Qi. This is director Zhang Yuwei, responsible for directing this music video. Director, this is Yan Qi. Zhang Yuwei looked Yan Qi up and down and nodded his head with great satisfaction. Good, simply great. It's almost exactly like the hero I imagined. He excitedly shook Yan Qi's hand. Then let's wish us a happy cooperation. It's my first time filming, so if I don't do anything well, please ask the director for more advice. Yan Qi also said very politely. A few people then sat down and chatted. As we chatted, Zhang Yuwei also brought up the female lead. By the way, Mr. Feng, who exactly is the female lead we've settled on? Don't worry, can there be a problem with the person I found? Feng Shuiyun said confidently, if you know who it is, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight with excitement. Zhang Yuwei skimmed his mouth, blowing again. What big scene have I not seen before that I still can't sleep? Just as the few people were chatting, Shuei's face became increasingly ugly. Yan Qi was the first to notice that something was wrong, and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Ku, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, it's probably just a bad stomach, Shuei said as she covered her stomach. Then she got up. You guys talk first, I'm going to the bathroom. With that she couldn't wait to rush out. Zhang Yuwei and Feng Shuiyun didn't take it seriously. Only Yan Qi sighed in his heart. Damn, this Zhang Yuwei has really spiced things up in there. If something happens to Shuei, will the music video still be made? Thinking of this, Yan Qi stood up. Then I'll go to a bathroom too. Then he too left the conference room. Yan Qi walked through the corridor and came to the door of the fourth floor restroom. He noticed a sign placed on the door of the restroom that read, restroom clogged, no use. A few workers in the restroom, struggling to pass the toilet. Yan Qi rushed downstairs at the sight. As a result, not only the fourth floor, but also the toilets on the remaining 3 floors were clogged. Finally Yan Qi came to the front desk and asked, are all the bathrooms clogged today? Yeah, don't know what's going on. The front desk girl nodded. Mr. Yan, if you want to go to the bathroom, you can go out the door and turn right and walk a few steps. There's a public bathroom there. It's not usually crowded. No one will recognize you. Hearing this, Yan-Chi finally figured out what Shang Joshuan wanted to do, so he rushed out of soundless entertainment. Chapter 97, The Unlucky Kush Yuwei. Meanwhile, 3 punks are hiding in a public restroom. One was out in the open, and the other 2 had sacks and sticks in each hand. The gangster in the lead whispered, "Listen up. When you come across one running over with his stomach covered, first put a sack over his head and then break both his legs." "Third brother, then who the hell is this guy?" another punk asked. "What if we hit the wrong guy?" The leader of the gangsters shook his head. "The employer didn't say. You don't care who he is. Anyway, just go up and beat her up. If she hits the wrong one, even if she's unlucky, after the fight, let's follow the opportunity to escape. The several $100,000 is enough for us to spend for a while." All 3 of them were hired by Sang Jahun. Sang Jahun hadn't personally come forward, but had found the 3 of them through an intermediary. Their mission was simple, and that was to break Yan-Chi's 2 legs. But Sang Jahun didn't tell them Yan-Chi's name. He was afraid that Yan-Chi's fame would be too great and scare these punks. Just say that at about 2:30 p.m., someone will come running with their stomach covered and hit them hard then. It's already 2:40. Still coming or not? A punk sighed impatiently. As soon as the words left his mouth, the gangster who was letting out the door ran in. "Third brother, there's someone here who's covering her stomach." "But it's a woman? Female? Then we've hidden in the wrong toilet." Sango cursed lowly. "Forget it, put the masks on and let's go straight to it." "Okay." At this time Kush Yuwei only felt her belly turning over. She remembered that she hadn't eaten anything either. So why did her stomach suddenly hurt so much? And all the bathrooms in the company were broken. So she had to run out to use the restroom. Just as Kush Yuwei was complaining in her mind, 3 strong men wearing masks rushed out from the men's restroom not far away. Before she could react, the 3 had already rushed to the front. "You guys are going to do..." Kush Yuwei had just shouted out half a sentence when one of them put a sack over her head. Then she was kicked down. "Hit me." These words came to Kush Yuwei's ears. She was just about to struggle when suddenly a sharp pain came from her leg. "Ah!" Kush Yuwei screamed out in pain and her whole body curled up. She hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't hit me. I'm Kush Yuwei." After hearing this, one of the punks asked suspiciously, "Kush Yuwei? Isn't that the one who sings? What do you care who she is? Give me the next hit." Kush Yuwei's heart instantly cooled in half. This group of people were not afraid at all. Just as a few people were planning to continue their actions, a bellowing voice came from not far away. "Stop it for me." The 3 punks looked up and saw Yan-Chi running over from the distance. "Hey, another one." The head gangster said impatiently, "We'll have to get our employer to raise our money." Although Kush Yuwei was blindfolded, she still heard Yan-Chi's voice. Excited, she cried out for help. "Help!" Yan-Chi came across to the trio and opened the door. "Which gang are you guys from? Recognize me?" He doesn't want to use violence here. It's best to scare them with names. Like yesterday. "What gang? Who are you?" The gangsters looked at each other, obviously not knowing what Yan-Chi was talking about. Hearing this, Yan-Chi understood. Not even qualified to enter an underground gang, so naturally he didn't recognize Yan-Chi. TSK, ran into a few rash people. "This is troublesome." Yan-Chi smacked his lips, so he pulled out his cell phone. "I've called the police. You'd better not do anything rash." Hearing this, the 3 punks instantly panicked. "Third brother, what should we do?" one of the gangsters asked with some fear. Sango slapped him on the head and yelled, "Goon, do it with him and we'll run afterward. You 2 go beat him up, and I'll break this female's legs." The 2 punks just had to agree. "Oh." They then held up their sticks and cautiously walked towards Yan-Chi. If you're scared, get lost or break your legs off." Yan-Chi bristled. "I don't think either of these 2 have been in many fights, judging by their stance." Yan-Chi sighed helplessly. "Ugh, I didn't want to do it." After saying that, he directly rushed towards these 2 punks. One of the men saw this and swung his stick, but his movements were rather stiff and obviously not very experienced. Yan-Chi dodged sideways and easily avoided the attack. Then a right hook that landed hard on the man's jaw. The punch was so powerful that it directly knocked him out. Then Yan-Chi reversed his position and kicked the other guy in the chest. With a thud, the punk was kicked to the ground. The gangster leader who originally wanted to make a move on Kush Yuwei froze at the sight of this scene. This is too fierce. Although his 2 minions are weak in fighting, they are not so weak that they can be killed in 2 moves. When the head gangster came back to his senses, he turned around and ran without hesitation, not even caring about his little brother. Yan-Chi is also too lazy to chase. This kind of cargo is just left to the police to deal with. He walked over to Kush Yuwei and crouched down. "I was just about to take the sack off her head when I suddenly smelled a foul odor." No way. Yan-Chi's eyes snapped open. She hastily removed the sack from her head. At the sight of Yan-Chi's strange eyes, her entire face turned a bright red. Immediately after Kush Yuwei got up violently. He didn't care about the sharp pain in his legs, and ran desperately to the women's restroom not far away. Only Yan-Chi was left alone in the wind. TSK, 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 I'm afraid if the media knows about this, it's going to make headlines. Yan-Chi smacked his lips. He's got news titles all figured out. Shocked. Popular songstress Yuwei is incontinent. Chapter 98, Repaying You Well. This was perhaps the most embarrassing moment of Yan-Chi's life. Even he, who had seen all kinds of big waves, didn't know what to do now. Popular singer Yuwei, ting her pants in front of him. Yan-Chi only felt very overwhelmed. He has just called the police. Who will be here in a while? I'm sure the police are here to question you, but with Yuwei's current state, I'm afraid that this matter is going to spread everywhere. What's the best thing to do? Yan-Chi really couldn't have imagined it, so he walked up to the door of the women's restroom and called out, Mr. Cole, are you okay? There was only silence in the women's restroom. It took a while before Yuwei's stuttering voice came out. Teacher Yen, can you find me a clean outfit? Alright then. Yan-Chi also only agreed. I remember there are women's clothing stores around here. Yuwei sniffed and thanked. Thank you, Mr. Yen, and yes, please don't tell anyone else about this. Okay, it's okay but I've already called the police just now, and the police should be here in a while, Yan-Chi said with some hesitation. As soon as the words fell, Yuwei's shriek came out from the toilet. Cough. I'd better go find clothes for you first. Yan-Chi coughed lightly, then he turned around and left. There were a number of girls' clothing stores nearby, so Yan-Chi casually bought a t-shirt and pants and returned. He put the clothes in the doorway of the restroom. I left them at the door. You can come get them yourself later. Mr. Yen, can I ask you for one more thing? Yuwei's voice came out from the restroom, and she prayed in a small voice. Can you help me deal with the police? I really don't want others to know about this. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to repay you, she said with some anxiety. If this gets out to the outside world, she's afraid she'll be disgraced for the rest of her life. Yan-Chi sighed after a moment of contemplation. Alright, I'll try my best to give it a try. Thank you, Mr. Yen, Yuwei said very sincerely. As soon as the words left his mouth, sirens sounded in the distance. Soon several police officers arrived. When one of the policemen saw Yan-Chi, his face looked a bit odd. Why is it you again, comrade policeman? I didn't want to, but I was just going to the restroom and a few people came out to attack me. Yan-Chi laughed helplessly. The cops looked over at the two knocked out punks and the corners of their mouths twitched. Are you sure they attacked you? I just defended a little bit, and as a result, the two of them collapsed. Yan-Chi spread his hands, and then he told what had just happened. Meanwhile, the people in No Voice Media saw the police car. Feng Shuiyun and Shang Jiaxuan ran out with a large group of employees. What's going on here? Feng Shuiyun was a bit confused. What's with the police all of a sudden? Shang Jiaxuan was even more frightened and took 2 steps back. Obviously he didn't expect Yan-Chi to be so capable of fighting. He had planned that as long as the 3 punks ran away, then the matter wouldn't climb on him. As a result, not only did he not run away, Yan-Chi was unharmed. Sang Jiaxuan winced. That's something that if the police were to look into, he'd be outed in no time. Feng Shuiyun came to the police officers and asked with a smile on his face, Comrade police officer, what's going on here? The police then went over what had happened. Feng Shuiyun looked at Yan-Chi. Did someone attack you? Yan-Chi intentionally looked at Shang Jiaxuan. Yeah, from what they're saying, it should be someone who paid to hire them. Where did Shang Jiaxuan dare to lock eyes with Yan-Chi? He looked aside somewhat sheepishly. Feng Shuiyun's fire instantly came up after hearing this. Damn, it must have been the right family that did this. They knew that you were going to star in Yuwei's music video, so they thought of sabotaging it. Comrade police officer, this matter is too bad. You must find the murderer for hire somehow. She looked to the police and said. The police naturally nodded. Don't worry, we'll take the person back first, and we'll definitely get to the bottom of this. Hearing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on Shang Jiaxuan's forehead, but he didn't dare to speak out against it. It's just too suspicious to talk at a time like this. All he could do was watch as the cops carried the punks into the police car. Yan-Chi, come back with us to make a statement, a police officer said to Yan-Chi. Yan-Chi asked in a small voice, I have a very important meeting right now. Can I wait until it's over and then go over there? It'll be quick. The policeman agreed after some thought. After all, Yan-Chi already had a lot of experience in this area. Watching the police car leave, Yan-Chi was slightly relieved. It was barely enough to help Yuwei muddle through. The reason why Yan-Chi helped Yuwei so much, except for the fact that she's the singer of the music video, it was also because Yuwei was drinking Yan-Chi's tea that she was in such a mess. Although the culprit was Shang Jiaxuan, Yan-Chi felt that he was also somewhat responsible. At this time, Feng Shuiyun suddenly spoke up and asked, by the way, Yan Qi, have you seen Shui? Nope. She should have gone somewhere else to use the restroom. Yan Qi shook his head. Let's go back and wait for her. Feng Shuiyun didn't ask too many questions and led the way to the company. Yan Qi, on the other hand, quietly walked over to Shang Jiaxuan's side and whispered, "Your tea is really good. I like mine a lot." Shang Jiaxuan shuddered and grinned an ugly smile. "I'm glad you like it. Don't worry, I will find a way to repay you." Yan Qi smiled kindly and patted his shoulder, then went into the company. Sang Jihun froze in place as he murmured in a low voice, "Did he already find out? Wait a minute, I gave him a laxative. Why does he look like nothing?" He followed up with the company in a mood of apprehension. On the other hand, Yan Qi returned to the conference room with Feng Shuiyun. It was another half hour before Kushui walked in through the door. She had changed into the clothes Yan Qi had bought. Kushui stole a glance at Yan Qi and sat back in her seat with slightly reddened cheeks. Luckily, there were sinks in the public restrooms, so it was a little inconvenient to wash, but it was always clean. Feng Shuiyun sensed that something was wrong. She asked curiously, "Where did you just go? Why did you even change your clothes?" "I went to the nearby mall to look for a restroom and then bought another outfit on the way." Kushui spoke out what she had thought of saying. She has her pants as long as Yan Qi doesn't say anything, then no one will know. Kushui quietly glanced at Yan Qi again. Seeing that he didn't say a word, she was finally relieved. This Yan Qi, he's quite nice, she thought in her heart. For some reason, she felt her cheeks heat up at the sight of Yan Qi. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Yan Qi, on the other hand, hadn't taken this matter to heart at all, and was thinking about how to get back at Shang Jiaxuan. This man has been picking fights over and over again. He's got to be repaid. Just as he was thinking, Feng Shuiyun received a Weibo message. Feng Shuiyun looked up after reading and smiled. The female lead is coming. The moment these words came out, Yan Qi's three men all came to their senses. Who the hell is this heroine? Make it so mysterious. After about 5 minutes or so, the door was pushed open. Peleus came in from outside. She was wearing a black tweed coat today with a tight black turtleneck sweater inside, and a pair of lambskin boots. The whole person looked expensive. Seeing that the visitor was Pei Liu's, Yan Qi's few people froze. Chapter 99. Yan Qi was a bit confused in his thoughts for a while. Pei Liu's is the female lead in the music video? It's clear that she was teaching Yan Qi how to act last night, but not a single word was mentioned about her starring in the movie. Yan Qi fixed his mind and thought with some displeasure. TSK, this dead girl, just wants to mess with me a little, right? Kushui and director Zhang Yuwei, on the other hand, stood up excitedly. They looked at Pei Liu's in disbelief, as if they were seeing some rare animal. Zhang Yuwei stammered and asked, "Feng, Mr. Feng, is the female lead actor you're talking about MS? Pei, right?" Feng Shuiyun nodded somewhat proudly. "Old Zhang, how is it? This female lead I found isn't bad, right?" Zhang Yuwei hurriedly nodded. "Where is it good? It's simply great." No wonder Feng Shuiyun said that if he knew who the lead actress was, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep happily tonight. I'm afraid that any director would be able to get Peleus to take the lead female role. What's more, this is still Pei Liu's, the first time to star in a relationship scene between a man and a woman. That gimmick alone was enough to make the music video explode. Kushui, on the other hand, ran all the way to Pei Liu's body. She happily held Pei Liu's hand. "MS, Pei, I've always been a fan of your movie. I'm so honored to have you in my music video." Pei Liu's just put on a formulaic smile. "There's no need to be so polite. I like your songs too." When Yan Qi saw her like this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In front of the others, Peleus was always so elegant. Only in front of Yan Qi would she reveal that somewhat childish nature. At this time, Feng Shuiyun looked at Yan Qi in a somewhat strange manner. "Yan Qi, quickly say hello." When these words came out, Yan Qi instantly reacted. The others didn't know about his relationship with Piraeus, and it did seem a bit unusual that he didn't get up to say hello. So Yan Qi got up and walked over to Pei Liu's, extended his hand and smiled. "First time meeting, Mr. Pei, I hope we can work well together. Happy cooperation." Pei Liu's gently held Yan Qi's hand. The two acted as if they were strangers meeting for the first time, but in the shadows, Pei Liu's was gently stroking Yan Qi's hand with her little thumb. Yan Qi also touched back stealthily. The others didn't see anything unusual. "Alright, let's sit down and chat about the specifics." Feng Shuiyun laughed. A few people resumed their seats, and Pei Liu sat across from Yan Qi. Director Zhang Yuwei opened the prepared PPT and began to explain the specific details to them. Yan Qi listened very carefully, but that's when he felt someone rubbing his calf. Yan Qi hurriedly looked up, and he realized that Pei Liu's was looking at him with a smile on her face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little goblin. Yan Qi took a deep breath thinking, what should I do if someone finds out? At the same time, Pei Liu's small feet were getting higher and higher, soon touching Yan Qi's thigh. Suddenly Kush Yuwei, who was at the side front, spoke up, Mr. Yen, your face is a bit red, are you sick? At these words, Pei Liu's little feet instantly retracted. Nothing, it's probably a bit hot in the house. Yen Shi fanned himself with his hand. Kush Yuwei looked at Yen Shi and then quietly glanced at Pei Liu. It's as if we found something. After that, Pei Liu didn't dare to play the excitement again. The session lasted 2 hours and by the time it was over it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Neither side had any objections to working together, so it was finalized that filming would start straight away in 3 days. After the meeting Pei Liu was the first to get up. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. With that she turned and walked away. But at this time, Kush Yuwei suddenly said to Yen Shi, Mr. Yen, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner and talk about things regarding the MV. Hearing this, Feng Shuiyun and Zhang Yuwei looked over at the same time. As veterans, they quickly detected the flash of affection in Kush Yuwei's eyes, and Pei Liu's, who had walked to the doorway, was also stunned in place as she looked back at Yen Shi with an unfriendly gaze. Yen Shi only felt a coldness all over his body, as if there were millions of knives sliding around his body, so he hurriedly said, some other time, I have to go to the police station later. In that case, Kush Yuwei looked a bit lost, but she still nodded. Okay, let's do it some other time then. Pei Liu sniffed, and only then did she turn away in satisfaction. Sister Feng, then I'll leave first as well. Yen Shi also got up and said, after saying goodbye to a few people, he left the conference room at a brisk pace. Kush Yuwei turned her head to look at Yen Shi's back and pondered in her mind, there really is something wrong with these two. On the other hand, Yen Shi left the company. At the same time he received a Weibo message from Pei Liu's. Go ahead a little bit and turn left. I'll be waiting for you. Ugh, this girl is jealous again, isn't she? Yen Shi sighed. After walking out for a while, Yen Shi saw Pei Liu's car on a deserted roadside. Yen Shi did not hesitate to open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. As soon as he got into the car, he heard Pei Liu's conspiratorial voice, Aya, someone's popularity is really high. The first time we met today, we took down Kush Yuwei. Admire, admire, admire. Yen Shi shook his head helplessly. What do you mean take it down? People just want to thank me for it. Pei Liu puffed out her cheeks and looked at Yen Shi. Do you know her well? And she thanked you? It's like this. Yen Shi told Pei Liu all about what happened today. Pirius froze at the sound of it. Sang Jihun gave laxatives which were eaten by Kush Yuwei, and Kush Yuwei pooped her pants because of it. Yen Shi whispered, I've promised her not to tell anyone, so don't go around saying anything. Pei Liu snorted lightly. Humph, let's see how she behaves. If she dares to seduce you again, I'll let the entire Yin city know about it. There's also this Shang Joshuan, who usually looks human. I didn't expect him to dare to play such underhanded tricks. She gritted her teeth and said, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you out. Yen Shi, on the other hand, laughed evilly. I've come up with a good idea. Doesn't he want fire? Then I'll fulfill him. Chapter 100, The Launch. Sang Jihun had been sitting up all afternoon, afraid to hear the sound of a police car. After regaining his senses, he realized how wrong he was. Overwhelmed by anger, what he did was simply flawed. A little investigation would have revealed the anomaly. But strangely enough it was not until 7 o'clock in the evening and still no policeman came looking for him. Didn't the police notice anything unusual? With this in mind, Sang Jihun left the company. He got in his car and was ready to go home. But just as the car had started, Sang Jihun happened to catch a glimpse in the rearview mirror that a man in black wearing a clown mask was sitting in the back of the car. Before he could react, the man in black directly put a sack over his head. Then a sharp pain came from his neck and Sang Jihun fainted. I don't know how long it took for him to come out of his stupor. In front of him was an empty room with no lights on, and he was the only one in the room. He got up from the ground and looked around in bewilderment. Where the is this? This fashion Jihun remembered the mask. His first thought was that he hadn't been kidnapped, but soon he realized something was wrong. If it's really a kidnapping, then the thugs should at least tie him up. Where is he allowed to move around freely? Sang Jihun looked around the room in disbelief and found nothing. Just as he was wondering, a sudden cramping pain came from his stomach. In an instant, it was as if the belly had turned over. Shang Joshuan covered his stomach in pain. He remembered that he hadn't eaten anything. Why did his stomach hurt so much? He rushed to the front door and tried to open it to leave. But that's when he realized that the gate was securely locked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sang Jihun angrily kicked the door. But instead of kicking the door open, the kick made his stomach hurt even more. Sang Jihun bent over in pain as he tried to open the door again. But he couldn't open it at all. It's over. If this keeps up, I really won't be able to hold it in, he thought through clenched teeth. The feeling is just too painful. Sang Jihun looked around and finally made up his mind. There's no one here anyway, so might as well just settle it here. The thought made him want to take off his pants. When he tried to undo his belt, He was surprised to find that he couldn't undo it at all. Sang Jahun hurriedly looked down. At some point, his belt was changed. From the original snap-tight belt, it was replaced with a combination lock belt. The combination lock is similar to the one on the suitcase and has 5 digits. Shang Jashuan instantly felt his heart go cold. He tore at the belt vigorously, trying to rip it off. But not only did it do nothing, it irritated his sensitive stomach. My stomach hurts more. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the did this? Sang Jahun hissed angrily. He's in an awkward position. I can't get out, and I can't get my pants down. At this rate, he's really going to be pulling wildly in his pants. As a popular celebrity, the most important thing you value besides money is fame. Once this matter got out, then he wouldn't be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Sang Jahun hurriedly looked around again, trying to find another exit. But the windows in this room are nailed shut, so there's no way to get out. Shang Jashuan collapsed to the ground in despair, and after a while, his patience finally reached its limit. He thought brokenly, whatever, there's no one here anyway. With that, a foul odor came out. Just then, Sang Jahun heard the door lock open with a click. Go back an hour. Almost all the media got the news tonight that Paleosi is going to be in Kush Yuei's music video shoot. On top of that, it's surprising to see that the man who paired up with Paleus is also Yan Shi, who's been a big hit lately. That's more than enough to turn up the heat several times over. For a while the media wanted to interview Paleosi and ask her why she wanted to act in this kind of male-female relationship scene. Perhaps hearing the outcry from the media, feedback came from Peleus' side. Paleus is planning to have a press conference to explain everything about the music video in detail. Along for the ride was leading man Yan Shi. The location is right in the center of town at the Obsidian Mall. Hearing this news, all the media caught wind of it and rushed to Obsidian Mall. It caused a long traffic jam on the road in this neighborhood. The launch is scheduled for 10 p.m., and the whole process will last about 2 hours, of which the whole thing will be webcast live. Soon the reporters were all there. In addition to the mainstream media, there is also the online media and even some paparazzi with very bad reputations. When the time came to 10 o'clock, the duo of Paleus and Yan Shi walked out from the side. The two were walking one behind the other, looking rather detached. Reporters rushed to see this and started taking pictures. After Yan Shi and the others were seated, the reporters started asking questions in an orderly manner. But the questions were pretty routine at first. For example, ask Paleus why she is in the music video. Paleusher then replied very formulaically, because I like Kush Yuei's music. During this time Yan Shi was also asked a few questions, which he answered formulaically. Most of the reporters' focus, however, was still gathered on Paleus. Yan Shi was sitting next to him and was feeling a little bored, until a paparazzi reporter suddenly stood up and asked Paleus a question. I've heard that there is said to be a kissing scene in the music video. May I ask if you'll be doing it yourself or will you be looking for a stunt double? At these words, everyone turned their heads to look at the doggy. That's a bit of a poignant question. If Peleus replies that she'll do it herself, then she'll have to give her first on-screen kiss. But if the answer is to get a stand-in, then it looks like Peleus is being unprofessional again. Just as the reporters were pondering, what would Peleus answer? But Peleus said without hesitation, of course I'll be acting myself. I never use stunt doubles in movies. Doggy was very excited to hear this reply. Oh, then won't you be giving your first on-screen kiss to Yan Shi? It's nothing, it's just work, Piraeus said lightly. She said as she secretly rubbed her foot against the calf next to the one in front of her. And next, the doggy asked a more pointed question. I just heard a rumor. Just a rumor of course. Some people said that the reason why you appeared in the MV was not because of Kush Yuei, but because Yan Shi was in it. I wonder if that's true. A bad smile raised on Doggy's face. Isn't there some small ambiguity between you and Yan Shi? Hearing this, the launch site was instantly silent. The reporters looked at it like it was a little cutie, like looking at the dog. They all knew that what Peleus hated the most was to be asked about things in terms of male and female relationships. The last time someone dared to ask that, they were completely shut down by the media community. But Doggy is clearly all about playing the explosion, and he's not even thinking about his own backstory. Yan Shi looked at Doggy, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. How can I answer this question? It feels like it's all going to start a rhythm. Originally, I wanted to spend a little more time. There's no way. So now, Yan Shi thought in his heart. So he snuck out his cell phone and sent a message out. Let him out. The launch was located on the second floor of Obsidian Mall, and not far from the launch were several locked offices. Just seconds after Yan Shi's message, the lock on the door of one of the rooms quietly opened. Seeing that Peleus didn't answer, the doggy just wanted to continue to press the issue, only to hear a loud bang. Not far away the door to the office was kicked in. Sang Jahun then covered his butt and the house ran out. In an instant, the attention of all the reporters was attracted. Sean Joshuan's original excitement instantly hit rock bottom. He looked at the huge swath of reporters in front of him and sat down on his butt in fear. Chapter 101, The Press Gathering. Everything that happened to Shang Jiaxuan was naturally planned by Yan Qi. He first asked Zhuaning to send someone and tie up Shang Jiaxuan. He also asked Su Xiaoshang to get a very soundproof room prepared by her at the Obsidian Mall. After that he gave the unconscious Sang Jihun a large amount of laxatives. Yan Qi's favorite thing was to do unto others as they would do unto him. You like to give people laxatives, don't you? Then I'll put you down for more. Not only do you have to get down, but you have to get a whole bunch of people around you. That's why Yan Qi let Pei Liu's hold a press conference, in order to find as many reporters as possible. The reason why the paparazzi weren't kept out was, of course, because they were bottomless. With them around, Shang Jiaxuan's glorious deeds would have spread all over Cloud City in an instant. At this point the reporters were a little confused. No one expected someone to pop up out of nowhere. But someone soon recognized Sang Jihun. Ugh, isn't that Sang Jihun from No Sound Entertainment? Holy, it's still true. Why is he here? Just as the unusual reporters were still talking, the paparazzi had rushed forward with cameras raised. Shang Jiaxuan's entire brain went blank. Inexplicably knocked out and inexplicably locked up. It was hard to run out, only to run into a large group of reporters again. What the hell is going on here? He quickly snapped back to his senses. Now was not the time to think about that. Looking at the paparazzi sent towards him, Shang Jiaxuan only felt a chill on his back. Immediately afterward fear swept through his body. It can be quite embarrassing to know that he's in his pants right now. If the paparazzi find out about this, his career will be completely over. But the doggies didn't even give him time to think and had already arrived in front of him. They took a shot at Shang Jiaxuan with their cameras, asking as they did so, "Mr. Shang, why are you here?" The corner of Sang Jihun's mouth twitched. He wanted to know too, but he forced himself to stand up. "You guys stop filming. This is my private time." He held up his hand in an attempt to block the paparazzi's camera. The paparazzi were not going to do what he wanted. They were filming even more vigorously. At that moment someone suddenly sniffled. "Ha, do you guys smell a stench? It does seem to be there." The others smelled it too. Shang Jiaxuan instantly trembled. Then he angrily roared, "Hurry up and get out of my way, or I'm going to call the police." Upon hearing this, the doggies were shocked. Just as they were thinking about what to do, Yan Qi's voice suddenly came from behind them. Isn't this brother Shang?" The doggies turned their heads to look and found Yan Qi striding this way. Since there were too many reporters, they blocked Yan Qi and the others. It was only then that Shang Jiaxuan saw Yan Qi. Before he could react, Yan Qi had already arrived in front of Doggy. Yan Qi laughed at the paparazzi. "Today is our launch party. You guys better not embarrass Brother Shang." He looked at Shang Jiaxuan and asked, "Brother Shang should just come over to visit the mall, right?" Although Shang Jiaxuan didn't know why Yan Qi was here, he hurriedly nodded his head when he saw that Yan Qi was helping him out. Yes, I'm just strolling through the mall, so don't you guys take any more pictures of me." Well then, the paparazzi had no choice but to relent as they moved out of the way. Yan Qi smiled at the sight and said, "Brother Shang, you should go." Shang Jiaxuan's heart was so happy that he was just about to lift his leg when he suddenly fixed it, because he remembered that he was wearing a pair of white pants today. If I'm not mistaken, his behind must be quite filthy by now. Thinking about this, Sang Jihun was awkwardly in place. He really didn't know what to do. "If you don't leave, you'll be found out sooner or later. Let's go. With so many reporters here, we can't escape them for sure." Yan Qi saw Shang Jiaxuan's tangled expression and desperately tried to hold back his laughter. It was certainly in his plans. Sang Jiahun is totally screwed. So Yan Qi pretended to be kind and asked, "Brother Shang, are your feet numb? Do you want me to help you?" With that, he tried to go forward to assist Shang Jiaxuan. "Stay away." Sang Jihun yelled sternly, "You stay the away from me." The paparazzi, who had originally lost interest, were once again interested when they heard that Shang Jiaxuan had treated Yan Qi so badly. And it wasn't just the paparazzi, but other journalists came over to see what was going on. Yan Qi, on the other hand, said with an innocent look on his face, "Brother Shang, I don't seem to have offended you. Do you need to be so loud?" He sighed a little sadly. "Ugh, well, since you dislike me so much, I'll just get out of the way." With that he stepped back. Now all the reporters looked at Shang Jiaxuan. Where did Shang Jiaxuan dare to go? His entire body trembled, and very unluckily, his stomach flipped once again. Sang Jihun even had the heart to cry. "I'm so unlucky. Why does my stomach hurt so much all of a sudden? It's as if I ate a laxative." Laxatives? Thinking of this, Shang Jiaxuan looked fiercely at Yan Qi. He just gave Yan Qi a laxative today. And, why is Yan Qi here? And with a whole bunch of reporters. As if he knew he was here? This is too much of a coincidence if it is a coincidence. No, definitely not a coincidence. Sang Jahun finally understood everything. I'm afraid that all of this was planned by Yen Qi in order to humiliate him in public. For a moment anger, shame, sadness, all sorts of emotions flooded into Shang Jiaxuan's mind. No longer able to control his emotions, he hissed loudly, I'll kill you. With that, Shang Jiaxuan lunged at Yen Qi. Yen Qi was prepared for this, and with a nimble side dodge, he avoided Shang Jiaxuan's pounce. Bang! Sang Jahun crashed into a reporter, knocking him to the ground, and as a result, his back was on display. The reporters all froze in place as they looked at Sang Jahun's filthy white pants. Chapter 102, Falling into a Trap. Everyone except Yen Qi was struck by lightning when they saw the scene. The large yellow stains on those pants and the constant stench that emanated from them. All of this announces one thing. Sang Jahun appears to have his pants. After a brief silence, the reporters all got excited. The paparazzi, in particular, were all eyes. The launch was no longer important to them, as an even heavier news was on the horizon. As the saying goes, good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Netizens are actually more concerned about the good things public figures do than the black things they do, and the darker the material, the more attention from netizens. Although Sang Jahun's popularity was nowhere near that of a top star like Pei Liu's, but he's also kind of a popular young man's. It's amazing that such a star has his pants, and in full view of the public. That's a news headline any way you look at it. The reporters then raised their cameras and took pictures of the fallen Shang Jiaxuan. Shang Jiaxuan, who was originally angry, also reacted when he heard the shutter sound. It's over. That was the only thought left in his head. He couldn't stop so much media coverage. It wouldn't take long for the entire Cloud City to know about this. Shang Jiaxuan only felt ashamed and angry as he rolled over and shouted angrily at the reporters, "Stop filming." But the louder he got, the more excited the reporters got instead. Among them, there was also a paparazzo who asked loudly, "Mr. Shang, may I ask if this is your hobby? It's really a bit special." Everyone laughed at this statement. Sang Jahun stared at the media and hated to kill them all. At this time Yen Qi walked out from the crowd. He blocked in front of Shang Jiaxuan and said, "Everyone stop filming. Maybe Brother Shang has something difficult to say." He then turned his head to look at Shang Jiaxuan. "Brother Shang, it will be fine if you explain it to everyone." The corners of Shang Jiaxuan's mouth twitched. Yen Qi, the culprit, was even pretending to protect him. "It's too much." Sang Jahun stood up in annoyance. He pointed at Yen Qi and said to the media, "It's all his doing. He's the one who locked me up here and fed me laxatives. It's all his fault." As soon as these words came out, the reporters rushed to aim their cameras at Yen Qi. This is big news. Yen Qi had long thought that Shang Jiaxuan would say this. He looked at Shang Jiaxuan with an innocent face. "Brother Shang, words can't be said indiscriminately. The two of us have no grudges. What am I doing drugging you?" Sang Jahun immediately replied, "Of course it's because." He stopped in mid-sentence. What he's trying to say is, "Of course it's," but can that really be said? Say it and he's afraid he's going to be taken away by the police. Yen Qi obviously didn't want to let him off the hook as he asked with feigned curiosity, "Because of what? Didn't we just meet yesterday?" The journalists were also interested and asked questions. "Tell me, what was it about? Are you trying to frame Yen Qi? TSK, 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 that's so bad. You're wronging people when they speak for you." Hearing this, Shang Jiaxuan clenched his fists in death. Emotions took control of his brain once more, so he shouted, "Because I gave Yen Qi a laxative this afternoon and got someone to try to break your legs. That's why you're trying to get back at me, isn't it?" The words were like a thunderbolt, pushing the reporters' emotions to their peak. What's with all this big news? The reporters hurriedly aimed their cameras at Yen Qi. "Mr. Yen, is what he said true?" Yen Qi pretended to be a bit confused as he frowned at Shang Jiaxuan. "Did you hire those punks this afternoon? I see. No wonder they ambushed me near the company." He took out his cell phone with an angry face. "I'll call the police and have them come over to talk to you." With that, he made a public call to the police. Now the journalists were finally sure. Sang Jahun did get punks to try to break Yen Qi's legs and alerted the police. This is big news. Reporters even think of news headlines. The popular actor colluded with a rogue gangster and tried to break Yen Qi's legs. Shang Jiaxuan's eyes were red with anger as he saw Yen Qi dialing the phone. "I'll kill you." Shang Jiaxuan lunged at Yen Qi like a madman. He completely lost his mind. Even if he did lose his reputation, he still had to bring Yen Qi with him. Yen Qi rushed to hide behind the reporters when he saw this. The reporters, on the other hand, surrounded them in great numbers, and they aimed the microphones in their hands at Shang Jiaxuan. "Why did you hire someone to break Yen Qi's legs? Did he offend you? Why would you, as a public figure, collude with a landlubber? Are you jealous of Yen Qi because he's in Chris Yuei's music video?" The reporters surrounded the road, and Shang Jiaxuan couldn't even squeeze out. And Shang Jiaxuan also saw Yen Qi standing outside the crowd, giving him a mocking smile. Then Yanqi said to the phone on the other end, "Hey, I want to call the police." Shang Jiashuan hissed madly, "Yanqi, I'm going to kill you." It was then that he realized that everything was within Yanqi's calculations. Yanqi was planning to make him lose his reputation and never be able to turn around. Surrounded by a horde of reporters, Shang Jiashuan couldn't even get close to Yanqi until several police officers arrived at Obsidian Mall. Seeing that the police were really here, the reporters hurriedly backed away. "What's going on?" The policeman looked at Yanqi. Yanqi hurriedly said, "Comrade policeman." Just now he admitted it himself, saying that the punks in the afternoon were hired by him, and everyone here heard it. The police officer sniffed and looked at Sang Jahun. "Did you do it? You listened to my explanation." Sang Jahun rushed over as well, but the odor on his body made the police officers cover their noses. "What's that smell?" Shang Jiashuan couldn't care less about this. He pointed at Yanqi and said, "Comrade police, Yanqi, he kidnapped me, and gave me laxatives. You arrest him too." "Ha?" The policeman looked at Yanqi in disbelief. "What's going on here?" "Ha?" Yanqi shook his head blankly. "I don't know." So the policeman looked at Shang Jiashuan again. "You said Yanqi kidnapped you. When was that?" "It should be at 7:30 p.m. Sang Jahun said decisively. When these words came out, the expressions of both the police and Yanqi changed. "Brother Shang, your words don't make sense." Yanqi sighed helplessly. "During the period of time between 7 and 8 o'clock, I'm at the police station recording my statement. Where would I have the time to kidnap you? There has to be a limit to what you can say nonsense." The cop nodded along. "This is true. He really couldn't help it during that time." Shang Jiashuan was confused. So this was also within Yanqi's plan. Then it must be Yanqi who hired someone to kidnap him. But regarding this aspect, he can't produce any evidence at all. Thinking about it, Shang Jiashuan took 2 steps back. He couldn't say a word. Seeing this, the police also understood what was going on. So they took out the silver bracelet from their waist. "Shang Jiashuan, you are suspected of hiring a murderer to hurt people. Now go back with us to be investigated." Sang Jahun turned in fear and ran, but he was soon pinned to the ground. The police officers handcuffed him while enduring the stench. Shang Jiashuan was then escorted out by the police officers while cursing at Yanqi. Yanqi looked at their departing backs, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he turned to the reporters and politely bowed and apologized. "I'm really sorry for the trouble. Now let's get on with the launch." Chapter 103, by Ji's phone call. After the excitement they had just experienced, many journalists could no longer raise their interest in the launch. The paparazzi, in particular, chose to leave the room straight away to make big news. As for the pointed questions they asked of Peleus, they have long been forgotten. The rest of the conference went fairly smoothly, with reporters asking formulaic questions and Yanqi and the others answering them formulaically. An hour later, the launch was finally over. Yanqi and Peleus parted ways as if they were strangers. Then it converged again a few blocks away. Yanqi got into Peleus's car. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the plan went well. Peleosi tilted her head sideways with a bad smile on her face. "You still say you don't know how to act. I see that you acted quite well just now." She hadn't gotten involved just now, but she had been there watching from afar. In order to maintain her high-flying actress demeanor, she could only hold back her laughter and sit where she was. The acting was actually average, I guess. Mainly because Shang Jiashuan was just too stupid. Yanqi shook his head. "I thought I would have to waste some effort, but it turns out that this kid actually blew himself up so quickly. Sang Jahun is now completely screwed. Not only is his reputation ruined, but I'm afraid he'll have to go to jail. Hiring a murderer is no small crime, and Sang Jahun couldn't bring Yanqi down. Even if the police pursued the matter, they would only be able to find out a few insignificant gang members." At this time Peleus pulled out her cell phone and laughed. "Coming, let's see how fast the paparazzi are. Tonight's events should have already spread." "That fast?" Yanqi also took out his cell phone and tapped on the major social software. As expected, Sang Jahun's picture has spread everywhere, and the news headlines are all over the place. What with popular male celebrities spewing feces in the street, Sang Jahun hired a murderer to beat him up. Sang Jahun was taken away by the police. News like that. Under this big news, Yanqi and Peleosi's launch in turn became a companion. Yanqi curiously clicked on Shang Jiashuan's Super Talk, only to see a large number of fans inside disenchanted in place. These fans are able to tolerate celebrity cheating, whoring, and tax evasion, but there's just no way to tolerate idols ting their pants. It's so embarrassing to have this get out. Of course there is still a portion of rabid fans who say that they will still support even if Sang Jahun is like this. Piraeus was also looking quite happy, but suddenly her face clouded over. Yanqi sensed something was wrong and brought his head over. "What's wrong? Look at this." Peleus pointed at the cell phone screen with a bad tone. "Above are 2 hot searches in relatively low positions, respectively. Sang Ja-hoon said it was Yin Chi who kidnapped him, as well as Yankee conspiracy. However, the netizens' attention was on Sang Ja-hoon, and only a very few people were looking at the two hot searches. Yin Chi didn't care at all when he saw this. Don't be angry. They can't get any evidence anyway. It shouldn't take long for them to disappear. No, Piraeus said through gritted teeth. After saying that, she turned her head to Yin Chi. Yin Chi, I won't send you home. I have to ask them to take down the hot search. Seeing how serious she was, Yin Chi had no choice but to nod. Alright, then take it easy. Don't overdo it. Don't worry. Paleosi moved in front of Yin Chi and kissed him fiercely. When I get things settled, I'll go over to you, haha. Yin Chi then got out of the car. He took a cab on the side of the road. After Paleus watched the cab walk away, she started the car with a grim face. This group of paparazzi really don't want to live. Paleus whispered to herself. In that case, none of you should live. On the other hand, Yin Chi was in a cab ready to go back to the neighborhood, but halfway through the drive, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Yin Chi took it out and was surprised to find that it was Bai Ji's phone. His heart raced. You know that even 3 years ago, Bai Ji rarely took the initiative to call him. Yin Chi took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Hey, what's up? Come to the manor sometime. I caught your third uncle Yenihai, Bai Ji said lightly, as if she was talking about a very common thing. Hearing this, Yin Chi immediately brightened up. The group of foreign mercenaries who drove into him before were hired by Yenihai. If it wasn't for Bai Ji's help, Yin Chi would have been captured. Yin Chi still doesn't know why Yenihai spent a lot of money to kidnap him, so he whispered, I have time now. Okay, come over here then, Bai Ji said flatly. With that she hung up. Yin Chi turned his head and impatiently said to the driver, Master, turn around and go to Moon Lake Manor. On the other side, Bai Ji covered her chest and took a few deep breaths after putting down the phone. Trying to stay calm on the phone with Yankee was a little difficult. Thinking that Yin Chi was coming over, a smile appeared at the corner of Bai Ji's mouth. She got up and walked out of the study. The pretty little maid was standing in the doorway. Bai Ji said to the little maid, Go tell Aunt Gua that Yin Chi is coming over, and tell her to take Ching Ching to bed early. Yes. The maid bowed slightly before immediately going upstairs. Bai Ji then crossed the hall to the check room. Her check room was nearly 200 square feet, with all kinds of clothes and cosmetics, although Bai Ji usually seemed cold and quiet. But in the end, she was still a girl and was still interested in these things. Bai Ji began to put on her makeup and change her clothes. The last time Yin Chi came was so sudden that she went over to meet her in her pajamas. Had to dress up a little for this one, but you can't dress up too much for Yin Chi to see. So Bai Ji drew a light makeup and changed into a tight black coat with a small black skirt inside, as well as a pair of 8 cm high pointed high heels. The whole thing looks imposing. Just as she finished getting ready, there was a knock at the door. Miss, Yin Chi has arrived. Chapter 104, Returning to Moon Lake Manor. Hearing this, Bai Ji hurriedly got up and walked out of the check room. She instructed the little maid outside the door. In a moment, you will bring Yin Chi to the study. Yes, ma'am. The maid nodded. Bai Ji then quickly returned to the study. She'd have to get her emotions under control before Yin Chi arrived. When Yin Chi arrived at Moon Lake Manor, it was already 11:30 at night. Unlike last time, this time, no guards dared to stop Yin Chi. They very respectfully received Yin Chi into the manor. Hu Delu, the captain of the defense, personally sent Yin Chi to the entrance of the villa. Yin Chi looked at the familiar villa in front of him and took a deep breath and walked in. Even though he had already been here once, he was still a little nervous at the thought of meeting Bai Ji. Arriving at the entrance of the villa, the pretty little maid from last time was already waiting there. The little maid bowed slightly. Young Master Yen, Miss is already waiting for you. Please follow me. Yen Chi nodded and followed the little maid into the villa. By the way, is Bai Ji in a good mood today? Yen Chi asked in a whisper behind the maid. The maid nodded with great certainty. Miss is in a good mood today. You don't have to worry much. Hearing this, Yen Chi let go of his heart. As long as Bai Ji was in a good mood, then everything was fine. The maid brought Yen Chi to the door of the study. Please come in. Yen Chi didn't hesitate and directly opened the door and walked in. In the study, Bai Ji quietly sat at the table reading a book. Hearing the commotion, she looked up at Yen Chi. Coming. Her tone was rather light, no emotion audible, but Yen Chi had long since gotten used to it, so he walked over to the table and smiled. It's really troublesome for you to come over so late. Nothing, Bai Ji said blandly as she stood up. Yen Chi looked at Bai Ji and always felt that she was very pretty today, as if she had dressed up on purpose, but this idea was quickly put behind him. How could Bai Ji dress up specially for him? When Bai Ji felt Yen Chi's sight, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Have you had dinner yet? She opened her mouth to ask in a small voice. Yen Chi shook his head. It's been too busy tonight at night for that. Today he first went to the police station to take a statement. Then he directed the kidnapping of Sang Ja-hoon, and immediately after that he held a conference. there was no time to eat. Bai Ji walked out from behind the table and came to Yin Chi's side. Let's go. I'll take you to see your third uncle. Don't. He's not my third uncle. Yin Chi hurriedly waved his hand. I've long since stopped being a member of the Yin family. Bai Ji sniffed and gently raised her eyebrows. Oh, then which family are you from? Yin Chi was speechless for a moment. It did ask him. He doesn't appear to be either one. Although his surname was Yin, he actually had little affection for the Yin family. He had feelings for the White family. But then again, his last name wasn't White. Bai Ji looked at Yin Chi. She hoped that Yin Chi would say something like, I'm family with you, or something like that. But Yin Chi was just silent. Bai Ji sighed softly in her heart. Yin Chi and her are really still a bit apart. So she whispered, let's go. With that she turned toward the door, and Yin Chi immediately followed. After going out, Bai Ji ordered the little maid outside the door, go prepare some food for Yin Chi. Not too greasy. Yin Chi heard this and hurriedly said, don't bother. But it was obvious that the little maid only listened to Bai Ji's orders as she bowed slightly. Yes, miss. Then he turned and went upstairs. Bai Ji turned her head to Yin Chi. It's better to pad your stomach or you'll get a stomach bug. Or, you don't want to eat here? How come? Yin Chi's head shook like a rattle. I'm just afraid it's too late. Bai Ji said with a face like water. If it's too late, then rest here for the night. There are plenty of empty rooms. That's what she's really after. That's fine. Yin Chi nodded. A trace of joy flashed in Bai Ji's eyes, but in order not to be discovered by Yin Chi, she immediately turned around. I'll take you to meet Yenihai first. Afterward, Bai Ji led Yin Chi out of the villa. A cold wind blew outside the house and Bai Ji shivered. To be able to dress up, she's wearing very light clothes. She was just about to go inside and add a shirt when Yin Chi took his jacket off. He gently covered Bai Ji's body and whispered, it's too cold. You'll catch a cold. Bai Ji instantly blushed slightly, and her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. In the night, however, it was impossible to tell. Bai Ji coughed lightly. Ahem. Thanks a lot. She grabbed the jacket she was wearing and led Yanch into the night. The place where Yenihai is being held is the same place as the last mercenary. It's all in the manor's underground jail cell. The difference is that Yenihai was not mistreated. He's just chained to a chair. Yenihai was about 40 years old, wearing a flowery shirt and a pair of flowery shorts with sandals on the lower half of his body. Looks like he's back from a beach vacation. And indeed it does. Since then, after the last incident, he was afraid of retaliation from the White family, so he went straight to Hawaii for a vacation. But he didn't expect the White family to be so divine. Got him straight back from Hawaii. Yenihai cursed in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Bai family has become more and more powerful in the past few years. It seems that this little girl, Bai Ji, really has some skills. Just as Yenihai was thinking about how to escape, the gate not far away opened. He saw a tall, straight man walk through the door. For a while Yenihai was in a bit of a trance. He murmured in a small voice, Big brother? But soon he reacted. Although the person in front of him looked similar to his big brother, he was definitely not the same person. In that case, it would have to be Big Brother's son, Yin Chi. Yin Chi stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He looked Yenihai up and down. I have to admit, there's really no way to completely cut the blood ties thing. Yenihai, as the third uncle, looked a bit similar to Yin Chi. Are you Yenihai? Yin Chi opened his mouth and asked. Yenihai nodded. That's right, I even hugged you when you were small. Who asked you? Yin Chi frowned. I'll emphasize to you once again. I've long since ceased to be a member of your Yin family, so don't get close to me here. Then he went to the corner where a machete with sharp teeth stood upright. Yin Chi picked up the machete and walked back to Yenihai. He stared condescendingly at Yenihai and said, Now I'm asking you to answer. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I can't guarantee your life. Yenihai looked at the bloodstained machete over there and gulped with some fear. He stammered and asked, Great nephew, I'm your third uncle. There's no need to use the knife. Before he could finish, he only saw a cold light flash by. The machete in Yin Chi's hand cut directly on the back of the chair. There was a click, and the chair was cut with a gaping hole. Yenihai was scared to the point of trembling. He didn't expect Yin Chi to play for real. I'll repeat it for the last time. I ask and you answer. Talk nonsense and I'll chop you. Yin Chi said with a cold gaze. Plus one more. If you say call me nephew again, I'll chop you too. Don't you think I can't get down because of a little blood? Yenihai was in a cold sweat. He was the most life-thirsty. He didn't want to die here, especially at the hands of his nephew, so he hurriedly nodded. Okay, go ahead and ask. Yin Chi pulled his machete out at the sight and opened the door to ask, Why did you get someone to kidnap me? Chapter 105, The Unknown Legacy. Hearing this question, Yenihai was speechless for a moment. It wasn't that he hadn't expected Yin Chi to ask that. It's just that Yenihai was planning to lie at first, but he didn't expect Yin Chi to be so ruthless, coming up with a machete to force the issue. I'm afraid I'm going to get chopped up tonight if I'm caught in a lie. So should we tell the truth or not? But Yan-Shi obviously didn't want to give him time to think. He raised the machete in his hand and directly counted down. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, wait, I said. Yenihai hurriedly shouted. It's better to stay alive at a time like this. So Yenihai took a deep breath and whispered, because I recently lost money doing business. Lost about a few billions of it. Yan-Shi was a little surprised to hear that. Is this the life of the rich? Losing money by the billions? Puzzled, he asked. What are you doing kidnapping me after you lost the money? It's not like I have any money. And you're spending so much money on mercenaries when you've lost so much money? Who said you don't have money? Yenihai looked at Yan-Shi somewhat strangely. You took out the inheritance that your elder brother left for you. Wouldn't you have money? Yan-Shi was even more confused. Legacy? What inheritance? Didn't you guys divide all of our family's assets? Hearing this, Yenihai was also a bit dizzy. You don't know? I don't know. Yan-Shi shook his head very honestly. Yenihai didn't know what to say for a moment. He realized he was wrong. And very wrong. It's amazing that Yankee doesn't know a ing thing. Asterisk. I really Yenihai cursed in his heart. If I had known it was like this, I would have told some lies. Yan-Shi kicked the stool with some impatience. Go on. What legacy? It's the inheritance that your father, my big brother, left you. Yenihai sighed. Big brother, he had already written his will before his accident. I remember that he left 50% of the family fortune to you, and the remaining 50% was divided among us. Yenihai said truthfully, I was sharing about 10%. Yan-Shi only felt the worldview blow up. It was such a big deal that he didn't even know about it until now. Mostly because he was too young to understand anything yet. When he grew up, he didn't want to get involved with the Yin family either. So that's how it's been until now. Curious? Yan-Shi asked. So about how much is this inheritance? Yenihai replied after a moment of contemplation. More than 10 billion is still there. After all, I got a share of 2 billion at that time. These words were like thunder, exploding in Yan-Shi's head. 10 billion plus. That's too much. So once upon a time your own family was so rich? But then the question came, and Yan-Shi asked in disbelief, what about my inheritance? Why haven't I seen it? You're asking me, how could I possibly know? Yenihai shook his head. I was thinking that you had an inheritance. That's why I thought of kidnapping you. He sighed helplessly. If I had known that you didn't have any money, I wouldn't have let the mercenaries capture you. Yenihai's mood at the moment was very complicated. Lost and grateful. Lost because the multi-billion-dollar hole he lost is definitely not going to be filled. Thankful because, well, the mercenaries didn't tie Yan-Shi back up. Otherwise, if Yan-Shi doesn't know anything about this, won't he spend his money for nothing? Yan-Shi, on the other hand, only felt that his brain was confused. His parents left him an inheritance of tens of billions of dollars and he was completely unaware of it. And there's no telling where that inheritance is. After Yan-Shi thought for a moment, he continued to speak and asked, let me ask you, who was responsible for distributing the inheritance in the first place? Yenihai thought for a moment and said, I remember that it should be the second brother. Yes, it's the second brother. At that time it was him who read the will with the lawyer, and the money was all distributed by him. Yan-Shi frowned. Your Yen family is actually a couple of brothers, big brother and second brother again. Hoping that you don't remember anything. You this. Yenihai was a bit speechless. He had to explain, our generation is a total of 4 siblings. The eldest brother is your father Yen Tian. The second is my second brother Yen Idi. The oldest is my Yenihai. We also have a sister called Yenishue. What about the current head of the Yen family? It's my second brother Yen Idi. Yan-Shi silently memorized this information. It was true that he didn't know much about the Yen family before, nor did he think about it, but now it seems important to understand. I see. Then the inheritance must be with the Yen family head. Yan-Shi nodded and said. Yenihai bristled. Maybe so. Anyway, second brother never mentioned it to me. Yan-Shi was lost in thought. So it does seem that Yen Laoer is more suspicious, but the other party is the head of the Yen family. Not as easy to deal with as Yenihai. So Yan-Shi came up to Yenihai and asked in a low voice, Yen family and Bai family, which one is a bit more powerful? In the first few years, the two families should be about the same. Yenihai helpfully analyzed, but after Bai Ji became the head of the family, the Bai family is already vaguely close to surpassing the Yen family. Yan-Shi made a note of this information. In that case, I can't trouble Bai Ji. In the case where the two families had similar strengths, once they got into a conflict with the other family head, it would basically be an all-out war. Yan-Shi didn't want to drag the Bai family into this because of him. I see. Yan-Shi nodded. Then he spoke again and asked, last question. How did my parents die in the first place? He had been deliberately avoiding the question in previous years. After all, with his abilities, he simply didn't have the strength to take revenge. But if it's now, It's time to give it a try. Hearing this question, a trace of sadness flashed in Yenihai's eyes. I don't know. Second brother only said that it was the Yen family's enemies who did this. He said that for my safety, it's best for me not to know. He will find a way to avenge big brother, right? The more Yen Chi heard, the more wrong he became. This Yen Ed is too suspicious, isn't he? Chapter 106, Microbombs. The will was read by this Yen Ed, and the enemies were told to others by this him. The most important thing was that once Yen Tian, who was the elder brother, died, the second one would automatically become the family heir. Any way you look at this matter, the Yen family's penis was the biggest beneficiary. Thinking of this, Yen Chi's expression became serious. If that's the case, it does seem a bit of a pain in the ass. That Yen elder is now the head of the Yen family, so it's not that easy to deal with. At this time, Yenihai whispered, "Great nephew." Ha! Yen Chi glared at him with a sour face. Yenihai instantly shrunk his neck and hurriedly changed his words. Yen Chi, I've told you everything I know. When do you plan to release me? Yen Chi raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically. Release you? Do you think it's possible? You are at least a member of the Yen family. If I let you go, the Yen family will surely come to trouble, right? He sneered. Humph. I heard that you were caught while on vacation in Hawaii, so if you accidentally died there, no one should be able to find out anything. At these words, Yenihai winced. He could hear that Yen Chi was not joking. Rather, they really wanted to kill him. Seeing this, Yenihai hurriedly said, Don't. I definitely won't say anything. And I don't have much status in the Yen family. Even if second brother he knows about it, he definitely won't help me take revenge. He really wasn't lying. Although Yenihai was already in his 40s, he usually still had a playboy's playboy demeanor. That's why Yen Laoer didn't like this brother too much. But Yen Chi obviously wouldn't believe it. He bristled. I'm a person who doesn't like risks. It's safer to kill you. With that he raised his machete. Yenihai instantly sweated as he felt the fear of death. In this moment, his mind raced, trying to find hope for rescue. Just as the machete was about to fall, a sudden thought struck him. So Yenihai immediately shouted, Wait a minute. I can help you find out the cause of your parents' deaths, and where exactly that inheritance belonging to you is. It was the only way he could think of to live, and that was to show his worth. As expected, the machete in Yen Chi's hand stopped in midair. He stared at Yenihai with a skeptical expression. If you really have this ability, would you still find someone to kidnap me? I'll definitely find a way. Will you give me a chance? Yenihai said with a trembling body. And you also need an undercover in the Yen family, right? I can be your undercover. Yen Chi was silent as he listened. I have to say, it's really attractive. He didn't know much about the Yen family, so if he could plant an undercover agent, it would definitely be of great help. But the question is how to make sure that Yenihai will actually help and not just go out and rat on them? After Yen Chi thought for a moment, he planned to go and discuss with Bai Ji first, so he set the machete aside, turned and walked out of the room. Yenihai sighed softly in relief. At least now he didn't have to die. Outside the house, Bai Ji stood in front of the glass room and witnessed what had just happened. Seeing Yen Chi come out, Bai Ji said bluntly, I have a way to control Yenihai. What way? Yen Chi hurriedly asked. Bai Ji had obviously prepared for this long ago. She pulled out a small bumpy ball from her pocket. This is the latest miniature bomb developed abroad, powerful enough to blow up a person, which also has a built-in audio monitoring device, able to monitor the sound in real time. She handed Yen Chi the miniature bomb. Bury it into Yenihai's body, and once he intends to snitch, just blow him up. Yen Chi was shocked upon hearing this. You guessed this would happen a long time ago? Not really. Bai Ji shook her head bashfully. I just like to be more prepared. She narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, Well, want to listen to me? Or, you think I'm going to hurt you? Yen Chi looked at Bai Ji. If that had been anyone else's words, Yen Chi would have been skeptical. But if the other person is Bai Ji, Yen Chi took the miniature bomb. I trust you. Just do as you say. With that, he turned back to the house. Looking at Yen Chi's figure, Bai Ji revealed a smile and said to herself, Fool, I will never harm you. On the other side, Yen Chi walked back to Yenihai, informed Bai Ji of the entire plan she had just made. Yenihai's lips trembled in fear after hearing this. Don't joke. In case this thing has some kind of malfunction, then won't I be blown up? And to monitor my every move. That's too much. I promise you, okay? I really won't betray you. But Yen Chi didn't even bother to listen to that. He casually picked up the machete on the ground and said in an indifferent tone, You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. I'm only giving you two choices right now. One is to plant a miniature bomb and work well as an undercover agent for me. This too. Yen Chi placed the machete on Yenihai's neck and laughed cruelly. Let me personally chop you into pieces. Yenihai leaned back in his chair, on the verge of crying in fear. He really regretted it. I was really sick. I had nothing to do to provoke this crazy person. Now it's good that you can't pay back the money you owe, and even your life is at stake. Yenihai sighed inwardly. What else can we do? You can't really be chopped into pieces. So he just nodded. Fine, but how is this thing going to be installed? Before he could finish, the door was suddenly pushed open. 7 or 8 black-clad bodyguards walked in through the door. They came to Yenihai's side and lifted him up with the chair. This scene made Yen Qi look blank. One of the bodyguards said to Yen Qi, "Young Master Yen, Miss has prepared the operating room. We'll take him there now for the surgery." After saying that, they ignored Yenihai's shouts and directly carried him out. Yen Qi sighed helplessly. Sure enough, everything was in Bai Ji's expectations. That's what makes Bai Ji so great. It was as if everything was in her hands. At this time, Bai Ji poked her head in through the door. "Yen Qi, the meal is ready. Go eat something first." "Okay." Yanch walked out. The meal prepared by the little maid was very light. A plate of stir-fried small vegetables as well as a bowl of skinny pork porridge with eggs. Although it looks mediocre, it tastes quite delicious. Yen Qi was sitting at the dining table eating a late-night snack while Bai Ji was sitting next to him quietly drinking black tea. Just then, a faint cry suddenly came from upstairs. "Mom!" The voice was very soft, but it was still heard by Yen Qi. He jerked his head around to look upstairs. "Ha? Why is someone yelling for Mom?" Bai Ji's face changed slightly, but she still forced herself to remain calm and said, "You've heard it wrong. There's no one else in this villa other than a few maids." "Is that so?" Yen Qi was still a bit skeptical. Seeing this, Bai Ji hurriedly changed the topic. "Right, Yen Qi, don't you have any questions you want to ask me? Just like this matter tonight, for example." Yen Qi's attention was pulled back, and he did have a lot of curiosity. Since Bai Ji had brought it up, he was going to ask about it. After a moment's reflection, Yen Qi inquired, "Did you already know that my parents left me an inheritance?" "Yes," Bai Ji replied without hesitation. Chapter 107, The Former Bedroom. Yen Qi did not expect that Bai Ji would answer so dryly. He frowned. "Then why didn't you tell me?" "It's useless to tell you." "Right, after all, even I don't know where that inheritance is." Bai Ji sipped her black tea bashfully. "You're just adding to the worries if you know." Yen Qi was speechless for a moment. Bai Ji has always been like this. Some of her decisions will always feel ruthless, but it does make sense if you think about it. I'm afraid if he finds out about this later, he'll really have a hard time sleeping at night. After all, that's $10 billion. After Yen Qi was silent for a long time, he asked in a small voice, "You helped me so much," he continued after a pause. "Is it for that inheritance?" Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. Even the hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, but soon she steadied herself. Bai Ji put the teacup back on the table. "No, I'm not interested in your legacy." Yen Qi was relieved to hear it. It was good that it wasn't. Otherwise he really didn't know how to face Bai Ji in the future. At this time, Bai Ji looked at Yen Qi. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Yen Qi opened his mouth, but ultimately did not say anything. He actually wanted to ask Bai Ji if she still had feelings for him, but he was afraid that Bai Ji would come straight to the point. "No." So Yen Qi stood up. "It's getting late. It's time to rest." "Well, I've already had someone pack up your room for you." Bai Ji also stood up. "It's in your original room. You should remember it, right?" Yen Qi only felt a trance upon hearing this. He used to live in the White House, so naturally he had a bedroom that belonged to him. He just hasn't been back to that house since he moved out. 7 years have passed since then. "Remember, it's on the 3rd floor, right?" Yen Qi laughed. Then he couldn't wait before he went upstairs. Watching Yen Qi's figure go away, Bai Ji exhaled softly. Then she took small steps up to the 2nd floor and across the hallway to one of the rooms. Bai Ji twisted the handle and walked in. This is a childishly decorated children's room with walls and ceiling painted in pink. The room was filled with dolls of all kinds, big and small. Aunt Gua, the housekeeper, was sitting in front of the princess's bed while holding the confused little bitty Ching Ching. When Aunt Gua saw Bai Ji come in, she hurriedly got up and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect Ching Ching to suddenly wake up and yell for you." "It's fine." Bai Ji waved her hand, then reached out and carried Ching Chang over. Haruka's eyes were half open at the moment, as if she would fall asleep at any moment, but she still braced her spirit and lay in Bai Ji's arms as she whispered, "Ching Chang wants to sleep with mommy." "Good, then will mommy put you to sleep?" Bai Ji gently patted Ching Ching's back. At this moment, she had completely thrown away the prestige of the White family's head. All that remains is a gentle mother who loves her children. Under Bai Ji's coaxing, Ching Ching soon fell into a deep sleep. Bai Ji put Ching Ching back on the bed and tucked it in. She looked at the side of the child's sleeping face and whispered to herself, "This little girl, she really looks more and more like him." After watching for a while, Bai Ji stood up and said to Aunt Gua, "I'll ask you to watch over Ching Ching tonight." Aunt Gua hurriedly assured, "Don't worry, there will definitely be no more accidents." Bai Ji nodded. Then she turned around and left the room. On the other hand, Yen Qi came to the bedroom door on the 3rd floor. He took a deep breath and twisted the doorknob. A wave of familiarity washed over me. Yanchi walked into the house and looked around. The White family treated Yanchi quite well. This bedroom was a full 80 square meters in size, which could be considered quite spacious. After looking around, Yanchi's eyes widened in some shock. It was surprising that the decor of this room hadn't changed in the slightest, not even the position of the furniture. Still consistent with when Yanchi left in the first place. Yanchi walked over to the bed and sat down. He could smell the fragrance coming from the sheets. Apparently this room is cleaned regularly. Looks like Baiji still has some feelings for me. Satisfied, Yanchi fell backward onto the large soft bed. The familiar bed relaxed Yanchi's whole body. He closed his eyes and thought back to the events of the night, not the least of which is that unknown inheritance. If it wasn't for Yenihai, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to know about this. But really, it wouldn't do him much good to know. After all, both the Bai family and the Yen family were behemoths to him. If he really wanted to investigate the truth of the matter, then he would have to raise his own power as soon as possible in order to do so. Yanchi sighed. Ugh, it's really still hard. He got up with a carp and walked to the bathroom. It's useless to think so much. Let's just get some sleep first. The bathroom had been thoughtfully prepared with clean pajamas. Yanchi changed into his pajamas and went to bed to get ready for bed after taking a shower. He closed his eyes and was just about to go to sleep when there was a sudden knock at the door. Yanchi, can I come in? Baiji's voice reached Yanchi's ears. Yanchi sat up in a mischievous manner as he gulped. It's so late. What's Baiji looking for him for? Do you still want to discuss things about the estate with him? Or maybe it's trying to. Yanchi shook his head violently. How was this possible? After pondering in vain, he could only call out to the outside. Come in. As soon as the words fell, Baiji opened the door to the room from outside. She had also changed into a nightgown by now, which was made of a somewhat lighter material. You could even faintly see the skin under the pajamas. Baiji held a quilt in her arms and took small steps to Yanchi's bed to set it down. The night may cool down, so I'll add a quilt for you. Ow. So, Yanchi exhaled. I thought you were. Baiji raised her eyes to Yanchi, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Thought what? Thought I came to find you to sleep with? Yanchi was embarrassed, and was really spoken to by Baiji. Just as he was thinking about what to do to find a replacement, Baiji narrowed her eyes slightly as she asked softly, So, want to sleep together? Chapter 108, Renewal of the Engagement. Bright moonlight streamed through the window and spilled onto the large bed in the bedroom. Yanchi lay back on his pillow, his mind still a bit foggy, and next to him, Baiji was lying there quietly. Only about 20 centimeters separated the two. Yanchi could even hear Baiji's gentle breathing. Right after Baiji asked if they wanted to sleep together just now, Yanchi's mind instantly went blank. Yanchi had forgotten how he had answered. When he came back to his senses, Baiji had already laid down next to him. What the hell is going on here? Yanchi was a bit confused. How did Baiji offer to sleep with him? Could it be that you have old feelings for me? Does she really have old feelings for me? Just as Yanchi was thinking, Baiji, who was lying next to him, spoke softly. Can't sleep? Hearing this, Yanchi felt that it was better for him to ask for clarification, so he asked in a low voice, Baiji, why did you suddenly think of sleeping with me? Is this strange? Baiji looked sideways at Yanchi. I remember we already did everything we needed to do 3 years ago. Right, do you need to be so formal? Yanchi was speechless for a moment. Baiji was indeed right. 3 years ago, Yanchi left one day every month for Baiji. That was the day the two went on their date. What Baiji meant at that time was that they were going to finish their marriage after graduating from university anyway, so she thought to familiarize herself with it in advance. But the problem is that there's no preconditions anymore. Thinking of this, Yanchi said softly, but isn't the marriage contract between us already? Has what? Baiji directly interrupted Yanchi. Are you trying to say that the marriage contract has been annulled? Yanchi blinked and asked tentatively, isn't it? Of course not. Baiji frowned. Marriage contract, this thing is an agreement in the end. As long as one of the parties hasn't repudiated it yet, then the marriage contract is naturally not considered null and void. Yanchi felt like he was going to grow a brain when he heard that. The marriage contract is not annulled if no one repudiates it. That does make sense, but that also means, Angela still wants to marry him? You still want to marry me? Yanchi scratched his head. You can't be serious. Baiji looked like she was taking it for granted. Of course I'm serious. Otherwise why do you think I'm helping you? Is it because I'm too idle? Yanchi felt that Baiji's words were so reasonable. He had wondered before if Baiji was helping him out of old friendship, but now it seems that together, Baiji still treats him as her fiancé. Yanchi gulped and whispered, Baiji, I left you behind and ran away 3 years ago. I know, and I'm still a scumbag, flirting with so many women. I know that too. It's just the Zhang Yuwei guys. I've already met them. Baiji nodded bashfully, as if this was just a small matter. Yanchi was thoroughly confused. This woman doesn't care about anything, even if he had done excessive things, even if he was a scumbag with his feet in several boats. Baiji still wants to consummate her marriage with him, so what is she after? Yanqi thought about it and felt that there were only two possibilities. For one thing, Baiji really loved him too much, the kind that loved him to death. So even if Yanqi had all sorts of problems, she didn't care. If the other party was Zhang Yuwei or Zhuaning, Yanqi might still believe it. But this is Angelica de Hurica. Yanqi sneaked a glance at Baiji, just in time to meet those deep black eyes. Those eyes were like the deep sea. No one knew what was hiding underneath. Somehow, he had been completely unable to see through this woman. To say that Baiji had feelings for him, Yanqi believed it. After all, they had at least grown up together, so there was a bit of bonding going on anyways. But to say it was the lovey-dovey kind, Yanqi would never believe it. In his eyes, Baiji is the embodiment of absolute sanity, and it seems as if this thing was born with no connection to her. How is it possible to love him so much? But if that's not the case, then there's only one possibility. So Yanqi asked tentatively, do you have some difficult problem that you have to marry me to solve? Baiji was first stunned upon hearing this, then she smiled gently. Yes, there is indeed a very difficult dilemma that requires you to consummate your marriage with me in order to solve it. Yanqi nodded in understanding at his words. Sure enough, no wonder Baiji insisted on marrying him. So there was a real dilemma. How hard must it be to solve a puzzle that even Angelica Bai can't solve? At this time, Baiji opened her mouth and asked, so do you think our marriage contract is still valid? If you back out now, then our engagement is null and void, and everything is up to you. She still had little expression on her face, but in reality the heart had been pounding like a drum. Baiji, don't worry. Yanqi patted his chest. I, Yanqi, am not the kind of person who is heartless. You have helped me so much, I will definitely help you too. Isn't it just a puzzle? I'll solve it for you, and our engagement won't be considered null and void. Baiji narrowed her eyes slightly after hearing this and said softly, but this puzzle is a very difficult one. Oh, you have to be mentally prepared. Don't care what the dilemma is. I have to help you even if I have to put my life on the line. Yanqi said firmly. At the moment, he had a feeling that the wind was blowing and the water was cold. Baiji had helped him so much since he was a child, and now it was finally his turn to repay him back. Don't say it's just a little thing like getting married. Even if he ended up putting his life on the line, Yanqi would still recognize it. Baiji, who was on the side, looked at Yanqi's determined eyes, and the corner of her mouth unconsciously revealed a smile. She reached out her hand at Yanqi's head, and gently stroked it. Alright, go to sleep. You have a lot to do tomorrow. Yanqi felt Baiji's soft palm and only felt soothed. He closed his eyes in response. After getting the answer he wanted, Yanqi didn't have the mental burden anymore. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. Baiji quietly looked at Yanqi's sleeping face, her eyes becoming quite gentle. In fact, she had renewed her engagement tonight with a great deal of determination. After all, if Yanqi insisted on breaking off the engagement, then Baiji could only agree to it. The process went a little sideways, but at least it turned out well. The engagement between the two of them was finally restored. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're thinking. Baiji looked at Yanqi and muttered, you would even think that I'm in some kind of trouble for marrying you. She sighed softly, but it's actually right. After all, you're the only one who can help me with this emotional aspect of the puzzle, right? Baiji came over to Yanqi's side and gently kissed him on the lips. Good night, silly. Chapter 109 Hairdrying. Yanqi had a long dream this night. The dream was outrageous. It was at his wedding ceremony with Baiji that a whole bunch of men in black suddenly popped up after them. So Yanqi took Baiji and ran all over the world. In the end, he was shot through the heart by the man in black in order to protect Baiji. Yanqi woke up from his sleep with a sweaty head, and he felt that his pajamas were soaked with sweat. He looked around and then remembered that he was sleeping in the Moon Lake Manor. God, what kind of dream am I having? Yanqi shook his head. As the saying goes, if you think about it, you dream about it. In his dreams, he also thought of helping Baiji to block the bullets. It was evident how much he cared about Baiji's words last night. Yanqi looked to the side. Baiji had already gotten up early. He yawned and headed for the bathroom. As a result, just as he reached the door, he heard the sound of a shower coming from the bathroom. Yanqi's brain, which was originally still a bit confused, instantly became as clear as a cold wind. Someone's taking a shower? The one who dares to bathe in his house in this villa is only Baiji. Thinking about this, Yanqi only felt his heartbeat speed up. Just as he was wrestling with whether to go in or not, the sound of the shower faded to a halt. Immediately afterward, Yanqi saw the inner door of the bathroom being opened. Through the door, he could faintly see a slender figure wrapped in a bath towel. Yanqi gulped. Baiji's body is still so perfect. The outer door to the bathroom was then pushed open. Baiji walked out wrapped only in a bath towel, and she was wiping her hair with a towel in her hand. Yan Qi was stunned at the sight. At this moment, Bai Ji's long hair still had water beads hanging from it, flowing down her fair neck and soaking that white bath towel. Her slender legs were hidden under the towel, outlining blood-curdling curves. Simply unnatural beauty. Bai Ji saw Yan Qi outside the door without the slightest surprise, just faintly asked, "Can you help me dry my hair?" "Okay." Yan Qi hurriedly nodded. He then followed Bai Ji into the bathroom. Bai Ji sat in front of the mirror and handed Yan Qi the towel. "Dry it off before using the hairdryer." Yan Qi skillfully took the towel and moved gently to wipe away the remaining moisture from Bai Ji's hair. The gentle touch made Bai Ji close her eyes in contentment, and a faint sound spilled out from her throat. "Aha!" Yan Qi's movements paused for a moment, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Bai Ji's bare shoulders and neck. He then shook his head violently and pretended to continue the work at hand as if nothing had happened. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had helped Bai Ji wipe her hair. 3 years ago, after Yan Qi and Bai Ji had a date at the hotel, Bai Ji then always asks Yan Qi to help her dry her hair, so Yan Qi is kind of comfortable doing it. After a while, Yan Qi asked in a whisper, "Can I use the hair dryer now?" Bai Ji opened her eyes and looked in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction. "Use it. Your technique is still as good as before." She has a high demand for head rubbing and blow drying that even a personal maid would have a hard time satisfying. Only Yan Qi could satisfy her. Yan Qi smiled and casually picked up the hairdryer on the side. "Then I'll start." With that he turned on the hairdryer. As the buzzing of the hairdryer sounded, Bai Ji's waterfall-like long hair was blown up. At this time, Bai Ji suddenly spoke up and said, "The cover of your magazine is not bad. It seems that Zhang Yuwei still has some skills." Yan Qi blinked, but soon he reacted. Bai Ji should be talking about the latest issue of HQ magazine. Yan Qi was a bit surprised. "Did you buy it too?" "It was the housekeeper of the family who bought it back," Bai Ji said casually. "I just happened to see the cover." She's still a little mouthy. After all, it can't be said that she bought a lot of copies for her collection and cut Yankee out of the cover for her collection. It's just too embarrassing to talk about it, so it's better not to. Yan Qi nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. By the way, speaking of the housekeeper, did old Meng resign?" When he first lived in the White House, the butler of the manor was an old man in his ties, who looked well-mannered and had a good attitude towards Yan Qi, but I didn't see him on this return. "Well, he followed Dad abroad, so I got a new housekeeper for the house," Bai Ji replied in a flat tone. Yan Qi came to be interested. "Really? Then I've been here twice. How come I don't seem to have seen this housekeeper yet?" Bai Ji was speechless for a moment. Since the housekeeper, Aunt Gua, had been stumbled upon by Yan Qi when she was at the theater earlier, so every time Yan Qi came, Bai Ji would ask Aunt Gua to take Ching Ching and hide in order to prevent being recognized by Yan Qi. Bai Ji's mind spun fast as she opened her mouth and replied, "She went out to do some shopping and won't be back until the afternoon." "In the afternoon? Ah, then I definitely won't be able to see you." Yan Qi shook his head. "I have to go to the company in the afternoon before I can." Bai Ji had known that Yan Qi would say this. She casually said, "It's fine, I'll let you see it next time I have the chance." Then she changed the topic and continued, "I heard that you're shooting a music video for a song, and the female lead is Pei Liu's, right?" Right." Yan Qi nodded a little awkwardly. His engagement with Bai Ji has been restored. That means Bai Ji is still his fiancé. Talking to his fiancé about other women felt a little strange even for Yan Qi. However, Bai Ji just nodded. "Interesting, but you'd better watch out for Feng Shuiyun of No Sound Entertainment. That woman is a pure businesswoman. You'll be in trouble if you join her." "Don't worry, I'm just pretending to cater to her." Yan Qi laughed. "She's not even close to trying to fool me." "That's good," Bai Ji replied softly. The two of them had a chat, and soon Bai Ji's hair was completely dry, as good as ever. Bai Ji rose with satisfaction. Bai Ji then went out from the bathroom and Yan Qi started to take a shower. By the time Yan Qi walked out of the bathroom, Bai Ji had already changed her clothes. She walked over to Yan Qi and helped him straighten his collar. "Breakfast is ready. Eat before you go." Looking at Bai Ji's absolutely beautiful face, Yan Qi was in a bit of a trance for a moment. The two of them were like a married couple at the moment, with the wife straightening the collar of her husband who was going out to work. Yan Qi suddenly ghosted out. "Bai Ji, can I kiss you?" "Ha?" Bai Ji snapped her head up. Even as she heard this, her heart was in a bit of turmoil. Yan Qi immediately realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. He was just about to open his mouth to find a remedy when Bai Ji gently stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. The soft touch made Yan Qi a bit relaxed. After a while, Bai Ji separated from him. She whispered, "I'm your fiancé. Next time you want to kiss me, you don't need to ask for my opinion." Chapter 110, 10 million copies. After breakfast, Bai Ji brought Yan Qi to meet Yenihai again. Moon Lake Manor, in addition to various infrastructures, has a small, independent hospital building. The doctors in this hospital are all highly paid by the White family. At this time Yenihai was locked in a hospital room. His face was emaciated as he lay on the hospital bed. The doctors at the estate operated on him overnight last night and implanted that miniature bomb in his chest. Yanqi looked in along the window. The operation is over? Aha. Baiji nodded as she pulled a black remote control as well as a small black box out of her pocket. There is only one red button on the remote, and on the periphery of the button is a clear square protective shell. She put the remote with the radio. There are two remotes. You take one and I'll take one. Once you press the button, the miniature bomb in Yenihai's chest will instantly detonate with enough power to blow through his chest. Yanqi took the remote control and the black box. He looked at the black box and asked curiously, so what is this thing? For listening, toggle this roller to hear the sounds around Yenihai. Baiji patiently explained. I'll have someone listen in on Yenihai 24 hours a day, and once useful intelligence emerges, I'll notify you at the first opportunity. Yanqi nodded in some awe. So powerful. In this way, Yenihai was completely under their control. Unless Yenihai didn't want to live anymore, there was no way he would betray. At this point, Baiji spoke up and asked, I'm planning to release him this afternoon. Do you still want to have a word with him? Of course I will. He must be threatened severely. Yanqi laughed evilly. With that he pushed open the door to the ward and stepped into it. Originally, Yenihai was staring at the ceiling with a dull face, and when he saw Yanqi come in, he trembled in fear. If he were to choose the person he was most afraid of right now, he would definitely choose Yanqi without hesitation. This kid was too ruthless to plant a miniature bomb in his body. Let's just say it's really worthy of being his big brother's son. They're all cut from the same mold. Yanqi sat down on the chair next to the hospital bed and shot a glance at Yenihai. It seems like the surgery went well. You should understand your current situation, right? Understand. I definitely won't betray you. Yenihai hurriedly nodded. But you can take it easy. Don't just start the bomb. Yanqi smiled faintly after hearing this. Don't worry. As long as you do a good job for me, I won't kill you. Remember the two things you have to do. He held up two fingers. One is to help me find out where that inheritance is, and the other is to help me investigate the truth about what happened 20 years ago. Yenihai was just about to agree, but Yanqi continued. Just give you a month. Yenihai man was dumbfounded. Isn't 1 month too short? My second brother isn't that easy to deal with. Yanqi coldly snorted. Humph. This has nothing to do with me. Now it's you who needs to prove value to me. If you have no value, then there's no point in living. Although Yenihai was his nominal third uncle, but Yanqi didn't care about him at all. Let him live a little longer if he's of use, and just kill him if he's not. Okay. Yenihai sighed. This great nephew of his really didn't treat him as a person. Yanqi nodded with satisfaction. Then he got up and went out. As the door closed, Yenihai collapsed onto the bed in despair. He violently gave himself a slap and said to himself with great regret, I am really a man. Idly nothing to mess with him for what? After seeing Yenihai, Yanqi planned to leave. Baiji sent him to the entrance of the manor and had the defense captain Hudelu send him away. Before getting into the car, Yanqi whispered, Baiji, I know you're hiding a lot of things from me. I can't ask now, but you'll have to explain it to me afterward. Baiji looked at Yanqi with a deep gaze. Okay, I'll tell you everything after it's over. Yanqi nodded, then got into the car. Watching the car fade away, Baiji exhaled a somewhat exhausted breath. Showing composure in front of Yanqi was too draining, but that won't last much longer. Everything was going according to her plan so far. By utilizing Yenihai as a pawn, the plan can be quickly unfolded. Yanqi, don't worry, I'll soon clear all the stumbling blocks on the road. Baiji looked at the fading car and murmured, after that we can be together forever. On the other side, Yanqi sat in his car, pondering what exactly Baiji was thinking, but he couldn't figure it out as he thought about it. Forget it. If you can't think about it, don't think about it. Yanqi leaned back in his chair. Anyway, it hadn't been a day or two since he couldn't see through Baiji. Since Baiji didn't say anything, there must be something she was suffering from. Of course, the most important thing was that Yanqi didn't believe that Baiji would harm him. At this time, Hudelu, who was driving the car, asked in a low voice, Young Master Yen, where are you being sent? Yanqi said after a little thought, Go to Inkheart Media. The old boss is not here. I have to keep an eye on the company. Okay, Hudu answered. An hour later, Hudu pulled up in front of the office. Trouble. Yanqi nodded at him. Hudelu hurriedly waved his hand. Don't be so polite. This is all within my scope. Yanqi didn't say anything else and directly got out of the car and walked towards the company's gate. Watching him walk through the door, Hudu smiled happily. It's true that the young master is going to rekindle his old feelings with Missy. He started the car in a good mood and drove away from Inkheart Media. On the other hand, Yanqi had just gone up to the second floor of the company when he realized that the employees were gathered in front of a computer. He walked up behind the employees and asked curiously, What are you looking at? The employees turned around and saw that it was Yanqi and greeted him politely. Good day, Mr. Yen. we're looking at magazine sales. One of the employees said, it's about to sell 10 million copies. Hearing this, Yan Shi also came to life. He rushed over. Let me see. The employees gave Yan Shi one of the innermost seats. Just on the screen was a sales statistics website, able to refresh the sales of various magazines and albums in real time. The display on it at the moment was the sales volume of their latest issue, 9,999,503 copies, only 700 copies shy of 10 million copies sold, and just in the blink of an eye, another 100 or so copies were sold. Holy, is the backbone that strong? Yan Shi was a bit surprised. It's amazing to realize that today is only the 4th day of release, and sales are already going to exceed 10 million copies. One of the employees pointed to the screen and said, look, the projected total sales of the website has been raised from 13 million to 15 million. Yeah, ever since the news of you hooking up with Pei Lucier last night came out, the magazine has been selling like crazy again. Another employee said with great excitement, you're really great, to be able to act with that Pei Lucier. The employees were all quite happy. After all, for every million copies sold, you get an extra month's paycheck. In just a few days, they'll get 10 months' pay. Yan Shi was also satisfied with this, which had completely exceeded his expectations. He laughed with the employees. Alright, remember to get back to work after 10 million copies. I'm going back to the office. Come see me if you need anything. Okay, Mr. Yan. The employees hurriedly made way for Yan Shi. Yan Shi had just walked out not more than 2 steps when an employee suddenly called out to him. By the way, Mr. Yan, there was a lady who came to the company to look for you just now, and she's already waiting for you in the office. Ma'am? Yankee raised an eyebrow. Okay, I got it. He then walked to the office of the employees looked at Yan Shi's back and discussed in whispers. What do you think is the relationship between Mr. Yan and that woman? She's pretty and has such a good body. Could she be a boyfriend and girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Yan's girlfriend is obviously Mr. Zhang. I've always supported both of them. What about Mr. Yan and Pei Liu's? Do you guys think there's any drama? Yan Shi came to the office door and without hesitation directly pushed the door in. Zhuaning stood in the room and hurriedly bowed and saluted upon seeing Yan Shi. Mr. Yan, you're back. Chapter 111 Alluring Zhuaning. Yan Shi's eyes lit up when he saw Zhuaning. Today's Zhuaning was wearing a secretary's suit, a tight white shirt wrapped around a stunning figure. Due to its overwhelming majesty, the buttons of the shirt could only barely hold a few on the bottom, revealing a large expanse of snowy whiteness on the upper body. The hem of her shirt was tucked into a short straight black skirt, and underneath it was a pair of cicada-thin garter stockings and a pair of 10-centimeter glossy black high heels. Her body took on an extremely exaggerated S-shape. Yan Shi gulped. This woman is lust incarnate. Zhuaning saw Yan Shi's expression and hooked the corner of her mouth in satisfaction. She then came to Yan Shi's body in style and gently pressed her body against Yan Shi's body. Zhuaning gently exhaled. Phew, Mr. Yan, people have been waiting for you for a long time. Oh. Yan Shi saw this and backhanded the door to his room and locked it behind him. He then wrapped an arm around Zhuaning's thin waist. You're not here to seduce me today, are you? How come? Zhuaning said delicately. I heard that you became the vice president of the company, so I thought about whether you lacked a secretary. I am a secretary for you today. Hearing this, Yan Shi then remembered. It seems like all the company bosses have secretaries, but he's just an idle position in the end as a vice president, so there doesn't seem to be much use in recruiting a secretary. Yan Shi looked at Zhuaning and flirted. The chairman of Hangan Group even ran over to give me the small vice president as a secretary. If others know about this, then they shall not envy me to death? Zhuaning kissed Yan Shi's lips. Then let them be envious. They only work for you as a secretary anyway. Alright, then I'll be polite today. Yan Shi gently slapped on Zhuaning's arse. Zhuaning grunted lightly and walked towards his desk with his arm around Yan Shi. She pressed Yan Shi into the boss chair and then sat directly on Yan Shi's lap. Zhuaning flirtatiously came to Yan Shi's ear and asked, Mr. Yan, have you thought about what people mentioned to you last time? Yan Shi didn't think about it for a moment. Zhuaning pinched Yan Shi's arm. It's that thing that made you step on several boats. Really? I told you so seriously, but you still don't remember. Ah, this one. Yan Shi then remembered. The last time Zhuaning mentioned it to him, he said that he wanted Yan Shi to stop worrying so much. Just take all 5 women and be done with it. Yan Shi thought for a moment and said, I went back last time and thought about it, and I think you have a point. I told you. Zhuaning lightly hummed. You stinking men are all like this. Obviously you want them all. She kissed Yan Shi on the cheek. Don't worry. Since Mr. Yan is planning to do this, then people will definitely help you. Then who do you think we should start with first? Zhuaning licked her red lips. Why don't we start with Zhang Yuwei? She's definitely the easiest to handle. Yan Shi blinked. Why did it feel like Zhuaning was more attached than him? Just as the two were talking, The cell phone in Yen Chi's pocket vibrated. He pulled it out and found that it was Pei Liusi who had sent him a Weibo message. Chi, the director's side said that they're going to take a look at the filming location tomorrow. Do you have time? Zhuaning also came over when she saw this. She wrapped her arms affectionately around Yen Chi's neck. By the way, you're going to shoot a movie with Pei Lucier, right? This is a good opportunity. Maybe we can use this opportunity to take Pei Lucier. That's unlikely. Yen Chi shook his head. Among his 5 ex-girlfriends, the worst one to take down besides Bai Ji is Pei Liusi. Although Pei Liusi appeared to be obedient to Yen Chi, but she can be first class in her exclusivity. I'm afraid it's going to be harder than hell to get her to accept this, and it's easy to irritate her if she's not careful, and then there might be a bloodbath. Zhuaning smiled faintly. I have a good way. Even if I can't take her this time, I can still break some of her psychological defenses. Yen Chi immediately became interested. What method? But we can't make a scene. It's like this. Zhuaning came over to Yen Chi's ear and said a few words. Yen Chi gradually widened his eyes, and after listening he sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, that's not too good. Zhuaning leaned her head on Yen Chi's neck and persuaded in a low voice. You also know that Pei Liu's this woman is very difficult to deal with. You must use something beyond the conventional methods to do it. Of course, if you really don't want to then forget it. She whispered in Yen Chi's ear. Yen Chi was deep in thought. The Zhuaning approach may indeed work, but once you don't have control over it, you can get into big trouble. After a while, Yen Chi nodded. Alright, just don't go too far. If I call it off, the program must be terminated immediately. Okay, we'll stop when you say so. Zhuaning affectionately rubbed against Yen Chi's neck. So Yen Chi sent a tweet to Pei Liusi. Tell the director for me that I have time tomorrow. Just as soon as the message was sent over, Pei Liusi immediately replied. Good pinch, then I'll follow along tomorrow as well. Ugh, I hope everything goes well. Yen Chi sighed. Zhuaning drew a few circles on Yen Chi's chest and whispered seductively. Mr. Yen, shouldn't we talk in depth? She emphasized the word deep. Yen Chi gulped as he rolled over and pressed Zhuaning into the chair. Little goblin. Then I'm not polite. Mr. Yen, you have to pity people. Zhuaning threw a wink at Yen Chi. Yen Chi couldn't hold back any longer and directly pounced on him. Mr. Yen, please be gentle. Chapter 112, The Ox Who Can't Die of Tiredness. When Yen Chi and Zhuaning stayed with him until the end of the day, they came out of the vice president's office. Yen Chi's hair was a bit disheveled at the moment, and there was an unwiped red lipstick on his neck. Zhuaning, on the other hand, outside of that set of secretarial clothing, sat a long black trench coat, temperament all of a sudden from becoming sexy to become majestic. She looked a little frail, though, and had one hand on her waist and one on the wall as she went out the door. The employees were looking at the duo with some gossip. Since the office was fairly well soundproofed, they didn't actually hear anything, but looking at the state of these two, even a little cutie, one could also guess the general idea. It's just that they didn't expect Yen Chi's duo to be so persistent that they went from 10 in the morning until 6 in the afternoon. The male employee looked at Yen Chi with great admiration. I can't believe my face hasn't changed after playing all day. It's a model for men. The female employees, on the other hand, had a shy look on their faces, sizing up Zhuaning, who was holding up the wall. As women, they know exactly what that means. Yen Chi walked to the employees in a serious manner and shouted, Alright, it's almost time today. Get off work, and I can't come to the office tomorrow because of something, so you guys self-police. At this time, a female employee said weakly, Mr. Yen, your neck. Neck? Yen Chi touched his neck and realized that his hand was stained with red. Yen Chi was a bit embarrassed. He had seriously wiped it before he came out just now, but he didn't expect it to be clean. Yen Chi lightly coughed. Ahem, this is the company's seal. I accidentally glued it on when I was in the office. It's quite reasonable, right? Reasonable, too reasonable, the employees responded. Yen Chi nodded with satisfaction, or else he had to be a leader. Even if there are a few minor slip-ups, the men will help fill in the gaps. Okay, everyone get off work. Yen Chi waved his hand and, then he walked back to Zhuaning and whispered, Let's go. Zhuaning leaned against the wall and gave Yen Chi a somewhat sultry look. She then straightened up and followed Yen Chi downstairs. The two went out and got into Zhuaning's Land Rover. Yen Chi looked at covering his waist. Zhuaning concerned. Are you okay? You still ask. Zhuaning looked sideways at Yen Chi and said with a puckered mouth. Stinky man, it's all your fault. You're almost breaking me apart. Yen Chi scratched his head. I couldn't hold back for a moment, so I will pay attention next time. He'd been abstinent for 3 years, and was thinking of sticking it out for a while longer. I didn't expect it to be easily broken through by Zhuaning, but it can't be helped. It's just that Zhuaning is too tempting. At that moment Yen Chi remembered what the temple abbot had taught him during these 3 years. I'm sorry, abbot, I've completely broken my fast. Yen Chi confessed in his heart. Even if there really is a peach blossom robbery, I'll admit it. At this time, Juan Ning, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, asked in a low voice, Yan Qi, is this your first time since you came back? Aha. Yan Qi nodded. Juan Ning, after listening to the happy smile, it seems that your determination is very strong. Actually really did not mess with them all. Then she said a little smugly, then I'm really blessed. Next time I'll make you even happier. Yan Qi saw Juan Ning being so arrogant and let out a bad smile. Hey, and don't next time. Or now. Don't. Juan Ning hurriedly waved her hand and begged for mercy. I really can't do it now. Master, please just spare my slave. People say that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields, but that didn't work at all with Yan Qi. Anyway, ever since Juan Ning had met Yan Qi, she hadn't won once in this regard. Every time, it was only when she took the initiative to beg for forgiveness that Yan Qi was not ready to stop. Alright, then I'll spare you today. Yan Qi leaned back in his seat with satisfaction. Take me home. I still have to visit the set tomorrow. Juan Ning threw a wink at Yan Qi. Alright then, master. Meanwhile, Yenihai was sitting on the side of the road with a pale face. It was hard to imagine that being the third oldest member of the Yen family would be reduced to such a state. Since he was forcibly recaptured by the White family, it resulted in his wallet and cell phone still being in Hawaii, and the White family didn't even give him a penny for his travel expenses when they let him out. That means Yenihai is penniless at this point. He still had the cheek to borrow a cell phone from a passerby before calling Yan's family. Yenihai cowered on the side of the road, living like an aggravated man. After a while, a black Maybach S680 slowly stopped in front of him. Immediately after, the Maybach's window slowly fell down. The driver poked his head out and looked at Yenihai with some disbelief. Third master? Yenihai jerked his head up as he saw the driver shouting excitedly. Ah, you're finally here. The driver rushed out of the car when he saw this, and he helped Yenihai up with a horrified face. Third master, what's going on with you? Yenihai gritted his teeth and shouted. It's not all because of, but mid-sentence, he suddenly remembered the miniature bomb in his chest. If this is said, then I'm afraid he'll be blown away. So he immediately changed his words. Nothing, just robbed by a gang of robbers. Ha, who's so bold to rob you? Third master, the driver shouted somewhat angrily. Even though Yun City isn't our Yen family's territory, we can't let them bully us like this. He took out the phone from his pocket. I'll give a call and ask. I remember that Juan Ning is in charge of the underground in Cloud City. Right, forget it. Yenihai waved his hand. I have more important things to do right now. You should call second brother first. Just tell him that I have important things to do to make a trip back to this house. Hearing this, the driver was a bit surprised. Third master, you're going home? Yenihai had not returned to the Yen family since he left home a few years ago. He's been screwing around all these years. If Yan Qi hadn't forced him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to go back yet. No? Yenihai looked at the driver with an unfavorable gaze. I can't bully Yan Qi and the others, but I can't bully you? The driver shuddered and immediately nodded respectfully. No, I'll call right now. When he finished speaking, he hurriedly started dialing. Yenihai stood aside, pondering over the countermeasures in his head. What the hell am I supposed to say when I go back? I've got to be careful or I'm going to get blown up. On the other hand, Juan Ning sent Yan Qi to the entrance of the neighborhood. Juan Ning didn't follow Yan Qi home. She'd been really tossed around enough today that she had to go back and get some rest before she could. After the two kissed goodbye, Yan Qi got out of the car and entered the neighborhood. On the way, he also made a video call to Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yuwei on the other end of the phone looked much better, no longer looking like a patient. Yan Qi was a bit surprised. Sister Wei, it feels like you'll be discharged from the hospital in 2 more days. You're recovering so fast. It has indeed gotten much better. Zhang Yuwei smiled sweetly. How's it going over there? I saw the news that you're going to be paired up with Pei Liu's. Ha? Yan Qi nodded. Well, after this music video shoot, our company's fame will definitely fly again. Then I'm looking forward to it. Zhang Yuwei nodded happily. The two of them chatted with each other, and soon Yan Qi arrived at the door of the rented house. He pulled out his access card and swiped it on the door lock, only to hear a ding and the lock opened. Yan Qi went home and talked to Zhang Yuwei for another hour before hanging up. He lay exhausted. It seems like I haven't stayed here for more than a few days since I rented this house. Almost every night was with a different woman. It's kinda rare to get alone time like this. For some reason, Yan Qi still had an empty feeling instead. Just then, his cell phone rang. Yan Qi picked it up and realized that it was a call from Su Xiaoshang. He picked up the phone directly. Hello, Frosty? Yan Qi, do you have time now? Su Xiaoshang on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. Yan Qi looked out the window. The sun had already set by now, though already tired. He said, yes, is something wrong? My dad and my mom want to meet you. Can you come over? Su Xiaoshang said weakly. Chapter 113 Meeting the Parents. When Yan Qi heard this, he sat up from the bed in a miso. What the hell? your father wants to see me again? He still remembered the scene the last time he saw Su Xiaoshang's father. He pointed at Su Dugua's nose and scolded him. Yan Qi asked tentatively, is there something else going on this time? Aha! Su Xiaoshang whispered, weren't you and Pei Lucier on the hot search yesterday? Then my dad and my mom saw it. Hearing this, Yan Qi finally understood. Su Xiaoshang's parents already took him as their son-in-law, and now that they see him on the hot search with another woman, they will definitely be unhappy. Speaking of which, of his 5 little girlfriends, 4 of them had no family problems. Bai Ji was already the head of the Bai family, and she was currently saying everything in the Bai family. No one could control her at all. Zhang Yuwei's parents are in their rural hometown and can't control this side. For her part, Peleus does not have a good relationship with her family due to her childhood experiences and rarely contacts them. As for Zhuan Ning, there is no need to mention that her parents died when she was a child, and she has no family problems from the root. The only one who has both parents on Su Xiaoshang's side, and who also loves her dearly, will definitely think about protecting her daughter. Hiss, why did I forget about this? Yan Qi felt cold sweat break out. At this time, the Su Xiao Frost on the other end of the phone said with some loss, it's okay, Yan Qi, if you don't have time, I'll talk to mom and dad and there's time, Yan Qi hurriedly said, I'll be there now. If he didn't go, Su Xiaoshang would definitely have to face his parents' difficulties alone. The more times like this, the less you can hide behind a woman. Su Xiaoshang said happily after hearing this. Well, I'll wait for you to come over. After hanging up the phone, Yan Qi sighed heavily. I'm sure it's not that easy to be a scumbag. It's hard to pass the barrier of Su Xiaoshang's parents alone. But if we don't care, Su Xiaoshang will definitely fall out with the family. Yan Qi doesn't want to break up their family. He shook his tired head, then got out of bed and began to wash and change. Since you're meeting your parents, it's better to dress formally. Yan Qi changed into a pressed high-fashion suit. He then went out the door. 1 hour later, Suego Flower City. Yan Qi got down from the cab. He was carrying 2 cases of Mao Tai. Even though it's a billionaire across the street, it's more or less meaningless. Yan Qi looked around and then walked straight to the cell gate. Sudoku's secretary, as last time, waited at the door. Seeing Yan Qi arrive, she hurriedly greeted her, Mr. Yan, I'm here to pick you up. So what was different last time was that the secretary was more respectful to Yan Qi. To be precise, it was her eyes that held a hint of adoration. Yan Qi nodded and followed the secretary into Water Royal Flower Capital. The secretary brought it too, in front of the luxurious villa of the Su family. At this moment, the door of the villa was open, obviously waiting for Yan Qi. The secretary said, bending respectfully, Mr. Yan, the chairman and madam are already waiting for you. Yan Qi was just about to go in when his secretary suddenly called out to him in a low voice, Mr. Yan, may I have an autograph please? The secretary pulled a picture and a pen out of her pocket, the very same magazine cover that Yankee had. It was only in the last couple days that she had become a Yan Qi fan. It was hard to see the idol, and it was hard enough for the secretary to contain his excitement. Yan Qi saw this and put down the Mao Tai in his hand and took the photo with the pen. As he signed, he inquired, by the way, how is Chairman Su in a good mood today? The chairman is not in a good mood, but madam looks quite happy, the secretary whispered. But don't worry, the chairman likes it when people praise him, so you'll be fine if you praise him twice. Yan Qi nodded and handed the signed photo to the secretary. Thanks a lot. He then lifted the mutai and went into the villa. Watching the doors close, the secretary could no longer contain her excitement. She excitedly rubbed the autographed photo against her face. His Highness Yan Qi is so handsome. On the other hand, Yan Qi had just walked into the villa when Su Xiaoshang ran out from inside. Yan Qi. She couldn't wait to jump into Yan Qi's arms. I missed you so much. Su Xiaoshang's heart was very happy. She had originally thought that Yan Qi wouldn't come over. After all, Yan Qi was recently preparing to shoot a music video. His schedule must be very busy. But she didn't expect Yan Qi to actually come over. This made Su Xiaoshang feel warm inside. Yan Qi gently stroked Su Xiaoshuang's hair. I miss you too. Just as the two of them were getting tired of each other, Su Xiaoshuang's mom, Song Qingyi, walked over. Song Qingyi wore a black and gold cheongsam today, looking charming and expensive. Hello auntie. Yan Qi hurriedly bowed his head in greeting. Song Qingyi looked Yan Qi up and down and smiled in satisfaction. It just so happens that dinner is ready, so let's all come together for a casual dinner. Then I'll make myself at home. Yan Qi casually put the mutai aside and followed in on Su Xiaoshang's arm. The three of them crossed the porch and made their way to the living room. Only in the center of the living room there was a somewhat plain small table, which looked very inconsistent with the style of a rich family. The small table was set with a few hot dishes, a few cold dishes as well as a few bottles of white wine. Sudoku was sitting in the main seat, and he waved when he saw Yan Qi. Here, come and have a little drink with me. Chapter 114, Sneaking and Slipping. Sudoku was in a bad mood after he saw the hot search this morning. Although he said he was dissatisfied on his lips, in reality, he had already treated Yan-Chi as his son-in-law. And the fact that this son-in-law is on the hot seat with a female celebrity is outright cheating. Even though Song Chingy has been advising him that the entertainment industry is just a show in the end, it's not a big deal at all. Sudoku still wanted to ask about it in person. However, he had thought that Yan-Chi wouldn't dare to come, but it turned out that he didn't expect to really come. This in turn made Sudoku some muttering. Could it be that there is really nothing between this Yan-Chi and Paleosi? Sudoku patted the chair beside himself. Come and sit down. Yan-Chi wasn't the least bit fazed, and walked directly to the dining table and sat down. Then I'll make myself at home. Su Xiaoshang sat next to Yan-Chi with some nervousness, and Song Chingy sat across the table. This small table is just right for 4 people to sit around. Can you drink? Sudoku asked as he opened a bottle of Mao Tai. Yan-Chi smiled modestly. A little bit. It's definitely not comparable to your drinking capacity. Uncle. Sudoku nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. It's alright. This thing called alcohol capacity is something that needs to be practiced. I'll help you practice today. He planned to get Yan-Chi drunk first and then get words out of him. Once a person is drunk, then everything goes out the window. Su Dugwa poured a full cup and handed it to Yan-Chi. Come on, go one. Let me have a look first. Yan-Chi took the wine cup and just wanted to drink, when Su Xiaoshan on the side suddenly pulled him back. Su Xiaoshan whispered, Yan-Chi, can you do it? Dad, he's a very capable drinker. Don't worry. Yan-Chi smiled confidently. He then picked up his glass and poured it down in one gulp. Su Dugwa immediately brightened up as he gave a thumbs up. Good boy. Quick enough. As a traditional businessman, he just loves to spar with people at the table. It could be said that half of the reason why Su Dugwa was able to become the richest man in Cloud City was because of the amount of alcohol he had piled on. Drinking someone under the table when talking business basically makes the deal. Yan-Chi put down his glass and nodded. What a good wine. That's for sure. This is my treasure. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to take it out. Su Dugwa laughed somewhat smugly. He then poured himself and Yan-Chi each a glass. Let's drink another one. Sudoku was just going to frantically pour alcohol on Yan-Chi until he got him drunk. Su Xiaoshan watched with some concern as the two men pushed their cups together. She was also afraid that Yan-Chi would get drunk and talk nonsense. After all, if Su Dugwa knew about Yan-Chi's love history, then he would definitely be furious. Su Xiaoshan really loves Yan-Chi too much. It was obvious that Yan-Chi had his feet in 5 boats, but she still wanted to help Yan-Chi cover up, so she kept urging Yan-Chi not to drink, but Yan-Chi didn't listen at all, and poured wine against Su Dugwa. Song Chingy, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, didn't say a word as she just ate her meal silently. She was still confident in her husband's ability to drink. Song Chingy was already thinking about which room to put Yan-Chi in after he got drunk, but as time passed, Song Chingy and Su Xiaoshang both sensed that something was wrong. Yan-Chi 2 people opened 3 bottles of Mao Tai one after another. According to a bottle of 1 kilogram, the two have drunk almost 3 pounds of white wine. Even Su Daikoku, who was known for his ability to drink, was already red in the face and his eyes were a little misty. In contrast, Yan-Chi seemed to remain calm and collected, except for 2 trips to the restroom in the middle. He remained blushless, as if he hadn't drank at all. Su Xiaoshan looked at Yan-Chi with a shocked expression. She clearly remembered that Yan-Chi could not drink well. What the hell was going on here? Song Chingy was also a bit surprised. She had spent so many years with Su Daikoku, and it was the first time she had ever seen Su Daikoku fall into a drunken stupor. This is too weird. Hiccup. Sudoku burped as he looked at Yan-Chi and said with some stuttering, You kid is quite capable of drinking. Yan-Chi laughed very blandly. It's okay. In fact, he did have a terrible capacity for alcohol, and was the type of person who would get drunk if he got a little bit of it. The only reason Yan-Chi was able to spar with Su Dugwa head-on was because he didn't drink at all. Before he came he thought that Sudoku was going to dunk his drink, so he got a little ahead of himself. At this point in time there were 2 thin hoses tied into 2 of Yan-Chi's cuffs, 2 hoses connected all the way to his backside. He had a small water bag strapped to his haunches. After each drink Yan-Chi took, he would spit it into a hose in his sleeve. The white wine then flows down the hose into the water bag. Since the water bag had a limited capacity, Yan-Chi had to go to the toilet every so often to pour the white wine into the toilet bowl and flush it out. Of course this kind of sneaky method requires a certain amount of skill, and a little carelessness will be seen through, but Yan-Chi is quite skilled at it. He's been using this method of blocking drinks since middle school, and by now he's perfected the technique. No one could see him spit out his drink, even with all the people sitting next to him. So no matter how much Su Daikoku could drink, there was no way he could outdrink Yan-Chi. Sudoku looked at the 3 bottles of mutai that had been consumed and felt a little dizzy in his head. If he continued like this he wouldn't have gotten Yan-Chi drunk yet, but he himself would have gotten drunk first. This would be a disgrace for him if he got drunk in front of his juniors. so Su Dugwa coughed lightly. Cough. You kid can I prepared 3 bottles of Mao Tai. All of them were drunk by you. He then winked at Song Chingy. Go, bring me a few more bottles of Mao Tai. I'm going to drink with him today. Song Chingy instantly understood her husband's meaning, which was the meaning of not being able to drink anymore and asking her to give a step. Oops, but these are the only 3 bottles of Mao Tai we have at home. She quickly whispered. Su Dugwa pretended to be angry and said, That's it? Didn't I tell you to prepare more? Then he sighed helplessly. Alas, I'm a person who usually only drinks Mao Tai, so why don't we just forget about it today? Isn't it just Mao Tai? I happened to buy 2 bottles. Yan Qi directly interrupted Sudoku's words. He'd put the 2 bottles of Mao Tai he'd brought with him, casually, in the hallway. Sudoku froze as he looked at Yan Qi in disbelief. You bought it? Wait, I'll go get it. Yan Qi nodded, then got up and walked outside the living room. Soon Yan Qi returned with 2 bottles of Mao Tai. He put the wine on the table and smiled. Uncle, would you like some more? The corner of Sudoku's mouth twitched. Still drinking? He was basically at about 2 pounds of alcohol, and this was definitely going to get him drunk if he drank anymore. But he had always been good at saving face, and it wasn't like he was going to admit defeat of his own accord. Fine, come on then, Sudoku said stiffly. Yan Qi saw this and sat down again. Good, then I'll help Uncle fill it up. An hour later, Su Dugwa was in a daze as he wrapped his arms around Yan Qi's neck, clearly drunk. On the wine table were 5 bottles of Mao Tai that had already been consumed. Yan Qi was also a bit drunk at this time, just not to the extent of drunkenness. This was because he had just had a mouthful of wine that he didn't spit out, but swallowed straight down. Just that one bite confused him a bit. The reason he did it was to look real. After all, after drinking 2.5 pounds of white wine and still nothing happened is a little too strange. You kid is still really powerful. Su Dugwa stammered. I'm going to worship you today. From now on you're my big brother. Ah no, I should be your big brother. Seeing this, Song Chingy hurriedly got up and came over. Alright, just don't pay your respects. It's better to get drunk like this or hurry up and go to bed. Yan Qi, help me get him to the bedroom, she said as she looked to Yan Qi. Yan Qi nodded, and together with Song Chingy, they helped Su Dugwa up. Su Xiaoshang also got up. I'll come and help too. No, Yan Qi and I will be fine. Song Chingy waved her hand. You clean up the table. Alright then. Su Xiaoshang nodded. The Yan Qi duo then helped Sudoku out. Su Xiaoshang looked at Yan Qi's back and scratched his head in some confusion. Strange, how on earth did Yan Qi do that? On the other hand, Yan Qi's duo put Sudoku on the bed. Song Chingy also thoughtfully took off his shoes and covered him with a blanket. Seeing this, Yan Qi said, Auntie, then I'll leave first. Wait. Song Chingy turned to look at Yan Qi. She quickly walked over to Yan Qi and quickly reached out and grabbed Yan Qi's back. Since Yan Qi hadn't had time to pour out the white wine, he was touched by Song Chingy at once. Song Chingy narrowed her eyes slightly. So that's how it is. Chapter 115, seen through. Hearing this, Yan Qi was stunned. I can't believe I've been found out. He'd been seen through a total of 3 times since he'd used the trick to block drinks. Once at a junior high school reunion. It was the first time he had ever used this method, and being unskilled, he was shown the door by his then squad leader. But that female class president was Yan Qi's admirer, so she didn't tell anyone about it. The second time was when he was in high school and was shown up by Bai Ji. But not only did Bai Ji not poke him in the face, instead she gave him a lot of advice afterward and instructed him to refine his skills a bit more. Since then Yan Qi's skill at spitting alcohol has skyrocketed and he has never been seen through again. And the last one is today. Yan Qi gulped as he tentatively asked. When did you see it? I didn't see anything. Song Chingy shook her head. What you did was indeed stealthy enough, and after observing for half a day, I didn't find anything unusual. She looked at Yan Qi with an unkind gaze. I was just guessing. I didn't expect that I was really right. You're really treacherous. Yan Qi saw that he had already been discovered, so he simply stopped pretending. It can't be helped. I really can't hold my liquor, so I can only use this method. Then he asked rhetorically, but since you could tell, why didn't you poke me just now? Song Chingy was speechless for a moment. After a while, she sighed helplessly. If I were to poke you in the face, what would Frost do? Song Chingy was still heartbroken for her daughter. There was no way she would let little Frost get down. At this time, Song Chingy's words turned. I sent someone to investigate you before. You have some unspoken relationship with Zhang Yuwei, the president of Machine Media, as well as Bai Ji, the current head of the Bai family. When these words came out, Yan Qi only felt a chill on his back. Song Chingy's intelligence network is quite powerful. Can you find out even this? But it sounds like she doesn't seem to know Zhuaning from Pei Liu's. Song Chingy took 2 more steps forward, and her body was close to Yan Qi. Why don't you explain to me first, what is your relationship with those 2 women? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Yanqi gulped. Although Song Qingyi was already in her 40s, she looked like she was in her 30s, and the body stays in excellent shape. Under the black and gold cheongsam, it looked very seductive. Yanqi hurriedly fixed his mind. You can't think nonsense. This is your future mother-in-law. Song Qingyi also noticed that something was wrong. She seemed to be too close but if she backed off at a time like this, then her aura would be overpowered. Just as the two were at a standstill, Su Xiaoshan's voice rang out from outside the door. Mom? Yanqi? Hearing this, the two hurriedly took various steps back. The next second, Su Xiaoshang pushed the door and walked in. You guys are too slow. I've already cleared the table. Yanqi hurriedly greeted him when he saw this. Uncle is a bit too heavy. Auntie and I struggled a lot to move him onto the bed. Su Xiaoshang didn't suspect anything, and she tilted her head to look at Song Qingyi. Mom, it's too late today. Why don't we let Yanqi stay at our house? Yanqi wanted to refuse when he heard this. He didn't want to be pressed by Song Qingyi again, but Song Qingyi obviously didn't want to let him have his way. Grabbing Yanqi before he could say, alright, go pack a room out for Yanqi. Good yeah. Yanqi, you come with me. Su Xiaoshang nodded in delight, then turned around and left. Yanqi was just about to follow, when Song Qingyi quickly stepped in front of Yanqi. She said with a serious gaze, the two of us need to have an open and honest chat. Otherwise, I'll tell Big Country everything, and you won't be able to interact with Little Frost in the future. Yanqi could only nod. Then we'll talk about it after Little Frost falls asleep. Make way. I have to go find Little Frost first. Only then did Song Qingyi willingly make way, and Yanqi hurriedly sidestepped and followed. This brat. I have to ask clearly today. Song Qingyi thought as she stared at Yanqi's back. On the other hand, Su Xiaoshan placed Yanqi in a guest room. Originally, she wanted Yanqi to sleep with her. However, she was afraid that Sudoku would find out tomorrow, so she had to stop. Su Xiaoshan was cozy with Yanqi for quite a while before she finally left the room in love. When she left, Yanqi rushed to the guest room's bathroom and poured out the white wine in the water bag. Immediately afterward he removed the hose from his suit along with the water bag. All of it. Phew, that's really something. Yanqi wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. At this time, he remembered Song Qingyi's words and shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid I can't muddle through this time or simply tell the truth. He pondered the art of what to say and walked out of the bathroom. Yanqi then froze. Only Song Qingyi was wearing a black silk nightgown and was sitting quietly on the bed. When did this woman come in? Yanqi thought with a frown. He didn't hear a sound at all. Song Qingyi looked sideways at Yanqi as she patted the spot next to her. Don't just stand there. Get over here. Chapter 116, Super Scum. Yanqi looked at Song Qingyi, slightly at a loss for words. He hasn't figured out what to say yet. At this time Song Qingyi patted the big bed again. Come over here. I have something to talk to you about. Yanqi saw this and just walked over. Only instead of sitting next to Song Qingyi, he sat on the chair opposite the bed. You child, why are you so far away from me? Song Qingyi frowned. You're still afraid of what I'll do to you. Yanqi smiled a little awkwardly. That's not true. He then mentally added. It's that I'm afraid I can't help what I'm going to do to you. Song Qingyi was wearing a black silk robe at the moment, and the robe was clinging to her mature body, looking quite alluring. Yanqi didn't want to do anything out of the ordinary, so it was better to stay away. Alright, then I'll get straight to the point. Song Qingyi narrowed her eyes and stared at Yanqi as she asked. You can explain to me first, what is your relationship with Zhang Yuwei and Baiji, right? Yanqi fell into silence at his words. What's the answer to that? Seeing that Yanqi didn't say anything, Song Qingyi asked tentatively. They can't be your girlfriends too, right? Yanqi shook his head. No, that's good. Song Qingyi was instantly relieved, but Yanqi's next words made her heart half cold again. It's an ex-girlfriend. Yanqi whispered. He couldn't think of anything to say, so he might as well be honest. Song Qingyi froze in place, and it took her a while before she came back to her senses. She sighed heavily as she covered her forehead. Song Qingyi originally thought that she was overthinking it, but it turned out that Yanqi really did have a male-female relationship with them. But that's when she turned her mind to the fact that an ex-girlfriend is better than a current girlfriend, too. So Song Qingyi took a deep breath and said, an ex-girlfriend is an ex-girlfriend. As long as you are good with Frost in the future, I won't tell anyone about this. Yanqi said with some hesitation. Auntie, in fact, Xiao Frost is also my ex-girlfriend, and the two of us are currently not back together. Song Qingyi froze once more. It was so much information that she didn't react for a moment. Frost is Yanqi's ex-girlfriend, but these two people's every move is no different from a couple. The corner of Song Qingyi's mouth twitched. Just how many ex-girlfriends does your kid have? Well, I'll count it. Yanqi began to count in a serious manner. There were 3 in elementary school, 7 in middle school, 8 in high school, 5 in college, and a total of 23. But there are only 5 that are still connected now. He held out 5 fingers. Song Qingyi only felt her brain go blank. as if she had been blown up by a nuclear bomb. 23 ex-girlfriends in all, still in touch with 5. What kind of super scummy guy is this? Song Ching-yi was trembling with anger. She raised her finger to Yan Qi but could not say a word. It took a while for her to calm down. She took a deep breath. Aside from our little Frost, Zhang Yuwei of Machine Media, and Bai Ji, the head of the Bai family, who are the other two? Hiss. This. Yan Qi frowned. Pei Liu's and Zhuan Ning's identities are both a bit sensitive. Is this something we can talk about? So Yan Qi whispered, Auntie, I can tell you, but only if you swear not to tell the others. Okay, I swear. If I tell anyone else, I'll make our Su family lose everything. Song Qingyi promised. Seeing this, Yan Qi could only tell the whole story. It's Pei Liusi and Zhuan Ning. What? Song Qingyi stood up with a miso. She looked at Yan Qi in disbelief. You said Pei Lu sure. It's that star, right? As for Zhuan Ning, it can't be that Zhuan Ning from the Redden Society. Right. Yan Qi nodded. It is indeed the two of them. Hearing these words, Song Qingyi only felt her eyes go black, and her entire body fell straight backward. Yan Qi was shocked in his heart as he rushed to hold Song Qingyi with one hand. Soon Song Qingyi regained her senses, only to see Yan Qi straddling her. Ah! She instinctively backhanded. Yan Qi casually caught the small hand that sent Song Qingyi. He sighed softly. Auntie, you're not doing it right. I'm just helping you. Is there a need to hit me? It's you who's beating. Song Qingyi looked at Yan Qi with a face of indignation. You dead scum. How dare you have affairs with so many women? Even if there are many women, the power is bigger than one. Among them, the one that made Song Qingyi feel most frightened was none other than Zhuan Ning. That's a real underground queen. Killing is like drinking water. Song Qingyi felt a little bit of fear. What kind of person was her daughter competing with? Auntie, don't be angry first. Yan Qi loosened his arm around Song Qingyi and said very sincerely, I admit that I am indeed a scum, but I also do like Xiao Frost. Song Qingyi was furious when she heard it. The scum all said so. No way, she exclaimed. Someone like you should never be with Frost. You two must be separated. Yan Qi's behavior of stepping on 5 boats was really beyond her tolerance. Yan Qi wasn't the least bit flustered as he smiled faintly. I can separate from Xiao Frost, but only if Xiao Frost speaks to me personally. This, Song Qingyi choked. She knew exactly how much her daughter loved Yanch. How could Frost say such things to Yan Qi? Only then did Song Qingyi realize that she was being racked. There wasn't much she could do even if she knew Yan Qi was scum. After all, his own daughter's soul was hooked. This would force them to stop seeing each other, and then the daughter would surely fall out with the family. Of course all of this is secondary. One of the main reasons was still that the power behind Yan Qi was too large. If Yan Qi is just an unusual scumbag, then Song Qingyi could have spent some money and turned Yan Qi into a handful of ashes sprinkled into the sea, and there would have been no more worries. But it's clear that Yan Qi is no ordinary scumbag. Not only does he have the Bai family behind him, but he also has an underground gang like the Qian Society. If this kills Yan Qi, I'm afraid that their Su family will have to be buried with him. Song Qingyi was in a bit of a dilemma for a while, as if no matter what she did, she couldn't do her best. Yan Qi of course understood what Song Qingyi was thinking, so he struck while the iron was hot and said, Auntie, I know that you care about Xiao Frost. I can assure you that I will definitely not hurt her. If ever she gets tired of me, I'll be the first to leave. Song Qingyi was silent for a while and finally sighed and sat on the bed. Ugh, she really doesn't have a good idea. So for now she'll just have to turn a blind eye and see what happens. Song Qingyi raised her head to look at Yan Qi. Now tell me all about your affair history. The more detailed the better. She had to learn more about Yan Qi before she could think of a way to deal with him. Yan Qi saw that Song Qingyi had already been somewhat persuaded, so he nodded and said, Okay, then let's start with Bai Ji. When I first arrived at the Bai family. Wait a minute. Song Qingyi opened her mouth and interrupted Yan Qi. Actually, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. Why were you able to live in the Bai family? The Bai family that was the #1 family in Yun City. Not something that any ordinary person could enter, because my father was good friends with Bai Ji's father, Bai Wenhao. Yan Qi told him truthfully. That's why after my parents' accident, Uncle Bai took me to the Bai family. Song Qingyi frowned. What's your father's name? Surprisingly, he was close friends with Bai Wenhao? That should be a big family. But she didn't remember a big family surnamed Yan in Cloud City. Yan Qi didn't hide it and said directly. Yan Etienne. Yan Etienne. Song Qingyi recited this name. She always felt that this name was familiar. Suddenly her eyes snapped open and she cried out in disbelief. You're from the Yan family. Chapter 117. Song Qingyi had never thought that Yan Qi would be a member of the Yan family. After all, the Yan family wasn't even in Cloud City, but next door in Lehigh City. Although the Obsidian Group was very powerful in Cloud City, it was still far from influencing Lehigh City. This resulted in Song Qingyi knowing very little about the Yan family. She had only heard in passing that the current head of the Yan family was called Yan Edi. and Yan Qi just said his father's name, Yan Etienne. These two names put together are related any way you look at it, right? Yan Qi was startled by Song Qingyi's exclamation of surprise. Yes, he nodded, then shook his head, but not really. He really didn't want to admit that he was a Yin family member. Song Qingyi frowned. So is it or isn't it? It's true that there's a bit of a connection. My father is a member of the Yin family. Yan Qi told him what he knew. He is the elder brother of Yan Yidi, the current head of the Yin family, but I have had no contact with the Yin family since I was 5 years old. Song Qingyi was a bit confused at the words. It really does matter. No wonder the Bai family would take Yan Qi in. So Yan Qi was also from a big family. Although Song Qingyi didn't know much about the Yin family, but she knew that the Yin family's position in Lehigh City was just like the Bai family's position in Yin City, if not more so. At this moment, Song Qingyi's eyes changed as she looked at Yan Qi. She gulped and said, Yan Qi, I can refrain from asking about what happened between you and Xiao Frost, and on her father's side, I can also help hide it. Really? Yan Qi suddenly brightened up. Song Qingyi narrowed her eyes. But I have a condition. Yan Qi hurriedly nodded. You name it, as long as I can do it. You must find a way to become the Yin family head. Song Qingyi said very seriously. As long as you can do that, I won't stop you and Xiao Frost anymore. She understood this was an opportunity. A great opportunity to take the Su family to the next level. You should know that although the Su family was already the richest in Cloud City, but in the eyes of those big families, his Su family was a thug at best. And in the end, the Su family was only the richest on the surface. And many of the big families had much stronger assets than the Su family. It's called the invisible rich. Plus, these big families not only had money, they also held real power, which was something the Su family couldn't compare to at all. Over the years, Sudoku had been trying to get on good terms with the Bai family. If the Bai family was willing to help, their Su family could also accelerate to become a great family with a bottom line. However, the Bai family did not give the slightest bit of face, which made Su Daigua quite distressed. That's why Song Qingyi looked so excited when she heard that Yan Qi was a member of the Yin family. If Yan Qi can really turn into the Yin family head, then by relying on Frost's relationship with Yan Qi, the Su family would not only be able to enter Lehigh City, but also get rid of the hat of a thug. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Compared to that, the fact that Yan Qi is a scumbag is irrelevant. Not to mention Yan Qi having his feet in 5 boats. Even if Yan Qi had his feet in 50 boats, Song Qingyi could accept it. Song Qingyi thought beautifully. However, Yan Qi looked a bit embarrassed. This condition is also a bit too difficult to fulfill. Right. He had no contact with the Yin family for so many years. How could he suddenly become the Yin family's head? Seeing this, Song Qingyi hurriedly persuaded. You're also a descendant of the Yin family. Of course you have a chance to become the family head, and we'll do our best to help you. Seeing that Yan Qi didn't say anything, she whispered seductively, don't you want to be together with Xiao Frost in the open? Think about if Xiao Frost doesn't get her parents' blessing. Will she be happy in the future? The positions of the two men were silently reversed. Just now, it was Yan Qi who had persuaded Song Qingyi, but now it had turned into Song Qingyi persuading Yan Qi instead. Yan Qi lowered his head and began to contemplate. He had to admit that Song Qingyi did have a point. Even though Su Xiaoshan loved him very much, I'm afraid that Su Xiaoshan would be miserable in the future if she didn't get her parents' blessing. Yan Qi loved Su Xiao Frost very much, and he didn't want that to happen. Thinking of this, Yan Qi took a deep breath. Okay, I promise you. Although he didn't have much confidence, he was still willing to try if it was for the sake of Su Xiaoshan. Hearing this, Song Qingyi clenched her fists in excitement. The opportunity they had dreamed of for the Su family had come just like that. Song Qingyi stood up and affectionately wrapped her arms around Yan Qi. Don't worry, Xiao Qi, our family will definitely fully support you. Xiao Qi? Yan Qi was a bit confused. Even the name change? In addition to that, there was the soft touch coming from his arm. Yan Qi gulped. Auntie. Calling auntie is too rusty. Song Qingyi interrupted Yan Qi as she whispered. You'll have to stay with Little Frost in the future anyway, so why don't you change your name now? Ha? Yan Qi was dumbfounded. Changing his name means he should call his mom? Song Qingyi looked at Yan Qi with an expectant face. At the moment, in her eyes, Yan Qi, her son-in-law, was looking more and more favorable. Handsome, famous, and a direct descendant of a large family. If Song Qingyi had been 20 years younger, she would have wanted to fight in person, but it doesn't seem like it's out of the question now. Although Song Qingyi was very enthusiastic, Yan Qi couldn't call out at all. He grew up with 2 dead parents and hasn't called his mom to anyone yet, so he could only cough lightly. Ahem, better call auntie first. Alright then, Song Qingyi sighed. She had wanted to quickly close the distance with Yan Qi, so it seemed she would have to postpone it. Just as the two were talking, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Immediately after that, Su Xiaoshan's voice came from outside. Yan Qi, are you asleep? I can't sleep. why don't you and I have a chat? Hearing this, Yan Qi and Song Qingyi both froze. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Chapter 118 The Man in the Closet. Yan Qi and Song Qingyi glanced at each other, and a hint of panic flashed in both of their eyes. Song Qingyi appeared in her future son-in-law's room at this hour, wearing such a cool nightgown. That's going to be misunderstood any way you look at it, right? Of course, between the two of them, it was definitely Song Qingyi who was more flustered. She didn't want to ruin her image in her daughter's mind. At this time, Su Xiaoshang's voice came again. Yan Qi, why don't you say anything? I can come in then. Song Qingyi shuddered at the words, and she hurriedly looked around, trying to find a place where she could hide. Closet. Yan Qi wrapped his arm around Song Qingyi's thin waist and forced her into the nearby closet. He had just closed the locker door when Su Xiaoshang pushed his way in. Su Xiaoshang looked at Yan Qi standing in front of the closet and blinked. You didn't still lie down? Yan Qi gulped and laughed a little awkwardly. I'm also a bit sleep deprived. Great. Su Xiaoshang happily ran over and wrapped her arms around Yan Qi's waist. The two of us really do have a heart-to-heart. Why don't I sleep here with you tonight? Yan Qi grinned. Song Qingyi can still be in the cabinet. After thinking for a moment, he whispered, Frost, the two of us sleeping together. In case your parents find out tomorrow, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? It won't. Su Xiaoshang shook her head. Dad is drunk. He definitely won't be able to get up before 12 o'clock tomorrow. And Mom usually wakes up at 8:30. So as long as I set an alarm for 7 o'clock and sneak back in, I'll be fine. She grabbed Yan Qi's arm and pouted. Is it okay, Yan Qi? Just then, there was a sudden thud from the cabinet. Su Xiaoshang hurriedly looked around. Where did it ring a bit? Yan Qi's back lit up at once. This can't be found by her. So he hastily said, yes, then let's sleep together tonight. This directly pulled Su Xiaofrost's attention back, and she happily wrapped her arms around Yan Qi's arm. Yes, Yan Qi always felt a bit strange. Mom just finished snuggling and her daughter came back to snuggle. However, if we had to compare them, it was still Song Qingyi's that was a bit more majestic. No. Can't think nonsense. Yan Qi hurriedly fixed his mind. How could he still be getting more and more biased with his thoughts? Where did Su Xiaoshang know what Yan Qi was thinking as she walked over to the bed and started to make the bed? As she spread the quilt out, she murmured in a small voice. This looks like a single quilt. I think I remember a double comforter in the closet. She turned her head toward the closet and thought, then walked over to it quickly. Yan Qi trembled at the sight as he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Xiaoshang. What's wrong? Su Xiaoshang looked at Yan Qi with some surprise. Yan Qi's mind spun rapidly, and soon he thought of something to say. He grabbed Su Xiaofrost's hand and said with a deep expression, Xiaofrost, is there still a need for a double being between the two of us? She then took him into her arms. I just want to sleep with you in my arms tonight. The single comforter is more than enough. When these words came out, Su Xiaoshang was instantly filled with blush. She rubbed herself in Yan Qi's arms. Hate it. Why are you suddenly saying such meaty words? Then let's just cuddle up and sleep together tonight. Yan Qi instantly breathed a sigh of relief, finally muddling through. Then the two of them turned off the light and went to bed. Yan Qi wrapped his arms around Su Xiaofrost and covered the quilt. It was indeed a single quilt, and even with the two of them pressed together, it just barely managed to cover them both. But Su Xiaofrost didn't care about that anymore long ago. She only cared about feeling Yan Qi's embrace. After a while, Su Xiaoshang suddenly opened her mouth and asked, by the way, Yan Qi, I remember that you can't drink. How did you become so drinkable today? You say this. Yan Qi told Su Xiaoshang about the matter one by one. Su Xiaoshang heard a blink, obviously not expecting it to be like this. After Yan Qi finished speaking, she gently knocked Yan Qi's back and complained. You big bad guy, you even played a dirty trick to get Dad drunk. I can't help it. Yan Qi sighed. I still have important things to do tomorrow. I definitely can't get drunk today. Su Xiaoshang asked curiously, what is it? Yan Qi then told Su Xiaoshang about going to the MV location as well. Su Xiaoshang puffed up her mouth a bit jealously. Well, it's this Pei Lushur woman again. But on second thought, she thought that Yan Qi had such an important matter tomorrow that he even came to their house at night, so it was obvious how much Yan Qi valued her. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshang was happy again. Forget it, I'll spare you this time, but you're not allowed to mess around with her. Alright. Yan Qi stroked her hair. It's already late today. Hurry up and go to bed. Su Xiaoshang nodded. Aha! She closed her eyes in preparation for sleep, but after a moment she slowly opened them again. Su Xiaoshang whispered somewhat shyly. Yan Qi, should the two of us do that? What? Yan Qi was a bit confused for a moment. Su Xiaoshang gently pinched Yan Qi. Oops, it is love you came back for such a long time. We too have not done it. Yan Qi almost sprayed out at the words. If it were usual, he would have moved on. After all, he had already broken his fast with Zhuaning today, so it would be fine to break it a second time. But the problem is that the mother-in-law is in the closet. It's just a bit too exciting to mess around with, isn't it? At the same time, there was another thud from the cabinet, obviously Song Qingyi expressing her dissatisfaction. If Yan Qi really dared to come, Song Qingyi would definitely jump out. Su Xiaoshan looked around alertly. It seems like there's a sound again. Where the hell is it coming from? Seeing this, Yan Qi hurriedly took Su Xiaoshuang's head and cradled it into his own arms. He tenderly whispered, "Frost, after all, this is the first time since I came back. I don't want to make it a rush. I'm going to look for a more romantic time, so that I can seem to value you all." Yan Qi knew very well that Su Xiaoshan liked to hear this kind of words the most. As expected, Su Xiaoshan whispered with a touched face, "Oh, Yan Qi, you're so nice. I thought you were deliberately avoiding me. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you again. It's okay, I'm at fault too." Yan Qi gently stroked her back. "Alright, hurry up and go to sleep. Otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Su Xiaoshan closed her eyes after hearing this. "Well, let's both sleep together." Soon she fell asleep in Yan Qi's arms. Yan Qi sighed in relief. Finally muddling through, he gently set Su Xiaofrost aside and tucked her in. Then he turned his head to the closet and whispered, "Frosty's asleep. You can come out now." As soon as the words fell, the cabinet door was pushed open by Song Qingyi. She stepped out of the closet with a somewhat grimace on her face. Song Qingyi didn't leave, but walked over to the bedside. She first looked at the sleeping Su Xiaofrost, and then looked at Yan Qi with some grudges. "Have you already done it with Frosty?" Chapter 119, Don't Think Twice. In Song Qingyi's eyes, her own daughter was a pure and flawless little white flower, but listening to the conversation between the two just now, it seemed like the Yan Qi duo had been impure a long time ago. Yan Qi, on the other hand, froze. He didn't expect Song Qingyi to ask this, so he just nodded. "Yeah, but Frosty is 25 years old, so it's not unusual to have experience in that area, is it?" Song Qingyi was speechless for a moment. It really wasn't uncommon, but as a mother, she still felt a little hard done by. "When was little Frost's first time?" Song Qingyi asked in a small voice. Yan Qi replied with some embarrassment, "It was just freshman year." "What?" Song Qingyi exclaimed in shock, but soon she reacted that she was too loud and covered her mouth. She looked at Yan Qi and Su Xiaofrost in disbelief. "Just freshman year and the two of them were banging? You should know that at that time Su Xiaoshan had just turned 18. Thinking of this, Song Qingyi lowered her head with some loss. "I'm too much of a failure as a mom to know anything." If Yan Qi hadn't told her, she would have thought that her own daughter had only held hands with men. Seeing this, Yan Qi hurriedly comforted, "Auntie, it's not your fault." Before he could finish, Song Qingyi grabbed Yan Qi's arm. She said very seriously, "You must be responsible for me. I won't be able to spare you if you dare to make little Frost sad in the future. Don't worry, I promise I'll treat Frosty very well." Yan Qi immediately swore. Only then did Song Qingyi nod in satisfaction. 18 years old is 18 years old. Who let the daughter like Yan Qi? And Yan Qi is not bad in all aspects, except a little scum. Song Qingyi sighed and prepared to turn around and leave. But just then, Su Xiaoshan spoke in a daze. "Yan Qi, who are you talking to?" When these words came out, Yan Qi and his duo once again broke out in a cold sweat. Song Qingyi can't hide in the closet anymore. In a moment of desperation, Yan Qi grabbed Song Qingyi and ripped her into his arms. He used his body to block Su Xiaoshan's view. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshan sleepily opened her eyes, saw Yan Qi sitting on the edge of the bed with his back to her. "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Su Xiaoshan muttered in a small voice. Yan Qi lightly coughed. "Cough, you go to sleep first. The director's side called me. I'm just answering a call." "Oh, then you go to bed early." Su Xiaoshan nodded sleepily, then closed her eyes again and fell asleep. Yan Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead at the sight. This was too damn scary, more so than playing a horror game. That was when he sensed something was wrong. Song Qingyi was still in his arms, nice and soft. Yan Qi was so scared that he immediately let go of his hand, and Song Qingyi stood up in a miso. She looked at Yan Qi with a red face, her body trembling. Yan Qi hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Auntie, just now that was an emergency situation and had no choice." Song Qingyi wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. Biting her lip, she turned and walked quickly out of the house. Seeing Song Qingyi finally leave, Yan Qi was sort of relieved, but the touch in his arms just now still surrounded Yan Qi's heart. It had to be said that Song Qingyi was really well maintained. If it was Yan Qi 3 years ago, he would have been unable to resist. Yan Qi shook his head violently. No thinking. Then he rolled back onto the bed and closed his eyes. On the other side, Song Qingyi went out and leaned against the gate. She covered her chest and gasped desperately. She really didn't expect Yan Qi to dare to take her into his arms. This is too, but it was really an emergency situation at that time, and it would have been even more troublesome if Frost had found out. This brat, Song Qingyi cursed in a low voice. She sighed helplessly. In the end she couldn't do anything about Yan Qi. The power behind this kid was too big, and it was still the Yen family. Song Qingyi's thoughts drifted away a bit as she thought about it, but no wonder Frost likes it so much. This kid, no matter his looks or body, does. But soon she sensed that she was thinking the wrong thing and pinched herself hard. After her mind cleared, Song Qingyi quickly stepped away from the room. Early the next morning, Yan Qi was woken up by Su Xiaoshan's alarm. He rose sleepily, but Su Xiaoshan pressed him back down again. It's only just 7 o'clock. You can sleep a little longer. I'll get breakfast ready and call you when it's ready. Yan Qi nodded and went back to sleep. After another half hour, Su Xiaoshan shook Yan Qi awake. Yan Qi, it's time for breakfast. Yan Qi immediately got up and washed up, still a little sleep deprived, but barely enough. When Yan Qi came to the living room after washing up, he found Song Qingyi also sitting at the dining table. Yan Qi remembered what happened last night and sat down somewhat awkwardly and said, "Hello Auntie, I didn't expect Auntie to get up so early." Su Xiaoshang also curiously chimed in. "Yes, Mom usually wakes up at 8:30, today she got up before 8 o'clock. It's really rare." Song Qingyi smiled gently. "Isn't Yan Qi leaving after breakfast? How could I not get up to see him off? After all, this is my future son-in-law." She bit the word son-in-law very hard, obviously mentioning Yan Qi's incident last night, but Su Xiao Frost couldn't hear it. She somewhat shyly lowered her head. "Mom's son-in-law called is also too early, but it's not bad to get used to it in advance." Ha ha ha. Yan Qi, however, just ate without saying a word. It was wrong to say anything at a time like this. Soon he was full. He got up and said, "Little Frost, Auntie, I have something important I must go. Say hello to Uncle for me haha." Although Su Xiaoshan was a bit reluctant, she still followed and got up. "Alright, I'll see you off." Song Qingyi flashed a smile at Yan Qi. "Yan Qi, next time you have the chance to come back and play again, you don't have to be polite." "Good." Yan Qi nodded somewhat sheepishly. Afterwards, Su Xiaoshang sent Yan Qi away. When she returned, she found Song Qingyi staring blankly at the gate. "Mom, what are you looking at?" Su Xiaoshang called out to her. Only then did Song Qingyi come back to her senses. She hurriedly shook her head. "It's nothing." As Su Xiaoshang sat down again, she tentatively asked, "Mom, what do you think of Yan Qi? Are you satisfied with him?" Song Qingyi trembled, but she quickly regained her composure. "Satisfied." Song Qingyi nodded. "In the future, you can be good with Yan Qi. Mom supports you." Su Xiaofang happily raised her hand. "Yeah, Mommy is the best." Song Qingyi looked out the window with a complicated gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 120, The Excited Sudoku. When Sudoku woke up, it was already 12 noon. He covered his head and sat up. "Hiss, it hurts. That brat can drink too much. The last time Sudaikoku was this drunk was 7 years ago. I didn't expect to be put down by a junior this time." At this moment, Song Qingyi walked in with a bowl of sobering soup. "Awake, come have some soup." She handed the sobering soup to Sudoku. Sudugwa took it and casually asked, "Where's that Yan Qi kid?" At these words, a trace of shame flashed through Song Qingyi's eyes, but it quickly returned to its original state. Sudoku was so focused on his soup that he didn't notice anything different about his wife. Song Qingyi replied in a low voice. He had something urgent to take care of today, so he left early in the morning. After Sudoku finished his soup, he smacked his lips in some displeasure. TSK, this kid ran away quite fast. He had wanted to prepare properly and have another drink with Yan Qi. Seeing this, Song Qingyi persuaded. "Alright, since he's so capable of drinking, then you shouldn't drag him to drink in the future." She knew about Yankee's little trick of spitting up alcohol, but she wasn't going to tell anyone about it. Sudugwa was obviously still a bit unconvinced, and he punched the pillow hard. "Don't worry about this matter. Anyway, I'll definitely drink and win him next time." Song Qingyi shook her head helplessly. "Ugh, whatever." At this time, Sudugwa whacked his head. "Oops, I was so focused on drinking that I forgot to ask about that actress." Song Qingyi sniffed and said after a few seconds of silence, "I've already asked for you. Yan Qi has no relationship with that actress." Sudoku looked at her with some curiosity. "You talked to him last night?" Song Qingyi nodded. She looked at Sudoku with some dissatisfaction. "It's not because you're drunk, and it's only me who can ask. So what did you guys talk about?" Sudoku narrowed his eyes slightly. As a man, he was still wary of such things. Even if the other party was a junior, one had to be wary of it. After all, his wife is so beautiful. Many people will be moved. Song Qingyi's heart tightened, but on the surface, she remained cloudy, just talked about his family situation. And that actress, he assured me that he was just a cooperative relationship with that actress. She'd wrestled with it for a long time last night, but had finally decided to keep part of it a secret. Like the fact that Yanqi is super scummy and some of her close encounters with Yanqi. Sudugwa didn't have much suspicion. He nodded. "That's more or less the same. If he dares to screw a woman behind Xiao Frost's back, I definitely won't be able to spare him." That's when he noticed that his wife was a little torn, so he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? Did that Yanqi kid do something to you?" "That's not true." Song Qingyi shook her head. "It's just that when I was chatting with him yesterday, I found out a big secret about him, and I was thinking about what to tell you." Sudoku smiled disdainfully at his words. What the hell kind of secret could that kid have? He can't be from the Yen family. How is that possible? Yes, you're really right. Song Qingyi grabbed him by the shoulders. Sudoku was a bit confused for a moment. Right? That kid is a member of the Yen family? In the next second his eyes snapped open and he couldn't control the volume of his voice as he exclaimed. He's from the Yen family. Is it the Yen family I'm thinking of? Keep your voice down. Little Frost is still at home. Don't let her hear us discussing this. Song Qingyi made a gesture of silence. Sudoku calmed down a little. Song Qingyi nodded. That's right. It's the Yen family from Lehigh City next door. It's like this. She told Sudoku all about what Yanqi said last night. The more Su Daigua listened, the more excited he became. And in the end, he couldn't stop his body from trembling. He had actually heard long ago that there were 3 brothers in the Yen family, of which the elder brother, Yan Etienne, had died strangely 20 years ago, but he really didn't expect Yanqi to be Yan Etienne's son. My god, I'm not dreaming, am I right? Little Frost has actually taken up with a direct descendant of the Yen family? Sudoku covered his forehead, fearing that he would pass out from too much excitement. It's something he's been trying to accomplish for the past decade or so. However, all of those big families had their eyes on the top and couldn't even look at a thug like their family. But I didn't expect to find a place where I could get my hands on it. When Song Qingyi saw how shocked Su Daigua was, for some reason she was a bit pleased in her heart. The emotion was rather subtle, and she hurried to stop it. She coughed lightly and said, "Cough, I've told you to be polite to Yanqi. If you really break him up with Xiao Frost, you'll regret it." Ha 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 ha. Wife is right. Sudoku scratched his head. I'll make sure I treat him right next time. Song Qingyi raised her eyebrows. Really? Of course it's true. Sudoku patted his chest. From now on, Yanqi will be my good son-in-law. Whoever dares to go against him is going against me. Song Qingyi smiled with satisfaction. That's more or less the same. And we still have to find a way to make Yanqi the Yen family head. When that time comes, our family is really going to be developed. Don't worry, no matter how much money is spent, I have to make my son-in-law the head of the Yen family. Sudoku couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly having a son-in-law from a big family. This does feel different. Cool. Song Qingyi didn't say anything else, just looked out the window with a complicated gaze. On the other hand, Yanqi first went back to his rented house to change his clothes after leaving Su's house. Since his appointment with the director was in the afternoon, he planned to go to the hospital to see Zhang Yuwei first. Yanqi wore a hat and mask and arrived at the first hospital of Yinchang. He had just reached the door of the ward when he heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. Yanqi hurriedly looked inside along the window, only to see 2 middle-aged men and women dressed in somewhat rustic clothes, standing in front of Zhang Yuwei's hospital bed chattering about something. They were speaking in a dialect that Yanqi couldn't understand at all. After the middle-aged man and woman finished speaking, Zhang Yuwei shouted back with some impatience, speaking in dialect as well. The middle-aged man and woman then became furious and started pointing at Zhang Yuwei and yelling loudly, still in dialect. Just as Yanqi was confused, he saw the middle-aged man raise his hand to hit Zhang Yuwei, so he violently pushed open the ward door and yelled, "What the are you doing?" The middle-aged man was instantly stunned in place as he turned his head to look at Yanqi, his face filled with ferocity. Zhang Yuwei was also a bit flustered. "Xiao Qi, why are you here?" Yanqi quickly walked over to the hospital bed and shielded Zhang Yuwei behind her. The middle-aged man spoke loudly in tongues again. "I can't understand what you're saying," Yanqi said with an unpleasant face, "but I advise you to get the hell out of here, or I'll be impolite." But the middle-aged man clearly didn't want to leave, and he silently clenched his fists in a way that looked like he wanted to fight. Yanqi wasn't the least bit afraid either. The one thing he wasn't afraid of was fighting. Seeing this, Zhang Yuwei hurriedly shouted twice to the middle-aged man, but it was still in dialect. The middle-aged man glared viciously at Yanqi after hearing this, and then left with the middle-aged woman. It wasn't until they had walked away that Yanqi turned back to Zhang Yuwei. "Sister Wei, what kind of people are they?" It's just relatives from the old family," Zhang Yuwei said somewhat sheepishly. "They're traveling to Cloud City and thought of letting me help out, so you don't have to worry about it. I'll be able to take care of it on my own." Yanqi instantly sensed that Zhang Yuwei was lying, but he didn't expose it to his face. After all, usually, Zhang Yuwei would not lie to him. This shows that Zhang Yuwei does have a hard time. So Yanqi nodded. "Alright, then if you need any help just let me know." Zhang Yuwei looked at Yanqi gratefully and whispered, "Thank you, Kiki." Yanqi then sat in front of the hospital bed and accompanied Zhang Yuwei for the morning. During this time the doctor came to the ward and said that Zhang Yuwei could be discharged tomorrow. "Then I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon." Yanqi said to Zhang Yuwei before leaving. Zhang Yuwei smiled and nodded. Aha. Yanqi then left the hospital room. After he left, Zhang Yuwei covered her face and sobbed. On the other side, Yanqi walked out of the hospital, then sent a Weibo to Juaning. Help me investigate something. He told Juaning all about what had just happened. Juaning replied quickly, good. I will send someone to check. Or I will find a few more people to go to the hospital to keep an eye on it. Don't have any accidents at that time. Then please do. Yanqi replied thus. He didn't give a what kind of relative the other guy was. Whoever dares to bully Zhang Yuwei will have to pay the price. Chapter 121 Lianyun Mountain. After leaving the hospital, Yanqi took a taxi and rushed to the appointment. MV is set in Lianyun Mountain, near Cloud City. Although Lianyun Mountain is a bit remote, the scenery is quite good and many theater groups come here to shoot. By the time Yanqi arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The director of the music video, Zhang Yuwei, had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a long time, and next to him was the singer of the music video, Yuwei. Seeing Yuwei, Yanqi couldn't help but laugh out loud. He recalled the last time Yuwei shat her pants because she mistakenly drank laxative tea. It's just a little too awkward. Yanqi calmed down a bit. It was better not to mention this kind of thing anymore. He then got out of the car and walked towards the director duo. Yuwei's eyes lit up when she saw Yanqi. She quickly ran over and greeted Yanqi with her hands cupping the corners of her coat. Good day, Mr. Yan. Hello. Yanqi also greeted politely. Yuwei asked somewhat shyly, Mr. Yan, do you see anything different about me today? Yanqi blinked at the words. He didn't see anything different. Seeing that he was a bit dumbfounded, Yuwei puffed up her mouth. See what I'm wearing today? Yanqi sized her up for a moment, and realized that it was indeed a bit different from last time. The last time Yuwei came to the meeting at No Sound Entertainment, she was dressed rather casually and didn't wear any makeup, but today she looked deliberately dressed up, wearing delicate makeup as well as a rather figure-hugging yellow dress. After dressing up, Yuwei did look quite pretty, so Yanqi politely addressed him, Mr. Ku is very pretty today. Hearing this, Yuwei smiled with satisfaction. The reason she was dressed up today was for Yanqi. Ever since the last time she went through that incident, she would always think of Yanqi. Yuwei realized that she appeared to be falling in love. The last time she'd been so tickled was 10 years ago. Yuwei then asked around and found out that Yanqi didn't seem to have a girlfriend either, so she got up the idea of pursuing Yanqi. Yanqi, as a veteran of love affairs, also sensed Yuwei's feelings, but honestly, he had little interest in Yuwei, not to mention that there was still the presence of Pei Lucier, the god of murder. Even if Pei Lucier wasn't there, Yanqi still wasn't interested, but basic etiquette is still necessary. After all, this MV still needs to work with her. Just as the two were talking, a sudden sharp honk sounded. Yanqi was startled and turned his head to look. Only a Ferrari Roma was parked not far away. Yanqi didn't recognize whose car it was until Pei Liu's got out of it. Today Pei Liu's was dressed quite ably, with flat shoes, wide-legged pants and a sports sweatshirt. This girl has changed her car again. Yanqi thought in his heart. It had only been 2 months since he had returned to Cloud City, and Pei Liu's had already changed her car twice. Pei Lucier wore a pair of sunglasses and had a powerful aura as she walked towards Yanqi and the others. Although through his sunglasses, Yanqi still felt Pei Liu's looking at him, and her gaze was quite unfriendly. Yanqi was a bit flustered in his heart. This is being jealous again. At this time, Pei Liu came to him, a smile grinning on her face. Just now, I saw you guys chatting quite happily. It seems like Mr. Yan has already gotten along with Yuwei. There wasn't the slightest hint of anger in her words, but Yanqi's back chilled as he listened. Yanqi was just about to open his mouth to explain, when Yuwei jumped the gun and spoke. Sister Pei, Yanqi and I are just chatting. You shouldn't care, right? The corner of Pei Liu's mouth twitched imperceptibly. The question was posed and she couldn't quite answer it right. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Yanqi and her were just partners. Since that was the case, then Yanqi chatting with Yuwei did seem to have nothing to do with her. But again, Peleus didn't want to say she didn't care, and so the scene fell silent. The two women looked at each other as if sparks were flying in the air. If Yuwei could see through her sunglasses, she would have realized that Pei Liu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this time the director not far away also saw Pei Liu's. He quickly greeted him. Mr. Pei, it's really nice of you to come. Yanqi saw this and hurriedly changed the topic. Director, shouldn't we go up the mountain? Yes, we have to go up the mountain early today. The director nodded. Hearing this, Yanqi made a wink at Pei Lucier. Teacher Pei, why don't we go up the mountain now? Only then did Pei Lucier look at Yanqi and nodded. Alright then. When Yuwei saw this, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She could actually tell last time that Pei Liu seemed to have a bit of a crush on Yanqi as well. that's why she was thinking of trying it out. This trial and error was right. She was sure that Peleosi just liked Yanxi. The two of them aren't very familiar with each other. It looks like they aren't as familiar as I am with Yanxi. Koshue thought somewhat smugly in her heart. Good. I'll strive to go further today and ask for Yanxi's WeChat first. On the other hand, Yanxi and Pei-Lucia each went to the side and secretly took out their cell phones and started to send each other WeChat messages. Chapter 122, Jealousy. What the hell is wrong with that coup? She was so close to you just now. You're not trying to get laid again, angry. Yanxi looked at the WeChat sent by Peleosi and a smile appeared on his face. Piraeus is still cute as long as she doesn't go crazy. So Yanxi sent her a Weibo message. Don't worry, I won't mess around with her. Within 2 seconds of sending the message, Peleus quickly replied. Oh, really? Don't lie to me this time. Really? After the music video shoot is over, I'll immediately make it clear to her that I'm not interested in her at all. Yanxi sent a message to appease. He didn't lie to Peleus. He really didn't have much interest in Koshue. If he hadn't had to work together all these days afterward, he would have turned around and walked away. While Yanxi is indeed scum, not everyone is scum. These ex-girlfriends of his are the best of the best in terms of looks and body. Koshue was not bad, but she was still too far from his standards. And Yanxi didn't intend to add any more girlfriends. 5 would already take up all of his time. Adding more would be exhausting. Soon Peleus' message came back. That's more like it, ******. But if this woman goes too far then I don't mind making her disappear. Buzz, *****. Although there were cute emoticons mixed in between, Yanxi still got a chill down his spine when he looked at it. When Peleus speaks of disappearance, it is generally in the physical sense. The two chatted some more until the director called out to them. Mr. Yen, Mr. Pei, it's time for us to go up the mountain. Oh, okay. Yanxi looked up in agreement, casually slipping his cell phone into his pocket. Yanxi and the others then followed the director, as well as a dozen or so crew members towards the mountain. Lianyun Mountain is not a tourist attraction, and only crews with permits can come in and film, so there's no one else around but them. On the way Koshue kept following Yanxi around, constantly finding topics to chat with him. Yanxi just responded rather politely. Pei-Lucia, on the other hand, followed behind them, staring viciously at Koshue's back. If there was no one around, she was afraid that she would just make a move to push Koshue off the mountain. Phew, calm down, Peleosi murmured in her heart. Yanxi won't be seduced away by this kind of goods. It's just a play for the occasion. The elevation of Lianyun Mountain was not very high, and with the location of the filming sites situated around the mountainside, it only took them a little over an hour to reach their destination. But even so, everyone else except Yanxi was exhausted. These physiques that mix with the entertainment industry really aren't good. Yanxi spat in his heart. Just then, a small, thin hand held onto Yanxi's wrist. Yanxi looked sideways and realized that it was Koshue's hand. Koshue was panting and bent over. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Yanxi, your stamina is really good. You didn't even sweat. Just getting used to it, Yanxi said in a salty manner. In the 3 years since he left Cloud City, he had stayed in the temple on the mountain. Going back and forth up and down the mountain had become routine, and these heights were just too much for him. Wow, you're awesome. Do you often climb mountains? Koshue looked at Yanxi with a face of adoration. Her body gradually leaned towards Yanxi. I also like climbing mountains. You can teach me to climb mountains next time. Before she could finish, an angry voice came from behind her. Yanxi. Everyone in the room froze, then turned their heads in unison to look at Peleus. It was the first time they had heard Peleus make this kind of sound, as if it was as scary as a lioness. Peleus also realized that she had lost her temper. Just for a moment she couldn't think of an excuse to make up for it. At this time Yanxi smilingly rounded off the scene. Sister Pei, do you need help? Peleus hurriedly followed his words down. Ah, yes, I can't open the zipper of this backpack. Can you come over and help me? Of course. Yanxi nodded. Then he very naturally shook off Koshue's hand and walked towards Pei-Lucia in large strides. The rest of the crew didn't take it too seriously when they saw this, and just took it as Peleus playing with her star temper. Only Koshue saw it, and she sneered. Humph, sure enough, she also has her eyes on Yanxi. Yanxi walked over to Peleus. He bent down and pretended to help him repair his backpack. Jealous again? He asked in a small voice. Peleosi pouted with some dissatisfaction. That smelly woman is close to sticking it to you. Of course people are jealous. Su Xiaoshan, Zhang Yuwei and the others are fine. What gives this woman the right? She said through gritted teeth, but then she realized that something was wrong, so she hurriedly looked for an addendum. I'm not saying that it's okay to have Little Frost and the others. At that moment Yanxi bent down and gently kissed her on the lips. Peleosia's eyes snapped open. She didn't expect Yanxi to dare to kiss her here. However, they were now at the very back of the group, and with Yanxi's body covering them, they weren't too easy to spot. Yanqi slowly raised his head and parted with Pei Liusher's red lips. Pei Liusher's cheeks were red as she whispered, "There are so many people here. Why are they suddenly kissing? I'm not even prepared." Yanqi smiled faintly. "My woman is jealous, so who cares?" Pei Lius was quite coaxing as she twisted her body happily. "Hate it." Yanqi came to her ear and whispered, "If you're really jealous, then why don't we just make our relationship public here?" Ugh. Pei Lius was a little confused. "So is the music video still on?" Yanqi firmly shook his head. "Of course I won't shoot it, and I won't shoot anything that upsets our family's Lucy." Pei Liusher was a bit anxious after hearing this. "How can that be? This is a good opportunity for you." She didn't want to delay Yanqi's future because of herself. "No, it has to be filmed." Pei Liusi gently pinched Yanqi. "In a while, you'll stay next to me and help me carry my backpack. That smelly woman will definitely not dare to come near you." Yanqi echoed in a small voice. "Okay." Then he pretended to raise his voice. "Sister Pei, the bag has been fixed for you. The bag is too heavy, so just hold it for me." Pei Liusi pretended to be high and mighty as she dumped the bag on Yanqi. Yanqi nodded very respectfully. "Okay, Sister Pei." Someone in the crew overheard their conversation and sighed helplessly. They all felt sorry for Yanqi, a rookie actor, who had to be treated like a subordinate by a big star as soon as he arrived. But there is nothing to be done. Who let Pei Lius as a big red man, can only suffer silently. Koshue, on the other hand, looked back at Pei Liusher with some dissatisfaction as she thought in her heart, "Despicable. How dare you use this way to keep Yanqi by your side?" Now if she were to come closer, she would instead look like she was being a little too solicitous. Although Koshue wanted to pursue Yanqi, she didn't want to be found out by the people in the crew. After all, if the quest fails, you're sure to be labeled a dog licker by the bad press. Thinking of this, Koshue could only stop for the time being. Afterward the director took Yanqi and the others on a tour of the set. During this time Koshue always tried to find a chance to get close to Yanqi, but Pei Liusher didn't give her a chance at all. Soon after this offense and defense, the tour of the set was over. The two teachers take the scripts and go back to look at them. The director handed the two piles of scripts to Yanqi and the two of them. "If there are no comments, we'll start shooting in a week." Yanqi received the script and distributed a copy to Pei Lius. He nodded his head as he flipped through the script. "Director, I'm fine with it." "Neither have I." Piraeus nodded faintly. The director saw this and clapped his hands. "Good, it's settled then." Chapter 123, A Call in the Middle of the Night. The way down was better than the way up, and the crew reached the base of the mountain before the sun went down. Yanqi couldn't get into Pei Liusher's car in public, so he planned to call a car. At this time a Porsche Cayenne parked next to Yanqi. Koshue, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, rolled down the window and said to Yanqi, "Why don't I give you a ride?" Pei Lius, who was just about to get into the car not far away, noticed the situation over here. She smacked her lips in displeasure. "Tch, damn fishy cats, getting into Yanqi when they find an opportunity." She didn't step forward to stop it, though, but just got in the car. The next second, only to hear a bang sound, Koshue's Porsche rear tires suddenly exploded. Everyone there was startled and had wanted to leave. The director and others rushed over. Koshue, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, was shocked and confused. How could a tire suddenly explode? The only person in the crowd who understood what was going on was Yanqi, who turned his head to look in the direction where Pei Lius was. Although he couldn't see it through the car window, he was certain it was Pei Lius who did it. Pei Liusi in the car saw this scene and sneered. "Serves you right. This is what happens when you seduce a man." Yanqi guessed correctly. It was indeed her who sent someone to do it. Before she went up the mountain, she sent a message to her men. "Have your men do something to Koshue's tires while they're on the mountain." For Peleus, it's just a little bit of punishment. If Koshue was still persistent, she would see blood next time. Due to the exploding tires, Koshue can't afford to give Yanqi a ride. So Yanqi took advantage of the chaos to take a taxi and leave. And Pei Liusi also drove away without slowing down. In the cab, Yanqi sent Pei Liusi a WeChat. "You're the one who did the tire explosion, right?" "Yes, Pinch. Who let that woman get away with it? If she dares to seduce you next time, then I'm going to have to come down hard on her." "Oh," Pei Liusher replied. So Yanqi sighed helplessly at the sight. Alas, this girl. Although he wanted to persuade, he understood that the more he persuaded at a time like this, the more Pei Lius would hold a grudge against Koshue. So Yanqi simply chatted with Pei Liusher and didn't mention Koshue's matter again. Since the day ended early, Yanqi was home before 7. He then undressed and showered in one fell swoop. After his shower, he first did check his cell phone messages. After making sure no one was looking for him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yanqi felt that he was a life of labor, and there was no time for idleness. Yesterday, when he thought it was hard for him to be idle and finally able to take a good rest, Su Xiaoshang suddenly called. "I don't think we'll get any more today." Yanqi collapsed onto the large bed. He had been a bit tired all day today due to not sleeping well last night, and now he was finally able to rest. Yanqi slowly closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. He was relieved that there were finally no surprises. Huzzah! Huzzah! I don't know how long he slept, but Yanqi was woken up by the vibration of his cell phone. He opened his eyes sleepily and picked up his cell phone. The time of discovery is 1:30 in the morning. Who is it? Calling so late? Yanqi rubbed his eyes. He took a closer look and saw that the name displayed on the screen was Zhuanning. Zhuanning? A bad feeling rose in Yanqi's heart. Although Zhuanning was also very clingy to him, she was definitely a sensible person, and it was impossible to call in the middle of the night when she had nothing to do. So Yanqi hurriedly picked up the phone. Hey, what's up? Yanqi? No, it's not good. Zhuanning's somewhat panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. Yanqi's heart sank at the words. Being able to make the always calm Zhuanning like this, that must be something big. Calm down and speak slowly, Yanqi whispered. Zhuanning took a deep breath and said in a very guilty tone. Zhang Yuwei was kidnapped. Ah. Yanqi sat up in a mischievous manner. Zhuanning was obviously startled as she hurriedly explained. I didn't have my men watch over the hospital in the afternoon, but they were all knocked unconscious just now, and it was only after someone woke up that they realized that Zhang Yuwei had been kidnapped. Yanqi only felt his chest tighten at the words, and his heartbeat pounded violently. He quickly came up with a suspect. When they were in the hospital this morning, those two old family relatives in Zhang Yuwei's hospital room. Thinking of this, Yanqi hurriedly dressed and got out of bed. I'll be there now, he shouted into his cell phone. Go ahead and send someone to look around. Good, I'll call all the people over now. Zhuanning immediately responded. 40 minutes later, Yanqi arrived in an abandoned building not far from the first hospital. There were over 100 people gathered here at the moment, all of them being the backbone members of the major gangs in Cloud City. The bosses of several of these gangs were all present, so it could be said that this place represented all the underground forces of Cloud City. Seeing Yanqi arrive, Zhuanning immediately greeted him. Her hair was a bit disheveled, and she had obviously been woken up in the middle of the night to run out as well. I'm sorry, Xiao Qi, it's all my fault, Zhuanning said with some guilt. If I could have sent more people. She knew very well the weight of Zhang Yuwei in Yanqi's heart, which was why she was so flustered. Yanqi tenderly took him into his arms when he saw this. I don't blame you, it's me who thought things were too simple. He had originally thought that the other party was only two evil relatives, but he didn't realize that they would dare to do something like kidnapping. Yanqi's heart was burning with anger at this time, and he could not wait to kill someone, but he realized that if he had a temper, he couldn't be angry at Zhuanning. Only cowards would only be angry at those close to them. Yanqi, the hospital side hasn't realized that Zhang Yuwei has been kidnapped, Zhuanning asked in a low voice. Should we call the police? If it were normal, she certainly wouldn't have thought to call the police, but this time, after all, the circumstances are unique. No need to call the police. Yanqi shook his head as he said with eyes full of killing intent. That group of people who kidnapped Sister Wei, I won't let them live until dawn. Chapter 124. Since Yanqi killed people on the street in the black market, his reputation in the underground had reached its peak. There was even a hidden tendency to overpower Zhuanning. Some people said that the power behind Yanqi was the Bai family. Others said that it was the Yin family in Lehigh City, and still others said that it was both. This rumor spread more and more, causing the four major gangs to want to get on good terms with Yanqi. So when they heard Zhuanning say that Yanqi needed their help, none of these underground veterans pushed back, and they all ran over in the middle of the night in order to give Yanqi a good impression. After all, if they could really hitch a ride with the Bai family or the Yin family, their group of people who couldn't see the light of day would probably be able to get off the ground like Zhuanning. At this moment, the bosses of the four major gangs were silently cowering in the corners with their minions. Among these four were two of Yanqi's old acquaintances. One was the boss of the Yulin Society who had once had a member assassinate Yanqi, Wang Chang, and then there's the boss of the Topaz gang that he met at the cantina, Wu Yuchang. They watched Yanqi's close interaction with Zhuanning and couldn't help but tsk. This is the first time I've seen Sister Zhuo like this. It's really worthy of being Yin Wang. Even Sister Zhuo treats him like this. It seems like the rumors should all be true. The power behind him is either the Bai family or the Yin family, right? If that's really the case, aren't we doing the big families a favor? This is too good to be true. Ha ha ha. Just as they were discussing in whispers, Yanqi walked over with Zhuanning. They sensed that Yanqi's face was very somber, so they also rushed to be serious. The four of them then waved to the minions behind them, and in the next second they bent down in unison and bowed and shouted, Master Yan. Seeing this, Yanqi directly opened the door and said, I'm not going to talk too much nonsense. You guys should know the specifics as well. Whoever can help me find someone today, it's considered that I owe them a favor, and they can come to me for anything in the future. The four gang leaders were all agitated when these words came out. If Yanqi had said to pay money, they would have been uninterested instead. After all, they're not short of money. But if it's a favor, that's a different story. Favor is not something that can be compared to money. If you use it well, it can directly change your fate. The gang leaders then hurriedly scrambled to shout, Master Yen, don't worry, I'll definitely help you recall the people. Go away. What are you guys going to do with just a handful of people? We're the ones who have to find them. Hey, you're picking a fight on purpose, aren't you? Get out there and compete if you can. Yanqi instantly frowned as he growled in a low voice. Shut up. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent. Yanqi said in a cold tone, less talk, more work. Yes. The four bosses bowed their heads in response. They then began to assign tasks to the backbones of the gang, who would then convey them to the next level of juniors. At this time, Zhuaning asked in a low voice, Yanqi, it feels like there are still a bit not enough people. There are just too many places in Cloud City where people can hide. It's too inefficient to look for people like this. No, they won't hide. Yanqi shook his head. Those relatives of Sister Wei are not locals. Staying in Cloud City will only become more and more dangerous and troublesome. They will definitely find a way to leave Cloud City overnight. Zhuaning heard a bright light. If so, then the scope of the search is much smaller. Should first look for the train station, the airport and so on? Yanqi still shook his head. No, it's impossible for them to take public transportation like trains or airplanes. After all, it would be troublesome if they were discovered. They must have driven here. He analyzed very calmly. Let's have someone go to the hospital and pull up the CCTV first. Then have someone guard all the roads out of the city. And we'll definitely be able to catch them. Zhuaning was listening in awe. She didn't expect Yanqi to be so calm at a time like this. She rushed the orders to the major gangs, and so all the underground forces in Cloud City were mobilized almost simultaneously. These evil people who usually do wrong came pouring out of the woodwork. Soon the news came from the hospital that they had found out the whole story of the kidnapping through the surveillance. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a dozen of them entered the hospital. Zhuaning sent 4 people to the entrance of the ward to watch Zhang Yuwei, but after all, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and they were knocked out by the dozen or so people. After that, the group of people forcibly kidnapped Zhang Yuwei. The whole process was quite a 1-2 punch that had obviously been prepared for a long time. They were driving 3 white vans. None of the license plates were from Cloud City. Yanqi looked at it and said, send a copy of the surveillance to everyone down there. We must find them. Okay, I know. Zhuaning nodded. After receiving the surveillance, the major gangs sent people to the various roads in Izumo City. Even some of the fairly remote trails were sent out to be guarded. Yanqi, what if they've already left the city? Zhuaning asked with some worry. It was now 2:30 in the morning. An hour and a half had passed since Zhang Yuwei had been kidnapped, and it was indeed possible that she had already left Yunchang. Yanqi sighed at his words. Then I'll just have to make a trip to Sister Wei's old home myself. Zhang Yuwei's hometown was in a small mountain village in the north, which was still quite far from Yunchang. If that's the case, then things are in trouble. Okay, I'll go with you then. Zhuaning nodded. The atmosphere then fell silent, and neither of them spoke again, just silently waiting for news. Although Yanqi seemed calm, he was actually dying of worry in his heart. He really couldn't accept losing Zhang Yuwei. After about another half hour, Zhuaning's cell phone suddenly rang. She rushed to pick up the phone, and Yanqi came over when she saw it. Sister Zhua, we found those 3 cars. The voice that came from the other end of the phone was that of Wang Chang, the oldest member of the Yulin Society. Yanqi and his duo immediately brightened up, and Zhuaning hurriedly asked, where is it? It's on the path south of the city that hasn't been repaired yet. Wang Chang replied, my men have already pressed them down, and the woman that Master Yen is looking for is also there, but she seems to have fainted. Okay, keep an eye on them, we'll go over now. Zhuaning hung up the phone after saying that. Yanqi breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm glad I had people watch all the roads, or else I would have let them get out. Logically speaking, Zhang Yuwei's hometown was in the north, so if they wanted to get out of the city, they must have left from the national highway in the north as the closest. After all, if you take the southern road, it is a big detour to get back. However, Yanqi considered that they would most likely do the opposite, which was why he had the people blockade even the south side. Sure enough, he had guessed right, and they had really gone south. But it was also because they went south that Wang Chang and the others were able to stop the people. The first hospital is north of the city, and it would be fastest to leave on the state highway north of the city. But if you take the south side you will need to cross Cloud City and will waste a lot of time. Instead, they delayed their departure because of their own small-mindedness. Yanqi sneered. Humph, smart ass. Let's go. Let's go see what kind of goods these guys are. Chapter 125, The Truth of the Matter. The construction of this road in the south of the city was started 10 years ago, but it was stopped halfway through because there was no more money. Normally, few people would take this road, but today there were about 100 people gathered here. Only dozens of cars surrounded the two vans, their headlights illuminating everything around them. In the middle of the clearing, a dozen men were pressed to the ground with bruises and swollen noses. You could tell they had been beaten up. Yulin will be the old big Wang Chang. Looking at this dozen of people happy together, Laozi's luck is really good. This kind of good opportunity still really fell in my hands. Since the incident of Yan Qi's assassination, although Zhuaning hadn't looked for trouble with Wang Chang, the other gangs were still avoiding him intentionally or unintentionally, which had caused a great deal of damage to the Yulin society. Moreover, the brothers under him were somewhat centrifugal, and if things continued like this, the Yulin society would sooner or later be dispersed. That's why Wang Chang was holding his breath this time, thinking that he must help Yan Qi find someone, as a way to get the Yulin society back on track. The effort was not lost on him, and he really caught a break. Wang Chang got up and shouted to his minions, "Brothers, good job. All those present today are rewarded with money." At these words, the minions all cheered excitedly. Long live the boss. Wang Chang smiled with satisfaction, finally pulling back the hearts of his men. Just then, a Land Rover pulled up a short distance away. Yan Qi and Zhuaning stepped down from the car and walked quickly towards Wang Chang and the others. Seeing this, Wang Chang hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way." The minions immediately stepped back, making way for the Yan Qi duo. Wang Chang greeted him very attentively. He walked up to Yan Qi and bent down and said, "Master Yan, those dozen or so people have already been held down by me. They are inside." Yan Qi looked at Wang Chang. "We'll talk about this later. What about that woman?" Oh. Here, Wang Chang pointed to an SUV not far away. "The weather is quite cold, so I had someone put her in the car." Yan Qi sniffed and walked quickly to the SUV. He pulled the door straight open. Only Zhang Yuwei, dressed in a hospital gown, was lying quietly in the back seat of the car. Yan Qi got in the car to check on her and found that she had indeed just passed out. Phew, okay. He was completely relieved, as long as the person was okay. He then got out of the car and closed the door, and looked at Wang Chang who was on the side. "What's your name?" "Wang Chang, it's from the Yulin Society." Wang Chang nodded and said. Yan Qi thought for a moment and said, "I remember you. That person who assassinated me before was from your Jade Forest Society, right?" Wang Chang nodded somewhat awkwardly. "Yes, but let me explain to you about this matter." "Okay, no need to explain. Things have passed." Yan Qi patted his shoulder. "One size does not fit all. This time you did a great job. I'll keep my words. In the future, as long as there is a need for me to help, just open your mouth." Wang Chang was a bit surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect Yan Qi to be quite good at talking. It was completely different from the rumored fierce god. Awesome, this is the big man, he thought in his heart with great admiration. Usually looks polite and courteous, but in reality is more ruthless than anyone else. I have to learn from this. Yan Qi's status in his heart was raised another level. At this time Yan Qi said, "Let's go, take me to see the dozen or so people." "Okay." Wang Chang immediately led him towards the empty space. Zhuaning didn't utter a word as she followed Yan Qi's back, only looking at Yan Qi's back with an appreciative face. Although Yan Qi usually seems to be cheeky, but when it comes to the critical moment is very reliable. Do not need her to go out. Soon the three of them arrived at the vacant lot, and Wang Chang pointed at the dozen or so people. "Master Yan, that's them." Yan Qi nodded and walked over to them and crouched down. He quickly recognized two of them as the same two people, a man and a woman, that he had met in the ward this morning. "It's really you guys." Yan Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. At this time, the man and the woman also recognized Yan Qi. They looked at him with shocked faces, then their mouths began to speak some unintelligible dialects. Yan Qi frowned and turned to Wang Chang. "Do you have anyone on hand who knows this dialect?" Wang Chang immediately asked his juniors in a loud voice. Soon a bald guy came out of the crowd. "Boss, I can understand a little. Hurry over and translate for Master Yan." Wang Chang waved happily. There were quite a few capable people under his hand. The bald head immediately walked over to Yan Qi, and he bowed somewhat nervously. "Yan, Master Yan." Yan Qi pointed at the group of people in front of him and said, "Don't be nervous, just help me ask them what they really want." "Oh, good." Baldhead hurriedly agreed. He then also began to speak in an unintelligible dialect. Yan Qi could hear that the bald man's dialect was a bit unskilled, but at least it was conversational. Soon, he got the answer he wanted. Half of the group were relatives of Zhang Yuwei, while the other half were the village bullies in their village. They had come to Cloud City because Zhang Yuwei's parents had taken the liberty of giving Zhang Yuwei a marriage proposal. The man is the son of the local village headman, and no one can control him in the village. He kept running to Zhang Yuwei's house to propose marriage after he happened to see her picture last year. In the end, under coercion and enticement, they finally managed to get Zhang Yuwei's parents to agree to the marriage. But when Zhang Yuwei heard about this, she rebuffed it very nonchalantly. After all, she was doing quite well in Cloud City, so why should she go back to her hometown and marry a village bully? The village chief's son was used to being a bully in the village and almost didn't die of anger when he heard Zhang Yuwei's refusal. In order to get Zhang Yuwei to return to her hometown, he gathered a group of Zhang Yuwei's relatives and gave them a lot of favors, trying to get them to come to Cloud City to persuade Zhang Yuwei to come back. And just to make sure, the village chief's son had 10 village bullies follow. If soft doesn't work, just use hard. These two relatives, this morning, were the ones who went to the hospital to persuade Zhang Yuwei. But Zhang Yuwei's attitude was resolute, absolutely not going back with them. After being chased away by Yanch, they went back to discuss In the end they decided to just go for the hard way and tie the man back up and forget about it. And that's how we got to tonight's episode. They originally thought of leaving the city overnight, but they didn't expect to be caught by Wang Chang and the others. The anger in Yan Qi's heart burned again after hearing this. These guys are really living it up. In that case, don't blame him for being rude. Yan Qi stretched out his hand towards Wang Chang next to him and said with a gloomy face, "Give me a stick." Chapter 126 Crossing Regions. Zhang Yuwei seldom mentioned the situation in her old home, so Yan Qi didn't ask much about it. He only knew that Zhang Yuwei's family was not in a good condition, so she dropped out of school early in the morning and came to work in Cloud City. Yan Qi really didn't expect that Zhang Yuwei would silently bear so much pressure from her family. Zhang Yuwei had always been like this. When something happened to Yan Qi, she would always be the first to step forward. But if it was her side that was in trouble, she was always thinking of not causing trouble for Yan Qi. It's one of those things that's a little too much of a know-it-all. This was also why Yan Qi would always be surprisingly angry whenever Zhang Yuwei was bullied. "Give me a stick." Yan Qi held out his hand to Wang Chang, who was on the side. This sentence was very concise, but it shocked Wang Chang. He knew what that meant. Yan Qi is trying to kill again. Wang Chang didn't look for a stick for Yan Qi in the first place, but looked at Juaning somewhat nervously. Juaning also understood what he meant. So he whispered, "Yan Qi, even if you want to kill, let's change the place. It's really not a good place for aftermath." The last time Yan Qi killed someone was in the black market, and he was able to dispose of it on the spot after killing, and now it's on the road. While this side is fairly cold, it's definitely not a good place to kill someone. Wang Chang also meant the same thing. The risk of killing someone here was too high. Seeing that Yan Qi didn't reply, Juaning continued, "In the end, this group of people are just small minions. There is no need for you to do it yourself. What we should solve now is the problem of Zhang Yuwei's old family side." Hearing this, Yan Qi calmed down a little. What Juaning said did make sense. What one should do more now was to help Zhang Yuwei deal with the problem rather than looking for someone to dump their anger on. So he took a deep breath. "Phew, you're right." Yan Qi then turned to Wang Chang and said, "These people are in your hands. You should know what to do." Wang Chang sniffed in relief. This ancestor finally gave up the idea of killing people in the street. He hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely handle things cleanly, and won't leave a single trace." Yan Qi didn't say anything else, just walked towards the SUV. Juaning, on the other hand, silently followed. Then came the screams and pleas for mercy from behind them, but Yan Qi didn't even return his head. He was already too lazy to care about those people's deaths. He carried Zhang Yuwei down from the SUV and placed her in the backseat of Juaning's car. On the way back, Yan Qi looked out the window without saying a word. Juaning knew he was thinking about the problem and didn't bother him. After about half an hour or so, Yan Qi suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Juaning, what do you think is a good solution to this matter?" After Juaning was silent for more than 10 seconds, she also said with some difficulty, "This matter is indeed not easy to resolve, mainly because Zhang Yuwei's old home is quite far away from Yun City, where it has long gone beyond our sphere of influence." She analyzed the current situation for Yan Qi. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake. Although that's just a village bully, it's really not easy to deal with. Yan Qi sighed at his words, similar to what he had just thought. If the other party was someone from Cloud City, Yan Qi would be able to crush him all tonight. But that person was too far away from Cloud City, and the difficulty of killing someone across the region was just too high. When you get there and you don't know the area, it's a lot of work just to find someone. Thinking about it, Yan Qi suddenly reacted. "Yeah, we're gonna need a tour guide if we're really going to go over there." Thinking of this, Yan Qi hurriedly said to Juaning, "Tell Wang Chang to leave one alive to lead the way for me, and pick a slightly more honest one." "Good." Juaning nodded, and she immediately informed Wang Chang. Yan Qi then once again fell into thought. The guide was there. Now the biggest problem became how to kill people across the region. If you want to solve this matter completely, you have to bring at least a few dozen people with you. But so many people either by train, airplane, or driving there seems too ostentatious. On top of that, there's the question of what to bring. Even if they were from the Red Security Society, in the end, they were just a bunch of underground gangsters. It was fine to let them run amok in Cloud City, but it was a bit unreliable to change places. Yanqi sighed. It's a really hard problem to solve when it involves crossing districts. Just as he was torn, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out and realized it was Baiji calling him. It's 3:30 in the morning. Why are you calling at this hour? Yanqi immediately picked up the phone and asked, Hey, why are you calling so late? Baiji on the other end of the phone opened the door and said, Ran into a problem, didn't you? You already know? Yanqi asked back with some shock. It was important to realize that only about 3 hours had passed since Zhang Yuwei had been kidnapped and walked away. That's a little too well informed. But Baiji just replied indifferently, Didn't I tell you? I can know everything about Cloud City as long as I want to. The corner of Yanqi's mouth twitched at the words. Although he had known that the Bai family was very powerful, it still managed to refresh his 3 views every time. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. I'll take care of this matter of Zhang Yuwei. Baiji's tone was rather flat, as if she was talking about a very normal trivial matter. Yanqi frowned and asked with some confusion, You want to help? The last time he went to Moon Lake Manor, he had already re-established his engagement with Baiji. That means Baiji is still Yanqi's fiancé at the moment, and now his fiancé, who has come forward to help one of his ex-girlfriends. This sounds a bit outlandish really. This Zhang Yuwei woman is not bad. She can sort of clear her position, much better than the other 3. Baiji replied so, her tone still flat, and I'm afraid you won't be able to live in peace if you don't get rid of her problem. Yanqi didn't understand Baiji's words for a moment. What does it mean to carry a clear position? But he couldn't care less. It was always good if Baiji wanted to help. So he asked suspiciously, So how are you going to help? I was just thinking about it, and the tools and personnel for passage are big problems. It's not a problem, Baiji replied. I'll arrange a private jet for you. As for the entourage, they'll also be arranged for you. They're all veterans with a lot of combat experience. They're not comparable to those ruffians. The more Yanqi listens, the more shocked he is. Even the private airplane is out. This battle is also too big. After a moment of silence he inquired, When do you think would be a good time to go? Now. Make it quick, Baiji replied very calmly. Look out the window. Yanqi sniffed and looked out the window, only to see a familiar van driving alongside. That's when the van's window fell down and the man in the main driver's seat waved at him. Yanqi recognized the man at once. It was this man who had saved him in his van when the group of foreign mercenaries had attacked him. At this time, Baiji's voice came over the phone. See, you'll go with them now, and they'll help you get rid of all your problems. Yanqi fell into thought and after a while he turned his head to Zhuaning. Stop the car at the curb. Chapter 127, Private Jets. Zhuaning hadn't said a word since the call was connected. She was just eavesdropping on the conversation between the Yanqi duo. After all, she had only met Baiji once, and she was still curious about this mysterious Bai family head. The more Zhuaning heard, the more shocked she was. The power of this Bai family was stronger than she had imagined, and that shock peaked at the sight of the man in the window. The man's name was He Ling, and he used to work as a mercenary overseas as well, and he was still the elite of the elite. The reason why Zhuaning knew him was because 2 years ago He Ling had done something big that shook Cloud City. At that time, there were 6 underground gangs in Cloud City. One of them was called the Black Snakes, and their boss killed a girl while drunk. The girl is said to be He Ling's cousin. He Ling returns home immediately upon learning of this and kills his way into the Black Snake gang alone. That day the Black Snake gang was overthrown. Hundreds of gang members died. The gang leader was even chopped into meat paste. The scene at that time could be described as quite brutal. After that, both the black and white were looking for He Ling, but it was as if he had evaporated. No one knew where he had gone. Until today, He Ling showed up again. Zhuaning instantly recognized this god of kill. Hiss, no wonder we couldn't find any trace of him. So he was taken in by the Bai family. Zhuaning sucked in a breath of cool air. That's when she heard Yanqi yell, Stop the car at the curb. Zhuaning sniffed back as she hurriedly pulled over to the side of the road. Seeing Yanqi about to get off, she grabbed Yanqi's arm. Zhuaning said with a serious face, This one called He Ling is very dangerous. Be careful. I know, don't worry. Yanqi patted her hand soothingly. He then opened the door and got out of the car directly, and Zhuaning followed him down when he saw this. Meanwhile, He Ling parked the van behind the Land Rover. He walked over with a smile on his face, looking nothing like the rumored god of murder. Hello, young Master Yan. We've already met before, right? He bent down slightly to extend his hand to Yanqi. Yanqi shook his hand. Hello, your name is He Ling, right? That's right. He Ling nodded, and that was when he noticed Zhuaning's line of sight. Zhuaning was currently staring at him with a wary face, like a lioness protecting her food, as if she would attack at any moment. He Ling smiled at the sight. Don't be so nervous, Miss Zhua. I'm now the Bai family security officer. I won't be unfavorable to young Master Yan. Zhuaning narrowed her eyes slightly. You'd better. If anything happens to Yanqi, I definitely won't spare you. Understood. He Ling echoed. If that really happens, not only you, but Missy he won't be able to spare me either. Juaning heard this and then she slightly put her heart down. She knew that He Ling wasn't lying. At this time, He Ling spoke up and asked, "Young Master Yen, the airplane is ready. Do you want to depart now?" "Aha." Yen Chi nodded. Then he turned to Juaning. "Juaning, then Sister Wei is counting on you. I have to go on a trip with them." Juaning's eyes were filled with reluctance. She really didn't want Yen Chi to leave. After all, if there was an accident, she would never see Yen Chi again. But Juaning also knew that once Yen Chi decided on something, it would be hard to persuade him. She took a deep breath and whispered as she pulled Yen Chi into her arms, "Go and come back quickly. I'll be waiting for you." "Well, don't worry. I'll try to come back tomorrow." Yen Chi patted her back. Juaning then let go of her hand and watched fondly as Yen Chi got into He Ling's van. Then the van started and disappeared into the night. Juaning sighed softly, "Yen Chi, you have to come back safely." On the other side, Yen Chi was sitting on the passenger side of the van. There were several other strong men in the car besides He Ling. Unlike He Ling who was full of smiles, these burly men looked covered in murderous aura, as if they had rolled out of a pile of corpses. However, they still greeted Yen Chi respectfully. "Young Master Yen." Yen Chi nodded to them, then looked at He Ling. "Where are we going now?" "Yuncheng Airport." He Ling replied. "The Bai family's airplanes are all parked at the Cloud City Airport." Yen Chi sniffed curiously and asked, "Is this private airplane thing something that can take off at any time?" "Of course not," He Ling explained. "Normally you need to apply for a route 6 hours in advance before taking off. But that's not a problem for the Bai family. Missy has already taken care of all the formalities, and the plane is scheduled to take off an hour and a half later." Yen Chi nodded. "In that case, in an hour and a half, which is around 5 o'clock. He then opened his cell phone map and roughly estimated the time. Cloud City was about 3 hours away from Zhang Yuwei's hometown, Jiyang City, by airplane. That means we'll be in Jiyang by 8 o'clock. However, since Zhang Yuwei's hometown is in a mountain village, she still needs to change cars to go there." Yen Chi counted the time. If things went well, he could have things back by tomorrow. At this time, he suddenly thought of Zhang Yuwei's relatives, so he hurriedly said, "Right, I've also prepared a lead, so I'll have to have someone pick him up." "Alright, you tell me the address. I'll send someone there right now. I'm sure I can make it before the plane takes off." He Ling agreed. 1 hour later, Cloud City Airport. Yen Chi was shocked beyond words as he looked at the massive private jet in front of him. It's a Gulfstream G700, with a starting price of $80 million, which is quite a luxury even among the rich. After boarding the airplane, Yen Chi saw that it was already almost full of people. These people neatly rose and bowed. "Young Master Yen," He Ling, who was at the side, introduced. "These are the men you can call upon this time. They are all veterans who have been through battle for a long time, and their loyalty to the Bai clan is also very high. You can order them as you please." Then, he brought Yen Chi to the innermost part of the cabin. It was a lavishly furnished single room with a bed, TV, bathroom, toilet and all. It doesn't look like an airplane, but rather like a small luxury hotel. "Is this the world of the rich?" Yen Chi sked. He Ling said respectfully, "You can just rest here. I'll let you know when the plane arrives." As the two spoke, a mercenary grabbed a beaten and swollen man onto the plane. Yen Chi recognized him from afar as one of Zhang Yuwei's relatives. "Looks like the one who showed us the way has arrived as well." He Ling asked Yen Chi for advice. "If there's no problem, then let's set off?" Yen Chi took a deep breath and nodded. "Good, then set out for Jiyang." "Yes."